Zuan chuckled, just about to say something. Upon hearing this sentence, Yan's face suddenly turned pale. What's going on? What happened to Kinger? Zuan took a deep breath and did not answer directly. Wake up the two daughters. We are going back to the country now. Okay. Yan immediately rushed into the house and soon came out carrying the two little girls who were still napping. You didn't know what had happened, but seeing the expressions of Zuan and Yan, she knew that something big had occurred. Sir, do you need my help? You asked. Zu and kicked and shattered the hotel's glass window, saying in a deep voice, no need. With that, he flew up with his family in a flash of light. You watched in astonishment as Zuan and the others disappeared into the sky. It was the first time she had seen Zuan use this kind of technique, which shattered her beliefs that had been built over more than 20 years. How could a person possibly fly? Meanwhile, Zuan was filled with anxiety. For the safety of Kinger and Tangjuaner, he had placed heavy protection on them. If there was any danger, this protection would be triggered, and Zuan would be alerted immediately. Therefore, when something happened to Kinger, Zuan immediately sensed it. However, he did not answer Yan's question because he could no longer feel Kinger's presence. In other words, Kinger was likely already dead. And it was the kind of death where not even a soul was left behind. Zuan didn't dare to tell Yan directly, fearing she would not be able to accept it. At the same time, a raging fury rose in Zuan's heart. Kinger was his child's aunt. Whoever dared to harm her, even if he had to fall into the depths of hell, he would kill them. Considering the circumstances, Zuan and those around him had soared into the sky. You did not know what had happened to Encheng. But when she saw the expression of Master Zuan and Yan, she knew that something major had happened. Sir, do you need my help? You asked. Suddenly, Zuan kicked the hotel's glass window and yelled, no need. Then, he flew off with his family. You watched helplessly as Zuan and the others disappeared into the sky. It was the first time she had seen Zu and demonstrate this kind of skill, which shattered her beliefs that had been established over 20 years. How could people fly? Meanwhile, Zuan was feeling frantic. Initially, for safety reasons, Zuan had placed a strong protective shield on Encheng and Tangjuaner. If there was any danger, the protection would be triggered, and Zuan would be immediately informed. Therefore, when something happened to Encheng, Zuan immediately became aware of it. However, the reason he did not answer Yan's question was that he could no longer feel the presence of Encheng. In other words, Encheng was likely dead by now, and it was the kind of death where not even a soul was left behind. This made Zuan reluctant to inform Yan directly, fearing she might not be able to bear it. At the same time, a raging fury burned within Zuan. After all, Encheng was his child's godmother. Regardless of who it was, if they dared to harm her, he would go to any lengths to avenge her. At the Valley of Miao Mortals, all the members of the Fire Phoenix had entered into a state of frenzied rage. Sun Ling, Su Yi, and Zhou Daniu, among others, with bloodshot eyes, were about to storm into the insect immortal cave seeking revenge for Kinger. Luckily, Cheng Hao still had a bit of clarity left, even though he, more than anyone else, desired to tear these damn insects to pieces. The priority now was to rescue Kinger. So he roared, "Stop making noise," and everyone shut up. After so long fighting, Cheng Hao's authority as captain was second only to the instructor and Kinger, so everyone fell silent and then stared with red eyes at Kinger lying on the stretcher. Zhang Chu squatted down to carefully check her pulse. Then, with a serious look on his face, he raised his head and shook it gently at Cheng Hao. "There's almost no pulse left. Aside from a faint breath, she's essentially the same as a dead person." This statement caused an uproar among the Fire Phoenix members. Sun Ling and the others burst into tears. Zhou Daniu even slapped himself twice before wailing like an old cow. Informed the instructor. Cheng Hao's face turned dark and serious as he spoke. This statement momentarily stunned all the Fire Phoenix members, but their eyes gradually lit up. Sun Ling jumped up excitedly. "Yes," informed the instructor. "The instructor will definitely have a solution." Zu Yi, disregarding the tears on his face, grinned widely. "That's right. Even if An is truly dead, the instructor can bring her back to life." Just as he said this, Zhou Daniu kicked him to the ground and then broke down in tears like an old cow. Wu was in a daze in a hotel room in Las Vegas when Sai Lanlin walked in. "Alright, that scumbag and his gang have already received their due punishment. They probably won't dare to show their faces again," Sai Lanlin said triumphantly, then noticed the completely shattered window. Where's Mr. Zhu? You murmured absent-mindedly. He left. When did he leave? Just left, flew away. Yes. You nodded in agreement and turned to Tsai Lanlin. Do you believe people can fly? Tsai Lanlin's expression changed dramatically, showing a mix of shock, admiration, and more so, reverence. She sighed. I used to think flying was just an ancient fantasy, something made out, but Mr. Zhu's appearance made me realize that nothing is too far-fetched for him. He is truly like a mythical being, and merely flying is just child's play for him. You wanted to say more, but a phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. Looking towards the vibrating phone on the sofa, she wondered if it was the phone Mr. Zhu left behind. With a tremble, she picked it up, hesitated for a moment, then shakily answered, "Hello. Instructor, something happened to Kinger." Cheng Hao's voice came through the receiver. You smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, are you looking for Mr. Zhu? He just left. Cheng Hao's voice on the other end turned cold. Who are you? And where did the instructor go? He said there was an emergency and then took his family and flew away. You said hesitantly. Cheng Hao was at a loss for words on his end of the call. There was an emergency, and he flew away. What do we do now? How do we reach the instructor? Just as Cheng Hao felt despair, Ziyi suddenly exclaimed and pointed to the sky in the distance. Captain, look. Cheng Hao looked up and saw a streak of light approaching with unstoppable speed. In an instant, it reached the sky and came to a stop. It was Zhu and his family. It's the instructor. The members of Fire Phoenix were overjoyed, shouting in excitement. Cheng Hao breathed a sigh of relief, hung up the phone, and went to meet them. Just before he hung up, you heard the cheers coming through the phone. She looked at her watch. It had only been 8 minutes since Mr. Zhu had left. 8 minutes. He had flown back to China from the United States, crossing tens of thousands of kilometers. Could it be that he was truly a divine being? Back at the Valley of Miao Immortals, Zhuan landed on the ground, his face as calm as water. The members of Fire Phoenix made way, and Zhuan walked straight to the stretcher. And Yan saw this scene and tears instantly streamed down her face, but she didn't cry out loud, just tightly covered her mouth, letting the tears fall silently. The two little girls didn't have as many reservations, shaking and ching. Auntie, don't sleep. Wake up and play with us. As this scene unfolded, cries were heard among the crowd. Zhuan did not speak, squatting down to carefully examine King's body with his spiritual sense. He found that despite the weak but continuous vitality protecting King's vital organs, her sea of consciousness was empty. What's going on, Zhu? And asked in a deep voice. Cheng Hao briefly recounted the situation to him. Zhu, and nodded after listening, then took a deep breath and turned to Yan, who was already in tears, saying, Yanner, stop crying, give me your hand. Upon hearing this, Yan quickly handed her hand over to Zhuan. Zhuan grasped Yan's hand with one hand and, with the other, silently inscribed a complex sigil in the air, then uttered softly, Seek. The sigil instantly emitted a golden light and then disappeared. At the same time, in Zhuan's spiritual sense, one could see a bloodline connection emanating from Yan. The most powerful among them were naturally the two little girls. Following them in strength was the connection to Enqing. However, this bloodline connection did not point towards Enqing on the stretcher, but instead turned back outward, leading into the insect immortal cave. Indeed, that's how it is. No wonder he couldn't find King's soul even with the Nine Heavens soul search technique. There was no trace of her in this world. Even if a soul scattered, there would still be countless fragments scattered throughout the world. Yet in Zhuan's search, the world was completely empty, a sign that there was no whereabouts of Enqing. It was as if she had completely disappeared. Now, through this bloodline tracing technique, it could be seen that King's soul should be in this insect immortal cave. And this insect immortal cave was likely a passage connecting to a mysterious insect clan realm. Insect clan. A cold smile crept onto Zhuan's lips. Naturally, he was familiar with this race. The uniqueness and power of this race were extraordinary even in the myriads of worlds. Unlike other races that reproduce and thrive, each insect clan group was sustained by a mother insect, commonly known as the queen, for propagation. The longer the reproductive period, the larger the base of the insect clan, and the more they devour, the stronger the power of this queen insect would become. Zhuan had even witnessed a huge group that devoured an entire galaxy, with the queen's strength nearing that of an immortal emperor. Due to this unique characteristic, the insect clan was greatly feared by various races in the universe. After all, they were like a kind of black hole-like race that could consume everything. If left unchecked, they might even devour all the worlds in the universe. However, Zuen had no particular feelings towards this race. Survival and becoming stronger were innate instincts of all beings, which was perfectly understandable. What Zuen did not expect was the existence of the insect clan in this world, and that they dared to season King's soul. I will make you pay the most painful price for this. With that thought in mind, Zuen first comforted Yan. Yanner, stop crying. Kinger is not dead. Really? And Yan halted her sobbing, asking in astonishment. Zhu, and nodded. She only had her soul taken away, not dead. I will now go and retrieve her soul. Saying this, Zuen turned to Cheng Hao. Cheng Hao, here. You guys stay here with the others. I will go retrieve Kinger's soul from the insect immortal cave. Instructor, can we come with you too? Zhou Danuo and others quickly asked upon hearing this. Zhang Chu and Fei had been watching from the side all along. They had already figured out Zuan's identity. In fact, there was nothing difficult to guess, as everyone knew that the most core figure of the Fire Phoenix was not Cheng Hao or Cheng, but Zuan. He was the one who could change the course of events with a single move, even hailed as a supreme existence in the world. Faced with such a figure, Zhang Chu and others naturally showed enough respect. However, when they heard that Zuan was planning to enter the insect immortal cave alone, Zhang Chu couldn't help but say, Mr. Zhu, are you sure to go alone, Zhu? And glanced at Zhang Chu, smiled faintly. You have the aura of a celestial king on you. Zhang Chu trembled all over, bowed quickly, and respectfully said, Zhang Chu, the 67th generation inheritor of the Heavenly Master's mansion, greets Mr. Zhu. Zuen nodded slightly, glanced at the old Lord Sword by Zhang Chu's side. So you are the descendant of Zhang Celestial King. Zhang Chu trembled all over, realizing the meaning behind Zuan's words. Did he know his ancestor? At this moment, Zuen said, none of you need to go, a mere insect clan. I alone am enough. With that, Zuen smiled at Zhang Chu. Let me borrow your old Lord Sword. Zhang Chu was slightly taken aback. If it were someone else asking, he would never agree. However, with Zuen asking, he hesitated for a moment before taking off the old Lord Sword and handing it to Zuan. Zhu, and unsheathed the sword, lightly flicked it, and the old Lord Sword let out a dragon's roar. Zuan smiled faintly. A good sword. It's a pity it has been buried for too long. Today, I will unleash its sharpness. With that said, Zuan rose into the air, holding the sword in one hand, his eyes slightly cold, softly chanting, the path of the sword opens the heavens. With a swing of his sword, an extremely clear and boundless sword light directly struck the insect immortal mountain. Crack! The insect immortal mountain wasn't much harder than tofu under this sword light and was directly split in half. As for the insect immortal cave, it became a ruin under this one sword. But in the midst of the split mountain, there was a black halo swirling. Occasionally, black mists emerge, only to be eliminated by brilliant sword light. Zhang Chu watched this scene dumbfounded, his mouth gaping, as if he could fit in 3 eggs. There was a time when Zhang Chu was extremely proud. Despite being the only one left in the Heavenly Master's mansion now, his talent was the best in the Heavenly Master's lineage for hundreds of years. This was evident from his ability to use the old Lord Sword. Before him, several generations of the lineage couldn't even wield the old Lord Sword. This naturally made Zhang Chu very proud. But today, all his pride crumbled under the one sword of Zuan. Seeing Zuan's sword, he finally understood what true power was, what a true path was. Zhang Chu was shivering all over, and in midair, Zuan directly threw the old Lord Sword back to him, then said lightly, I once had a slight connection with your celestial king, so consider this helping his descendant. As Zhang Chu received the sword, he was left dumbfounded. The once dim old Lord Sword was now radiant, full of the Tao's brilliance. Holding it in his hand, he could feel the immense power of the Tao. Is this the true power of the old Lord Sword? No wonder Mr. Zhu said it had been buried for too long. Turns out this is what unleashing its sharpness means. Zhang Chu murmured to himself, then suddenly understood something and knelt in the dust. Disciple thanks the immortal master for his great kindness. This is a desolate swamp. Above the sky hangs a misty moon that is always shrouded in fog. The swamp is filled with various poisonous insects. The only mission of these poisonous insect spore is to fight for dominance. Through fighting, they eliminate the weak, can leave behind the slightly stronger, only to be devoured by even stronger ones. Eventually, Only the strongest may remain in this entire swamp. This is the way of survival for the insect tribe. Cruel yet effective. When Zuin appeared in this swamp, all the poisonous insects went crazy. Countless poisonous insects surged forward, wanting to devour Zuin. Zuin furrowed his brow slightly, and with a wave of his sword aura, he instantly crushed all the poisonous insects within a radius of 100 meters. But the remaining poisonous insects continued to advance relentlessly, without any fear. This is the terrifying aspect of the insect tribe. However, Zuin also understands that these are just the lowest-ranking members of the insect tribe. The truly powerful insect tribes can detach from the queen insect and have their own consciousness, even to the point of devouring the queen insect. These powerful insect tribes naturally cannot survive cunningly in this swamp. Zuin closed his eyes, expanded his divine sense, and began to explore. After a moment, Zuin opened his eyes, leapt up, and disappeared directly into the sky. He left behind a large number of insect corpses in the swamp. However, these bodies were soon devoured by endless poisonous insects. For any race, the presence of hierarchy signifies the existence of civilization. The insect tribe is no exception. The insect tribe in this secret realm has obviously been passed down for a long time, evolving into many advanced insect tribes. Otherwise, those powerful demonic insects that attack the world would not appear. As Zuin flew past from above, overlooking the villages and towns below, his expression gradually turned grim. In this secret realm, there are also human races. This is not surprising. As the most prosperous race among the heavens, humans are spread across countless realms. However, unlike others, the human race in this secret realm obviously lives an extremely humiliating existence, almost akin to being raised like livestock. For example, Zuin looked at a small town where several humanoid high-level insects were grinning wickedly as they slaughtered humans. Men were killed, and women were played with to death by the insects. Although there were some who resisted, they were too weak in the face of these powerful insects occupying the top of this secret realm. This is fucking awesome. Several insects laughed heartily, completely ignoring the miserable cries. Just then, Zuin soared in from the sky. With a cold snort, sword lights emerged, directly reducing all the demonic insects to dust. The surviving humans in shock looked at this scene dumbfounded, and moments later, they all fell to their knees, crying and kowtowing incessantly. Zuin sighed lightly, then transformed into flowing light and disappeared into the sky. If at the beginning, Zuin was only trying to quickly retrieve King's soul, he now had an additional task: to exterminate all the insect tribes in this secret realm. This might be somewhat difficult. After all, this secret realm is vast, even larger than the previous Kunlun, covering almost half the size of the earth. But for Zuin, what he decides to do must be achieved. However, the current top priority is to find King's soul. In Zuin's divine sense, a faint blood-red line guided him, leading towards the dark distance. There are many cities in this land, all built by the high-level insects to resemble real-world structures. However, among these cities, the main city is considered the Holy Land by all insects. This is because it is the residence of the queen and the location of the queen insect. Around the main city are many subordinate cities where the nobles of the high-level insects reside. At this moment, in one of the subordinate cities, a woman with a butterfly pattern tattoo on her face slowly opened her eyes, filled with anger and fear. Lady Hades. Seeing her wake up, everyone in the room immediately kneeled down, shouting loudly. The woman descended from the platform with a cold expression like water, suddenly stepping on one of the kneeling insects. She took out a mouthpiece and inserted it into the insect's head. Lady Hades, no. The high-level insect struggled a few times before being sucked dry by Hades. The other insect people in the room fell silent. Hades muttered to herself coldly, "Damn world, to be able to harm me and even destroy one of my avatars. It's outrageous." No one dared to speak up. The room fell into complete silence. At that moment, Hades conjured a halo in her hand, within which was a miniature version of Qing. Such an intriguing soul. What is the white light on you after all? If I devour you, will it give me that power? At the thought of devouring the white light that destroyed herself, a greedy look flashed in Hades' eyes. However, every time she tried to devour it, a faint white light would flash, making Hades step back in fear. This irritating white light, though weak, was immensely powerful, perhaps offering her to the queen. Hades thought unwillingly. Hades was a very special insect born from the queen when she was still a small mother insect. Unlike other insects that form larger communities, Hades' main form is that of a butterfly, the only butterfly in the entire community. Her most formidable ability is to almost infinitely enhance the combat capabilities of the insect swarm. This elevated her status greatly. Additionally, Hades can exist independently of the queen, even breaking the contact of consciousness. In other words, Hades has become an independent entity. This realization led to a growing aspiration within Hades to establish her own community and become the queen of a new tribe. However, the prerequisite for doing so is to eliminate the old queen. As a result, she has been secretly accumulating strength. If she were to offer up this soul, and in case the queen devoured it successfully, her chances of victory would diminish. Thinking along these lines, Hades gritted her teeth and decided to just crush the soul. Just as she was about to act, above the subordinate city where she resided, Xuan's figure gradually appeared. Compared to other small towns, this subordinate city appeared more luxurious. However, there were no shops like in human cities, only buildings made of black stone. After all, insects have no sense of aesthetics. Xuan wrinkled his brow as he could see the rising resentment over the subordinate city, a sign of how many had died at the hands of these creatures. And the blood red line extended into the largest building in the center of the city. Feeling the overwhelming sword energy, Huan Quan's expression changed drastically, and he rushed out of the room directly. Above the sky, a huge vortex composed of strands of sword energy appeared, with a proud man standing at the center of the vortex. Xuan also noticed Huan Quan, and his eyes squinted slightly. In his divine sense, the red bloodline almost completely bound Huan Quan, and Xuan could also feel a faint yet familiar aura from Huan Quan. It was Encheng. Her soul was on this insect's body. Human powerhouse, why have you come to my insect realm? Huan Quan said, in a deep voice. Xuan's face was calm as water, and he said faintly, hand over the soul of the woman you captured, otherwise, you die. Huan Quan's face also darkened. This man had actually come for that girl's soul. It seemed that this soul was indeed different. But Xuan's threatening tone made it uncomfortable. It couldn't help but sneer, human powerhouse, do you even know who you are talking to? Xuan had run out of patience with this demon bug ant. Hearing this, he furrowed his brows and raised his hand. Suddenly, a massive and incomparable sword aura split from the slowly rotating vortex of sword energy. I don't care who you are, hand over the soul or die. With that, Xuan struck down with his sword. The powerful sword aura directly turned numerous low-level insect species on the ground into dust. Stimulated by this power, Huan Quan could no longer maintain his human form, and with a scream, he transformed into a huge butterfly. On the wings of the butterfly were countless eyes, densely packed and hair-raising. And this was the true form of Huan Quan. Huan Quan sneered, your strength is indeed not bad, but threatening a high-level insect will be the dumbest thing you've ever done in your life. With its words, these eyes were gradually opening. The entire space began to be filled with an endless demonic aura. How annoying, Xuan said lightly, then raised both hands and directly grasped the huge vortex of sword energy above his head, before smashing it down suddenly. Yes, he smashed it down. There were no sophisticated sword techniques, no dazzling brilliance to dazzle people. There was only the imposing sword force, like a mountain, smashing down aggressively. Huan Quan's following words turned into a sharp scream in its throat. This human powerhouse's arrogance and dominance were simply incomprehensible. Its wings fluttered madly, and the entire butterfly disappeared in a flash, barely escaping the blow. However, the sub-hall and the insects in the sub-hall below were not so lucky. With a loud rumble, the heavens and earth trembled. Looking at the entire sub-hall, it had been smashed into a big pit by this blow. Amidst the rising dust and smoke, Huan Quan reappeared in the distance, with the main body of a butterfly floating above it. Then it trembled and screamed, who are you, and why? The next moment, its shout was abruptly cut off. Xuan suddenly appeared in front of it and reached out to grab its neck. Huan Quan was unable to move, and a pair of eyes that were originally filled with cold, evil intent now showed fear and horror. These wings are really annoying, Xuan said, and then he reached out, grabbed one wing, and tore it off abruptly. Snap! One of Huan Quan's wings was torn off. Green, stinky insect blood splattered out. Huan Quan writhed in pain. Xuan then grabbed the other wing and tore it off as well. Then, with satisfaction, he nodded, much better this way. Huan Quan felt like crying but had no tears. It had been turned from a butterfly into an earthworm by Xuan, and he actually said it looked better. However, Huang Quan was also motivated by fierceness. It gnashed its teeth, and with sheer will, forcibly swallowed King's soul. Immediately after, King's soul that had been forcibly consumed emitted bursts of white light, causing Huang Quan's soul to tremble. Despite having burned off half of its soul from this white light, Huang Quan's soul was immensely strong from thousands of years of cultivation. It finally managed to consume all the white light. Then a mocking smile appeared on the face morphed by Huang Quan. You came for her soul, didn't you? Too bad. I have already devoured it. Now she and I are no longer separate. Let's see what you... Before it could finish, Zuin severed its head, then reached into the cavity of its body and coldly ordered, "Come out." With that, Zuin forcibly extracted the demonic core that Huang Quan had cultivated for many years. That was where its soul resided. A horrified voice resonated from the demonic core. How do you know about the demonic core? Who are you really? Zuin coldly said, I am the one who will exterminate your insect race. It's useless, even if you obtain the demonic core. What can you do? You cannot break it. Huang Quan shouted harshly. Zuin replied coldly, Is that so? Then let me try. With that, Zuin clenched his hand. Crack! A clear crack appeared on the indestructible demonic core. Huang Quan's triumphant voice disappeared, and in panic, it shouted, How is this possible? How could you break the demonic core? Just a demonic core. What's so difficult about it? Zuin said, and then grasping with his hands, much like breaking an apple, he forcefully crushed the demonic core. Huang Quan's soul appeared defenselessly in front of Zuan. Even if you break it, what's the point? Her soul and mine are no longer separate, and you cannot save her, said Huang Quan, acting recklessly. Unless you take me back to the mortal realm with you, otherwise, this human soul will forever remain within my body. Ha ha ha. The laughter suddenly stopped. Huang Quan shivered in fear as it looked at the pristine white flames emerging in Zuan's hands. Instinctively from its soul, it knew the terror of these flames. At that moment, Zuan calmly said, It's all your own doing. He then waved his hand, and the flames devoured Huang Quan's soul. The torment from the roasting of its soul caused Huang Quan to struggle and howl pitifully. Yet, Zuan remained unmoved, simply watching silently. You devil! Aren't you afraid of destroying that human soul by doing this? Huang Quan said, in fear. I am afraid, but she will not disappear. Huang Quan was stunned, but before it could react, it felt a mysterious breath exploding in its body. However, the fragments were confined by this flame and unable to disperse. In that instant, King's soul appeared in the scene with a look of confusion, and the shattered fragments of souls surged towards her. King slowly opened her eyes. To her, it felt like she had just woken up from a dream. Her memory even remained on the battlefield. So when she saw Zuan, she couldn't help but be stunned. Brother-in-law, what are you doing here? Then she became happy. It's so great that you're here. These bugs are just too annoying. As she spoke, she went to grab Zuan's arm, but her hand went straight through Zuan. King froze. Zuan smiled slightly, about to speak. King's eyes gradually filled with tears, suddenly waving her hand. Don't say it. Am I already dead? Without waiting for Zuan's answer, she squatted in midair, sobbing intermittently. Dead. I must be dead. Sister, forgive me for leaving first. Thinking about it, in the future, Auntie can't buy you delicious food. Cheng Hao, Zhou Danu, and others. You guys, I won't see you again. King became sadder and sadder as she spoke, eventually bursting into tears. Zuan looked helplessly at King, who was dramatically acting out, and reached out to gently pat her shoulder. King trembled all over, slowly raised her head, sniffed hard, and looked at Zuan in amazement. How can you touch me? Of course I can touch you, because I am your all-capable brother-in-law, Zuan said with a smile. King's eyes became red again, looking up at the sky with a forever hanging crescent moon, then looking down at the big pit created by Zuan on the ground. Brother-in-law, is this the underworld, right? You must be worried about me. That's why you came to see me, right? It must be like this. Have a good look at me a few more times. You probably won't see me again in the future. Zuan couldn't take it anymore. He pinched King's cheek and helplessly said, Could you stop having such a vivid imagination? Who said you're dead? Then what's going on? King extended her finger, passing directly through Zuan's shoulder. Because you are currently a soul, naturally unable to interact with physical objects. So isn't that still being dead? Sister, my tragic sister, I won't see you again in the future. After Zuan explained the situation in detail, Anking was a bit dumbfounded. Really? Are you not lying to me, Zu? And nodded. Of course it's true. This monster insect wanted to devour your soul, but it didn't know that I had left a seal on your soul, so when it tried to devour you, it activated the seal, which then destroyed it. A big smile gradually appeared on Anking's tear-stained face. Haha, I'm not dead. How dare those insects? They can't defeat me. Zuan looked at Anking, who was now acting like a drama queen, and couldn't help but cover his eyes in frustration. The original Anking, despite being arrogant, at least paid attention to her ladylike image. How did she end up like this after going on a few missions with the Phoenix Brigade? It seems she should spend less time in the military in the future, Zu, and thought to himself. At this moment, Anking pointed at the insect carcasses on the ground. Humph, if you have the guts, get up now, fight me, and see who is stronger. As Anking spoke, the mutilated bug flesh suddenly moved on the ground, then began to wriggle and merge together. Anking was startled. She jumped behind Zuan directly, trembling as she exclaimed, "Alive! These insects are alive again!" Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly, puzzled. The butterfly had already died. How were these insects able to revive? Just as Zuan was about to act, the insect corpses merged into a powerful flesh giant, but the giant had no murderous intent. Instead, it lowered its head towards Anking, as if waiting for something. Anking slowly peeked out from behind Zuan. Huh? What's going on? Why do I feel like this big guy is showing me submission? Anking said, in confusion. Zuan smiled slowly, then rubbed Anking's head. Silly girl, you seem to have benefited from this misfortune. Zuan's guess was correct. Because Anking had absorbed a fragment of the underworld soul, she now possessed the talent of the underworld, which could enhance the abilities of the insect race, even allowing them to die and come back to life. Of course, these insect races would now unconditionally submit to Anking. After Zuan told Anking, she was initially a bit incredulous, but when she tentatively landed on the giant's shoulder, she finally believed Zuan's words. The flesh giant clearly obeyed Anking's commands. Haha, I'm simply a genius. Anking danced for a moment, then said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, what should we do next? Go back?" Zuan smiled faintly. Suddenly a thought occurred to him. Not in a hurry, we have to completely clean up this world first, eliminate all the potential dangers, and then we can go back. Okay. At this moment, in the main city, outside the insect god temple, dozens of humanoid insect races were whispering to each other. This expedition to the mortal realm isn't going well. We've lost several important members, yes, and just received news that even Vice Lord Huangquan was killed by a clone. What? Vice Lord Huangquan couldn't even conquer the mortal realm with a single strike. Wasn't it said that the current world is so deprived of spiritual energy that it's a wasteland? Who knows? The queen hasn't shown up for days. What's going on? These insect races were discussing among themselves. A flying armor insect quickly arrived, landed on the ground, and said, in a deep voice, "Just received news. Vice Lord Huangquan was destroyed, and Lord Huangquan's soul has perished. Doom." This news shocked all these higher-ranked insect races. How is that possible? Is this information accurate? The flying armor insect nodded. Absolutely true. Who did it? According to reliable sources, it seems to be a man from the mortal realm. One person. A bug couldn't believe asked. Yes. Just one person. Now, these high-ranking insect races looked at each other in shock, seeing the disbelief in each other's eyes. I've always said that although that mortal realm has fallen, it's still a place where countless extraordinary people exist. We shouldn't have provoked them. An elderly insect began to complain. We need to report this to the queen immediately. I don't know what's going on with the queen. Even our soul connection with her has been severed. At that moment, the insect god temple trembled violently, and an unimaginably powerful aura radiated out. A majestic voice sounded in the minds of these insect tribes. A formidable enemy is approaching. Gather all the insect swarms immediately. The higher insect tribes prostrated themselves on the ground, respectfully responding, "Yes, the queen has returned." And the news of gathering the insect swarms quickly spread. At that moment, the entire secret realm of the insect tribe began to become restless. Meanwhile, Zuan and Ching were on their way to the main city of the insect tribe. And Ching sat on the shoulders of a flesh giant made of insect corpses, with a face full of excitement. "Brother-in-law, is this insect queen powerful? Should be all right, I guess." Zuan replied, looking up at the insect dragon flying incessantly in the sky. Hey, I feel pretty powerful myself now. I'll help brother-in-law deal with this insect queen together. And Ching said cheerfully, Zhu, and smiled. Dan didn't say anything. They were currently in a range of continuous mountains where the sun didn't shine, only eternal moonlight, so the trees and plants in these mountains were very different from Earth. Zuan was flying slowly in the sky. Originally, Zuan planned to fly with Ching to the main city and deal with the insect queen directly. However, Ching was unwilling to part with her flesh giant and insisted on traveling together. After some thought, Zuan agreed. Zuan was well aware that the insect queen must have already known of their presence, as evidenced by the insect dragons flying incessantly in the sky. Well, once you have gathered the insect swarms, I will take care of you together, Zhu, and thought to himself as he slowly headed towards the main city. At this moment, the flesh giant pushed through a lush patch of moonflowers, revealing a small river in front. Gathered by the river were a group of raggedly dressed people. When they saw Ching on the flesh giant, all of them looked desperate. Some were so timid that they knelt directly on the ground. Oh, there are people here. Ching expressed surprise. You damn insects. Stop right there. One of the men in the group who seemed to be the leader suddenly pulled out a handgun, aimed it at Ching, and fired several shots. Before Ching could react, the flesh giant lifted its arm, embedding all the bullets into its skin. The man shouted in despair, If you have the guts, kill me. You damn filthy bugs, we humans will never surrender. Ching was puzzled. Brother-in-law, what are they saying, Zhu? And descended from the sky, looked at the group of people and said, indifferently, humans? These people clearly did not expect a person to descend from the sky. The man behind them asked tentatively, Are you, human or insect? At this moment, Ching patted the shoulder of the flesh giant, which squatted down slowly, allowing Ching to leap off. Rubbish, we're definitely genuine humans. The man still seemed skeptical, but a girl behind him pointed at King's feet and said, in a trembling voice, her feet. Everyone looked down and saw King's feet not touching the ground, hovering in midair, a sight that was both eerie and mysterious. These people all turned pale. Ching said somewhat awkwardly, Oh, I'm just a soul right now, sorry if I scared you. So, you really are humans now? Ching nodded. The group of people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sorry, I thought you were those damn insects. The man apologized. For them, even if Ching was a soul, she was still better than insects. What are you? Ching asked. The man, named Zhu, explained that they were all captured by the insect tribe. He himself was a shooting coach, and the other people behind him were also from China. Among them were students, office workers, doctors, and teachers from different walks of life. Their biggest commonality was that before mysteriously arriving in this place, they had all stayed in Dianzhou. Zhu then said with a bitter smile, Initially, we had over 100 people, but after being hunted by the insect tribe for several days, now only about 30 of us are left. In just a few days, these ordinary people who had never experienced life and death had witnessed the cruelty of the world. Their once cheerful companions had perished in the blink of an eye. Their so-called civilization was no match for these powerful insects. If not for the fact that Zhu had a training pistol and several dozen bullets with him, they would have collapsed long ago. Even so, they were now on the brink of collapse. Hiding in the mountains, they could only survive for the time being. Unexpectedly, just when they had fallen into total despair, Zuan and Ching suddenly appeared. By now, Zuan had understood what was happening. It was no wonder that humans still existed in a realm that was absolutely unsuitable for human habitation. It turned out that they had all crossed through spatial fissures. So, it was certain that the past Dianzhou had a close connection to this insect realm. Otherwise, it wouldn't continue to attract unsuspecting mortals after being sealed off. What are you two here for? Zhu was curious and puzzled. A human woman soul, a giant from the insect tribe, and a flying human man made for a combination that truly baffled them. Ching chuckled and said, I'm following my brother-in-law to exterminate the insect tribe. Exterminate the insect tribe? Zhu couldn't believe his ears. Yes. Zhu smiled wryly. You both seem very capable, but the number of the insect tribe is countless. How could just the two of you possibly eliminate them all? Who said we have to eliminate them one by one? Just kill that detestable insect queen, and it'll be done. Ching said nonchalantly. Zhu still couldn't believe it and hesitated for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, "How did you to get in here?" "I was captured by the insect tribe, and my brother-in-law came to rescue me," and Ching answered, casting her gaze towards Zuan. "This gentleman," Zuchonal began. "Shh." Zuan made a gesture to silence him, then said calmly, "A swarm of insects is passing by." Zuchonal and the others were stunned, their expressions changing drastically, because they could also feel the trembling on the ground. The enormity of this wave of insect swarms is so vast that the edge cannot even be seen. The speed of their advance is as fast as a flood, spreading out. Where they pass, not a blade of grass grows. Zuchonal and the others all had pale faces at the sight. The girls were even scared to tears. After all, such a scene was too terrifying for them. Anking, however, had a gleam in her eyes. For her at the moment, the thing she feared the least was a large number of insects. Anking beckoned slightly, and the flesh giant bent down. "Dig guy, devour them all for me." The flesh giant nodded silently, stood up, and strode towards the swarm of insects. Doom. The flood of insects seemed to hit an indestructible pillar. Fierce as it was, it could not move the pillar in the slightest. At the same time, the flesh giant bent over, opened its huge paw, and directly grabbed hundreds of monstrous insects in its hand, squeezing them to pieces. Then the giant opened its mouth and threw the crushed flesh and blood into it. In an instant, the giant's body seemed to grow slightly larger. This scene full of violent beauty also stunned Zuchonal and the others. Once upon a time, when facing the insect tribe, they felt as helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter. But today, the once arrogant and cruel insect tribe had become the food in the giant's mouth. In the blink of an eye, between a gulp and a bite, Zuchonal and the others couldn't help but shed tears. Some of them were trembling with excitement. For them, these damn insects were their archenemies. After the flesh giant had eaten a few more bites, seeming unsatisfied, it roared and its hands and arms transformed into a giant shovel, sweeping the insect horde like swatting flies, killing them, then shoveling them into its mouth. In just a moment, the menacing insect swarm was mostly annihilated by the giant. The remaining insects seemed to shrink back. Just then, a giant mantis flew in from the distance. Seeing the scene in the field, it roared in anger a few times. "What is this thing? How dare you massacre my swarm?" It transformed into a middle-aged man with a sinister face and charged at the flesh giant. With a flash of light, the mantis blade sliced off the head of the flesh giant. But before it could celebrate, Anking shouted, "Big guy, eat it." Startled by the shout, the mantis was too late to react, as the giant's hands grabbed it. "What's going on? Isn't the head supposed to be chopped off? How is it still alive?" The mantis struggled and shouted in anger. With a wriggle of the flesh on its neck, a new head grew out. No. The mantis was terrorized, for it had just sensed the breath of the underworld. "You are from the underworld." However, before it could finish speaking, the giant exerted force. With a crack, it crushed the mantis as easily as an egg. Green blood oozed out as it was crushed. By this point, the mantis still hadn't died. Yet the giant ignored its pleas, threw it into its mouth, and amidst the crunching sound, the mantis's screams grew weaker and eventually fell silent. With its demise, the remaining insects tried to escape. The giant who had consumed the mantis once again surged in size, raised its hand, and a pale green blade of light slashed through and decimated the insects, embodying the mantis's blade. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the aggressively advancing insect swarm was completely wiped out. Zuchonal and the others stared dumbfounded at this scene, finally believing that Anking's talk of eradicating the insect tribe was no joke. "Elder brother-in-law, how was that?" Anking asked proudly. Zu, and nodded. "Not bad. Heh. This big guy keeps getting more powerful," Anking said, turning to Zuchonal and the others. "We're ready to go and eliminate the insect queen. Will you join us?" Zuchonal and the others exchanged glances before Zuchonal gritted his teeth and said, "Okay." At this moment, the insect queen's main city had turned into a battlefield. Almost the entire insect swarm from the hidden realm had gathered there. For them, the queen's command was an unquestionable decree. Even the higher-ranking insects were all assembled. After the queen's transformation this time, her power has become even more unfathomable. One higher-ranking insect said, "Indeed, the stronger the queen becomes, the more prosperous our insect horde will be. It's laughable that the human strongman from the human world actually thinks he can exterminate us insects single-handedly. Let's not underestimate him. After all, he killed the underworld." "Hey, That underworld was best at support, not combat. Have you not seen that even the most powerful cockroach under the Queen's command is here? Many insects turned their eyes to the highest-ranking insect. If Suen were here, he would surely exclaim, "What a big grasshopper!" Yes, this cockroach was a grasshopper renowned for its bravery and combativeness. Among the insect tribe, the cockroach was considered the most powerful in terms of combat strength, even surpassing the likes of the scorpion spider king. The current grasshopper's gaze flickered. It had been a day since it arrived in the Queen's city, but it had not received the Queen's summons so far. In fact, not just the grasshopper, all the insect tribes had not received any messages. What had become of the Queen at the moment? The grasshopper occasionally cast its eyes toward the insect shrine. "Sir Grasshopper, these are a few humans we caught trespassing here. Please enjoy," a huge beetle said respectfully, with several extremely panicked men and women behind it. "What are you trying to do? Where is this place? I get it now. You must be filming a prank reality show, right? I'm telling you, I'm really angry right now. Let me go, or I'll definitely report you for illegal detention." A man with dyed yellow hair exclaimed angrily. The grasshopper reached out, pulled the man towards it, then closed its wings. Along with a chilling chewing sound, the man began to scream, "Ah, you devils, you!" The scream abruptly stopped as the grasshopper swallowed him whole, then smacked its lips, somewhat unsatisfied. "This tastes a bit average." It then looked at the remaining men and women. The remaining few were on the verge of mental collapse from terror. The girl screamed in terror, trembling all over. No, she struggled hard, trying to break free from the grasp of the mantis. But how could her strength possibly match that of the mantis? The mantis, with its cold compound eyes, was full of the pleasure of mocking its prey. Struggle. Fear. The more you do, the more delicious your flesh will be. With that, a scythe-like blade swept across. A wound appeared on the girl's back, blood flowing instantly, causing her to shiver in pain. Many advanced insect creatures laughed at the scene. The mantis lore is quite the player. TSK. Learned a new move. Next time with fresh prey, I'll do the same. The mantis smirked, folding its wings slowly, preparing to feast. Just then, a furious shout came. "You filthy bugs! Let her go!" The mantis hesitated and turned to see a giant running towards them in the distance. Sitting on the giant's shoulder was a human girl who shouted. In no time, the giant was approaching. The mantis coldly ordered, "Stop him!" Doom. Countless insect creatures swarmed, piling up to a height of over 10 meters, charging towards the giant. Anking stood on the giant's shoulder, watching the scene, her scalp tingling. After a long journey, she finally arrived at the insect main city. Due to the enhancement of her soul power, Anking's perception had greatly increased, so she had just witnessed the mantis's actions from afar and couldn't contain her anger, shouting and charging over. "Big guy, can you handle this?" Anking said softly. The giant remained silent, raised his fists suddenly, and then slammed them down heavily. Doom. The ground was smashed into 2 deep pits. Within a few dozen meters, all the insect creatures were shattered by this blow. Then the giant sucked in, absorbing all the insect fragments. This scene shocked the mantis. What's going on? Anking remained calm at this moment, a faint smile appearing on her lips, beckoning towards the mantis. "Freak, command meet your doom." The mantis's compound eyes gleamed with cold light. At the same time, the queen's majestic voice rang out. "Not only did you kill Huan Quan, you even devoured his talent." The queen's words made the mantis realize why Anking seemed familiar. "Stop the nonsense. I'm here today to exterminate you monsters. Big guy. Devour them all." Anking, now bold and with the giant as her backing, had no fear. With her command, the giant strode swiftly towards the mantis and the insect temple. Before reaching the mantis, a giant armored beetle charged forward. Meet your end. The charge of the armored beetle was fierce. However, facing the giant with Anking, it was akin to seeking death. The giant didn't even dodge, just slapped it down. Crack. The simplistic armored beetle was crushed directly, then devoured. With each consumption, the giant grew larger, gaining momentum. It had turned into a giant monster 40 to 50 meters tall. Even the mantis felt a tremor facing it. "Attack together." The mantis ordered sharply. The advanced insect creatures rushed in, trying to bite the giant to death using swarm tactics. But the fleshy giant felt no pain. Even if a piece of flesh was bitten off, the surrounding flesh wriggled and regenerated. but if struck by it, one would meet their end. In a brief encounter, dozens of advanced insect creatures ended up in the giant's mouth. The mantis's heart turned cold. As an insect creature, the higher the cultivation, the more independent the mind, and the greater the fear of death. So the mantis subtly weakened its attack, attempting to retreat. Other advanced insect creatures were not foolish. Only some lower-level creatures or newly promoted advanced beings charged forward. Just then, a cold snort from the queen echoed in the minds of the mantis and others. The insect race fears no death. You worthless beings. The mantis and others remained silent. Then the queen spoke coldly. Wan Hun is my descendant. His talents were granted by me. Now, using my talent against me. How ridiculous. Anking suddenly felt something being extracted, and the mental connection with the giant was immediately severed. What's more, the giant's devouring ability could no longer be used. Now is the time. Eliminate this giant, the mantis ordered. Anking stomped her foot in annoyance. Husband, aren't you going to show up? With her words, a light laughter came from the sky, followed by a streak of light flying over. When the figure came to a stop, it was Zhu, and standing with hands behind his back. Zuan smiled faintly. I thought you could handle it on your own. Anking pouted. I almost had it under control. That queen took my talent back. Zuan smiled slightly. All right, leave the rest to me. All the insect creatures now gazed at Zuan in the sky, and the voice of the queen came from the temple. Human strongman, I apologized for what happened before. As long as you leave now, I can forgive and forget the past. The mantis and other insect creatures were at a loss. What's happening to the queen? Is she surrendering to a human now? Upon hearing this, Zuan coldly smiled. Forgive and forget? It sounds like I should be grateful to you. Human, don't think I fear you. If you persist, you will meet your end here today. At this moment, Zuchano and the others also arrive, Zhu, and pointed to the ragged-clothed people on the ground. You kill my humans like pigs and dogs, now you say, forgive and forget, persist. What do you want? The queen's voice was filled with anger. It's simple. Zuan took a step forward. Eradicate your insect race. Doom. With Zuan's step, the earth trembled. Countless insect creatures were pulverized to under his foot. Zuchano and the others were dumbstruck. They had thought Anking was the most formidable, but it turned out this reserved man was the most powerful. In just one step, more than half of the insect creatures perished. The queen, shocked and enraged, ordered, kill him. The mantis and other insect creatures hesitated. A powerful mental wave struck, crushing their minds, then rapidly merging into a ferocious giant insect. The giant wanted to resist at this point. A strand of sword energy swept across. The menacing insect leg was instantly cut off. The giant insect let out a roar of pain. However, before the severed leg could hit the ground, it had already grown back. The giant insect then spoke in human language, sneering and saying, it's useless. In this world, I am immortal. You can't kill me at all. Zuan just coldly smiled at the words. Do you think you deserve to be called immortal? In the vast universe, there indeed existed mysterious beings similar to immortals, but without exception, these beings either required extremely advanced cultivation or rare bloodlines, and even those called immortals were just comparatively difficult to kill, not truly invincible. There was nothing that could truly avoid death. Hearing Zuan's words, the giant insect roared angrily. Arrogant human, I will eat you piece by piece. Zuan sighed lightly in response. How unoriginal. Next time you rant, can you come up with something new? With that, Zuan raised his fist and struck out. Crack. Before the giant insect could react, its entire front face was directly smashed in. Then its whole body exploded. Limbs mixed with the foul insect blood rained down. But in the blink of an eye, it reassembled into a giant insect once again. I told you, I am immortal. Before it could finish its words, Zuan flew straight up and punched its head. Nonsense. Crack. This time, the giant insect was smashed into mush by Zuan. Although it revived after some wriggling, there was a hint of fear in its eyes as it looked at Zuan. Though it couldn't die, the experience of being killed was still unpleasant. Zuan, however, was already intrigued and didn't give the giant insect a chance to retaliate. Interesting. Let's see how many times you can endure. Zuan's sword energy manifested, enveloping the entire giant insect. The sound of flesh being peeled off mixed with the insect's cries of pain left everyone present dumbfounded, especially for Zuchano and the others. Some even knelt down and worshipped out of fear. To them, Zuan's current methods were almost godlike, and since it targeted the insect race they despised, it was worth showing reverence. Zuan paid no attention to them, and simply observed the giant insect covered by sword energy. Killed, resurrected, killed again, resurrected again. In just a short time, the giant insect was killed over 100 times. Its revival speed had visibly slowed down, and its size had also reduced significantly. No, fear filled the giant insect's voice. It had never imagined that someone would be so domineering, killing it repeatedly. A voice of anger came from the insect temple. Human, if you leave now, I can let it go. Zuan said, indifferently, I vowed to exterminate your insect race, so I must see it through. With that, sword energy faintly appeared in Zuan's hand, forming into a massive sword hundreds of meters long, which then struck down mightily. No. The giant insect cried out in terror. As a collective of all higher-ranking insect races, it naturally had a fear of death. Facing this sword full of death energy, it collapsed. The once unified giant insect instantly fell apart, revealing bodies of grasshoppers and other insects, trying to escape frantically. But it was too late. How could they be faster than the sword? In an instant, the sword wiped out all the insect races. Despite their attempts to merge, every time they tried would result in the sword flashing, again reducing them to pieces. It seemed impossible to reassemble. Zhu, and glanced at Anking. Anking raised her hand. Big guy. With her command, the flesh and blood of the insect race on the ground began wriggling and soon formed a giant bait of flesh and blood, even fiercer than before. At this point, Zuan looked up at the insect temple. The insect queen must have witnessed everything that had just transpired. Yet she made no move. Even her presence faded away. Zuan said calmly, still refused to come out. With that, he raised his hand and struck down forcefully. Crack! A sword energy that split heaven and earth directly cut the insect temple in half. However, it was empty inside, nothing there. Zhu, and furrowed his brows slightly and extended his divine sense. Then he sneered, trying to run now. Too late. With that, Zuan leapt into the air, took a deep breath, and shouted, Rise. As he spoke, the ground trembled violently. DRIZZLE and the others were astonished to see the entire insect race capital slowly rising. Zuan forcibly lifted the entire city from the ground with his cultivation. After a moment, the entire insect capital ascended into the sky, and then Zuan drew a symbol in the void. Seal. The symbol suddenly released a brilliant light, followed by a howl from underground. Then the ground split open, and a petite figure flew out, transforming into a stream of light attempting to flee. Zuan waved his hand, and hundreds of sword energy intersected, directly trapping the figure. Then Zuan spoke casually. Do you think you can still escape, Insect Queen? With his words, everyone, including Anking, curiously scrutinized the trapped Insect Queen. But upon closer inspection, they were all stunned. Inside the cage of sword energy was a girl only 11 or 12 years old, exquisitely beautiful with teary eyes, exuding vulnerability that made people want to protect her at first sight. Adult, I know I was wrong. The girl spoke softly to Zuan. Her voice was incredibly sweet. DRIZZLE and the others were all infatuated. This girl was simply too beautiful, and from her appearance, she seemed inexperienced and had probably been driven by instinct. Thought DRIZZLE and the others. Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly, smiling faintly as he gazed at the girl. Wrong? What do you think you did wrong? I shouldn't have sent the insect races to the human realm, let alone allowed them to slaughter humans. But over the years, I have been asleep in the temple, helpless about many things. Please have mercy, Lord. The insect queen looked very wrong. Zuan nodded slightly. So you mean everything has nothing to do with you? Lord, I dare not say that, but please spare me for not having committed any wrongdoing personally. I'm willing to serve you. Zuan shook his head. Serving is out of the question. As for letting you go, before the insect queen could finish thanking him, Zuan clenched his hand, and the sword energy cage suddenly shrank, cutting the girl's body into pieces with intertwined sword energies. Cheng Hao lit 2 cigarettes and handed one to Sum Ling. At this moment, Sum Ling's upper body was wrapped in bandages, half leaning on the seat of the off-road vehicle. He took the cigarette and deeply inhaled, then started coughing violently. Cheng Hao asked, How are you? Sum Ling replied, Don't worry, I won't die. Damn, those monster bugs are really tough. Sum Ling took another fierce drag of his cigarette. The members of the Fire Phoenix were silent, and King's body was properly placed on a military field ambulance. The wounded had already been transferred to the nearest hospital, but the members of the Fire Phoenix did not leave. They were waiting for the return of the instructor. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. "Captain, do you think the instructor can save Anne?" Sun Ling blew out a smoke ring and suddenly asked. Cheng Hao remained silent for a moment, then nodded heavily. "Definitely. I also think it'll be fine. After all, our instructor is the best in the world." Sun Ling spoke, his eyes reddening, lowering his head in deep sadness. "But I am afraid. What if Anne can't come back? Can we still call ourselves the Fire Phoenix?" Upon hearing his words, some people's eyes also turned red. Zhou Danu pounded the ground in anger and with red eyes, growled, "If something happens to Anne, I will tear all those bugs into pieces." John Chu watched enviously from the side. He realized that the Fire Phoenix was not only powerful, but most importantly, they had extremely strong cohesion. Just based on this point, his blood Kilin was far inferior. It was already the third day of Zhu, and entering the territory of the insect race. During these 3 days, Commander Hu mobilized most of the troops in Dian Prefecture to guard the surroundings in case of any changes. Everyone was waiting for Zhu and the others to return. And Yan sat inside the battlefield ambulance, gently holding the hand of her sister and Cheng. At this moment, and King's breathing was weak, her face pale, like a dead person. Whenever she saw this scene, and Yan wanted to cry. During these 3 days, she had thought a lot, recalling every bit of life with Cheng in the past, remembering the many things they had been through. All of this weighed heavily on Yan's heart. The 2 young maids seemed to understand something and sat silently beside her. At this moment, the earth suddenly trembled. Someone exclaimed, "Look, something is moving in the mountains." Everyone quickly looked up to see dark energy surging in the mountain where Zhuan had cut down the insect immortal. After a moment, many people suddenly emerged from inside. All soldiers, be on guard. All the soldiers aimed their guns at the people coming out. If ordered, they would not hesitate to pull the trigger and drown these people in a hail of bullets. When the people coming out saw so many soldiers, their faces showed a mix of complex emotions. There were sighs of a person who had lived for 2 lifetimes, as well as fear and dread. "Don't shoot, we are all human." Zuqiano raised his hands and shouted, "Ha!" Everyone was surprised. Zhang Chu pointed his fingers as if they were swords, lightly tapped his forehead, then carefully examined with his eyes before exhaling a breath. "Indeed, they are all humans. Don't shoot." Yet, many people were still puzzled. How could there be so many people? Zuqiano and the others approached. They were thoroughly searched and found nothing suspicious. Cheng Hao then asked, "How did you come out from the insect realm?" Zuqiano smiled bitterly and gestured to the dozens of people behind him. "We are all earthlings, and we don't know how we were brought into that hellish place. Fortunately, a deity intervened and helped us return." "A deity?" "Yes." Zuqiano recounted everything they had seen and heard inside. When they heard that Cheng was safe and had accompanied Zhuan in killing the insect queen, everyone in the Fire Phoenix breathed a sigh of relief. "I told you. The instructor is like a fairy. Nothing will happen to him." Sun Ling exclaimed happily. "The deity is actually your instructor." Zuqiano was somewhat incredulous. Cheng Hao was also in a good mood and nodded. "Yes. But why did only you all come out? Where is our instructor?" "The deity said he would exterminate all the insect race in that place before coming out. Let us go first. But I estimate it's almost done now." Just then, the black mist suddenly spread, and a huge leg stepped out. Then the entire flesh giant revealed its body. This giant, towering 70 to 80 meters high, drew gasps from the surrounding people. Some cowardly soldiers even couldn't hold their guns steady. After all, this scene was too terrifying. The giant slowly squatted down, then bent its body forward. At this moment, everyone noticed that on the giant's shoulder sat Cheng. And Cheng jumped down and smilingly nodded at everyone. "Hello, everyone. I'm back." Many people were astonished as the current and King's behavior and movements were no different from an ordinary person's. But her body was still lying on the ambulance, so this was likely her soul. Shouldn't a soul be light and seemingly transparent? What's going on? At that moment, a streak of light flashed, and Zhuan appeared in the midst of everyone. Cheng Hao and the others quickly bowed in respect. Zhuan nodded slightly, and Yan also rushed over. Despite being a little surprised at seeing Cheng, she still ran up, teary-eyed, and hugged her. "Silly Cheng, you scared me to death." And Cheng also felt a little sad but quickly comforted her. "Sister, I'm fine now. And my brother-in-law said, I was lucky for the misfortune. Lucky for the misfortune? Yes. Don't you see that my soul is the same as an ordinary person's? And Qing said with a smile, just a while ago, in the insect realm, Zhu entrapped the escaping insect queen and then killed her. However, the insect queen was firmly bound to the insect realm, so even if she was killed, she would soon revive in that place. That was why she was confident and fearless. But she didn't expect Zuan to let Qing absorb the shattered soul fragments of the insect queen. This completely cut off her chance of rebirth. At the same time, it brought immense benefits to Qing. Condensing her soul into something almost tangible was just one of them. Currently, Qing had actually inherited the innate abilities of the insect queen. If she wanted to, she could also develop a colony of insects. However, Qing was not interested in that. She didn't want to be surrounded by bugs all day long. What about King's body? Yan asked. That's because you've been in a soul state for a long time, accustomed to that light state, so when you suddenly recover, you naturally feel out of place. Zuan said, oh, can I still astral project in the future? Qing asked. Of course. Zhu nodded, then added, anytime. Then what about this giant? Qing pointed at the giant. You can't carry it around with you, Zhu chuckled. You can let it return to the insect clan secret realm, because you have already absorbed the soul of the insect queen. That piece of land now belongs to you. You can go back anytime, and you can summon this giant anytime. Really? That's great. Qing cheered, then patted the giant's head and whispered a few words. The giant nodded, then disappeared in an instant. The black mist in the middle of the insect fairy mountain also gradually dispersed and eventually disappear. The matter of the insect clan was thus concluded. Surprisingly, Qing was the one who benefited the most. Not only did she inherit the talent of the insect queen, but most importantly, she also condensed her soul to be as substantial. Maybe she doesn't understand the usefulness of it now, but one day she will understand the many benefits of a strong soul. Sis, are you still going on a honeymoon? Qing asked. Yan shook her head. No, it's boring. It's more fun to play horror games at home. Qing smirked, mysteriously saying, Sis, let me tell you, if you want to experience real horror, you might as well join us on missions. During this time, we dealt with the Millennium Corpse King, the Juvenile Ghost General, and the Unparalleled Evil Spirit. Each one is top-tier horror, guaranteed to make you feel the thrilling and spine-chilling atmosphere. Yan's face grew paler as she listened. Zhu chuckled beside her and blurted out, your sister is scared even when playing games, let alone going on missions with you. That image is simply unimaginable. Yan raised her eyebrows, teasingly placing her delicate hand on Zuan's waist and gently saying, husband, who's a scaredy cat. With that, Yan pinched a small piece of Zuan's flesh and twisted it counterclockwise. Zuan quickly grimaced, begging for mercy. I didn't mean you, Yanner. Really. I swear on my life. Just as he finished, thunder rumbled faintly in the sky. Zhu squinted, looked up at the clear sky, then softly said, this is none of your business. Stop butting in. As soon as Zuan spoke, the rumbling thunder immediately stopped. He then put on a smile and said to Yan, see, I wasn't talking about you. Yan couldn't help but smile wryly. She knew that Zuan was just pretending, and the pinch didn't hurt at all. Seeing Zhu acting so shamelessly, she could only chuckle and say, you're so annoying. Always playing dumb. Heh. Okay. Don't be mad, Yanner. The scene of the two showering affection on each other made Qing feel uncomfortable standing there, not knowing what to say. She could only glance up at the sky without moving her head. Before she could respond, Nan asked, Auntie, why are you looking at the sky? Oh, nothing. Nan, does the cloud over there look like a piece of dog food? Dog food. Nan looked puzzled, then turned to look. She shook her head. Doesn't look like it. Huh, how do you know it doesn't look like it? A hint of embarrassment appeared on Nan's round face. Then she whispered, Auntie, I'll tell you a secret. But you can't tell anyone. Okay. Because I secretly ate it. Qing widened her eyes, making Nan feel even more embarrassed. She hesitated before saying, is it tasty? Nan was taken aback, not expecting her aunt to ask that. She nodded, then shook her head. It's delicious at first, but not so much if you eat too much. How much did you eat? 1 packet. Qing looked at her sister and niece, who seemed suspicious and whispered to each other in a corner. The whole situation seemed very strange. At that moment, Commander Hu arrived in person. Mr. Zhu. Commander Hu greeted respectfully. Zhu nodded slightly, and Qing, watching from the side, whispered in surprise. Was this the same person who was smiling ingratiatingly at her sister just now? The change was incredible. Thank you for your help with the Phoenix of Fire. Otherwise, the people of Dianzhou might have been in danger. I have prepared some wine as a token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Commander Hu was now completely respectful, with no sign of competitiveness towards the Phoenix of Fire, especially towards Zuan. He was filled with infinite awe. He had witnessed the power of the insect clan, but he never expected that as soon as Zuan appeared, in just 2 days, he had destroyed the insect clan's lair. This showed that Zuan's strength was even more unfathomable than rumor. People were like that. When the difference in strength is minimal, envy and other negative thoughts are easy to arise. But when the difference is too great, all you can feel is admiration. Zuan looked back at the members of the Fire Phoenix who were chatting with the members of the Blood Kiln, then nodded. Very well, I have caused enough trouble. The banquet was far from what Commander Hu had described as a light wine. On the contrary, it was very sumptuous. Almost all of the upper class in Dianzhou had gathered. Everyone wanted to see what the Fire Phoenix, which seemed to be the nation's top power, was like. They also wanted to get to know the unparalleled powerhouse Zuan. However, many would be disappointed. Zuan and the core figures, such as Commander Hu, did not appear in the main hall, but set up a sumptuous feast in a separate VIP room. Commander Hu also thoughtfully ordered some snacks and toys for children. The 2 little girls happily played on the side, and Yan and Qing accompanied them. Commander Hu sighed. Mr. Zhu is really fortunate. Zuan smiled faintly but said nothing. Come, let me toast Mr. Zhu first. This is to thank you on behalf of the tens of millions of people in Dianzhou. Commander Hu said solemnly. Zhu, and nodded, drank in one gulp, then put down the glass and said lightly, Commander Hu is so generous. Is there something you need? Mr. Zhu really has keen insight. Indeed. I do have a request. Zuan waved his hand. Is it about the Blood Kiln? Commander Hu's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Yes. Zhang Chu trembled all over, seemingly not expecting Zuan to say this. He couldn't help but raise his head and say, Mr. Zhu. Zuan waved his hand. I know what you want to say. In fact, the Dao lineage of the Heavenly Master's mansion is quite good. You don't need my help at all. With time, I believe you can train a good army. A surprised look gradually appeared on Zhang Chu's face. He had been feeling lost during this time. The Blood Kiln suffered heavy casualties, and the Dao Mansion's real soldiers were completely wiped out. This made Zhang Chu doubt himself. Did he really have the ability to build a powerful army? So when Commander Hu tactfully suggested asking for Zuan's help, he immediately agreed without hesitation. Now, hearing Zuan's words, he also acknowledged the Dao lineage of the Heavenly Master's mansion. This naturally made the bewildered Zhang Chu feel excited. Mr. Zhu, thank you. I also note that the Heavenly Master's mansion is definitely not lacking. It's all because I am too incompetent, and even the legacy of the Lajin sword was wielded by you. Zhang Chu said with a look of shame. Zuan smiled slightly and changed the subject. Your Blood Kiln, was it trained using the Dao Mansion's real soldier techniques? Yes. But from what I see, it seems to be an incomplete version. Zhang Chu's expression dimmed. The complete version of the Dao Mansion's real soldier techniques was lost during the chaotic period at the end of the Song dynasty. Zhu, and nodded. Although I cannot directly help, I can assist you in completing the Dao Mansion's real soldier techniques. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chu suddenly stood up, walked away, and knelt down. Sir, if you can truly help me complete the lost Dao Mansion's real soldier techniques that have been missing for 1,000 years, I, Zhang Chu, am willing to serve you with utmost loyalty. Zhang Chu was so excited that he didn't know what to say. Zuan shook his head with a light smile. No need for that. After all, the world is becoming more chaotic. Relying solely on a Fire Phoenix would not be enough. To guard the southwestern region of Huaxia, it will depend on your Blood Kiln. Commander Hu was shocked by Zuan's words and then exchanged a startled glance with Zhang Chu. If the future world is truly as Zuan described, it would be an unprecedented and tremendous change. Many old orders would be broken. Thinking of this, Commander Hu also stood up from his seat respectfully and bowed deeply. Thank you for the reminder, sir. Zuan smiled faintly, finished his drink, and then said softly, Come here. Zhang Chu respectfully approached. Zuan lightly tapped his forehead. Jiangchu shuddered all over, feeling a surge of memories in his mind. After pondering for a moment, he couldn't help but feel extremely excited, because the Dao Mansion's real soldier techniques bestowed upon him by Zhu were not only complete, but also enhanced with powerful formations. Although Jiangchu only briefly sensed these formations, he could still feel the immense power they contained. Thank you, sir. In the future, if you have any need, Jiangchu, will willingly face any danger, Jiangchu said solemnly. Zuan just smiled in response. The banquet dispersed. Zuan stayed the night in Yunnan. The next day, he arrived at the Fire Phoenix's camp. As he entered the barracks, Cheng Hao and others immediately stood up to greet him. Instructor, Zhu, and nodded, then looked around at everyone present. No one spoke. They all gazed at Zuan with adoration. After a brief inspection, Zuan smiled slightly. Well done. Cheng Hao and the others breathed a sigh of relief internally. They had never slackened off during these days, constantly striving to improve their cultivation. Finally, they heard a word of praise from Zhu and gestured towards Zhou Danu. Zhou Danu stepped forward confidently. Instructor, Zhu, and patted his arm, nodding approvingly. Surprisingly, Zhou Danu progressed the fastest in cultivation among the Fire Phoenix members. He had already mastered the Undying Vira technique to a high level. Are you injured, Zhu? And asked. Instructor, I was scratched by that big fluttering moth, but I'm completely fine now. Zhou Danu replied innocently. Zhu, and nodded, then suddenly punched Zhou Danu's chest. There was a slight commotion in the crowd, but Cheng Hao and others were full of envy. They knew Zuan wouldn't harm Zhou Danu. It was clearly a method to treat his injury. Indeed, Zhou Danu felt the sharp pain in his chest disappear and was replaced by an unprecedented sense of relief. As Zhou Danu reveled in the feeling, Zuan said sternly, fully display your Undying Vira technique. Upon hearing this command, Zhou Danu immediately activated the technique to its fullest, and his body emitted a brilliant golden light, resembling a golden body arhat. Cheng Hao, Zhu Yi, and others couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Zhou Danu truly deserved to be one of the strongest fighters in the Fire Phoenix solely based on his cultivation level. Zuan smiled slightly. Indeed, show me your punch. With that, he launched a sudden punch. This punch was nowhere near as gentle as the one used to heal Zhou Danu earlier. It carried an intense and powerful momentum. Zhou Danu's pupils constricted. He felt as if Zuan's fist was crashing down like a mountain. However, since Zuan instructed him to exert his full strength, Zhou Danu frantically activated the Undying Vira technique, and the golden light on his body became even more dazzling, approaching a substantial form. At that moment, Zuan's fist arrived. Doom! The fist wind stirred up directly demolished the surrounding walls. The golden light on Zhou Danu's body flickered a few times before shattering with a snap. Danu! Zhu Yi called out in concern. Zuan withdrew his fist, standing with hands behind his back. The Undying Vira withstands no breaking. Breaking is the only way to advance. By shattering your golden light, I can help you advance to the next level more quickly. Hearing Zuan's explanation, everyone understood what had happened and looked at Zhou Danu with admiration. Zhou Danu smiled foolishly. Instructor, I thought you were going to kill me with that punch. I was scared I had done something wrong. Hearing Zhou Danu's words, the whole room burst into laughter. The Kunlun Secret Realm, Qingmu Town. Nowadays, Qingmu Town is no longer the small village it used to be, but has transformed into a large city. In the past, there were daily caravans coming and going from various places in Kunlun. However, since last month, the number of caravans has sharply decreased, and now it's deserted, with not a single caravan in sight. Dian Qingmu sat in the council hall, holding a letter from Jizhou City, looking extremely unhappy. Dian Hua stood by and couldn't help but speak up. Qingmu says, the new city lord of Jizhou City is too arrogant, demanding that Qingmu Town pay all the overdue taxes. But there was never such ridiculous taxes before his appointment. This is blatant extortion. Dian Qingmu remained silent. Yes, Qingmu says, these people are too audacious. Aren't they afraid of retaliation when the immortal master returns? Dian Tia, now grown up and beautiful, couldn't help but speak angrily. Dian Qingmu smiled bitterly upon hearing this. If they were truly afraid, this situation wouldn't have happened. Calculating, it's been more than 2 years since Zuan left Kunlun. In the beginning, everything was normal, and Qingmu Town was thriving. But since last month, everything changed. First, the caravans disappeared. Then there was the forced tax collection. But Bian Qingmu knew that these were just surface issues. Thinking about this, Bian Qingmu couldn't help but recall the letter received a few days ago from Zhu Ryan sent from Kunlun City. The description of the situation sent shivers down Bian Qingmu's spine. The Fire Temple and Zhuanfang Tower, these two emerging forces, have taken control of Kunlun City and have repeatedly threatened that if Zhuan dares to appear, they will eliminate him. This is the true root cause of Qingmu Town's current situation. Without the support of these two major forces, how could the Lord of Jizhou City be so bold? All right, don't say any more. You two go and close the city gates. I will handle these matters. Dian Qingmu ordered. Dian Hui and Bian Qia looked at each other, hesitant, and finally nodded. Yes. The two siblings left the council hall towards the city gates. Along the way, they saw that most of the shops on the street were closed, and the once bustling streets were now deserted. Dian Qia couldn't help but feel irritated. These unscrupulous villains, they all rushed here when we were prosperous. Now at the first sign of trouble, they run off like rabbits. Dian Hui shook his head and sighed lightly. Well, these merchants are like that. It's not worth blaming them. The key now is how to help Qingmu Sis get through this crisis. But how can we help? The amount demanded by the Lord of Jizhou City is unrealistic. He simply wants us dead. Dian Tia said dejectedly. Dian Hui was silent for a moment, knowing his sister was right, and couldn't help but sigh deeply. If only the Immortal Master would return. Who wouldn't agree? These damn guys, only the Immortal Master's return can deal with them. Dian Tia said in frustration. By this time, the two siblings had arrived at the city gates. The soldiers on duty were all listless, chatting in a corner, and even when they saw the two approaching, they showed no intention of getting up. Dian Tia couldn't bear it and walked over. It's time to close the gates. Do it now. A few soldiers glanced at Bian Tia, then lowered their heads to continue chatting. Hey, we're talking to you. Can't you hear? Dian Tia became even more furious. At this point, the leader of the soldiers, Shang Laozhen, looked up and smirked. Miss Bian Tia, my brothers can't even have a meal. How can they have the energy to close the gates? You. Dian Tia was left speechless by the response. Shang Laozhen continued. Last month we were supposed to receive our wages, but till now we haven't seen a single coin. You all are higher cultivators, but we are just ordinary people. Without money, we can't even eat, let alone work. The soldiers under Shang Laozhen voiced their grievances. That's right, we demand our wages. How can this be? You all live a lavish life, while we struggle to eat. Exactly. Dian Tia was just a 14 or 15-year-old girl, inexperienced in such matters, and was left blushing and embarrassed by the soldiers' complaints. At this point, Bian Hui stepped forward, speaking sternly. What are you planning to do? Shang Laozhen, when Qingmu Town was prosperous, you insisted on taking on this job. And in these 2 years, each of you has lined your pockets quite a bit, haven't you? Now that it's been just a month since wages were due, you're here talking nonsense. Don't you have any conscience? Dian Hui's questions made Shang Laozhen's face change rapidly, eventually gritting his teeth and throwing his hat to the ground. I don't understand what you're saying. All I know is that working for money is only fair. Even if our wages are delayed for a day, it's unacceptable. Brothers, Qingmu Town is done for. The Lord of Jizhou City has ordered us to deal with them. We're not doing it anymore. That's right. We're not doing it. With Shang Laozhen's shout, his men all started clamoring, standing up one by one. Seeing this, Bian Hui couldn't help but be filled with anger, drawing his long sword from his waist. I see you've been put up to this, deliberately causing trouble. Oh, dare to draw your sword. Do you really think Shang Laozhen, I am afraid of you all. Brothers, attack. If anything happens, we have the backing of the Lord of Jizhou City. Shang Laozhen sneered. His words confirmed Bian Hui's suspicions. This group had, indeed, betrayed Qingmu Town and become the lackeys of Jizhou City. Dian Hui was furious, wielding his sword, but his cultivation was average, and his strikes didn't even touch Shang Laozhen. Shang Laozhen sneered. Kid, with this limited ability, you dare to challenge me. Shang Laozhen, I'll teach you a lesson today. With that, his hand suddenly enlarged and emitted strong black energy. Black Bear Palm. Shang Laozhen's punch sent Bian Hui's sword flying. Dian Hui staggered back, exclaiming, You have cultivation? Heh. It's all because of the Lord's rewards. Shang Laozhen chuckled arrogantly, grabbing Bian Hui. At the same time, Bian Chia was surrounded by the soldiers. These soldiers, seeing the delicate Bian Chia, all had gleaming eyes, making inappropriate comments while attacking her. These comments made Bian Chia blush with anger, but with slightly better skills than Bian Hua, she was struggling against the soldiers who had higher cultivation levels. In a moment of carelessness, Bian Chia's sword was also knocked away, and a soldier smirked and lunged at her. "What kind of person?" Shang Laozhen and the others exclaimed. A carefree man appeared in midair, with a slight smile. "I am the one who will kill you. Get ready. Attack together." Shang Laozhen was not a fool. From the efficient way this man had just killed someone, he knew that he was no ordinary person, so he immediately made a decision. Dozens of soldiers raised their weapons and charged forward. Sun Ling smiled faintly and disappeared in place, causing all the swords and knives to fall empty. Sout! A muffled sound. Another soldier's neck was cut by a dagger, blood mixing with the gas remaining in his trachea, making a gurgling sound. Shang Laozhen felt a chill run down his spine. This man was elusive, almost like a ghost. His group was clearly no match for him. Shang Laozhen had the urge to retreat, wanting to slip away quietly. However, at that moment, a group of people approached from outside the city gate, led by Cheng Hao. Upon seeing the situation, he frowned slightly. "Sun Ling, stop playing around. The instructor is bringing the young ladies here soon. It's not good for them to see this bloodshed." "Hehe. Got it." Sun Ling's laughter came from the void, and then his attack suddenly intensified. Plop plop plop. After several screams, the remaining soldiers were all killed. Shang Laozhen was frightened, feeling the fear of Sun Ling's elusive attacks. He gritted his teeth and turned to run outside. Staying there meant certain death. Perhaps these newcomers were not as formidable. Holding on to this hope, Shang Laozhen roared, "Anyone who blocks me dies." Activating his black bear palm technique with all his might, a black aura enveloped his hands, creating an imposing presence. Sun Ling's figure appeared, standing in place, watching quietly with his arms crossed, not pursuing. Shang Laozhen was relieved. As long as this elusive man didn't chase him, his chances of survival would greatly increase. However, he failed to notice the cunning smile in Sun Ling's eyes, as if he was watching a desperate beast walk into a trap. "Get out of the way." Seeing the bystanders not moving, Shang Laozhen, feeling anxious, yelled and struck out with a palm. The black bear palm was a rudimentary martial art, but in Shang Laozhen's hands it carried some power. He was quite satisfied with the force behind that palm strike, a smug smile forming on his face. However, that smile froze on his face as a golden figure appeared in front of him. The black bear palm struck the man's chest directly, but it felt like hitting a rock. Crack! Shang Laozhen's wrist was abruptly broken, while the man didn't budge, just grinning. "Is this the strength of Kunlun's soldiers? You haven't even scratched my protective golden light." Feeling both pain and fear, Shang Laozhen shouted, "Who are you people?" "I am the subordinate of the Lord of Jizhou City." "You." Zhou Danu clapped his hand, smashing Shang Laozhen's head, then said, "Why shout so loudly? My head is aching from the nose." Hua and Bian Tia stared dumbfounded at the scene. From the first soldier being killed to Shang Laozhen having his head smashed, it all happened within a short time. Who were these people? They wondered. Cheng Hao waved his hand. "Clean up the bodies." Immediately, people began tidying up the scene. Cheng Hao stepped forward, smiling slightly. "Hello, is this Qingmu town?" Hua hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, this is Qingmu town. Who are you people?" "We are the Fire Phoenix Special Forces." "Fire Phoenix Special Forces?" Hua and Bian Tia exchanged glances, noticing the skepticism in each other's eyes. "Why are you here?" Hua asked solemnly. Cheng Hao smiled and said, "You must be the Bian siblings. Our instructor instructed us to come here first and coincidentally witnessed the scene just now, so we took action to eliminate these soldiers." "The instructor? Our instructor is Zuan," Cheng Hao said solemnly. Upon hearing this name, Bian Hua and Bian Chia were shocked. Then Bian Chia exclaimed in delight, "It's Master Immortal. Master Immortal has finally returned." Cheng Hao was taken aback. Master Immortal? Well, that title seemed quite fitting. As Zuan led his family into Qingmu town, Bian Qingmu had just received the news and hurriedly led his people to greet them. "Master Immortal." Bian Qingmu's joyful shout abruptly stopped. She saw Zhu, and standing beside a stunningly beautiful woman named Anyan. The two of them together looked like immortal companions. Bian Qingmu was momentarily stunned, then quickly composed herself and solemnly said, "Master Immortal, Madam." Zuan smiled slightly. "Just call me Zuan. Master Immortal makes me sound like an old man." Bian Qingmu's tension eased upon hearing this and she smiled. "Yes, Mr. Zhu." She then noticed Zhu Xiang and Zunan standing nearby with looks of curiosity on their faces, and her eyes lit up. What a lovely pair of young girls. These must be Mr. Zhu's daughters. In their journey to the Kunlun secret realm for special training, Zuan had brought Enyan and the two daughters along. They had arrived a day earlier, taking a detour through the Kunlun Mountains, where they fought and killed several powerful demons before heading to Qingmu Town. This led to the scene at the city gate. Inside the council chamber, Zuan sat at the head of the table while someone brought various fresh fruits. Dian Tia intentionally brought some to the two young girls. "Young ladies, have a taste. These are special fruits from Qingmu Town," Dian Tia said with a beaming smile. "Thank you, sister." Zhu Xiang and Zunan didn't hesitate to pick them up and eat. The term sister made Bian Qian smile even brighter. Zuan looked at the few people in the council chamber. "What's going on?" Dian Qingmu gave a wry smile and was about to speak when Bian Tia, looking aggrieved, said, "Master Immortal, it's those villains' fault. They deliberately bullied Qingmu." Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly, then smiled faintly. "Oh, tell us what happened, Shaoshan." Ultimately, through Bian Qian's narration, Zuan learned about the current situation in Qingmu Town. Speaking of these, Bian Qingmu couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted. Over the past year, the Fire Palace and the Dark Wine Tower, two emerging sects, have swept through more than half of the Kunlun secret realm with an unstoppable force, destroying many long-standing major sects and killing numerous renowned experts. This kind of rapid growth is enough to prove the terrifying strength of these two sects. Moreover, these two sects have repeatedly declared that if Zuan dares to return, they will definitely kill him. Dian Qingmu admires Zuan's strength, but this time, he is facing two sects whose strength is no less than that of the peak period of the Immortal Palace. Bian Qingmu always feels a bit unsure. However, upon hearing this, Zuan smiled. "Interesting." Then he turned to Cheng Hao and others and said, "Our trip to the Kunlun secret realm was for your special training. Now that we have a ready whetstone, we will set off tomorrow." "Yes." Cheng Hao and the others bowed in unison, their voices shaking the roof tiles. Bian Qingmu looked at the members of the Fierce Fire Phoenix group and couldn't help but shudder. A whetstone. In the eyes of the master, are these two behemoths that have stirred up the winds and clouds of Kunlun merely two whetstones? At this time, Bian Tia couldn't help but ask, "Master, where are we going tomorrow? Since our lord has requested to collect the taxes, we must give him face." "Let's go to Jizhou first," Zuan said, indifferently. Jizhou City. Jia Yingfa has been in a good mood these past 2 days. Ever since he got involved with the Fire Palace, Jia Yingfa has felt that his fortunes have turned. How else could he have become the lord of Jizhou City? "Has the tax from Qingmu Town arrived?" Jia Yingfa asked. Replying to the lower, "Not yet." "Nonsense." Jia Yingfa slammed the table. "I issued an official letter, ordering them to pay the overdue taxes within 3 days. Tomorrow is the 3rd day, and there is not a single soul to be seen now. It just goes to show that Qingmu Town does not even acknowledge me as the city lord." Jia Yingfa furiously raged, then said coldly, "If they don't come tomorrow, send people to wipe out this insignificant Qingmu Town." "Yes." Jia Yingfa waved his hand, and his attendants left. Jia Yingfa then put on a fawning expression, quickly tiptoed to a room behind him, and knelt down with a thud. "Disciple pays respects to the hall master. Get up." Jia Yingfa stood up, nodded and bowed, saying, "To report to the hall master, until today, the people of Qingmu Town have not come. I estimate that they definitely won't come tomorrow." The hall master of the Fire Temple, Du Bing, put down his teacup and chuckled. "Very good, you've done well. I will report to the temple lord later." Jia Yingfa was overjoyed. "Thank you for your guidance, Lord Hall Master. I have already issued an order that if the people of Qingmu Town do not arrive by tomorrow, we will immediately send someone to annihilate the town." Du Bing nodded, then lowered his voice. "I heard that the mayor of Qingmu Town is a woman." Jia Yingfa's eyes lit up. Whispered, "Hall Master, the mayor of Qingmu Town, Bian Qingmu, is a well-known woman in the eastern territory of Kunlun. Beautiful, and I heard that her sister named Bian Tia is also in her blooming years, exceptionally beautiful." Du Bing coughed lightly. "I think these two women must know some secrets about Zuan. Don't harm them first, Bring them to me for interrogation. Hall Master, rest assured, I will handle this matter properly. Du Bing patted Jia Yingfa's shoulder with satisfaction. Very good. You have potential. You will likely become a Hall Master in the future. You may leave. Yes. Jia Yingfa walked out of the room, feeling 3 parts lighter in his bones, floating in his body. He was just a temple incense burner for the fire temple, but he was already the lord of a city. If he really became the Hall Master, wouldn't that mean wealth, glory, and immortality at his fingertips? Thinking about it, Jia Yingfa felt that Qingmu Town was the key to his good life in the future. He must handle this matter well. Jia Yingfa made up his mind. That night, he assembled many of his elite men and detailed various plans. At the same time, Jia Yingfa issued a strict order. Capture Bian Qingmu and Bian Tiao alive at all costs. By the time everything was prepared, it was already noon the next day, and Jia Yingfa was about to set out. The steward rushed in anxiously, with a strange expression on his face. My lord, the people from Qingmu Town have arrived. Jia Yingfa widened his eyes. How many people have come? Quite a lot. They said they came to pay their taxes. Jia Yingfa was dumbfounded. He had just wanted an excuse to conquer Qingmu Town, so he had blurted out an excessively high number. He didn't expect them to actually gather that amount. After pondering for a moment, Jia Yingfa said with a serious tone, Let's go and see. Jia Yingfa walked to the front. Sure enough, he saw many people standing in front of the mansion gate. Jia Yingfa cleared his throat, slowly walked to the steps in front of the gate, glanced at the crowd below, and then said, in a deep voice, Are all of you from Qingmu Town? Bian Qingmu was talking to Zuan. Upon hearing the shout, she looked up and saw Jia Yingfa, biting her lip involuntarily. Sir, this is the Lord of Jizhou City. Jia Yingfa also saw Bian Qingmu at this moment and sneered slightly. Mayor Bian, you delivered it right on the last day, as promised. You arrived just in time at the last minute. Are you looking down on my Jizhou City? Before Bian Qingmu could speak, Zuan stepped forward. And who are you? Me. Jia Yingfa arrogantly raised his head. I am the Lord of Jizhou City. Kid, you ask who I am, then who are you? Oh, so you are the Lord of Jizhou City. In that case, forcing Qingmu Town to pay taxes was also your doing. What do you mean forcing? They should have paid it anyway. Nonsense. Bian Hua couldn't take it anymore and jumped up. You forced Qingmu Town to pay taxes for the entire Jizhou region. You're still saying we should. Jia Yingfa's face darkened at being scolded and coldly said, Mayor Bian, it seems like you've come looking for trouble. Zuan smiled at this and shook his head. You're wrong. We're not here to cause trouble but to kill. Zuan's words just fell. At this moment, a ripple appeared in the space behind him, and a hand holding a dagger reached out, ready to cut off Jia Yingfa's head. Just then, someone shouted, Who dares to harm people? As they spoke, more than 10 people rushed over, with the leader punching out. Dang. Sun Ling had to emerge from the void to avoid this punch. These were the experts hired by Jia Yingfa for a high price, his greatest reliance. As soon as these people appeared, Jia Yingfa's posture straightened, and he exclaimed in hatred, The people of Qingmu Town are openly conspiring. They must be killed without mercy. Yes. All these guards had impressive cultivation levels, and after hearing Jia Yingfa's words, they all rushed forward. In their eyes, even though Chang Hao and the others had high cultivation levels, they were just scattered immortals, not even worth mentioning. So they all underestimated the enemy. But once they engaged, the guards were dumbfounded. Even though Chang Hao and the others currently had lower cultivation levels, they had honed their skills through blood and fire, especially excelling in teamwork. As soon as they came into contact, they were trapped in a siege of the Phoenix of Fire. Moreover, these people's martial arts were inexplicably eerie and tricky. Even though they had high cultivation levels, they were at a loss. Fuck. Dare to come out and fight me head-on. A guard was provoked by the elusive Sun Ling and couldn't help but shout angrily. Before he knew it, Zhou Danu suddenly rushed over, shining with golden light all over, and threw a punch. The guard didn't take it seriously and tried to block with his own punch. Crack! Zhou Danu smashed the guard's arm to pieces. Just as the guard let out a painful roar, a black dagger ended his life. Sun Ling's figure emerged, sneered at Zhou Danu, then leapt back into the void. Zhou Danu scratched his head, chuckling dumbly. Just then, a sword-bearing guard took advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack, slashing a sword on Zhou Danu's back. What he thought would be a fatal blow only caused the protective golden light to flicker a few times. Then Zhou Danu turned around to look at the guard, who was full of astonishment. The instructor said, "None of you will survive today." Zhou Danu lifted a fist the size of a sand pot and slammed it directly. The guard tried to block with his sword, but Zhou Danu's punch sent him flying. When he landed on the ground, he was already coughing up blood and dead. With Zhou Danu and Cheng Hao present, the guards quickly began to thin out. In a matter of moments, 7 or 8 were dead. The remaining guards were so frightened that they turned and tried to flee, but Cheng Hao and the others would not let them go and charged forward. In a blink of an eye, all the guards were killed. Bodies lay scattered on the ground, and blood stained the green stone piles in front of the mansion gate. Jie Yingfa had long fled into the mansion to seek reinforcements. "Master, Master, something bad has happened. People from Qingmu town have invaded." Jie Yingfa shouted for help. The lord of the fire temple, Du Bing, came out of his room upon hearing the commotion, his brow furrowed upon seeing the panicked Jie Yingfa. "What's all the shouting about?" "Master, people from Qingmu town have invaded. They are rebelling. If I hadn't run fast, I might have been killed by now too." Jie Yingfa exclaimed in distress. "Rebelling?" Du Bing laughed heartily. "Just a small Qingmu town. Jie Yingfa, you are too timid. Let me deal with these guys." With that, Du Bing was about to step out. Just then, a calm voice rang out. "Are you from the fire temple?" Du Bing paused, looking up to see Zuin slowly approaching. When he got closer, Zuin stopped, smiling slightly. "Chan Sheng? No wonder this Jie Yingfa is so bold." Du Bing's expression gradually became serious. "Who are you?" "Me." Zuin smiled faintly. "Haven't you been looking for me all along? Always talking about wanting to kill me." Du Bing trembled, exclaiming in disbelief, "Zuan, it's you." Zuan nodded slightly. Du Bing's heart sank. As for Jie Yingfa, he was trembling with fear. Though Zuan's current reputation had declined significantly, his past deeds were still remembered by many. Never did he expect the arrival of this god of slaughter. Du Bing sneered, "Zuan, you really dare to show up? Don't you know that both our fire temple and Zhuanfeng Tower have been looking for you? So what? Zuan, don't think you're so great just because you destroyed the immortal palace back then. The power of our temple's lord far surpasses that of the former immortal palace lord. Let me tell you, if you touch anyone from the fire temple, you're as good as dead." Du Bing said threateningly. In truth, he was feeling quite anxious. How could he handle Zuan alone? That's why he wanted to bring out the fire temple to make Zhu and fear them. But his plans fell through. Zuan chuckled at his words. "What a coincidence. Actually, I've been looking for the fire temple too. Now that you're here, I saved myself a lot of trouble." Du Bing was puzzled, about to say something when Zuan suddenly flashed forward, grabbing his neck and lifting him into the air. Enraged, Du Bing tried to struggle, but to his horror, he found he couldn't even move a muscle in Zuan's grip. Jie Yingfa watched in horror. How is this possible? The lord was a Chanshen level cultivator. Yet Zuan easily controlled him. As Zuan raised his head to look at Du Bing, who was turning purple, he calmly said, "Don't count on your manufactured longevity. Even if you were a true Changshen, to me, you're nothing more than swine and dogs." Upon hearing this, Du Bing trembled all over, his face showing an expression of disbelief. Then Zuan smiled faintly. "I know your divine sense should be able to see, so I'm telling you now, wash your neck, wait for me to come and kill you." With that, Zuan exerted force. Snap. Du Bing's neck was snapped. His round head rolled to Jie Yingfa's feet. Jie Yingfa was now so trembling he could barely stand, a stench of urine emanating from him. He suddenly realized how foolish he had been. He had once thought the master who could conquer all battles, but in the presence of this man, couldn't even struggle and was killed on the spot. How ridiculous to have regarded him as a deity. Zhu, and glanced at Jie Yingfa, shook his head, and then turned and walked away. Killing such a person would only dirty his hands. Jie Yingfa breathed a sigh of relief. He was fortunate not to die, but as the thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain stabbed his back. He looked down and saw a long sword protruding from his chest. Jie Yingfa never expected that he would die in the hands of a young girl. Feeling unwilling, he let out a roar and reached out to grab Dian Tia. Dian Tia, feeling afraid, took a step back. Just then, Jie Yingfa's upper body exploded. As blood and flesh splattered, Zhou Danu withdrew his fist. Ziyi helplessly remarked, "I told you not to use so much force. Now look, the little girl got splattered with blood." Zhou Danu, feeling apologetic, smiled at Biantia. Biantia felt both amused and tearful, but she also understood that Joe Danu was trying to save her, so she couldn't help but say, "Thank you, Danu brother." Joe Danu blushed, muttered something in response, and quickly walked away. The entire battle, from start to finish, lasted only the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Including the Hall Master of the Fire King Temple, all had perished. Zuan stood in front of the Lord's Manor, watching the Fire Phoenix members, covered in blood but with high morale, and couldn't help nodding in satisfaction. The spiritual energy in the Kunlun secret realm was much richer than on Earth. The members of the Fire Phoenix felt right at home here, and many of them experienced progress in their cultivation within just a few days. This wasn't because they were all geniuses, but because their cultivation levels had already reached a certain point. It was just that Earth's scarce spiritual energy required slow accumulation to achieve a breakthrough. The abundant spiritual energy in the Kunlun secret realm helped them save a lot of time. So, practicing here for a day was more effective than practicing for 10 days on Earth. The Fire Phoenix members were driven almost to madness, practicing day and night with red eyes. This made it easy for them to defeat the experts from the governor's manor in this battle. Dian Qingmu felt amazed, particularly by the tactical skills displayed by Cheng Ha and others, which greatly impressed her. Before today, she didn't know battles could be fought like this. Instructor, all members of the Fire Phoenix eliminated 38 enemies without any casualties. Please give instructions. Cheng Ha puffed up proudly and said. Zuan smiled faintly. Very good, but this is just the appetizer. The real challenge lies ahead. Do you have confidence? Yes. All right then. Let's go. This time, Zhu, and pointed towards Kunlun City. In the Fire King Temple within Kunlun City, the Hall Master of the Fire Temple suddenly woke from slumber. Slowly sitting up, he called out, "Someone, my lord." A voice responded from the darkness. "Spread the word. Reinforce the defenses. That person has returned." Understood. After the others left, the Fire King Temple's Hall Master, with an imposing demeanor resembling an emperor, flickered his gaze. Just as Zuan expected, he could sense everything through a trace of divine awareness embedded in the minds of the Hall Masters. Therefore, he also heard Zuan's words. To see through Dubing and the others at a glance, you indeed possess some skills. The Hall Master murmured softly to himself. The eyes of the colossal statue illuminated by fire behind him seemed to flicker with flames. This was an extremely luxurious room, adorned with cloud veil fabric that was used for exquisite clothing as decoration. A hint of faint green smoke wafted from the five-element, refined gold incense burner, filling the room with a subtle and elegant fragrance, making one forget the mundane. A beautiful woman entered the room and bowed, saying, "Madam, there are movements in the Fire King Temple. They seem to be strengthening their defenses." After a moment of silence, the laughter of the woman behind the light veil-covered bed could be heard. Heh. This Lei Shuo is restless. Does this mean that Zuan, who destroyed the immortal palace, has returned? No one dared to speak since the last woman who spoke out of turn was now rotting. A thote, seemingly carved from jade, slowly emerged and stepped on the warm stool in front of the bed. Subsequently, a graceful figure appeared behind the light curtain. Though her face was not visible, just a silhouette was enough to make one's blood boil. Yet the women lowered their heads even further, none daring to raise them freely. Spread the word. Carefully gather information. I want to know when this Zuan entered Kunlun, and I want his detailed background. Yes. The calm waters of Kunlun City began to churn once more. However, Zhu Ran was not quite aware of these changes. She hardly left her residence now, spending her days practicing the cultivation techniques Su and had taught her. It wasn't that she didn't want to go out, she simply couldn't anymore. As someone who had been by Zuan's side, she was now under close surveillance by the Fire King Temple and the Zhuanfeng Tower, essentially placed under house arrest. The sound of tapping on the window startled Zhu Ran from her deep meditation. Looking up, she saw her senior sister Lu Zunshu, hesitated for a moment, then opened the door. Senior sister. Lu Zunshu looked embarrassed and stepped aside, revealing the figures of Zhu Lei and others behind her. At the sight of these people, Zhu Ryan's expression turned grim. Senior sister, what are you? Zhu Lei smiled faintly. Junior sister Ryan, don't blame Zunshu. It was my idea for her to do this. What do you want? Zhu Ryan asked in a deep voice. Ryan, junior sister, are you no longer even going to call me senior brother? Zhu Ryan coldly replied. You're not worthy. Zhu Lei sighed softly, Well then, I am not here for any other purpose. If you hand over the cultivation techniques Zhu and taught you, I will leave immediately. What do you say? No way. Ryan, junior sister, let me call you junior sister one last time. Do you still not understand the principle of the innocent suffer for the guilty? Zuan has already taken over Kunlun with the Fire King Temple and Zhuanfang Tower. He won't be coming back. I promise, as long as you teach me the techniques, I can ensure your safety. How can you guarantee that? By making me kneel before the people of the Fire King Temple or Zhuanfang Tower. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Zhu Ryan said in a cold voice. Zhu Lei's expression turned ugly. Ryan, you are being stubborn. He won't come back, and even if he does, he will meet a certain death. If you continue like this, you might soon have no place to bury your body. Heh, are you still afraid? What? Do you want to use the techniques I know to study countermeasures against him? Let me tell you, Zhu Lei, that's impossible. Even if I die, I won't betray him. Zhu Ryan's expression was as calm as water. Zhu Lei's demeanor finally turned cold, and he sneered, all right, since you are so obstinate, I have nothing more to say. But, as a woman, there are many things more dreadful than death awaiting you. With that, Zhu Lei turned and left. Zhu Ryan gripped the door frame tightly, her fingers turning pale from exertion. Lu Zenshu sighed deeply. Junior sister, please. Miss Lu. Leave, Zhu Ryan said, closing the door behind her. Lu Zenshu stood in silence for a long time, let out a deep sigh, turned around, and left. Zhu Ryan leaned against the door, listening to the fading footsteps outside, before slowly sliding to the ground and silently weeping. In these days, the pressures from various sides had almost made her collapse. Zhun Lei's sinister intentions, the watchful eyes of the Huang Palace's mysterious wine tower, and the ridicule from the outside world all made Zhu Ryan suffer. She knew what these people wanted. They all wanted to use her to deal with Zuan, so she couldn't fall. But it was really tiring. There was a time when Lu Zenshu quietly supported her. But today, even Lu Zenshu had betrayed her. However, Zhu Ryan did not resent her. Seeking advantage and avoiding harm was just human nature. As a senior sister, she had already done enough. Her apparent cutting off of ties was just to prevent her from being dragged down with her. After crying for a while, Zhu Ryan slowly stood up and sat in front of the dressing table. There were tear stains on the woman's face in the bronze mirror, but she still looked as charming as a flower. As she stared at herself, Zhu Ryan couldn't help but feel a little foolish, murmuring to herself, Sir, when will you come back? Ryan is so tired, I'm afraid I can't hold on anymore. Saying this, Zhu Ryan forced a smile, but large tears fell silently. After a while, Zhu Ryan wiped away her tears, and a resolute and icy light gradually appeared in her eyes. Night fell. To deep night enveloped the small room. Zhu Ryan lightly touched her vermilion lips, secured the final hairpin, and then looked blankly at herself in the mirror. At this moment, Zhu Ryan, dressed to the nines with a touch of makeup, looked even more stunning. After a while, Zhu Ryan extended her hand and gently touched her reflection in the mirror. The cold bronze mirror made her fingers slightly chilly, and with a light stroke, the heavy bronze mirror shattered into pieces, something that would surely astonish anyone present. Immortal peak. In just 2 years, the once weak woman had already reached the peak of immortality. Such progress could be considered shocking among the Kunlun sect. Of course, this was also because Zuan had given her the essence and blood of the former master of the Immortal Palace, Fu Wulian, when he was killed. But this also proved that the cultivation technique Zhu Ryan had practiced was profound enough, otherwise breaking through the barrier to immortality wouldn't have been so easy. This was the reason why Zhang Lei and others were so envious. After a long silence, Zhu Ryan stood up and walked out of the room. Several men were gathered at the door chatting. When they saw Zhu Ryan dressed up, they were all stunned. Zhu Ryan walked straight over and said softly, "Take me to see Brother Zhu." Her voice was clear and cold. The leader of the men trembled all over, then quickly nodded. "All right, I'll make arrangements." He turned and went to prepare, and a carriage was brought over shortly after. "Miss Ryan, please." Zhu Ryan lifted her skirt gracefully and elegantly stepped into the carriage, and as the curtain fell behind her, the men looked at each other with knowing smiles. "Did you see that? This woman was so arrogant earlier, even scolding young Master Zhu this morning. And look at her now, submitting obediently. Heh. This lady is truly beautiful. No wonder young Master Zhu is unwilling to harm her." If it were me, I would keep her for my enjoyment. Ha ha, but you might not have the chance. A woman like her is beyond our reach. Well, we can still dream, can we? Even the most beautiful woman is still afraid of death, right? The conversation among these men took on a vulgar and distasteful tone, occasionally punctuated by silver laughter echoing far into the quiet night. Meanwhile, Chu Ran inside the carriage sat silently, her hands tightly clenched within her sleeves. The carriage quickly arrived at a bustling location. Surprisingly, it was the famous and luxurious Golden Hairpin Pavilion in Kunlun City, the Frowning Pavilion. The name alone exuded a sense of feminine charm. Miss Ryan, we have arrived. Young Master Ju is inside. Ju Ryan nodded, expressionless, and alighted from the carriage, following the attendant's lead inside. Wherever she walked, there was silence. The pleasure-seeking guests were all mesmerized by her stunning beauty, forgetting their drinks. Even the coquettish women who had been flirting with guests were stunned. It wasn't until her figure disappeared that they seemed to snap out of their trance and return to normal. Who was that woman just now, so beautiful? I think she's even prettier than courtesan Pei from the Frowning Pavilion. Shh, I recognize that woman. Isn't that Ju Ryan? Sighs were heard as Ju Ryan's name was mentioned, followed by expressions of regret. It's a pity that the once heroic Zuan, in just 2 years, has dispersed like wind and rain, unable to even protect his closest confidant. It's not too bad, she held on for several months at least. TSK, I'm afraid that once she leaves, she become a plaything for many. Although these whispered comments were intentionally subdued, they still reached Ju Ryan's ears from time to time. She lowered her head gently, allowing her green silk hair to shield her eyes. She ascended the stairs and approached an outside private room. Miss Ryan, young Master Ju is currently drinking inside with the Azure Dragon young master from Zhuanfang Tower. Should I inform them of your arrival? Ju Ryan shook her head and entered the room. In the lushly furnished room, Ju Lei was sitting with his head bowed, attentively accompanying a handsome and proud-looking young man in his 20s, drinking. Several beautiful women were by their side. Upon Ju Ryan's entrance, all eyes turned towards her. Ju Lei was momentarily surprised. Ryan? Ju Ryan remained silent, while the cart driver who had guided her signaled to Ju Lei. Understanding the signal, Ju Lei's face revealed a smug smile, before turning to the Azure Dragon young master with astonishment. Young master, this is my junior sister, Miss Ju Ryan. The Azure Dragon's eyes flickered with greed as he scrutinized Ju Ryan from head to toe. With a faint smile, he arrogantly said, Ju Ryan, I know of you. Come man, sit down. Ju Lei nodded, bowed, and was about to intercede. But Ju Ryan slowly walked over and took a seat next to the Azure Dragon. Ju Lei felt a surge of joy. He had gained a strong foothold in Kunlun City due to his quick thinking at the time, embracing the Azure Dragon young master as a significant ally. The Azure Dragon young master had always been intrigued by Ju Ryan and her cultivation technique. That's why Ju Lei had been urging Ju Ryan so fervently. But all his efforts had been in vain. Even this morning, he had been humiliated. King Long raised his cup in hand, playfully looking at Ju Ryan. Miss Ryan, your reputation is well-deserved. Truly exquisite beauty. Ju Ryan remained silent for a moment. Thank you for your compliments, young master. Come, have this drink. King Long handed over a cup of wine. Ju Ryan trembled slightly, then extended her delicate hand to take the cup, and drank it all in one go. Good capacity for alcohol. King Long clapped his hands in admiration. I heard Miss Ryan originally came from a place of fireworks. I didn't believe it until today, when I saw her drinking ability. Then I knew the rumors were true. This sentence was sharp and harsh to hear. Ju Ryan's face turned slightly pale, but she just softly replied, young master is joking. Ju Lei, wanting to defuse the situation, quickly smiled and said, Sir, my junior sister had to enter that place of fireworks due to her family's circumstances and emerged pure and untainted. The way Ju Lei flattered others about his junior sister being pure and untainted was ridiculous. However, Ju Ryan simply lowered her head without saying a word. King Long suddenly became inexplicably angry, speaking coldly, emerging pure and untainted. Ha! I don't believe any woman in this world can resist various temptations. What purity! It's all just deceiving the world with a false reputation. And following him for so long, I reckon she must have with her and faded. Ju Lei hesitated for a moment, then bowed and said, Yes. When he left, he gently closed the door behind him. Now, Only King Long and Ju Ryan remained in the room. Pour wine. Ju Ryan obediently picked up the wine jug and filled a cupful. King Long accepted it and drank it all. The room fell into silence. Ju Ryan poured wine. King Long drank. It was unknown how much time had passed. In any case, over a dozen wine jugs were empty. King Long was beginning to look a little tipsy, reclining on a soft couch in the room and gesturing, "Come here." Ju Ryan rose silently, her hands naturally hanging down, a short sword concealed in her sleeve now in her left hand. This was a good opportunity. King Long was now drunk, so as long as she got close to him and launched a sudden attack, even if he was immortal, she could still kill him. If she killed this person, then her own death would be worthwhile. Thinking this, Ju Ryan slowly approached the soft couch, but just as she entered the range to strike, King Long casually remarked, "You're quite composed." Ju Ryan was taken aback. "I bet your right hand hidden in your sleeve is clutching a short sword." Ju Ryan's face paled slightly, but she only replied softly, "Young master jests." Yet in that moment, Ju Ryan suddenly struck, her short sword flashing like a stream of light, aiming directly at King Long. A peak-level Celestial's full-force attack was not to be underestimated. But King Long didn't move at all, sitting there with a hint of mockery, watching as the short sword almost reached his face. Just then, Ju Ryan felt darkness descend before her. Her surging cultivation suddenly receded like a tide. With a thud, Ju Ryan fell to the ground, the short sword clattering down as well. King Long sat up, peering down at Ju Ryan lying helplessly on the ground, unable to move a finger, and smiled faintly. "I'm curious, what technique allowed a weak woman like you to reach the level of Celestial in just 2 years, and still be willing to assassinate an immortal without revealing it?" Ju Ryan had no strength to speak, mustering all her effort to raise her head and glare angrily at King Long. "Are you wondering what happened?" King Long said. Ju Ryan glared back. King Long chuckled and explained, "In the drink you consumed, there was something called fairy's laughter. It's not poison, but it can make cultivators below the immortal rank lose an hour of their cultivation." Ju Ryan's heart sank slowly. "An hour." King Long sighed lightly. Enough time for a couple to do a lot of things in a room at a brothel. Especially, King Long picked up the short sword from the ground, tracing it on Ju Ryan's face. "You're still so beautiful." Ju Ryan's pupils slightly contracted, for at this moment, King Long seemed deranged, acting like a madman. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not crazy. I just..." King Long grinned. Then in a flash, the short sword pierced through Ju Ryan's hand, directly nailing it to the floor. Blood immediately stained the ground, causing Ju Ryan to tremble in pain. "I just hate pretty sluts like you." King Long sneered, holding a dagger and slowly rotating it. Despite shivering with pain, Ju Ryan's face remained almost expressionless, even gazing back at King Long with eyes that bordered on calmness. Why are you looking at me like that, you bastard? Aren't you supposed to be afraid and beg for mercy?" Ju Ryan's gaze completely infuriated King Long. He grabbed her hair and ruthlessly slammed her head against the floor. Thud, thud, thud. After a few blows, blood trickled down Ju Ryan's forehead, yet she remained unflinching, showing a hint of compassion in her eyes. "What kind of look is that? Are you pitying me? You damn bastard. Shouldn't you be scared and begging for mercy from me?" Ju Ryan's eyes seemed to drive King Long to madness. He angrily pulled out the short sword and held it against her throat. "You call me a wimp? Ha! You worthless woman, I will torture you inch by inch. I don't believe you won't beg for mercy." Just then, the street-facing window shattered, and a woman rushed in, wielding a few silver needles. King Long dodged the needles as the woman grabbed Ju Ryan from the ground, then fled. King Long sneered, "Trying to save someone? Then you can stay too." With that, he struck out with a palm. The woman was no match for King Long and was hit in the back. Injured but not giving up, she used the momentum to escape. They reached the window, almost about to break out, when a thin curtain of light blocked their way. The woman was pushed back by the light screen, and before she could react, King Long delivered a powerful kick. Yes, rushing in to save the woman known as Ju Ryan was Lu Zonshu. She had been hiding from a distance, secretly observing everything happening inside through her secret techniques. When she saw Ju Ryan about to die under the sword, she couldn't hold back any longer and bravely rushed in, trying to rescue Ju Ryan from under King Long's control. Unfortunately, the power gap was too great. It couldn't be compensated for with willpower or anything else. At this moment, lying in a pool of blood, Lu Zenshu subtly smiled at Zhou Ryan. Silly girl, when I went to find you at night and discovered you had already left, I knew what you were planning. Zhou Ryan's face was covered in tears, trying to speak but unable to. King Long applauded and praised. TSK. The sisterly bond is truly deep, it almost moves me. With that, King Long raised his hand, and the dagger was directly nailed to Lu Zenshu's shoulder. Lu Zenshu let out a low groan of pain. Zhou Ryan was almost going crazy, trembling all over, trying to crawl over, but the power of the enchantment immobilized her, and she could only watch with tears streaming down her face. King Long slowly walked over to Lu Zenshu, crouched down, and looked at her. I'm puzzled. Didn't you have a not-so-good relationship with this Zhou Ryan? Why would you risk your life to save her? Because I am her senior sister. Lu Zenshu, pale but fearless, looked at King Long. This answer clearly angered King Long, and his face gradually darkened. Very well. Since that's the case, then I will help you. Saying that, King Long suddenly pulled out the dagger and stabbed again. This time it hit the elbow joint. The blade cut through the bones, making a grating sound, and then deeply embedded into the wooden bore. The excruciating pain made Lu Zenshu let out a few low groans. Why? Why do you bastards all want to provoke me like this? I will crush your bones one by one. King Long roared, trying to pull out the dagger, but finding it stuck in the bones, he kicked Lu Zenshu's arm with his foot, forcefully pulling it out from inside. Then he slowly began to cut Lu Zenshu's arm. The sound of flesh being cut open made one's scalp tingle. Lu Zenshu lay on the ground, speaking softly to Zhou Ryan, who was already tearful and trembling nearby. Close your eyes. Don't watch. Zhou Ryan's eyes gradually filled with tears of blood. The strong smell of blood wafted from the room. Chu Lei, who was hiding outside, looked pale. He had heard the screams just now. He wanted to go in, but his rationality told him that if he went in, Lord King Long might kill him. In the Xuanfeng building, King Long's ferocity and quick temper were well known. He could only silently find excuses for himself. Anyway, this Zhou Ryan is definitely going to die. Dead or to die, at the hands of Lord King Long, it could be a stepping stone for me. Just as he was thinking this, a gentle voice came. Excuse me, is Miss Zhou Ryan inside? Chu Lei looked up and saw a stunning beauty leading to delicate young girls standing nearby, talking to him. The beauty's appearance and aura exceeded Chu Lei's imagination. He stammered, "Who are you? What do you want with Ryan?" The woman smiled. "Oh, I'm here for my husband." Husband? What a strange title. However, the woman's beauty made Chu Lei start to have improper thoughts. If he presented her to Lord King Long, he might get a greater reward. Thinking like this, Chu Lei tried to make himself appear more refined and smiled. Yes, Miss Ryan is inside, but she is discussing matters with someone. May I know the lady's name? I'm Yan, and my husband is Zuan. Chu Lei nodded with a smile, but his smile froze, and his eyelids started twitching uncontrollably. Zuan, she said. Zuan? Could it be the Zuan who destroyed the immortal palace? As Chu Lei shouted in his mind, a woman's scream came from inside the house, and Yan's smile turned cold. So, by discussing matters, you mean this? Chu Lei forced a smile, not knowing what to say. And Yan suddenly appeared, with a flat cotton pan in her hand, smashing it against the wall. Doom! The wooden wall shattered, revealing a gruesome scene inside. The floor was covered in blood. Two women lay motionless, and a man was crouching, cutting something. And Yan's face darkened. Remember, Ning Ning, close your eyes. The two girls obediently found a safe corner and closed their eyes. At that moment, King Long slowly stood up, and when he saw that the one who broke the wall was a stunning lady, his eyes gradually revealed a fiery lust. Chu Lei nervously ran to King Long's side and stammered, "Lord King Long, this woman is a companion of Zuan." Hearing this, King Long was slightly stunned. Meanwhile, Zhou Ryan and Lu Zenshu, barely alive on the ground, were also shocked. Hehe, Zuan's woman. Interesting. It seems like Zuan is surrounded by many beauties. King Long chuckled, raised his dagger, licked the blood on the blade with a cold and greedy look, and Yan's brow furrowed, and the sight of Zhou Ryan and Lu Zenshu on the ground enraged her. Scum, prepare to die. And Yan didn't waste words with this kind of person. She raised the flat cotton pan and struck. King Long was dismissive, even taking a step forward, wanting to grab the woman directly. But he was wrong. The pan carried a fierce force and struck his shoulder. Bang! King Long was sent flying. But that was not all. A flash of lightning struck, and King Long let out a spine-chilling scream. When he reluctantly landed on the ground, his clothes were torn, and his hair emitted a faint smoke. What's happening? What is this thing? King Long was a mix of shock and anger. And Yen held the pawn handle with both hands and coldly stated, "This is the flat cotton pawn. A frying pan? What's that? A cooking utensil?" The thought of being beaten by a cooking pan made King Long furious. Suddenly, a huge shadow of a mysterious bird appeared behind him, and with a gloomy voice, it said, "Woman, you have angered me. I will have to slowly." Before he could finish his sentence, a figure appeared in the room, throwing a punch directly at King Long's left cheek. The room quieted down, because she heard the long-awaited voice. Zhu Ryan exerted all her strength to lift her eyes slightly. When she saw the smile that often appeared in her dreams, Zhu Ryan's lips curled up slightly, and she smiled. "Great. He's back. Everything ... can be solved now." King Long stared at Zuen with his one remaining eye, his gaze shimmering with suspicion and anger. Shule beside him was trembling, his voice trembling as he said, "My lord, this is Zuen." At this moment, Zuen was looking down at Zhu Ryan and Lu Zonshu on the ground. After a moment, he sighed softly and looked up at King Long. "Is this your doing?" King Long was momentarily stunned, then grinned maliciously. "So what if it is? Just a worthless woman ... good then, Zhu," and interrupted him. Then his figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of King Long, grabbing his neck suddenly. King Long struggled fiercely, and the shattered shadow of the black bird began to condense once again. The cultivation of the immortal realm allowed this black bird to exude a terrifying aura. King Long was excited. If he could seize this opportunity to kill Zuan, it would be perfect. Thus, with a roar, a ball of black bird fire burst out of the shadow with a fierce momentum. The intense heat of the fire made the air sizzle. However, Zuan just smiled faintly, then said softly, "Go away." When the shadow of the black bird heard this command, it had no ability to resist and was directly crushed. King Long was dumbfounded. How was this possible? He was terrified. Zuan squeezed his neck and pressed down. Dang! The floor caved in, leaving a large hole and splinters flying everywhere. King Long was completely enraged. "You bastard! I'll kill you." No matter how hard he tried, the hand pressing on his neck was as immovable as steel. King Long's head was pressed into the floor, struggling desperately. The cultivation of the immortal realm made his struggles powerful. The whole building creaked under the pressure. With a cold smile, Zuan raised his fist and struck fiercely. Crack! King Long's whole body went limp. Zuan's punch directly shattered his spine. However, his cultivation in the immortal realm allowed his injuries to heal rapidly. Zuan smiled slightly and began to pummel him with his fists. With each strike, the entire building shook, and King Long's body trembled. After a dozen or so hits, Zuan raised his hand. King Long's head was already crushed, though the white light was rapidly repairing his injuries. But King Long's swollen face still showed fear. "You." Zuan shook his head. "I could have ended your life with one punch, but your actions towards Ryan and the others have angered me. So I think I should give you a fun night." By then, King Long's swelling had subsided, and he shouted in shock, "What are you going to do?" King Long was full of fear at this time. Despite several attempts to resist, he failed to break free. It was evident that Zuan's cultivation was far superior to his. This realization made King Long's arrogance fade. Zuan smiled faintly, "Just making you taste the pleasure of being tortured to death." With that, Zuan said softly, "Come." As he spoke, Cheng Hao and others appeared from various places. "This guy is yours now. Let him experience the improved interrogation techniques that have been studied by countless people." "Yes." Cheng Hao nodded. King Long's heart leapt with joy. As long as he could escape Zuan's control, he could find a way to flee. But Zuan never gave him that chance. He raised his fist and struck directly at King Long's stanchion. Dang! A dull thud came from within King Long's body. King Long's aura began to leak out uncontrollably, his face turning pale and deflated. What have you done to me?" King Long screamed, like a violated maiden. Zuan calmly smiled. "I haven't done anything. Just crippled your cultivation." "No. You devil. You." King Long was almost going insane. His hard-earned cultivation had been directly destroyed by this guy. Zuan said calmly, "Devil? When you wantonly abuse those weaker than you, how come you don't call yourself a devil?" King Long was speechless. Zuyi walked forward, grabbed King Long by the hair, and led him to the adjacent room. "No. Please, I can give you anything you want. Please don't do this. I was abused by my parents since childhood, and then the lady of the Zhuanfeng Tower abused me, shaping my character like this. Please give me a chance, Zuan. I was wrong. Spare me. King Long was terrified, his face filled with fear and pleading. Zuan just casually covered his ears, then smiled coldly. You were abused. Your character is extreme. Hey, is this your excuse for randomly killing others? Now you are scared? Learn to repent. It's too late. Just do it. Yes. Ziyi grinned, then dragged him into the adjacent room. As the door closed, the sounds of Qinlan's screams, like a slaughtered pig, echoed. No. Zuan frowned. He had seen too many people like him, using their own traumas to hurt others, but when it was their turn, they were like a puddle of mud. Zuan raised his hand, and an invisible barrier enveloped the room, silencing the screams. Then he turned around, facing Zule, who was pale and had wet his pants out of fear, and smiled coldly. Hello again. Zule fell to his knees, trembling, and said, Lord. Please spare me. Zuan's smile became colder. You betrayed your junior sister for power, watched as she was bullied, and now have the audacity to beg for mercy. Zule trembled with fear. You are more despicable than King Long. Sun Ling. Yes. Sun Ling coldly walked forward. A flash of the knife in his hand severed Zule's vocal cords, silencing his screams, then said, You are actually a man? I find it disgraceful. Zuana took out 2 bottles of concentrated Qianyuan and poured them down the throats of Zhu Ryan and Lu Zhanshu. This stuff is better than foundation building pills. It's like a miraculous elixir for treating illnesses and strengthening the body even when there's no illness. After a moment, Zhu Ryan was the first to recover, sitting up as soon as she turned over, not caring about anything else and running straight to her senior sister Lu Zhanshu. At this moment, Lu Zhanshu's face was pale, the bones of her left arm were exposed, and the injuries on her shoulder were severe. Even though she had taken Qianyuan, such serious injuries would not heal quickly. Zhu Ryan's face was full of tears as she choked out, Senior sister. Lu Zhanshu lightly shook her head and smiled. You're not calling me Miss Lu. Zhu Ryan cried even more sadly. Senior sister, I'm sorry. In the morning, I thought you had joined forces with that guy Zhu Lei. Actually, in the morning, I did want to advise you. Don't say any more. Senior sister, I'm sorry. Zhu Ryan cried. Lu Zhanshu smiled, then looked up at Zuan, her expression somewhat complex. Zuan nodded in response. His previous impression of Lu Zhanshu was very negative, but her actions today made him reassess his opinion of her. That the Green Dragon is a high-ranking member of the Zhuanfeng Tower. By killing him, you will definitely anger the Zhuanfeng Tower, Lu Zhanshu said. Zuan just smiled. Whether we anger them or not doesn't matter anymore. The Fire King Palace and the Zhuanfeng Tower will soon cease to exist, Zuan said lightly. This statement shook Lu Zhanshu to the core. You're going to target both of these sects at the same time, Zhu, and nodded. How is that possible? The leaders of these 2 sects are highly skilled, rumored to have reached the realm of golden immortals. Lu Zhanshu couldn't continue, because the moment she mentioned the realm of golden immortals, Zuan's eyes lit up. Really? That's great, Zuan said with a smile. Lu Zhanshu was completely puzzled. When others hear that their opponents are golden immortals, they would be fearful and anxious. But Zuan seemed genuinely happy. At that moment, Zhu Ryan was also looking at Zuan and Yan with a complex gaze. Initially critical and scrutinizing, her gaze gradually turned into admiration and self-doubt. Zhu Ryan finally understood why Zuan was so resolute and never gave her any special treatment. Because compared to Yan, both in looks and temperament, she was far superior. In front of her, all the things she was proud of were simply not worth mentioning. Lost in her thoughts, Zhu Ryan couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. At that moment, Anyan led 2 young girls over, smiling as she said, Are you Sister Ryan? Zhu Ryan was stunned, looking at Anyan blankly. She nodded. My husband often talks about you, dedicating yourself to revenge in the land of fireworks for many years, which sounds just too cool. I admire you a lot. Let's be friends. With that, Anyan extended her hand, smiling at Zhu Ryan. Zhu Ryan hesitantly reached out and shook her hand lightly. When Lu Zhanshu, who had recovered significantly from her injuries, saw this scene, she couldn't help but shake her head slightly. She had completely given up on her junior sisters, one-sided affection, because with Yan's grace and dignity, she already surpassed most people by far. What did Zhu Ryan have to compete with her? This commotion naturally caught the attention of the Frown Brothel. The madam peeked out from the stairway, but didn't dare to approach. Zhuan beckoned, "Come here." The madam trembled with fear and quickly walked over. "May I help you, sir? Prepare a few tables of food and bring them over." "Yes." The madam spotted the blood on the ground, her legs trembling in fear, forgetting to ask where the green dragon Aunt Jule had gone. As a grand brothel, preparing a few tables of food was rather simple. In the blink of an eye, servers gracefully appeared with various exquisite dishes. This scene left the spectators from the Phoenix Fire completely dumbfounded. The madam approached, whispering, "Sir, are these young ladies to your satisfaction?" Zhuan couldn't help but chuckle at her question. She mistook them for clients seeking pleasure, didn't she? Seeing the excited expressions of the Phoenix Fire members, Zhuan decided not to refuse further and nodded. "It's fine, let them stay." As the dishes were arranged, Cheng Ha and others hesitated to approach. Zhuan said, "Go ahead and eat. You've been on the move for so long, have something to eat." Upon hearing this, Cheng Ha and the others finally dared to sit down and eat. The many young ladies, recognizing Zhuan as the one in charge, began throwing flattering glances at him. However, as Yan turned around and stood by Zhuan's side, their attempts turned into uncomfortable awkwardness. At a separate clean table, Zhuan, along with his family and Zhu Ryan, Lu Zunshu, and others, took their seats. The dishes tasted good, and in the middle of the table was a steaming hot copper hot pot. With Kunlun City in the midst of winter, indulging in a hot pot on a cold winter night was truly a luxury. However, due to her severe injuries, Lu Zunshu, along with Zhu Ryan, couldn't eat much. The two young maids, on the other hand, were happily eating. Just then, Zuyan Sunling emerged in new clothes and subtly nodded towards Zhuan before taking their seats to eat. Zhu Ryan suddenly asked, "Are they dead?" Zhuan smiled faintly without responding, instead looking out the broken window. "Look, it's snowing." Everyone turned to look. Indeed, the clear night sky had been veiled by dark clouds, and snowflakes were falling, quickly blanketing the world in white. The beautiful snow scene silenced the previously noisy crowd, creating a serene atmosphere. Zhuan raised his glass and said gently, "A cup of wine in the peach blossom wind. 10 years of light in rivers and lakes. Killing evildoers is an act of kindness. You should understand that. Otherwise, teaching you techniques would be a waste." Zhu Ryan trembled, got up from her seat, and respectfully said, "Sir, I am not foolish or kind. I am afraid that they are not dead." Zhuan burst into laughter. "Good. This is what a rivers and lakes child should be like. Don't worry, their souls are now in my hands." Saying that, Zhuan opened his palm. 2 clusters of light hovered within it, one large and one small, one strong and one weak. Faintly, one could hear screams and pleas for mercy coming from the lights. Zhu Ryan watched the 2 souls, wanting to say something. Suddenly, Zhuan clenched his fist. The last trace of the green dragon Aunt Jule in this world was thoroughly erased. Zhuan then said calmly, "Are you full now?" Faibai walked out of the inn and only then realized it was snowing outside. The accumulated snow on the ground was already higher than his shoes. There was no one on the street, not even a single dog. In such weather, even a beggar would find a warm place to stay. Faibai took a deep breath, the cold air suppressing the cough that was about to start. He tightened his grip on his sword, adjusted his cloak, and limped into the alley next to the inn, following the route he had already explored. After crossing several high walls, Faibai could already see the brightly lit Xuanfeng Tower in the distance. He hid in a secluded corner, his face flushing abnormally. Faibai knew he was about to die. 3 months ago, Xuanfeng Tower suddenly attacked the Yujian Villa in the northern territory of Kunlun. The villa master Wu Bucheng and the 12 elders of the villa all died in battle. The villa was annihilated. In fact, he should have died back then. If it weren't for Wu Bucheng and everyone fighting their way out and sending him away, Faibai was certain he would have died then. Although he didn't die, he was hit by Xuanfeng Tower's leader and suffered a severe internal injury. This injury was persistent and getting heavier. Images of his master before his death flashed in Faibai's mind. "Faibai, you must survive. The 1000-year-old swordsmanship tradition of the Yujian Villa relies on you." Wu Bucheng said these words while suffering from a dozen severe injuries, and even the sword that had accompanied him for 100 years was broken. But before his death, he was still thinking about the legacy of the Eugean villa. Thinking of this, Phoebe showed a bitter smile. Master, I am unfilial. I can't hold on any longer. But before he died, he had to do something. Over the past year, Aeon Palace was destroyed by the Fire Temple, and almost no other sect survived. It was said that the great monk Misheng burned his golden body in the final moments, using the destructive Buddha country move to kill a dozen top experts of the Fire Temple in one fell swoop. They say the Buddha is compassionate, but at the last moment, didn't this great monk also show anger? Phoebe took a deep breath, the cold air relieving the stuffiness in his chest and dispelling all distractions. Master, wait for me. I'm coming. Phoebe slowly drew his sword. His previous sword was already destroyed. Now he used an iron sword bought from the blacksmith shop for 20 silver coins. Phoebe gripped the iron sword and emerged from the shadows, slowly heading towards the splendid Zhuanfeng Tower. The wind and snow raged. The guards at the main gate were starting to relax. In this weather, who would come looking for trouble? They huddled in a corner, chatting with each other. The lady of the tower has recruited another young man. I heard he's handsome. TSK. How many is this for this month? I heard. The previous ones have all died, and died in a horrible manner. Sucked dry. Hiss. Is the lady so hungry? They discussed, while Phoebe held his breath and moved closer. But with his current cultivation, not even 10 steps away, the leader of these men frowned. Something's not right, he said, getting up to check. Now's the time. Phoebe gritted his teeth, channeling all his remaining strength into his legs, and leapt, striking at this group of men. Though it was just an ordinary iron sword, under Phoebe's full force, it emitted a dazzling sword aura. The two outermost soldiers were directly cut in the throat by the sword aura, falling dead to the ground. But the leader was obviously not an ordinary person. Seeing this, he coldly shouted and drew his sword in a slash. A clang of metal rang out. The long sword in Phoebe's hand shattered. The leader then approached, raising his sword to strike. Phoebe twisted his body to evade the vital point but exposed his back instead. Splut. The sword left a bloody gash on Phoebe's back, but before the leader could celebrate, Phoebe had already drawn a short sword, lunged into the leader's embrace, and stabbed directly into the leader's heart. Splut. The leader seemed unable to believe someone could be so brave, looking down blankly at the sword in his chest before collapsing to the ground dead. The remaining soldiers all snapped out of their shock and charged forward. Phoebe clumsily fended them off, using the last of his strength to kill all the soldiers. But this also alerted the people inside. Sounds of commotion and footsteps were heard from inside. Phoebe, however, was out of strength. He staggered, pulled out the short sword from the leader's heart, leaned against the wall, panting heavily. His throat tasted sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered on the pure white snow, resembling a blooming plum blossom. Is this all I can hold on to? Just killing a few gate guards? It's really hard to accept. Phoebe smiled bitterly. With his vision gradually blurring, he saw the Zhuanfeng Tower people brandishing swords and knives. It's here. This man killed the guards. Kill him. Amidst these shouts, Phoebe's consciousness gradually faded. He knew he was about to die. But he couldn't die at the hands of these people, so he raised his hand, ready to commit suicide. Just then, a group of people emerged from the dark night. These people were all dressed in strange clothes and rushed over upon seeing the scene. Phoebe was still puzzled. What happened next completely shocked him. These people's cultivation levels varied, and the highest was only a loose fairy. But their cooperation was so seamless, as if woven from heaven. With just one skirmish, the Zhuanfeng Tower people had no power to resist and were all killed. The leader walked over. Who are you? I am Phoebe, from the Eugean villa. And who are you? Phoebe looked at the men and asked. We were sent by our mentor to exterminate the Zhuanfeng Tower. Mentor? Exterminate the Zhuanfeng Tower. Phoebe was shocked and about to say something when another man slowly emerged from the darkness. This man had a handsome face, a hint of smile on his lips, and eyes like the sea, deep and unfathomable. Phoebe trembled all over. The man smiled slightly. Long time no see. Phoebe took a deep breath, Zhu, and nodded. That's right, it's me. Suddenly, Phoebe didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He was a very proud person. When he fought Zhu in the past, he was so brilliant. Even though he lost, it was a glorious defeat. But today, he seemed like a sick dog, fighting with a group of soldiers with a lame leg. Upon hearing these words, Phoebe's eyes lit up, but then dimmed soon after, forcing a bitter smile. "You are right, but I can no longer go on. Mr. Zhu, I have a request for you." Pausing for a moment, Fei bi-weekly gasped a few times. "I hope you can help me get rid of Zhuanfeng Tower to avenge the hundreds of lives of my school at Yujian Manor." With that, Fei Bai looked at Zuan with hopeful eyes. Unexpectedly, Zuan shook his head slightly after listening. Fei Bai's heart sank. Then Zuan said calmly, "Zhuanfeng Tower will surely be destroyed, but as for avenging you, I am sorry to say I am powerless in that matter." Fei Bai's expression turned gloomy, about to speak when Zuan continued, "If you truly seek revenge, it should be done by you. After all, this is the deep-seated enmity of your school. I am merely an outsider." Fei Bai looked puzzled, saying bitterly, "But in my current state, I may not even survive tonight. How can I seek revenge?" Before he could finish, he froze, as Zuan opened his hand, revealing a glowing orb radiating powerful energy. "This is essence blood." Fei Bai murmured in disbelief. Zhu and nodded. "Yes, this is the full-body essence blood of that person in Zhuanfeng Tower called Qinglan." Qinglan. This name made Fei Bai's gaze turn cold. Images surfaced in his mind. His several junior sisters were tortured to death by this Qinglan before him. Even now, he could still hear the cries of his junior sisters and the triumphant laughter of Qinglan. And now his essence blood was transformed into a glowing orb by Zuan. No need to ask, this Qinglan definitely perished at the hands of Zuan. "From the vile soul of this person, I have seen many unsightly scenes, including those of your Yujian Manor. I know you must hate him, so now I grant you his essence blood. Use the essence blood of Zhuanfeng Tower to counter them, tit for tat. That is true revenge." Zuan said casually. Fei Bai was greatly shaken by Zuan's words. At that moment, Zuan raised his hand, and the orb flew directly into Fei Bai's chest. Radiance enveloped Fei Bai. His once withered meridians began to rejuvenate under this radiance, and his injured organs started to heal. Even Fei Bai's limp leg began to recover gradually under the powerful essence blood of this immortal realm. Of course, all of this was extremely painful, yet a faint smile appeared on Fei Bai's lips. If pain could bring him revenge, then let the pain be even more intense. After a few moments, the radiance dissipated. Looking at Fei Bai now, his aura was rising steadily, quickly returning to its previous level, even slightly advancing. Surging unmatched sword energy emanated from him, even cutting a hole through the dense dark clouds. Moonlight poured in through the hole, shining a brilliant white in the land. Fei Bai's expression was solemn, and he knelt down with one knee. "Mister, I will always remember this grace, Zhu," and smiled and calmly accepted this show of respect. Then Fei Bai stood up and looked indifferently at the now tumultuous Zhuanfeng Tower caused by his previous heavenly sword energy. "Mister, please let me destroy this tower." Zuan reached out his hand in a gesture of approval. Fei Bai slowly raised his right hand above his head. The Che of heaven and earth seemed to respond to his movement. Even the falling snowflakes became chilling. Scenes flashed in front of Fei Bai's eyes. From being abandoned as a child, then adopted by Wubo City, to learning swordsmanship and traversing the rivers and lakes. At that time, he was already known as a sword genius. Fei Bai once thought he was truly a sword genius. It wasn't until he met Zuan at the trial assembly that he realized there were people beyond him. But at that time, he didn't have many feelings. It wasn't until the destruction of Yujian Manor and the time he spent wandering the rivers and lakes afterwards that Fei Bai understood many truths. Thinking that everything was like a mirage that couldn't be salvaged, yet Zuan gave him another chance. This transformative experience made Fei Bai's sword heart incredibly clear. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Then he waved his hand. As his right hand fell, a mighty sword energy slashed through the sky. With a loud crack, Zhuanfeng Tower was split in half directly. At the same time, under the residual sword energy, the dozen or so buildings behind Zhuanfeng Tower were also cut in two. The might of this sword had surpassed Fei Bai's previous sword mastery, bringing him to a whole new level. Zuan nodded slightly at the sight. From the time of his return until now, Fei Bai's swordsmanship was the purest he had ever seen. At this moment, the wooden structured Zhuanfeng Tower slowly tilted to the sides. Then, amidst the wind and snow, it crashed to the ground with a thundering sound. "Who dares to destroy my Zhuanfeng Tower?" More than a dozen figures rushed out, shouting angrily. Before Zuan could speak, Fei Bai coldly said, "Yujian Manor, Fei Bai, today I will wipe out your Zhuanfeng Tower." With that, He gestured with both hands. The dazzling sword lights streaked across and directly attacked these individuals. Their movements were too quick for these people to react. However, at that moment, a faint sigh from a woman echoed from afar. Following the sigh, a black light flew over. Crack! Those sword lights were directly shattered by the black light. Then, a woman in a large red robe appeared in the scene. Madam Hostess, the people from Zhuanfeng Tower all bent down to pay their respects upon seeing this woman. The woman said calmly, I was only gone for a few hours, and the whole tower was taken down. What a bunch of useless people. Everyone from the Zhuanfeng Tower trembled. Then the woman coldly addressed Fei Bai, the people of Yujian Manor are still not extinct. Saying so, dozens of black lights flew towards Fei Bai. From the moment this mist-covered woman appeared, Fei Bai had been staring at her intently. This woman, seemingly engulfed in a mist, was the head of Zhuanfeng Tower. She was also the main culprit for the destruction of Yujian Manor, and the person Fei Bai most wanted to kill. So, when the black lights appeared, Fei Bai didn't retreat, but advanced, turning his whole body into a sword light and shooting directly at the woman, seeking death. The woman said coldly. These black lights merged into a dark sharp cone, directly meeting Fei Bai's attack. With a loud bang, the black light was shattered, and Fei Bai grunted as he was blown back dozens of meters. The sword energy swirling around him flickered a few times before shattering with a pop. However, at the same time, the hostess of Zhuanfeng Tower waved her robe sleeves, sending several times more black lights than before flying towards Fei Bai, merging into a chilling black needle in midair. Fei Bai's face turned pale as he gathered all the sword energy around him to prepare for the clash. The black aura struggled like a living creature, wriggling even after being caught, and tightened his grip. Click! The black aura let out a mournful cry and was crushed by Zuan, dissolving into black gas. Zhuanfeng, the host, grunted. The mist that shrouded her face disappeared, revealing an enchanting and bewitching visage. However, her face was now filled with astonishment and anger. Who are you? Zuan smiled faintly. Aren't you all looking for me? You're Zuan. Zhuanfeng blurted out. Zu. And nodded. Zhuanfeng's expression darkened. She knew Zuan had returned, but she hadn't expected him to enter Kunlun City so quickly. Didn't she order thorough investigations? Why was there no news at all? Were those idiots responsible for gathering information useless? Zhuanfeng felt resentful. When I first heard of the name Zhuanfeng Lu, I had my suspicions until I saw Yuan finally confirm something. Zu. And interrupted. Confirmed what? Zhuanfeng stood in midair, her momentum gradually escalating, causing her hair to float. You are not human, but a monster. Zuan's indifferent words seemed like thunder, leaving Fei Bai stunned. A demon? Fei Bai had encountered demons before but had never seen one as powerful and devoid of demonic aura as Zhuanfeng. Zhuanfeng's face turned as heavy as water, chuckling. A monster? What a joke. How could I be a monster? I am a proper cultivator, a golden immortal. Zuan, I admit your cultivation is not bad, but opposing Zhuanfeng Lu will be the dumbest thing you will ever do in your life. Zu. And yawned boredly, cutting off Zhuanfeng's words. Are you done? Zhuanfeng was taken aback. Not only are you a monster, but also a very stupid one. With that, Zuan disappeared from his original position, appearing directly above Zhuanfeng. He struck with a fist, catching Zhuanfeng off guard and sending her crashing to the ground. Doom. The snow on the ground was now foot thick, the impact of Zhuanfeng hitting the ground causing a snowstorm. Zhuanfeng roared in anger. Zuan. You. Once again in front of her, Zuan said calmly. Not only foolish but also a very nosy monster. With that, Zuan landed 2 more punches, creating a huge crater in the ground. Zhuanfeng was in it, and Zuan was not about to let up, continuing his assault with punches raining down relentlessly. Won't you reveal your true form? Then I'll pummel you until you do, Zuan declared calmly. Fei Bai and the people of Zhuanfeng Lu were all in disbelief. Fei Bai was astonished by Zuan's current strength. Just 2 years had passed, and the once struggling Zuan against a fellow golden immortal was now composed and effortlessly handling the situation with ease. It signified a significant growth in his power. The speed of his growth even left Fei Bai feeling desperate. Could he to be a golden immortal now? Fei Bai pondered silently. The people of Zhuanfeng Lu were incredulous. Since its inception, over a year ago, the mistress had never been defeated. They never expected today to witness her being completely overwhelmed by Zuan. Enough! A shrill cry echoed from the large pit. Following that, strands of black aura filled and obscured the entire pit. Then, a giant bird-like creature, neither bird nor bird, appeared in the pit. Zuin stood at the edge, hands behind his back, a faint smile on his face. In the end, it's a blackened Zhuan bird. Quite rare. Zhuan bird, an ancient exotic beast. It was unexpected to see it in Kunlun and especially its darkened state. Zuan, those who see my true form will die without a doubt. You shall. Just as the Zhuan bird was about to spout some words, it screamed in agony. Zuan, unnoticed, had appeared behind it, seizing its wings made of black aura, and harshly commanding, "Rise." Zuan then plucked the Zhuan bird out of the pit. It was indeed a vastly oversized black bird, resembling a phoenix, but slightly smaller, and the black aura comprised its feathers. At that moment, the black auras in the sky moved and intersected like black chains, surrounding Zuin in a circle before expanding suddenly. The figure abruptly puffed up, releasing countless tiny black aura feathers aimed at Zuan, densely showering down like black rain. Zu, and stood there calmly, not evading, holding onto a few of the Zhuan bird's wings made of black aura. The black rain inundated Zuan. The Zhuan bird cackled triumphantly. "Ha ha, what a fool you are, daring to receive my black feathers. You clearly don't know how to write the word death." However, within the black rain emerged immaculate white flames. Under the scorching flames, the black rain dissipated rapidly. The triumph of the Zhuan bird turned into fear. "How do you possess such flames?" "Not." Before it could finish, Zuin swung it up and slammed it heavily onto the ground nearby. Doom. The impact left a large crater, and many of the Zhuan bird's black aura feathers shattered. Without letting it catch its breath, Zuin lifted it again, pounding it down relentlessly. Doom. 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 Like cracking a whip, Zuin pounded the ground, creating craters everywhere, having the Zhuan bird's size, stripping away its previous arrogance. "I give up. I give up. Please, stop hitting." The Zhuan bird pleaded. "So, who sent you, Zu?" and released it, clapping his hands, and asked lightly. The Zhuan bird shrank, genuinely frightened by Zuan's violence. "I don't understand what you mean." Zu, and raised his eyebrows slightly. "The mark on you shows you came from the demon realm, and your cultivation must have been forcibly elevated by a powerful entity before descending. Let me guess which demon realm you are from. The Vermilion Phoenix domain?" "No. Those guys are all too arrogant to bother with a bird like you." "The Phoenix domain?" "Also incorrect. Phoenixes and your Zhuan birds have always been at odds, and you wouldn't listen to them. Could it be you were sent by the avian gods?" With each sentence from Zuan, the Zhuan bird trembled, with its gaze turning immensely reverent towards Zuan. By the end, Lei Shuo slowly walked out of the darkness. Behind him were many followers. Zuan said casually, "Fire King Palace?" Lei Shuo sneered. "Zuan, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be this bold, venturing into Kunlun on a snowy night, and even directly confronting Zhuanfeng building." Lei Shuo then looked down at the miserable Zhuan Nao, with a hint of mockery in his voice. "Lord Zhuan Nao, it seems like you need my help now." Zhuan Nao was both embarrassed and angry. "Lei Shuo, stop talking nonsense and save me. If you delay the Lord's matters, even you won't survive." Upon hearing this, Fei Bai murmured from afar, "No wonder the Fire King Palace and Zhuanfeng building have always been in conflict. Turns out they are in it together." Lei Shuo chuckled a few times arrogantly, then raised his head proudly. "Zuan, this matter actually has nothing to do with you. If you leave this secret realm with your people now, we can pretend like nothing happened. How does that sound?" Zuan sighed lightly, shaking his head. "Not good." Lei Shuo was surprised by Zuan's refusal, and widened his eyes. "You." Zuan showed his teeth in a fierce smile. "Let me guess, why did you both descend upon this secret realm, and try to control it firmly? Is it to establish a foothold here and then make a move in the mortal world?" Zuan's words made Lei Shuo's face turn pale. "Zuan, don't think we are afraid of you. That Zhuan now is just a pseudo-golden immortal, while I have truly attained the level of golden immortal cultivation. If you are smart, leave now, we might even be friends." Zuan lowered his eyes, remaining silent. Fei Bai's heart tightened. He asked himself, if he were in this situation, how would he handle it? Indeed, these matters had nothing to do with Zuan. As long as Zuan backed down, they could all walk away unharmed, maybe even maintain a friendship among golden immortals, but refusing would inevitably lead to conflict. This choice, as long as one was not a fool, would lead to reconciliation. However, it would also make his revenge hopes more bleak. Fei Bai was struggling with conflicting thoughts. Seeing Sun Ling standing nearby, taking a deep drag of his cigarette, he said calmly, "Trying to make our trainer compromise. It's like seeking death on your own." Fei Bai looked at him in surprise. Sun Ling felt his gaze and smiled back. "It's nothing. Just a thought." He then flicked away his cigarette butt, exchanged glances with Cheng Hao and the others, and disappeared into thin air. Cheng Hao and the others knew that a major battle was inevitable. Just as Sun Ling had said, Zuan listened to Lei Shuo's words and couldn't help but smile wryly. "Friends," Lei Shuo nodded proudly. "Yes, and I can even consider granting you a territory within Kunlun." Zuan shook his head. "That's not what I meant. What I meant was, are you worthy of being friends with me?" When this was said, Lei Shuo's face turned grim. "Zuan, don't bite off more than you can chew. Let me tell you." Zuan waved his hand, stretching lazily. "All right, spare the talk. I'm a bit tired. After dealing with you all, I need a good rest." Outraged, Lei Shuo sneered and signaled to Zhuan Nao. Both launched an attack against Zuan. Flames enveloped Lei Shuo's fist, with such intense heat that the air shimmered. A mere touch meant certain death. Zhuan Nao gathered black energy into a sharp claw, filled with icy killing intent. Faced with this fierce combo, Zuan did two things. He raised his fist and lightly uttered, "Chaos. Yin. Yang." Nowadays, Zuan rarely spoke the names of his techniques when in action. His every move carried great power. This punch was different. It was an advanced version of the second form of the God of Killing's 6 techniques. The last Yang word spoken. Initially looking triumphant, Lei Shuo was horrified to find the flames on his fist suddenly turning icy cold, as if encased in millennia-old ice. Zhuan now realized it had turned white, and simultaneously, all its cultivation was rapidly receding like a tide. In fear, it tried to scream but only emitted bird calls. As Zuan's punch continued its power, a gray mist enveloped Lei Shuo and Zhuan Nao. Before they could break free, the mist corroded their bodies. Zhuan Nao let out a mournful cry as its form disintegrated. Lei Shuo, with greater cultivation, managed to escape his physical shell, his soul turning into a streak of light and fleeing northwest. "The rest of them, show no mercy," Zuan ordered, chasing after them. Cheng Hao and the others immediately joined the battle against the people of the Zhuanfeng Building and Fire King Palace. The chaotic fight unfolded gradually. Fei Bai hesitated, wanting to follow, but seeing the intense battle, he gritted his teeth. A sword aura flashed, taking down a member of the Zhuanfeng Building as he too entered the fray. Lei Shuo, now filled with panic, had almost lost his life to Zuan's astonishing punch moments ago. Now fleeing like a bereaved dog, he scrambled away. However, Zuan had no intention of letting him go, relentlessly pursuing him. After a few breaths, Zuan caught up. Frightened, Lei Shuo cried out, "Lord, save me." Before his voice faded, he suddenly accelerated several tens of times faster, flying into the nearby Fire King Palace in an instant. An ancient and solemn aura burst through the palace roof, and a deep voice resounded, "Who dares to kill the followers of my Fire King?" Zu, and stood outside with hands behind his back, smirked coldly, "Finally revealing yourself, Fire Demon King." Silence filled the Fire King Palace, followed by a few sneers. "I'm surprised. You actually know my title." With that, the Fire King Palace began to melt like a candle in the sun. The statue of the fire god standing in the middle of the palace came to life, with its momentum steadily rising to a terrifying level. Zuan watched calmly, eyes devoid of fear, only excitement. Yes, the kind of excitement one feels upon spotting prey. In fact, Zuan had sensed the presence of this Fire Demon King upon entering Kunlun City. However, due to its well-hidden aura, he couldn't pinpoint its exact location. The Fire Demon King also felt somewhat unnerved under Zuan's gaze, roaring in anger. "Cultivator, you have destroyed my followers' physical bodies. Hence I will extract your soul from your body today, as compensation." Flames flew out, surrounding Zu, and layer by layer. The flames were not ordinary earthly flames, but a kind of demonic flame emitting a crimson light. Once unleashed, the air twisted and distorted wherever they passed. Despite the fierce fire, Zuan's expression grew more and more excited, as if a glutton had stumbled upon a delicious snack. In a blink of an eye, the demonic flames were upon him. The boundless sea of fire swiftly engulfed Zuan's body completely. The Fire Demon King sneered, "Thought you had some special ability, but in the end, you were just consumed by my flames? Well, I'll find you a suitable body next time." This was the Fire Demon King speaking to the spirit of Lei Shuo. In his eyes, anyone, even immortals, would be incinerated if consumed by his flames. Zuan was surely reduced to ashes, his soul turned into nothingness. "Flattering," Lei Shuo said. "It's as expected, Your Highness." Zuan was so arrogant, yet, in the end, he was killed by you. The Fire Demon King laughed heartily. "A mere mortal cultivator like him could never stand against me." The Fire Demon King. "True, Your Highness, but that Zhuan now was too foolish," dying confusedly. The Fire Demon King chuckled. "Zhuan now is just a pawn of the higher-ups, dispensable. Makes no difference that he's dead." Lei Shuo continued with more flattery, his language so blunt and disgusting but pleasing the Fire Demon King, who chuckled in satisfaction. Suddenly, a change occurred. As if encountering a terrifying enemy, the once bowling demonic flames scattered and fled. The Fire Demon King's triumphant laughter came to an abrupt halt. In the center of the demonic flames, a sacred white lotus gradually appeared. As the white lotus emerged, the scattered flames solidify, transforming into fiery giants who knelt and worshipped the lotus. All the flames worshipped the white lotus. "How is this possible?" Like a frightened young girl, the Fire Demon King exclaimed in shock. The immense pressure emanating from the white lotus made even the Fire Demon King, a king among demons, feel compelled to kneel. As those flames knelt and worshipped, one by one, they exploded and flowed into the white lotus. With each influx, the white lotus bloomed further, and the overwhelming pressure enveloped to heavens and earth. The Fire Demon King trembled as he witnessed the scene unfold. When the white lotus finally bloomed entirely, it transformed into a blazing white flame with a loud explosion. The Fire Demon King cried out, almost whimpering, "Divine flame! How could such a flame exist in this world?" Within the white flame, a slender and elegant hand slowly reached out, and Zuan emerged from it. "Tastes good," Zuan said with a smile. The flame the Fire Demon King wielded was a special flame from the demonic realm, powerful indeed. But in the presence of Zuan, it became mere food for the divine flame. Seeing this, the Fire Demon King made the most correct decision of his life: to flee. He realized that anyone who could control such a divine flame was not someone to provoke. Yet Zuan had no intention of letting him go. Extending his hand, white flame slithered like dragons and snakes, engulfing the entire space, trapping the Fire Demon King within. Zuan calmly remarked, "Trying to leave now. Isn't it a bit impolite?" The Fire Demon King turned around, his imposing demeanor replaced with a flattering smile. "Sir, I had no idea of your great power. I surrender now and will return to the demonic realm, informing the Fire Lord that I shall never return to this world. What do you say?" The Fire Demon King surrendered, decisively. To onlookers, this act seemed incomprehensible. Lei Shuo, for instance, found it unfathomable. How could the mighty Fire Demon King surrender without a fight? Thus, his spirit spoke, "Your Highness, you." A crisp sound interrupted. The Fire Demon King crushed Lei Shuo's spirit in his hand and then bowed with a nod, saying, "Sir, all of this was caused by him. I was unaware of the rest." A faint smile played on Zuan's lips. The Fire Demon King's spineless behavior might seem incomprehensible to others, but in the demon realm, it was a normal reaction. Because in the demon realm, the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed on the weak, was an eternal truth. Submitting to a stronger entity and devouring the weaker ones were commonplace. Zuan remained silent, causing the Fire Demon King to feel increasingly anxious. The sight of the white lotus had already terrified him because that was the flame of destruction, a power even the Fire Lord and the demon gods did not possess. The flame Zuan possessed was reborn alongside his spirit, obtained by chance from a rift in space and time, when he explored the outer realms. Initially disregarded, Zuan later discovered the magical nature of this flame. It could apparently transform into any other form of fire. This was why the members of the Bright Church believed it to be the ultimate flame of light when they were exterminated, while the Fire Demon King now considered it the most powerful divine flame of the demon realm. After contemplating for a moment, Zuan addressed the Fire Demon King, whose expression kept changing. "You came from the demonic realm. Yes, very well. I'll spare a strand of your soul. Go back and inform your so-called Fire Lord. If he dares to trespass again, I will destroy your entire demonic realm." The Fire Demon King let out a mournful wail. "I beg you, please spare me, sir. I am just a minor Fire Demon King. I will convey your message. Please spare my life." "Spare you? Trying to meddle in this world is already a sin. Offering you a chance by letting you keep a piece of your soul, is a generous act. Isn't it enough? Or perhaps, I should just extinguish you altogether. No. The Fire Demon King realized the reality. This man was different from other human cultivators. Decisive and with mysterious methods, he could truly annihilate the Fire Demon King if he hesitated. With a wave of his hand, Xuan's white flames wrapped around the Fire Demon King as if thread, binding him and plunging into the Demon King's body, greedily sucking. Fear and terror spread across the Fire Demon King's face, accompanied by agonizing screams. Gradually, his once towering figure drastically shrank until only a tiny, flickering flame remained. The white flames loose and their restraints, and the feeble flame floated in the air, seemingly on the verge of extinguishing. A faint voice pleaded, "Have mercy, sir." The Flame Demon King, who had transformed into what seemed like a candle flame, was granted a pardon and returned to the Flame Demon realm through the spatial imprint left deep in his soul by the Lord of Flames. When he arrived, he had exerted great effort, compressing his power and controlling his soul, fearing to be restrained by the rules of space. However, the return journey went smoothly. The spatial laws paid no attention to a mere flame like him, so he easily returned to the Flame Demon realm. Among the countless realms, the demon race was a vast and powerful group. This could be seen from the number of worlds they possessed. The demon realm had a main territory that was vast and limitless, ranking high among other realms. There were also subsidiary demon realms such as the Chinku Fox realm and the Snake Demon realm, distributed like branches and leaves around the main realm. It is worth mentioning that in strict terms, the Dragon realm can also be considered a demon realm. However, due to the overwhelming strength of the dragon race spread across different realms, many viewed the Dragon realm as a separate entity, not under the jurisdiction of the Demon realm. The Flame Demon King's return to the Flame Demon realm was to one of the less remarkable worlds within it. Although unremarkable, the Flame Demon realm was vast but harsh. There were hardly any plains, with active or dormant volcanoes everywhere, spewing magma that formed flowing rivers of lava. The air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. Such an environment was virtually uninhabitable for ordinary people, let alone average practitioners. But for the Flame Demon race, it was a paradise. Upon his return, the Flame Demon King eagerly flew into a volcano crater and bathed in the viscous lava, wandering around. So comfortable. The Flame Demon King murmured in ecstasy. For him, soaking in lava was as pleasant as soaking in a hot spring, refreshing and even strengthening his originally weak flame. Today was really dangerous. I nearly died in that mortal realm. And who is that man after all? The Flame Demon King pondered silently. At that moment, a powerful force sucked him out of the lava, and before he could react, he transformed into a stream of light flying towards the sky. Moments later, the frantic Flame Demon King arrived in front of a massive palace built of fire crystals. Seated on the throne was a flame giant. Seeing this giant, the Flame Demon King transformed from a state of flame to that of a human, then knelt on the ground. Lord of Fire. His voice was weak and trembling. Laughter echoed from both sides of the palace. TSK, isn't this the Flame King? Why does he look not much bigger than a torch now? And instead of coming to pay respects to the sovereign first upon returning to the Flame realm, he hides in that volcano. It's despicable. These mocking words came from various Flame Demon Kings, now in human form, looking disdainfully at the kneeling Flame King. At that moment, the Fire Lord, seated on the throne, indifferently asked, "What's going on? Why do you look like this, my lord? I wanted to first secure the Flame Seed before reporting to you. When I descended into the mortal realm in the Kunlun secret realm, everything was going smoothly. But then suddenly, a guy appeared, killed the Black Phoenix first, and then turned me into this state." The Flame Demon King complained tearfully. Upon hearing his words, the Flame Demon Kings burst into laughter. Some laughter was mocking and some were outright ridiculing. It's ridiculous. The world has become a wasteland. Even the Kunlun secret realm has declined. How could someone turn a mighty demon king into this state? Exactly. And this time his descent was personally overseen by the Lord of Fire. Yet almost all his power has been preserved, and he's still rendered into such a useless state. These taunting remarks made the Flame Demon King enraged. However, he dared not speak out, as in his weakened state, he could easily be extinguished by someone's breath. In the demon realm, weakness was a cardinal sin. So someone turned you into this state? The Flame Lord's fiery face showed no emotion as he calmly asked, "Yes. And how did he do it? Tell me in detail." The Flame Demon King nervously recounted the events, but when he mentioned Zuan using the divine flame of the demon realm, the entire temple was drowned in laughter. It's hilarious, a mortal managing to wield a divine flame that even the Lord of Fire lacks. Flame King, you truly have a vivid imagination. Ha! I bet he was just being foolish, ending up destroying his own cultivation. The flames on the Fire Lord suddenly intensify. Silence. Instantly, the hall fell silent. Then Fire Lord, in a playful tone, said, "So you met someone in the mortal realm whose cultivation is on par with mine and turned you into this state?" Again, a few sneers were heard in the hall. The Flame Demon King trembled as he said, "My lord, indeed. Very well, it's no wonder then, and you've been through hard times in the mortal realm. Otherwise, you wouldn't have lost all your cultivation." The Flame Demon King's voice was touched and slightly choked. "Why lord, you overestimate me. It's all because of my incompetence." The Fire Lord said calmly, "Come here, I have a gift for you." These words made the Flame Demon King shiver. Then he cried out in fear, "My lord, though I've lost my cultivation, my flame seed is still there. Give me 100 years, no, 50 years, and I promise to fully recover. By then, I can still serve you, my lord." The Fire Lord smiled slightly. "I'm giving you a gift. Why are you afraid? Come here." The hall fell into silence, and the Demon Kings on both sides looked indifferent. The Flame Demon King did not dare resist anymore, crawling a few steps closer, and said obsequiously, "My lord, I have many shards of blazing fire crystals in my territory. I will offer them all to you." As soon as he finished speaking, the Fire Lord reached out, and a giant hand of flames grabbed the Flame Demon King. "My lord, please, don't kill." The giant flame hand closed abruptly, completely crushing the Flame Demon King's flame seed. Then the Fire Lord opened his mouth and swallowed it. "Offer it to me. Hey, by eating you, everything of yours becomes mine," the Fire Lord said coldly. The other Flame Demon Kings in the hall remained indifferent. In the demon realm, at least in the Flame Demon realm, such events were commonplace. After all, although the Flame Demon King's cultivation was lost, his flame seed, when devoured, would bring immeasurable benefits to his own cultivation. The flame directly turned the Flame Monarch's divine consciousness into nothingness, while simultaneously beginning to voraciously devour the Flame Monarch's own flames, rapidly growing larger. The Flame Monarch was horrified, but his cultivation was much deeper than that of the Flame Demon King, already stepping into the realm of true immortality. Therefore, he immediately mobilized all his cultivation, surrounding the divine flame within his body. However, although the flame was extremely weak, it swallowed everything, making it extremely difficult to handle. The Flame Monarch exhausted all methods, but could not completely extinguish it. In the end, gritting his teeth, he used a portion of his cultivation to envelop the Flame Man, then sent it out of his body. All of this took place within the Flame Monarch's body, and the other Flame Demon Kings in the hall naturally had no idea. They could only see the sudden flickering of flames on the Flame Monarch's body, not knowing what was happening. Then the fireball appeared. At this moment, the Flame Monarch watched in fear as the fireball floated in the hall, finally understanding that what the Flame Demon King had said was true. Although the flame was extremely weak, its nature was extremely advanced, many times more powerful than his own innate flame. In his confusion, a giant figure slowly appeared above the fireball. It was the projection of Zuan's divine consciousness, Zu, and calmly said, "If any of you dare to covet the world again, you will end up like this temple." With that, the fireball suddenly transformed into a huge flaming longsword, Zuan's divine consciousness projection holding the sword and swinging down violently. Crack! The Flame Palace, built of extremely hard fire crystal stone, was instantly split in half. Then Zuan and the fireball disappeared. The hall fell silent, including the Flame Monarch. All the flame demons stared in disbelief at the scene. At the same time, the bisected Flame Palace slowly collapsed to the sides, revealing a sky of fiery red. After a long time, a flustered Flame Demon King asked, "Lord Flame Monarch, just now, what was that?" The Flame Monarch, sitting dazedly on the throne, was shocked by the question and then forced himself to come to his senses before ruefully saying, "It seems that person who killed the Flame Demon King in the mortal realm." Hissing. All the Flame Demons gasped, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The Flame Monarch then said despondently, "This matter must not be spread, and send out the order." The Flame Monarch paused and then said bitterly, "Cease all exploration of the mortal realm. Yes, Many flame demons responded in unison. The arrogance from before was gone. Meanwhile, atop the Frown Pavilion in the Kunlun secret realm, Zuin felt a slight disturbance in his divine consciousness and smiled faintly. He knew that the flame mark he had left in the Flame Demon King had taken effect. Zuin was well aware of the true nature of these nurture and innate demon races, so he had planted a flame mark in the Flame Demon King's body. As long as someone devoured it, the mark would be triggered, teaching them a profound lesson. Zuin believed that after this incident, these demon races who underestimated their own strength and carelessly interfere in mortal affairs would behave more cautiously. "Husband, what are you smiling about?" Yan curiously asked. "Oh, nothing. Has Cheng Hao and the others returned?" "Not yet," Yan said with some worrying. "Could something have happened? Shouldn't you go check on them?" Zhu and shook his head. "No need. If they can't handle such a simple task, then they will disappoint me." After slaying the Flame Demon King, Zuin returned directly to the Frown Pavilion. Having made it clear that the Dark Wine Tower and Flame King Temple were invaluable resources, Zuin had now eliminated both the Dark Wine Raven and Flame Demon King. The rest of the work would be left to the members of the Phoenix. Even though they had the resources, sharpening the blade was a task that had to be done by oneself. No one else could do it. Meanwhile, Zhu Ran and Lu Zunshu hesitated to speak. They had both just heard the deafening sound that resonated throughout Kunlun City. Shortly after, Zuin returned. Could it be that in the short time he was away, he had killed both the leaders of the Dark Wine Tower and Flame King Temple? But without Zuan's confirmation, they did not dare to ask. All the people in the Frown Pavilion were trembling, including the young ladies who had all turned tail and were hiding in their rooms. The occasional distant shouts and screams indicated what was happening outside. "Dawn is approaching." Zuin slowly sipped his wine and suddenly said lightly. Everyone turned to look. Sure enough, on the eastern horizon, a golden line was gradually appearing. The snow had stopped. "Husband," Yan wanted to say something. She was still worried about the people of the Phoenix. Just then, Zhu Ryan suddenly trembled and said, "They're back. They've returned." Everyone looked up to see a group of people slowly walking from the far end of the street. A layer of sinister energy and bloodlight lingered above their heads, causing tremors in the heavens and the earth as they walked. As they approached the Frown Pavilion, Cheng Hao stepped forward, respectfully saying, "Instructor, in this battle, the Phoenix slew 2 demi-immortals, 13 loose immortals, and 121 heaven human beings, with countless casualties. The Dark Wine Tower and Flame King Temple were completely destroyed, while the Phoenix members suffered injuries and no fatalities." With that, Cheng Hao, covered in blood, wore an expression of pride. This achievement was enough to make them proud. Not long ago, it would have taken a great deal of effort for the Phoenix to kill even a single loose immortal. However, ever since entering the Kunlun secret realm, Zuin had provided them with new advanced cultivation methods for each person, combined with the rich spiritual energy of Kunlun, allowing each member of the Phoenix to advance rapidly. In the battle on this snowy night, they even managed to kill more than a dozen loose immortals and even destroy 2 demi-immortals without a single fatality. This kind of accomplishment was enough to shake the entire Kunlun. Therefore, after Cheng Hao proudly finished speaking, everyone was astonished. In the Frown Pavilion, the guests were all trembling, and those who could afford to be there were prominent figures in Kunlun City. When they heard that the Dark Wine Tower and Flame King Temple had been completely destroyed, they finally understood what the shouts and screams that reverberated throughout the city last night were all about. Some of the more courageous ones secretly opened the windows to take a look. Meanwhile, Zuin silently watched the members of the Phoenix who were battered but exuded determination and pride. Seeing this, each individual involuntarily straightened up. Zuin nodded slightly, with a faint smile on his face. "Very well. After this battle, you can finally be called true elite warriors. From now on, if any gods are rebellious, let the Phoenix slay them. If there are demons causing chaos, the Phoenix will eliminate them. Do you have confidence?" This scene shocked everyone who was watching. Some faint-hearted individuals were so scared that they almost wet their pants. Fei Bai looked on with envy at the members of the Fire Phoenix. He had participated in the battle on a snowy night and was completely amazed. It was his first time seeing people fighting in such a manner. The intricate tactical coordination, the unparalleled teamwork, all left Fei Bai in awe. But what truly moved him was the camaraderie among the members of the Fire Phoenix, deeper than blood. It was a friendship where one would be willing to sacrifice their life for you at any moment. This kind of bond united the entire Fire Phoenix. FEI suddenly understood why a relatively average group like the Fire Phoenix could defeat those with much higher cultivation levels. It was because of their cooperation and camaraderie. At the same time, FEI finally understood why Zuin held such an aloof position in the eyes of the Fire Phoenix members. It was only with an instructor like him that such elite warriors could be nurtured. The solitary FEI suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Joining such a team should be exciting. While thinking about this, he felt a hearty slap on his shoulder from Zhou Danu, who grinned and said, "Kid, your swordsmanship last night was impressive. Truly amazing." Ziyi also approached, smiling and saying, "Yes, it's the first time I've seen a swordsman as skilled as you besides the instructor." After a night of fighting side by side, FEI had impressed these proud men with his extraordinary sword skills. At that moment, Cheng Hao walked over with a faint smile on his face, saying, "Thank you." He was thanking FEI for what happened last night. When they were ambushed while targeting a semi-transcendent cultivator, Cheng Hao was almost hit by the enemy's secret technique, but FEI came to the rescue and swiftly dealt with the enemy. This act led Cheng Hao to express his gratitude. FEI felt a bit embarrassed because the Fire Phoenix members were all smiling genuinely at him. The atmosphere was strange to FEI but also somewhat warm. "Gentlemen, the owner upstairs as instructed. Please come upstairs, the bath water is ready, and the feast is being prepared." The friendly brothel madam, who always knew how to please, was now stammering. Due to the heaviness of Cheng Hao and his companions' and murderous intent, even several birds flying over them plummeted down. "Let's go. Let's have a drink." Cheng Hao grabbed FEI, leading him inside with a smile. After everyone had washed up and changed into clean clothes, Zuin had already healed several severely injured individuals. The concentrated Qianyuan medicine, whether ingested or applied externally, was truly miraculous. Once everyone was seated, Zuin raised his cup and said, "Thank you all for your hard work. This cup is for you." Cheng Hao and the others quickly stood up and thanked. "Thank you, instructor." After 3 rounds of drinks, FEI suddenly approached with a cup of wine in hand. "Sir, I cannot repay your kindness. Now I have no relatives or friends in Kunlun. I wish to join your Fire Phoenix." FEI had been contemplating this during dinner and had finally made a decision. Upon hearing this, Zuin smiled and asked, "Don't you want to rebuild the Royal Sword Villa?" "I do." "Then why join the Fire Phoenix?" "Because I want the Royal Sword Villa to become a top sect, not just a small faction in Kunlun," FEI said earnestly. The room fell silent. Cheng Hao and the others looked at Zuin with hopeful eyes. After the battle last night, they all hoped FEI would join the Fire Phoenix. After a moment, Zuin smiled faintly and said, "Are you that confident?" FEI nodded solemnly. "I wasn't before, but now I am, because I believe in your future magnanimity and accomplishments." Zuin looked at FEI's determined face and a faint smile crept onto his lips. "Even if you didn't want to join, I would find a way to make you join. With your swordsmanship, it would be a waste to remain confined in this realm." FEI was stunned, and Cheng Hao quickly approached, patting FEI on the shoulder. "You haven't thanked the instructor yet." FEI realized his oversight and quickly said, "Thank you, instructor." The atmosphere in the room suddenly became more lively. Meanwhile, the madam was extra courteous, sending all the courtesans in the building to entertain. Zuin did not object. After the great battle, these members deserved to relax. Zuin never imposed his standards on others. That day, the members of the Fire Phoenix drank and celebrated all night. At the same time, the Fire King Palace and the Dark Wine Tower were completely destroyed, and the news of Zhu and killing the 2 leaders spread like wildfire. This news had a devastating impact. No one had expected that in just a few days since Zuan's return, the 2 newly rising major forces would be completely wiped out. This shook many who had intended to remain neutral. They had planned to observe the situation and then decide which side to join. But no one could have foreseen that Zhu would eliminate these 2 major forces with such forceful means. Now, those who had allied with these forces were petrified, silently praying that the peerless master, Zuan, would not remember them. However, their prayers went unanswered. With the Fire Phoenix at his side, Zuan's subordinates began to eliminate all those who had previously assisted the 2 major forces. Regardless of the opponents, they were no match for this formidable force. The reputation of the iron-blooded phoenix began to resonate throughout the land. In Qingmu town that day, when Biantia and Bianhua opened the city gates, they were met with numerous merchant caravans outside, with the main road lined up with carriages as far as the eye could see. Biantia and Bianhua were initially unhappy with the unpredictable nature of these merchants. Still, upon seeing their arrival, they were excited and immediately and to deliver a letter to Bian Qingmu. When Bian Qingmu appeared on the city tower, the leaders of these merchant caravans took a few steps forward and knelt down in unison. Lord Qingmu, we were foolish and succumbed to the influence of those two major forces and fled. It was our mistake. Please forgive us. Yes, it was our mistake. We are willing to pay a substantial sum of silver as penance. Seeing this scene, Bian Qingmu understood their motives and couldn't help but sigh. She had been shocked upon hearing the news as well. The overnight destruction of two major forces and the emergence of the iron-blooded phoenix informed everyone what fate awaited those who crossed Zuan. These merchant caravans had come for this reason. Please rise, Bian Qingmu said calmly. And Yan is sleeping soundly in the room. Zuan and Zhu Xian, together with Zhu Nian, are outside investigating the situation. Dad, Mom seems to be asleep. Xian whispered. Not seems, Mom is definitely asleep. I even heard her snoring. Nian said, Zhu, and nodded. Both of you wait here. Do not go anywhere. Understand? The two little girls nodded in unison. Zhu, and tiptoed into the room. Though it was freezing outside, inside the room was warm with a fire dragon, an ancient form of heating, so upon entering, one could immediately feel the warmth. Zuan walked to the bedside, observed for a moment, then gently placed his hand on the ring worn by Yan. A shimmer appeared. Zuan opened the mustard seed ring and quickly took out a large box from it. The shimmer vanished, Zhu, and held the box and was about to leave when Yan mumbled and turned in bed. This startled the two little girls who were peeking through the door crack outside. Nan was about to scream, but Xian quickly covered her mouth, Zhu, and stood still and watched for a moment, realizing that Yan had just turned over and fallen back into a deep sleep. He breathed a sigh of relief and then gestured okay towards the outside. The two little girls turned wide-eyed, Zhu, and slowly retreated backwards until he reached the threshold, then in a low voice said, Follow me. With that, Zuan turned around and walked forward as light as a thief who had stolen something, and the two little girls quietly followed behind. Finally, after descending the stairs and reaching around the corner of the corridor, Nian let out a cheer. Yes, Dad, you're amazing, Zhu, and squatted down with a smile, placed the large round box on the railing. The two little girls also came over, and the father and daughter stood quietly watching the round box. After a while, Xian licked her lips. Dad, can we open it? Zhu, and nodded. Yes, open it. Nan was practically drooling. Dad, can we finish eating it? Yes, you can, Zhu, and removed the lid of the round box, releasing a fragrance of vanilla mixed with cream. He then opened the packaging to reveal ice cream emitting a light grassy scent. However, this ice cream was much larger than usual, almost filling the entire box. The two little girls were wide-eyed with excitement, especially Nan, who was almost on the verge of tears with excitement. Dad, when did you buy this ice cream? Zhu, and chuckled. I bought it a long time ago, but I kept it in your mom's mustard seed ring, and she refused to take it out for you to eat. As Zuan had anticipated that his daughters would love ice cream, he had directly contacted the Häagen-Dazs manufacturer and customized over a dozen flavors that the two little girls loved the most. Of course, initially, the manufacturer had ignored Zuan, as his customizations were insignificant to a large factory, but it seemed that in this world, there was almost no problem that money couldn't solve. Therefore, he successfully customized many unique ice cream styles. This large round box was one of them. The father and daughters were all excited, but they soon realized a serious issue. They had no spoons. What should we do? Should we eat it with our hands? Xian asked. I don't mind, if needed. I can even lick it. Nan was eager to start. Zhu, and pointed to the small flat pans hanging around their necks. Use these to eat. Huh. The two little girls looked puzzled. Zhu, and chuckled, squatted down, held on to the two small flat pans, slightly squinted, and said, All right, now both of you, take off your necklaces and shout I want to eat ice cream. The two little girls immediately removed the pans and in unison shouted, "I want to eat ice cream." A shimmer enveloped them, turning the small flat pans into two large spoons. Seeing this, the two little girls were so excited that they rushed over, each giving Zhu and a kiss. "Dad, you're amazing." Zhu and thought proudly to himself, indeed he was quite skilled. After all, not everyone could add a spoon function to these green wooden spirit objects. He then jokingly said, "All right, hurry and eat, or else if your mom finds out later, you won't be able to enjoy it." Okay. The two little girls happily started to scoop and eat the ice cream, using their green wooden spoons. Despite the cold, snowy weather outside and the chilly breeze blowing through the corridor, the two girls were happily munching on the ice cream. It was quite an odd scene. Passing by, Ryan couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "Sir, this is..." Zhuan shook his head, gesturing for silence, then whispered, "It's nothing." The two little girls were crying and demanding ice cream, but Yanner was worried they'd catch a cold, so she refused to let them eat. "I had no choice but to sneak it out." Ryan couldn't help but laugh and cry at the scene. Who would have thought that Mr. Zhu, known throughout Kunlun for his prestige, would secretly be stealing ice cream with his two daughters? But she also expressed some concern. "Sir, what if they eat too much and get sick?" Zhu and chuckled and shook his head. "Don't worry, they're my daughters. How could they get sick from eating ice cream?" Ryan awkwardly smiled. "Sir, I think they shouldn't eat too much, and what if Yan Gigi finds out? Wouldn't she be mad?" As she finished speaking, she blinked at Zuan. "No need to worry. Yanner is still asleep. By the time she wakes up, we'll have finished the ice cream. She won't find out." "And what's with your eyes, Ryan?" Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind. "Oh, is that so?" Hearing this voice, Zuan froze, then slowly turned around to face Yan, who was looking at him playfully. Zuan awkwardly smiled. "Ahem. Yanner, let me explain. I just saw you sleeping so peacefully, and didn't want to disturb your rest, so I took out the ice cream without telling you." The two little girls also noticed their mom's arrival and frantically turned around, using their small bodies to block the ice cream box. Nan's mouth still had remnants of ice cream, so Xiang nudged her, giving a signal with her eyes. Nan quickly licked her mouth clean, and both girls stood stiffly as if to say, "We have no idea what happened. Dad did everything. It's not our fault." And Yan, watching this scene, was both amused and exasperated. Helpless, she sternly turned to Zuan, taking the two daughters to steal ice cream. "Tell me, how should we punish them, Zhu?" And stood with a rueful expression, accepting Yan's lesson. The two little girls also had to stand there with him. Occasionally, the father and daughters would exchange mischievous glances to make each other laugh. A month has passed since the Snow Night battle. Inside the Kunlun secret realm, all is calm, and there is peace throughout the four seas. At this moment, Zhou Danu, who is sitting cross-legged, suddenly sees various illusions rising above his head. Among these illusions, there are seductive women throwing themselves at him, as well as fierce beasts lurking around. However, no matter how the illusions change, Zhou Danu remains as unmoved as a rock in turbulent waters. After a moment, golden light begins to emanate from Zhou Danu's body. This golden light is not as dazzling as before but exudes a very soft and firm glow. At the same time, the blood of the wolf god that Zhou Danu obtained in the Warwolf secret realm suddenly stirs and intertwines with this golden light, gradually merging into one. After a while, with a crisp sound, the illusions above Zhou Danu's head shatter, and his entire body is engulfed in a golden light tinged with a hint of blood. A strong momentum shoots up to the clouds, stirring the winds and clouds to change colors. Zhou Danu slowly opens his eyes, a golden light flashes in his eyes and then gradually returns to normal. Peak Immortal. After a month of diligent practice, Zhou Danu finally breaks through first, becoming the first member of the Flame Phoenix to reach the peak Immortal level. Of course, this achievement is not surprising considering his exceptional talent in cultivation among the Flame Phoenix members. Besides him, all the other Flame Phoenix members have also made great progress. The captain, Cheng Hao, in particular, is just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the peak Immortal level. But cultivation is highly dependent on opportunities. If the opportunity does not arise, that slight insight might become an insurmountable gap. Zuan knows that almost all the members of the Flame Phoenix have reached their limits, and staying in the Kunlun secret realm any longer would not have much meaning. Therefore, she decides to leave tomorrow. Although Chu Ryan had anticipated this outcome, she still feels very sad. During this month, she has also been busy learning many techniques from Zuan. Although Chu Ryan was already a peak immortal in cultivation before, she was completely inexperienced in practical applications. This is why she had been powerless under suppression. However, after a month of arduous training, Chu Ryan has greatly improved her techniques and can now defend herself. It is for this reason that she is reluctant to see Zuan leave. Upon hearing Zuan's words, Chu Ryan's eyes gradually brighten, nodding heavily. Yes, Master. Chu Ryan has now changed how she addresses Zuan to Master. She has buried the previous fantasies deep in her heart and repeatedly reminded herself to clarify her position. Switching to Master also helps eliminate her deluded thoughts. Zuan and the others did not return to the Kunlun Mountains this time, but descended directly in Dianzhou. Their appearance immediately caught the attention of Commander Hu quickly sent people to invite Zuan and the others into the command post. Seeing the Flame Phoenix troop, Commander was momentarily stunned. This team seemed even more formidable than when they had left. Mr. Zhu, Major N had already left Dianzhou to return to the capital a while ago. Commander Hu said, Zhu, and nodded, glanced around at everyone, and then smiled as he asked, "Where's John Chu?" Commander Hu smirked. John Chu took the Blood Killing members for a mission. Mr. Zhu, we really must thank you for the formations you gave John Chu. The Blood Killing is much stronger now. Zuan smiled faintly, but did not say anything. With Dianzhou peaceful and nothing immediate to handle, Zuan decided to let the Flame Phoenix return on their own. Qi, on the other hand, was prepared to go back to the capital with his family. Zuan initially planned to fly back directly, but his two daughters, Zhu Xiang and Zhu Nian, who had recently become obsessed with a train cartoon, insisted on taking the train back and were making a commotion about it. As a doting father, Zuan had to comply with his daughter's wishes. Once the family boarded the train, the two daughters stared around for a while. "Daddy, is this the train?" Zhu Xian asked. "Yes." "But why doesn't this train have a long chimney?" Nan asked. "Yet. And there isn't that long horn sound either." Xiang added. Zuan, "Well, I think maybe this train is still young, and the chimney hasn't grown out yet." This explanation was far-fetched, but the two girls believed it. "Dad is right. This train definitely hasn't grown up yet. When it does, it will grow a chimney." Nan said. "But how can we make it grow up quickly?" Xiang wrinkled her brow. "I know." Nan's eyes lit up. "We should feed it ice cream." "You always think about eating ice cream," Xiang scolded. "You're no different." Nan pouted. "You ate an extra bite of my ice cream last night, but you ate one piece of my chocolate the day before that." The two girls began disputing who had eaten more of whose snacks, drawing amused glances from other passengers in the carriage. After all, two mischievous little girls like them would always be popular wherever they went. Just as the train was about to depart, two more passengers entered the carriage, a man and a woman. The man was dressed in a suit and had a slick and arrogant demeanor. The girl was beautiful, but appeared slightly shy and timid, indicating she had recently graduated. Moreover, her clothing was simple, suggesting she was not from a wealthy family. These two took seats diagonally across from Zuan, who paid them little attention. After they sat down, the train began to move. The man in the suit spoke loudly. "Originally, my cousin was supposed to send a private car to pick me up, but he had some last-minute affairs and couldn't make it. Why do we have to ride this trashy train?" His arrogance in speech was annoying. The girl had been keeping her head lowered and seemed timid, but upon hearing the man's words, she did not speak. The man chuckled and reached out to touch the girl's shoulder. She recoiled, moving away from his touch. Don't do that." The man withdrew his hand, somewhat displeased. "Mengying, I just touched your shoulder. Why are you avoiding me?" The girl whispered. "Tia Xiao, you promised to take me to the capital and let me join the Qianyuan company." "Of course. Before that, I hope you won't act like this." Chia Bohan's lips curled into a cold smile at her words. "That's easy to say, but you need to let me collect some interest first. You think it's easy to get into Qianyuan company that day? If my cousin wasn't a manager there, with your education and qualifications, you wouldn't have a chance of entering Qianyuan company." Chia Bohan said coldly. Yuan Menjing lowered her head even more. But, there's no but. Yuan Menjing, remember, you're the one who came to me for help. Understand?" "Yes." Yuan Menjing replied softly. Chia Bohan then reached out and held Yuan Menjing's hand, satisfied. Yuan Menjing shivered but didn't resist, her eyes turning red. Their conversation was not loud, so no one around paid attention except Zuan, who furrowed his brows slightly. Chanyu and Company? His Chanyu and Company? And who is this man? Zhu. And felt puzzled but remained calm, just observing silently. Chia Bohan seemed unsatisfied with just holding hands and started getting touchy. That as soon as his hand touched Yuan Menjing's waist, she reacted as if shocked, standing up abruptly and drawing many curious glances. Chia Bohan didn't expect this reaction, but didn't want to be too explicit in front of everyone. So, he came up with an excuse to deflect the situation. Yuan Menjing sat back down, but this time she moved further away from Chia Bohan. Chia Bohan's face darkened, and his gaze towards Yuan Menjing turned hostile. However, he didn't dare to do anything more and they maintained this standoff until the next stop. Starting from Dianzhou to Zhongdu, the train needed to pass through several major cities, and they were currently stopping in Lingnan City, a necessary stop on the route. Some passengers got off, and a few boarded. Everything seemed normal until the train door was forcefully kicked open by a group with brightly colored hair and a fierce appearance. They glanced around the carriage, and when they saw Yuan Menjing sitting in the corner, their eyes lit up, and they approached with a cold smile. Yuan Menjing had been pale with fear since the group entered the carriage, but now she was trembling all over. As the group approached her seat, the leader, a bald strong man, sneered, "Miss Yuan, what? Borrowed money and now trying to run away?" Yuan Menjing shakily replying, "I haven't run away. My mother is still in the hospital. How could I run away? I just want to go to Zhongdu to find the medicine that can save my mother." Upon hearing this, the strong man spat on the ground disdainfully and mocked, "Miss Yuan, do you think we are children? That old lady is almost dead. What can she do in the hospital? And go to Zhongdu to find the medicine to save your mother? Ha ha, do you think we'll believe it?" Yuan Menjing continued, "It's true. This Mr. Tia has a way to get me into Chanyu and Company. Once I'm in, as a Chanyu employee, I can get a small bottle of Chanyu medicine for free, and then my mother will be saved." She pleaded, "Please give me more time. I will definitely pay back all the money I owe you." The strong man retorted, "Stop the nonsense. I've given you 3 chances already. If you don't have the money today, don't blame us for being rude." The threatening words left many passengers indignant. However, seeing the strong man and his fierce-looking men, many passengers helplessly looked away. Yuan Menjing, in despair, begged, "Big brother Tiger, please give me some more time. Otherwise, my mother will surely die." TSK. What a filial girl. That you suddenly left Dianzhou. You've lost the right for me to trust you. If I hadn't rushed here after hearing the news, you might have really run away, you little girl. The strong man scolded. Yuan Menjing turned to Chia Bohan, her last hope. "Tia, please help me say a few words. I will repay you. Please." Chia Bohan wanted to speak, but one of the strong man's henchmen pulled out a knife and pointed it at Chia Bohan's back, whispering fiercely in his ear. Feeling the cold, sharp sensation at his back, Chia Bohan, scared, forced a smile, nodded at the strong man, and asked politely if he could go to the bathroom. The strong man impatiently waved him away, and Chia Bohan fled. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Menjing felt utterly hopeless. The strong man smirked, "And this kind of person can get you into Chanyu and Company. Just a little thug who lures women with deception." His words amused his henchmen, but in the midst of their laughter, a calm voice interjected, "How much does she owe you?" "Huh." The laughter dissipated, and the carriage fell silent. The strong man looked at the speaker with suspicion, only to see Zhu, and pointing at Yuan Menjing, asking how much she owed. "What are you planning?" The strong man asked coldly. "I heard your conversation just now. Does this girl owe you money?" "I can repay it for her," Zhu in reply. "You repay for her?" The strong man was surprised, Zhu, and nodded. The strong man stared at Zhu for a while before saying slowly, "Friend, you can eat whatever food you want, but words can't be said casually. Do you know how much she owes us?" He held up a finger. "A whole million." This amount drew whispers of shock from some passengers. "Now, do you still want to repay for her?" The strong man taunted. His henchmen burst into mocking laughter. In the strong man's eyes, Zhu didn't seem like an ordinary person in temperament and demeanor, but at most, he was someone with a bit of money, not exceedingly wealthy. Otherwise, he wouldn't be on this class of train. Perhaps his earlier call was an attempt to be a hero, but the figure of 1 million was enough to make many people hesitate. Just as the onlookers expected Zuin to retract, he instead lowered his head, seemingly pondering something. The strong man chuckled, while Yuan Menjing, who had glimpsed a glimmer of hope, was once again overwhelmed with despair. 1 million. This amount was enough to deter many. Bald Tiger froze in place. What does it mean that there aren't small amounts on bank cards? Is 1 million still considered a small amount? Zuan smiled at Yuan Menjing. Excuse me, is this Lingnan Station? Yuan Menjing nodded. Yes. Then Zuan took out his phone, dialed a number, and said, I'm on a train, send over 1 million as soon as possible. After hanging up, he smiled at Bald Tiger. Just wait a moment, someone will be delivering the money soon. Bald Tiger's expression varied. Kid, if you dare to play tricks on us, I guarantee you won't get away with it. Zuan smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. And Yan waved at Yuan Menjing. Miss, come over here. Yuan Menjing hesitated, then stood up and walked over, cowering. You look thin. Have something to eat first. And Yan said with a smile. Looking at Yan's gentle smile, Yuan Menjing suddenly felt the urge to cry. For over a year, she had been living in an environment full of deceit and manipulation, never experiencing such a gentle smile from anyone. Yuan Menjing was indeed a bit hungry as well. With her mother's illness worsening, the daily hospital expenses were considerable. To save money, she had cut her living expenses to the bare minimum. She was surviving on steamed buns a day. She had already sold everything in her home and resorted to borrowing a high-interest loan from people like Bald Tiger. Initially, she only borrowed a little over 200,000, working part-time to repay some of it. But with the compounding interest, the loan quickly reached 1 million, an amount Yuan Menjing couldn't possibly repay. Bald Tiger wanted her to sell herself to repay the debt, but Yuan Menjing naturally refused. That was the reason Bald Tiger had urgently come with others to chase her this time. Sir, I appreciate your kindness, but 1 million is not a small amount. Leave in a while, and I will go back with them. Yuan Menjing said softly, feeling somewhat full after eating. Zuan smiled slightly. Have you thought about what your fate will be if you go back with them? Yuan Menjing lowered her head sadly. I know, but I have reached a dead end. There is no other way. My mother's condition is critical, and regular medicine is no longer effective. The doctor said only the Heaven's Fate elixir can save her. But even the most ordinary bottle of Heaven's Fate elixir costs over 1 million. I simply can't afford it. So you thought about joining Heaven's Fate? Zuan said lightly. Yuan Menjing nodded. As long as I can get a job at Heaven's Fate, I can obtain a bottle of Heaven's Fate elixir, and the salary is also very generous. So now countless people take pride in being able to work at Heaven's Fate. But, Zuan smiled slightly, there's always a way out. Since I've promised to help you, I will help you. Just wait for a moment. Yuan Menjing couldn't continue. She had met someone through connections who could introduce her to work at Heaven's Fate, but now this had happened. Over 10 minutes had passed, and Chia Bohan still hadn't returned. He probably had been frightened away. Zuan didn't say anything, just quietly checked the time. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Over half an hour later, Bald Tiger's face showed impatience. He stood up abruptly, sneering. Enough. Kid, you're indeed playing games with us. Then he told Yuan Menjing, come with us. Yuan Menjing was about to stand up when Zuan extended his hand, signaling her not to move. Bald Tiger's expression turned ugly. Kid, it seems like you are really fed up with living. If you dare. Before he could finish his sentence, cries of surprise were heard from outside the train window. Bald Tiger was startled, but before he could react, the train door was kicked open, and a group of people entered. These people were all robust young individuals dressed in sword-sleeve attire, each having an exquisite sword emblem embroidered on their chest. Seeing them, Bald Tiger trembled all over, his face turning pale. The Yu family. He recognized this attire. Indeed, in the entire southwestern region, few people wouldn't recognize this symbol. It was the emblem of the Yu family in Lingnan. The Yu family had a significant influence throughout the region. Although the former Lingnan sword immortal had passed away, the current Yu Ming seemed even more formidable in swordsmanship. What was happening? How did members of the Yu family suddenly appear? Bald Tiger was perplexed. A man and a woman quickly entered the carriage. Both of them looked like they had come out of an ancient painting. The man was handsome, the woman beautiful. but both exuded a chilling sword aura, sending shivers down people's spines. When they arrived in front of Zuan, they bowed simultaneously. "Greetings, sir." Along with their movements, all the young members of the Yu family also bowed and greeted. "Greetings, sir." The entire carriage fell silent. Everyone stared in astonishment at this scene. Bald Tiger's face turned not just pale but ashen, because the people who had arrived were the most prominent figures of the Yu family, currently known as the Little Sword Immortal of Lingnan, Yu Ming, and his daughter Yuran. Bald Tiger recognized them because he had once followed his big boss to a gathering of the Lingnan elite. At the meeting, his boss had respectfully offered a toast to Yu Ming, who hadn't even looked at him. Even so, Bald Tiger's boss didn't dare to complain. Compared to noble families like the Yu family, their gang was insignificant. What was going on that alarmed such prominent figures? Should he step forward and pay his respects? Bald Tiger pondered, then witnessed a scene that nearly frightened him to death. Yu Ming and Yuran walked swiftly towards Zuan and bowed in unison. "Greetings, sir." With this action, all the descendants of the Yu family also bowed and said, "Greetings, sir." The whole carriage fell into a deathly silence. Bald Tiger's complexion was no longer simply pale, it was now ashen. Yu Ming had a worrying look. Zuan smiled faintly. "Did you bring the money I asked for?" "Yes, sir. We brought it." Several suitcases were opened, revealing bundles of fresh banknotes. "In haste, we only brought 5 million. Is that enough?" Yu Ming asked somewhat anxiously. Zuan smiled slightly. "It's enough." Then he pointed at Bald Tiger. "Give him 1 million. That's what he wanted." As Yu Ming turned to look at Bald Tiger, his gaze turned cold. An hour ago, he received a call from Zuan, saying he needed 1 million and had to deliver it to the train. Yu Ming immediately understood that Mr. Zhu must have a good reason, so he didn't delay and rushed to bring the money. When Yuran found out that Zuan was coming, she came along as well. Now, hearing Zuan's words, it seemed this guy was looking for trouble. Damn. How dare he provoke Mr. Zhu on our Lingnan's turf? Yu Ming felt a rising sense of killing intent. A strong sense of pressure enveloped the entire train car. A thermos placed next to Bald Tiger seemed to have been cut by something, sliding down diagonally with a smooth cut. The random beaded rosaries worn on Bald Tiger's neck and hands all broke into pieces, each bead cleanly sliced in half and scattered on the ground. Zuan watched the scene from behind, raising an eyebrow slightly, smiling but not saying a word. "Is it you who asked Mr. Zhu for 1 million? Yu Ming said, indifferently. Bald Tiger stiffened all over, not daring to move a muscle. He was afraid of breaking apart like those beads, so he struggled to say, I was collecting a debt from that girl. It was this gentleman who said he would repay it on her behalf. I really didn't mean to." As he spoke, Bald Tiger was on the verge of tears. "Mr. Yu, I really didn't mean to." With a cold laugh, Yu Ming was about to make a move, Zhu, and calmly said, "Indeed. It was me who said it." Yu Ming was taken aback, turning to Zuan. "Sir ... Zuan smiled slightly and said to Bald Tiger, "I said I would repay her debt, so I'll do it. You can take the 1 million now." This time, Bald Tiger was dumbfounded, glancing at Yu Ming discreetly. But Yu Ming had already stepped aside, saying coldly, "Since the gentleman has spoken, go take it." Bald Tiger's heart gradually revived. It seemed that this person's status was even higher than Yu Ming's. Who was he? How could someone of such high status travel on this type of train? Whatever. He needed to get the money first. These big shots always had all sorts of quirks. With these thoughts in mind, Bald Tiger smiled obsequiously, walked up, picked up a small box, took out a loan agreement from his pocket, and said respectfully, "Ms. Yuan, here is the IOU. We are now settled." Then he bowed to Zuan and Yu Ming, saying, "No troubles, we'll be going now." He turned to leave but was stopped by Zuan's calm voice. "Hold on." The Yin family's men immediately blocked Bald Tiger's path. Bald Tiger trembled, then turned around, smiling more awkwardly than crying, "Sir, do you have any other business? Do you really want to leave like this?" So what do you mean? She owes you money. I've repaid it for her. But what about the money you owe? The money I owe. Bald Tiger looked puzzled. Zhu, and nodded and said calmly, "I am a reasonable person. You have insulted and provoked this girl with all kinds of words since boarding the train, seriously harming this girl's dignity. Shouldn't you compensate her for her mental anguish?" Bald Tiger was dumbfounded, mouth gaping open. Yu Ming and Yuran looked at each other, both seeing a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. It was clear that the gentleman was blatantly extorting him. So ... how much do you want? For the girl's mental anguish, loss of work, and other costs combined, how about you give $1,000? Zuen said calmly. Upon hearing this amount, Bald Tiger breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it was only 1,000. He could accept that. Immediately, he tried to pay up. Hold on, sir. Is there something else? You owe the girl $1,000, but what about me? You. Bald Tiger looked puzzled, and nodded. I was minding my own business here, but because of you, I had to make a phone call. And since my SIM card is from overseas, don't you know that international roaming is expensive? Shouldn't you cover the phone bill? Yes. Yes, I'll pay. I'll pay. Bald Tiger agreed full-heartedly. It was just a phone bill. He could easily handle it with $100. All right, for the phone bill, you can give me 10 million. I won't ask for more. Initially relieved, Bald Tiger was now stunned. Trembling, he asked Yuan, Sir, how much did you say? And extended a finger and said, 10 million. You're lucky I'm giving you a friendly price for your cooperation. Bald Tiger took a deep breath, almost asking if Zuen was calling Mars with that phone. 10 million could buy a small telecom company. If converted to phone charges, it probably wouldn't be depleted even if the Earth was destroyed. Sir, please don't joke with me. 10 million ... even if you kill me, I can't afford it. Bald Tiger began to beg for mercy. I'm not trying to kill you. It's only fair to pay your debts. You were collecting a debt from this girl. I repaid it for her. Now you owe me. Why are you acting like it's a matter of life or death? And reclined on his seat, speaking leisurely. Bald Tiger's legs weakened, and he knelt on the ground. His subordinates, who had been strutting about thinking highly of themselves, were scared and quivering, kneeling down to when they saw their boss kneel. The train car fell silent, everyone staring blankly at the scene. Bald Tiger thought that if he knelt down, the other party might give him some face. But looking at Zuan's serious expression and Yu Ming's fierce look, his heart sank gradually. Sir, please spare me. Bald Tiger pleaded tearfully. So, you really can't come up with 10 million? Bald Tiger nodded repeatedly, bitterly saying, even if you killed me, I still wouldn't have that much money. The money I collected has to be given to my boss. And nodded. I see ... Then he said to a nearby person, do you have pen and paper? I only have paper, no pen. Paper will do. Give it to him. Someone handed Bald Tiger a white piece of paper. Bald Tiger was dumbfounded. What did this mean? Since you can't pay now, it's okay. Just write an IOU, saying that you owe. What's your name? Yuan Menjing had been staring blankly until Zuen asked, then she came to her senses. Oh, my name is Yuan Menjing. Right that you owe Yuan Menjing 10 million, Zuen said, then smiled slightly at Bald Tiger. I hope you won't have any trouble drafting the IOU. Bald Tiger looked at Zuan's smiling face and felt like he was in an ice cellar. Write it down, Zuen said with just one word. That one word seemed to land directly on Bald Tiger's heart, leaving him feeling uncomfortable and helpless. You want me to write, but I don't have a pen. As Bald Tiger's words fell, Zuen gestured casually, a sword or shot out, cutting off one of Bald Tiger's fingers directly. Use blood as ink, it'll be more effective. Do you agree? Zuen said with a grin. But in Bald Tiger's eyes, the man's smile was even scarier than a devil's. Though the pain made him shiver all over, he dared not delay any longer and quickly wrote the IOU. Done. It's done. Zuen didn't take it. He just glanced at Yu Ming. Guantu, dazed, got off the train. After turning a street corner, he finally stopped. Boss, your hand, a henchman behind him kindly reminded. Guantu erupted in anger, slapping the henchman across the face. Get lost. These henchmen all cowered and dared not speak. Guantu trembled as he took out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, boss. The person on the other end of the call was Guantu's boss, a well-known gang leader in the southwest region. Tiger, how did things go? Did you catch that girl? If you did, bring her to me first. I want to have a taste. Guantu took a deep breath. Boss, there's been a change in plans. Oh, I got the money. Well, that's good too. $1 million in hand, not bad, but... Guantu licked his lips nervously and said, but I encountered someone who forced me to write an IOU of 10 million. After deducting the 1 million, I still owe 9 million. And 1,000. What? You idiot. Did he make you write it just like that? The boss exploded in anger. Guantu listened quietly. After a prolonged scolding from the boss, he finally took a deep breath and asked, "Damn it, who dares to play like this in the Southwest? Tell me, I'll bring my men over and deal with them. It's the Yu family," Guantu said with a bitter smile. There was silence on the other end of the phone. To be precise, the Yu family was just the muscle. The one who made me write the IOU is someone even the Yu family respects. They call him Mr. Before Guantu could finish speaking, he heard the sound of glass breaking on the phone, followed by the boss's voice in an unprecedented tone of shock. "What did you say? Even the Yu family respects him as Mr. Is he a distinguished gentleman?" Guantu thought for a moment. Zween's demeanor could indeed be considered distinguished. Yes. There was silence on the phone again. Guantu tentatively asked, "Boss, what should I do about this? I now over 9 million to him. And you, Tiger," the boss suddenly said with a pleasant tone. "Yes, boss. What is it? You're really lucky. I think the best thing for you to do now is to go to the temple and thank the gods for their protection." Guantu's eyes filled with tears. "Boss, please don't make fun of me. I over 9 million for no reason. How can I be considered lucky? Ha ha. Tiger, a life is worth more than 9 million. Do you know who you've encountered? That's the invincible figure in the world. He didn't kill you, just made you pay money. You must have accumulated great virtue from your ancestors." Hearing the boss's words, Guantu was dumbfounded. "You mean, he is..." "Exactly. That's the one." Guantu broke out in a cold sweat, unable to even stand, leaning against a telephone pole by the roadside, and said in despair, "No wonder. But boss, what am I supposed to do about the money I owe?" "Nonsense. Who would dare not repay him? If you truly dare not repay, even the Yu family would tear you to shreds." "But it's over 9 million, boss. You can't just leave me hanging." "You, Tiger, I think at your age, you're not suited for this anymore. It's better to retire early. As for the debt, repay it slowly. There will be a day when it's all settled, won't there?" "Hey, boss, you ... Damn." Guantu wanted to say more, but the call was already disconnected. Enraged, he smashed his phone to pieces. "Someone, take me to the hospital first," Guantu said with a grimace from the pain in his fingers. No one responded. Guantu looked up, shouting, "Are you all deaf?" His henchmen exchanged glances, showing strange expressions on their faces. Guantu's heart sank, and he softened his tone. "Third brother, drive me to the hospital." The third brother was the one who had just been slapped by him. He showed a cold smirk, took a step back, and said, "Brother who? There is something urgent at home. Sorry, see you later." With that, he turned and left. As he left, the others didn't bother to make excuses and followed him out. Enraged, Guantu shouted, "What are you all doing? Are you trying to rebel against me?" The henchman coldly turned back to look at him. "Brother who, we heard what the boss just said. You're getting older. It's time to step down. Remember to live well and pay your debts. Goodbye." After saying this, the henchman turned and left without looking back. Guantu stared blankly at their retreating figures, suddenly feeling an even sharper pain in his fingers. With a debt of 9 million, the pain of broken fingers, and the betrayal of his men, in just half a day, this guy had tasted all sorts of bitterness. His head spun, and he turned to jump into the traffic, considering crashing into a car to end it all. That's what Guantu was thinking when two people suddenly blocked his way. Dressed in Yu family attire, they smiled faintly at him. "Sorry, brother who, our master said we have to secretly follow you." And our miss said, "Suicide is not an option. You will never be able to commit suicide in this lifetime." Guantu's vision darkened, and he passed out from what he saw as his future miserable life. Meanwhile, on the train, Zhuan looked at Yuming and said, "Your swordsmanship has improved." Yuming's face showed a hint of excitement. "Thank you for your praise, sir. Did you have an epiphany?" Yuming nodded. Zhuan smiled. "You're lucky." An epiphany was a rare opportunity for a practitioner. Previously, Yuming's swordsmanship had deviated, but after this epiphany, he had returned to the right path. This made Zhuan marvel at Yuming's luck. "My Fire Phoenix as a new master swordsman. Maybe you two can spar sometime." Yuming's eyes lit up. "Thank you, sir." As a master swordsman, having an equally matched opponent to practice with was a rare and precious opportunity. Zhuan smiled faintly and turned to look at the somber-faced Yuren beside him. "Long time no see." Yuren trembled slightly, then bowed gently. "Greetings, sir." Since boarding the train, Yuan had been secretly observing Zuan and Anyan. When she saw the two of them sitting together like immortals, her last bit of hope was completely extinguished. She had no idea what had just happened, and she stood there throughout the journey in a daze. Zuan nodded slightly and said nothing. Yuming stepped forward and said, "Sir, since you have come to Lingnan, please stay at the Yu family for a few days. The people from the Yu family have all left. The carriage has returned to calm. Only the bloodstains on the floor remind people of what just happened." Everyone looks at Zuan with awe, even though they don't know who Zuan really is. But judging from the recent events, it's clear that he is someone important. At this moment, Yuan Menjing stood up, her face full of excitement as if she was about to kneel down. She knew that if it weren't for Zuan's intervention, she would definitely have fallen into a very dangerous situation. She had no way to express her gratitude, so she could only kneel. Zuan waved his hand and a gentle force stopped her from kneeling, then said calmly, "I saved you because of your filial piety. Nothing else. There's no need to kneel." Yuan Menjing felt even more grateful in her heart, but was speechless for a moment, so she could only nod with tears in her eyes. Just then, Tia Bohan, who had left to relieve himself, peeked in and looked around. When he saw that there was no sign of the bald tiger in the carriage, he breathed a sigh of relief and walked in. "Oh, I don't know what happened. My stomach seems upset. Ended up being away for so long. Huh? Have those people all left?" Chia Bohan pretended to be surprised, then his face turned angry. "They really got lucky. If it weren't for my sudden stomach issues, I would have definitely made those guys kneel and beg for mercy." No one spoke. Everyone in the carriage looked at him with strange eyes. It was as if they were watching a fool perform. Feeling uncomfortable under their gaze, Chia Bohan coughed twice, then smiled at Yuan Menjing. "Miss Yuan, as long as you're okay, when we get to Jiangdu later, I'll have my cousin arrange for you to enter Qianyuan." Yuan Menjing ignored him with a cold face. Zuan, on the other hand, smiled. "Which Qianyuan are you talking about?" Chia Bohan smirked. "Which other Qianyuan could it be? Naturally, it's the one that produces Qianyuan elixir, ranked in the top 10 in the world." "Ranked in the top 10 in the world?" Zuan asked. "Yes. You don't even know this. Although Qianyuan Corporation was established just over a year ago, because of the remarkable efficacy of Qianyuan elixir, it has already become a world-class enterprise. Its ranking is skyrocketing crazily. I estimate that it won't be long before it becomes the world's #1 large corporation," Chia Bohan proudly said, as if Qianyuan Corporation was his. Zuan nodded slightly, half smiling. "With such a large enterprise, can you really arrange for someone to join?" "Others may not be able to, but I definitely can. My cousin is the department manager at Qianyuan, and he is also a high school classmate of Qianyuan's chairman, Chia Luqiao. With such a relationship, arranging for someone to enter is a piece of cake." Chia Luqiao's high school classmate. Zuan's heart stirred slightly. Chia Bohan then smiled at Yuan Menjing. "Miss Yuan, shall we go back and sit? There are a few forms that need you to fill out in advance." Yuan Menjing sat still, with a look of hesitation on her face. She shook her head, about to refuse. Zuan smiled and said, "If that's the case, it's a good thing. Miss Yuan, why not go with them and take a look?" With that, Zuan winked at Yuan Menjing. She was stunned. In fact, she had been struggling with this matter all along. Although the issue of the loan sharks had been resolved, her mother's illness was still not cured. While Yuan Menjing believed that as long as she asked, this mysterious and powerful man would definitely help her, she felt awkward to ask again considering she was already indebted to him. She must find a way to get Qianyuan elixir, otherwise her mother's illness wouldn't be cured. So although she despised Chia Bohan, she could only remain silent. With a conflicted heart, as she was about to refuse, Zuan unexpectedly signaled for her to follow. She nodded somewhat dazedly, bowed deeply to Zuan and Anyan, then turned back to her seat. This time, Chia Bohan didn't dare to make any more bold moves, just kept boasting about how powerful his cousin was. However, Yuan Menjing's mind was elsewhere, looking out the window at the passing scenery, her eyes flashing. She didn't know what kind of fate awaited her ahead. If she really entered Qianyuan, her mother's illness would be cured, but it also meant she would lose her innocence, because the condition that Chia Bohan asked for was for her to enter Qianyuan and accompany him for a month. Thinking of this, Yuan Menjing's heart ached, and she stole a glance at Zuan not far away, Zhu, and noticed her gaze and smiled slightly at her. For some reason, when Yuan Menjing saw Zhu An smile, she felt at ease. However, she didn't realize that Tia Bohan had also noticed this scene, and his face gradually darkened. The journey ahead was uneventful, and the train slowly pulled into Zhongdu Station. Tia Bohan led Yuan Menjing off the train. My cousin was supposed to pick me up, but Director Chiao suddenly asked him to attend a meeting, so he can't come. Let's take a taxi instead, Tia Bohan said. Yuan Menjing remained silent, just following him quietly, feeling a mix of emotions in her heart that she couldn't articulate. Just then, a calm voice was heard. Are you two going to Qianyuan now? Yuan Menjing looked out and saw Zhu, and leading a family standing not far away with a smile. She nodded. What a coincidence, we are also going to Qianyuan. Why not go together? A warm feeling surged in Yuan Menjing's heart. Her nose tingling, she almost cried. Tia Bohan's face became even more unpleasant, sneering. What are you going to Qianyuan for? Because I happen to have a few friends working at Qianyuan, Zhuan said calmly. Tia Bohan was first startled when he heard this, then sneered. Oh, tell me who they are. Although I don't work at Qianyuan, I know all the important people inside, such as Lao Zhao, such as Zile. Tia Bohan was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Even Lao Zhao. He's probably just a janitor in Qianyuan, Zhu, and nodded, smiled slightly. You guessed it right. Tia Bohan looked even more disdainful, as he had said, although he didn't work at Qianyuan. Due to his cousin Tia Bojin, he knew all the important figures inside Qianyuan. The names mentioned by Zhu An were not among them, so he didn't take it seriously. After getting into the car, Tia Bohan pulled Yuan Menjing in and drove away. Upon arriving at the entrance of Qianyuan, Zhu An couldn't help but feel a bit surprised after getting off the car, because this was a skyscraper located in a bustling downtown area. The characters Qianyuan on the rooftop were shining brightly, and the people coming in and out were all well-dressed men and women. When Zhu An left the central capital, Tianyuan's headquarters were still in the office building of a pharmaceutical factory. He didn't expect that after more than a year, they had actually moved here. However, it did exude a sense of grandeur, resembling a world-class company. Since they both arrived at Qianyuan almost simultaneously, Tia Bohan was also at the entrance at that moment. When he saw the surprise on Zhu An's face, he couldn't help but smirk and sneer. How is it? Are you surprised? This skyscraper is the tallest building in central capital, and the headquarters of the Qianyuan young master is right here. With that, he said to Yuan Menjing, come, follow me to meet my cousin, and arrogantly walked into Qianyuan headquarters. The lobby was extremely spacious and luxurious, with a constant flow of people making it to appear very busy. Tia Bohan approached the front desk and asked the elegantly made-up receptionist, hello, is Manager Tia Bojin here? The receptionist glanced at him and smiled in a scripted manner. May I ask what you need to see Manager Tia about? Frantically, Tia Bohan said, I am Manager Tian's cousin. He asked me to come. Manager Tia is in a meeting. He left a message that if you came, you should wait here for a while. The receptionist's smile now carried a hint of sincerity. After all, Tia Bojin was now a mid-level leader within Qianyuan, controlling substantial resources, and was also classmates with Chairman Chiao, which made many people respect him. Hearing this, Tia Bohan looked even prouder and deliberately glanced at Zhu An and the others nearby. Zhu An simply smiled and ignored the man's boastful display. There was a separate guest area in the lobby. Tia Bohan sat on a plush sofa and lazily stretched. Then, unexpectedly, the receptionist personally brought a plate of freshly cut fruits. Please enjoy, Mr. Tia, the receptionist said with a smile. Thank you. Tia Bohan's face beamed with pride. Even Yuan Menjing's expression showed a slight change. It seemed that Tia Bohan had not lied. His cousin seemed to hold substantial power within Qianyuan, given the respect shown by those around. After about 15 minutes, Tia Bohan's phone rang, and he hurriedly answered. Hello, cousin. Yes, I'm already here, in the lobby. What? You're coming over? Sure. After hanging up the phone, Tia Bohan smiled slyly. Did you see that? My cousin is coming over to greet me personally. Soon, a man in a high-end tailored suit, looking arrogant, emerged from the elevator. Many Qianyuan employees lined up on either side as he passed. Manager Tia, you're here. Greetings continuously filled the air. Tia Bojin nodded arrogantly. The receptionist stepped forward and said, Manager Chia, your cousin is waiting in the guest area. Please follow me. Leading the way, she brought them to the guest area. When Chia Bohan saw his cousin, he excitedly stood up. Cousin. Chia Bojan nodded, but his gaze fell on Yuan Menjing behind Chia Bohan, and his eyes lit up. Is this the person you mentioned? Chia Bohan nodded and said to Yuan Menjing, You haven't met my cousin yet. Yuan Menjing approached and whispered, Manager Chia. Chia Bojan greedily glanced over her, then nodded. Bohan, this one looks promising. Hearing his words, Chia Bohan smiled even more brightly. Then Chia Bojan, disregarding the onlookers, placed his hand on Yuan Menjing's shoulder. Bohan has told you the conditions, right? Yuan Menjing trembled. He said, Good. Later Bohan, you take her to freshen up, then bring her to my office. Yes. Yuan Menjing suddenly looked up and said to Chia Bohan, You said only. She wanted to say, Isn't it just to accompany you, but found it difficult to voice it. Chia Bohan smirked. Miss Yuan, my cousin has taken a liking to you. It's your good fortune. Just obey and everything will be fine. Chia Bojan smiled arrogantly. Bohan is right. I took a liking to you. It's for your own good. You will become a junior supervisor, enjoying all sorts of privileges. Of course, provided you serve me well. When mentioning serving, Chia Bojan's face displayed a sinister smile. Oh, and she should be untouched, right? I detest second-hand goods. Chia Bojan asked. Chia Bohan quickly replied. She should be. She mentioned it herself. These two brothers had shamelessly revealed their true colors. Yuan Menjing's face turned pale, trembling all over. She was now being treated as an object. But thinking of Qianyuan's medicine and her mother's illness, she could only hold back her tears. At that moment, someone let out a soft sigh. Is this vast Qianyuan company now your personal domain? You decide who enters and who doesn't? Who's talking nonsense? Chia Bojan grew furious and turned to look. Zuan was calmly sipping tea, looking at him with a half-smile. And who are you? What did you mean just now? Chia Bojan's eyes flickered. Chia Bohan quickly stepped forward. Cousin, this guy came on the train with us and claimed to know people at Qianyuan. When I asked his name, he just brushed it off with something like Lao Zhao. Hearing this, Chia Bojan sneered. What did you say just now? That's right. In this Qianyuan, I decide who enters and who doesn't. Quite the authority. Who gives you the confidence to speak like that? Zhu, and chuckled and shook his head, then said calmly, Chairman Chiao is my high school classmate, a founding member of the company. How about that? Is that confidence enough? Chia Bojan arrogantly said. Big words. How dare you directly call out our chairman's name? Kid, watch your mouth, or you won't be able to leave this gate. Zuan's gaze turned cold as he instructed the receptionist nearby. Inform your board of directors. Tell them that everyone should come see me right now. Hearing this, Chia Bojan and Chia Bohan exchanged glances and burst into laughter. After the receptionist left, Chia Bojan sprawled on the sofa nonchalantly, crossed his legs, and waited arrogantly. In his opinion, Zuan was definitely playing games. How dare he insist that all the board members come to see him? Who did he think he was? Thinking this, Chia Bojan smirked slightly and thought to himself, let's see how you end up later. By now, a crowd had gathered not far away, whispering about the situation. What's going on? Is Chia starting to clean house again? Someone sneered. Shh, lower your voice. If Chia Bojan hears you, he might kick you out. I heard someone confronted him face to face. Things are getting intense now. He's got guts, but too bad Chia Bojan has Chairman Chia backing him up. Who would dare mess with him? Someone sighed. These were people who were very unhappy with Chia Bojan's actions. Meanwhile, many of Chia Bojan's cronies were also discussing. Hehe, I heard someone say that this guy threatened to make all the chairmen come see him in person. Really? Who is this guy? So bold? I guess he's just a sheltered rich kid, daring to cause trouble in Qianyuan company. Let's wait and see the show. Hehe. Daring to provoke Manager Chia. Doesn't he know what's coming? These discussions reached Chia Bojan's ears, making him even more arrogant and smug. He couldn't help but glance at Zuan beside him. Zuan was leaning back on the sofa, calmly sipping tea, seeming unruffled. This guy sure can keep his cool, Chia Bojan thought with resentment. As time passed by, Chia Bojan's face showed more and more disdain and mockery. The crowd watching the scene grew larger and people whispered, but hardly anyone was optimistic about the situation, because this whole thing sounded like a fantasy. Qianyuan Company is now an international giant, producing the crucial Qianyuan potion, with great strategic importance, so the company's status is quite elevated. Even if world leaders came, it wouldn't be enough to gather all the board members. This man is in for a slap in the face, many thought. At that moment, in an office on the top floor, Qiao was busy. His secretary walked in. "Director Qiao, here are the documents you need to review and sign today." The secretary placed a stack of documents on the table. Qiao sighed. "Again? So many?" The secretary smiled. "This is just a small part. There will be more in the afternoon." Qiao slumped in his chair, looking despondent. Seeing him like this, the secretary couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Despite being a director of Qianyuan and a wealthy figure, Qiao privately resembled a big boy. After sighing a few times, Qiao mustered up his enthusiasm and got back to work. The secretary helped tidy up the room. Although there are specific cleaning staff for this, the secretary was willing to do it herself, because this way, she could have more contact with Director Qiao. In fact, the outside world already called Qiao, Zhao Zuhui, and Yanbin as the 3 diamond-level tycoons. Countless women wanted to get close to these 3 directors, hoping to rise to the top. This secretary was no exception. While the secretary was leisurely wiping the table, the phone on the table rang. The secretary picked it up. "This is Director Qiao's office. What's the matter?" After listening for a moment, the secretary frowned. "Do we really need to report this kind of thing? Every day, there are endless reasons for people to approach the directors. Just chase them away." After saying that, the secretary hung up the phone. Qiao, engrossed in work, finally asked, "What's wrong?" "Director Qiao, the front desk just called. Someone reportedly claimed to make all the directors come to the lobby to see him." "Huh?" Qiao raised his head blankly. The secretary continued chattering, and he said, "I'm back. It's probably a lunatic. I've already asked the front desk to have him thrown out." Before the secretary could finish her sentence, there was a loud bang. The secretary trembled in fear and turned to see Qiao standing up with a steely expression. He rose so abruptly that he accidentally knocked over the notebook on the table. "What did you say?" The frightened secretary's voice trembled. "I said, someone claimed to have all the directors come to see him. And he said, 'I'm back, you.'" Before she finished her sentence, Qiao hopped onto the table and, into strides, rushed out of the office. The bewildered secretary stood there, completely unaware of what had just happened. After rushing out of the office, Qiao sprinted to the meeting room, kicking the door open. Inside, Zhao Zuhui, Yanbin, Shu Li, Gao Shengnan, and others were in a meeting. Qiao's sudden entrance startled everyone. Zhao Zuhui frowned slightly. "What's going on? Third brother. Why the rush?" It's second brother. Second brother is back." Qiao exclaimed breathlessly. Zhao Zuhui stood up abruptly. "You mean Xian?" Qiao nodded. "He's in the lobby. According to the front desk, he wants all the directors to come see him now." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room stood up. Zhao Zuhui's expression turned serious. "If Ajay is back without calling, and is asking the front desk to notify us, there must be something going on. Let's go." Saying that, he took the lead and rushed out. Qiao and Yanbin followed closely behind. Gao Shengnan and Shu Li looked at each other and quickly followed suit. At this moment, they understood. Whoever could make the 3 brothers so nervous must be him. The collective rush of these few people made all the employees who witnessed the scene dumbfounded. Why were all the directors running frantically with serious faces? What happened? Before they reached the elevator, Zhao Zuhui shouted, "Quick, open the elevator for me. This office building has VIP elevators for the directors exclusively, with dedicated staff." Once Zhao Zuhui called out, someone immediately opened the elevator. After the group got in, they pressed the button for the ground floor. As the elevator rapidly descended, back in the lobby, Tia Bojin impatiently stood up and sneered. "It's been 10 minutes. You claim to have all the directors come see you, but not a single one has shown up. What else do you have to say now?" Zuan smiled faintly. "From the way you speak, it seems like you've underestimated me." Tia Bojin smirked arrogantly. "That's right. I had underestimated you. So what? Security, arrest this guy for me." The security guards had been waiting nearby, and upon hearing the command, they swarmed forward to take action. Zuan's gaze turned cold, his patience worn thin, and at that moment, in the distance, Screams could be heard. Chia Bojun had a faintly bad premonition in his heart, but he still smiled then went forward to greet Manager Chiao. What's the matter? The words behind weren't finished, because Chiao Le, who had always been kind to him, didn't even glance at him at this moment, and walked straight past him. The smile on Chia Bojun's face slowly solidified. All eyes turned to Chiao Le and others. People didn't know what the directors of Qianyuan Company were planning to do, and no one dared to speak, so the hall gradually fell silent. Chiao Le and the others walked straight to Zuan, and except for the eldest brother Zhao Zuhui, the others all lowered their heads. Second brother, Mr. Zhu. The voices were not loud, but it was like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, shaking everyone in the hall. As for Chia Bojun, he stared in disbelief at the scene, his mouth gaping as if it could fit 3 duck eggs. Zuan lowered his eyes, took a sip of tea slowly, and then sighed softly. To be honest, I am very disappointed. Zhao Zuhui and his brothers were all shocked. Zhu, and continued, I once said that as former dormitory brothers, I would give you all a chance at great wealth, and that is how Qianyuan came about. But I didn't expect that while wealth has not been achieved, arrogance has already set in. Zuan's words left Zhao Zuhui and his brothers stunned, their faces gradually turning pale. Second brother, what do you mean by that? Have we done something wrong? Zhao Zuhui asked with a bitter smile. Zhu, and raised his gaze. Chiao Le. Second brother. Chiao Le stepped forward. Do you know this person, Zhu? And pointed to the sweat-drenched Chia Bojun. Chiao Le was taken aback, then nodded. I know him, he is my high school classmate Chia Bojun, a master of business management. Later, I appointed him as the head of the HR department. What's wrong, second brother? A cold smile appeared on Zuan's lips. This matter, I think you should ask your classmate. Chiao Le was not a fool. He sensed something was wrong from Zuan's tone, and his face turned iron gray as he turned to stare at Chia Bojun. Chia Bojun, what have you done? Chia Bojun was now trembling. As arrogant as he was just now, he was now full of fear. He never thought that everything the man just said was true. Seeing the anxious expressions of the board members, he couldn't imagine the man's high status. Therefore, at this moment, Chia Bojun felt a mixture of fear, regret, and despair. Especially after hearing Chiao Le's questioning, he stammered, Manager Chiao, He couldn't continue with his words. Chiao Le's expression became even more unpleasant. He had heard rumors about Chia Bojun being arrogant and abusive. He had asked a few times, and Chia Bojun had adamantly denied it. Out of trust in his classmate, the naive Chiao Le had actually believed him. But now, the truth was evident. Even a fool could see something wasn't right. Chia, I'm asking you, what have you done? How dare you make my second brother so angry? Chiao Le asked through gritted teeth, looking as if he wanted to devour someone. Chia Bojun instantly knelt on the ground. Manager Chiao, I'm not human. I have eyes but I don't recognize Mount Tai. But I really didn't know this gentleman was your second brother. Please give me a chance. Chia Bojun pleaded, banging his head. Though Chiao Le was furious, seeing his classmate apologize in such a manner made him hesitate. He turned to Zuan. Second brother. Zuan waved his hand, indicating him not to speak. Putting down his teacup, he shielded his two daughters with a secret technique and walked over. Chiao Le and the others stepped aside, and Zuan approached Chia Bojun, who was kneeling on the ground, and looked down at him for a moment before saying, Do you think a few kodaos can solve the problem? Chia Bojun trembled all over, his teeth chattering, unable to say a word. Zuan then looked at Chia Bohan, standing behind Chia Bojun with a dead look, and smiled faintly. Your cousin seems very scared. He can't even speak. Chia Bohan trembled, and forced a smile. What you said, sir? Since he can't speak, it's up to you. Tell us everything you both did. Do you understand? Zuan said calmly. Chia Bohan hesitated for a moment. A flash of sword energy passed, directly severing one of his ears, blood instantly flowing down his chin. Chia Bohan screamed in pain. If you dare to hesitate again, another body part of yours will bid farewell. Do you understand? Zhu. An's move shocked everyone present. Many people looked pale, and some even trembled in fear. Chia Bohan felt ultimate despair, his eyes full of terror as he recounted all the misdeeds he and his cousin had committed over the past year. There were despicable acts like using Qianyuan's recruitment as bait to prey on women, and more reprehensibly, Chia Bojun had abused his position to secretly sell Qianyuan's potion. He had even accepted bribes from foreign intelligence personnel, trying to steal the formula of Tianyuan's potion. However, due to the company's strict security measures, he failed and gave up. Each of these evil deeds drained the color from Chiabojin's face. After finishing, Chiabojin, now looking lifeless, collapsed on the ground. And as Chia-Le listened, he shivered all over. Unable to bear it any longer, he rushed forward. With rage in his eyes, he kicked Chiabojin in the face, instantly breaking his nose. "You scoundrel, you begged me to take you in, and I pitied you, making you an employee of Tianyuan. I never expected you to be such a treacherous person. I will kill you." Chia-Le's eyes were bloodshot as he looked around, spotting an ashtray on the side table and grabbed it, smashing it down forcefully. Chiabojin continued to scream, "Manager Chiao, I was wrong. Please spare me. I will leave now and never come back. Please spare me." The glass and fiberglass ashtray shattered, and Chia-Le tossed it aside, panting heavily. Chiabojin was now covered in blood, looking miserable. Chia-Le then turned to Zuan, feeling hesitant, and whispered, "Second brother." He was a sentimental person, and Chiabojin was his high school classmate. Despite the tough words, he couldn't bring himself to harm him. Chiabojin looked at Zuan with incomparable fear in his eyes. He couldn't detect any emotions in Zuan's expression, only an utmost dignity. The feeling was as if a king on high was judging him. "What else do you want? I can just return all the money to the company." Chiabojin trembled. "Let me guess, you probably have a phone in your arms that is on a call. Are you planning to leave and hand over these recordings to certain individuals?" Zuan said calmly. Chiabojin was shocked, looking at Zuan in disbelief. "How did you know?" "Not only do I know about this, but I also understand your intentions. Are you planning to use these recordings as evidence and cause trouble for Chiayuan, or rather, trouble for Chia-Le who brought you in?" Upon hearing Zuan's words, Chia-Le was stunned. Then a fierce anger surfaced on his face, angrily exclaiming, "Chiabojin, you really are an ungrateful scoundrel." At this moment, Chiabojin had completely let go, laughing maniacally at the words. "So what? Let me tell you, I've secretly made a call a moment ago. Everything you've said and done has been transmitted, and I don't believe that you guys would really dare to kill me in front of so many people. The Grand CEO of Chiayuan killing someone publicly, if this news spreads internationally, who knows what kind of sensation it will cause." Ha ha ha. The laughter abruptly stopped. Chiabojin tightly held his neck with both hands, but still couldn't stop the blood gushing out from between his fingers. He looked at Zuan in disbelief, seemingly not expecting that Zuan would actually dare to kill him. Zuan simply said, "Babble." A gurgling sound came from Chiabojin's throat as residual gas rushed out from the severed windpipe. The sound echoed in the silent hall, making many people with guilty consciences shiver. Zuan took out the phone still lit from his embrace, placed it near his ear, and softly said, "Whoever you are, if you dare to oppose Chiayuan, I don't mind sending you all to hell." After that, Zuan hung up the phone, then smiled faintly at Chiabojin. "You have a good point, but you overlook one thing. In the face of absolute strength, how others view you is utterly worthless." Upon hearing this, Chiabojin's eyes showed an expression of utter despair. If given a choice, he would never have opposed this man. But it was already too late for regret. His limbs twitched unconsciously, the gleam in his eyes gradually dimmed, and he perished. No one dared to speak. The hall fell into complete silence. A faint smell of urine filled the air. Chiabojin had been so scared that he had urinated. Zuan raised his eyes, smiled slightly, and before saying a word, Chiabojin was already kowtowing and crying, pleading for mercy. "Please spare me. All the things were done by Chiabojin. I was just following orders. Please spare me." "In theory, I should spare you," Zuan said, indifferently. Chiabojin felt a slight relief, but suddenly he felt a coldness around his neck. Then his whole body felt light, and his head rolled away, tumbling far. The last image he saw was Zuan's face, with a hint of a smile before plummeting into everlasting darkness. That the one who aids and abets is often more despicable than the main culprit, because they will always protest coercion when the incident happens, but before it happens, they are always the most fawning, boasting of it as an honor. Zuan's calm voice echoed throughout the hall. Many people lowered their heads in fear. Only Yuan Menjiang trembled, recalling Chiabojin's proud boasting of how powerful his cousin was. This mysterious and powerful man was indeed right. At that moment, Zuan glanced at the various expressions of Jia Zuhui and others, and calmly said, "Follow me to the office." With that said, he led his family away. Jia Zuhui and the others exchanged glances, a bitter smile on their faces, and then quickly left the hall. The bodies and blood were quickly cleaned up. Except for a faint hint of blood, no one could tell that two people had just died there. The onlookers in the hall gradually recovered from shock. Wow, this guy is really bold, killing two people. Chia Bojin deserves retribution now. Who is this guy, so powerful and domineering? I see several directors didn't even dare to breathe in his presence. Some veteran employees of Chia Yuan Company, who were there from the beginning, spoke in awe. Of course, the directors wouldn't dare show disrespect to this man, because Chia Yuan is essentially founded by him. It's just that they are in charge of managing it, because of their good relationship with him. SSS. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. A few more knowledgeable individuals nodded. That's right. It's the Mr. Zhu who stirred up the whole country with that spectacular wedding. For these ordinary people, Zuen's feats like defeating the Bright Church were beyond their reach. But when it came to that epic wedding that had shaken half of Wagwo, they still remembered vividly. After a long silence, someone coldly remarked, "He really is so deserving of death to have offended this Mr. Zhu." Meanwhile, at the top floor office, Zuen was sitting behind a spacious desk, tapping his fingers slowly on the desktop, a calm expression on his face. Jia Zuhui hesitated several times, ultimately sighed helplessly. Gao Shengnan, Shu Liu, and others also dared not speak. After a while, Chia Le, who had been bowing his head, took a few steps forward, a look of shame on his face, saying, "Second brother, this is all my fault. If I hadn't failed to see Chia Bojin's ambition, none of this would have happened. I am willing to bear the consequences. You can even dismiss me, Su," and stared quietly at Chia Le, then said calmly, "Little brother, do you know where you went wrong? It's not that you misjudged someone, but that you tolerated and indulged evil. Everyone can make mistakes in judgment, but what's crucial is having the courage to rectify them decisively. This Chia Bojin deserves to die, so there shouldn't be any kindness left towards him, because in this world, showing kindness to bad people is actually being cruel to the good. Do you understand all of this?" With each statement from Zuan, Chia Le shuddered. By the end, he was as pale as paper, drenched in cold sweat. "Second brother, I understand." Zuan smiled faintly. "In the business world, it's like a battlefield. To survive and thrive, one must be fierce as a tiger yet have the discernment of a connoisseur of roses." The Qiaonyuan potion exuding a faint purple light was contained in a crystal bottle, exuding a suffocating beauty. As Yuan Menjing looked at this bottle of Qiaonyuan potion, her breath gradually quickened. "Sir ... Zuan shook his head, indicating for her not to speak. "This is your welcome gift. Take it back to save your mother." Yuan Menjing's eyes turned red, tears falling rapidly. Ever since the train ride, Zuan had helped her more than once. It could be said that without Zuan, she might have fallen into darkness permanently, with no chance of turning back. "Sir, your kindness, Menjing will never forget. After I cure my mother's illness, I will come back to take up the position." Yuan Menjing wiped her tears and said solemnly. Zuan smiled slightly and waved his hand. "Go quickly." Yuan Menjing turned and left. After she left, Anyan walked out from the inner office, gently embraced Zuan from behind. "Honey, you are so kind." Zuan leaned back in his chair and turned to smile at Anyan. "What's so good about me?" "Everything, especially the fact that my husband has a kind heart," Anyan said cheerfully. Zuan took a deep breath of the scent of Anyan's hair, then said lightly, "I only see a glimpse of our past in her." Hearing this, a hint of sadness flashed in Anyan's eyes. Zuan was right. Back then, weren't their circumstances just as desperate? Facing an endless abyss of darkness with no way out, that despair was enough to make a person collapse, and Yan couldn't help but rub her cheek against Zuan's. "Honey, don't be sad. It's all in the past, Zhu," and chuckled softly. He was just slightly moved earlier, and he felt more pity for Anyan, because he thought of how isolated and helpless Anyan must have been when she was alone in the hospital giving birth. Unexpectedly, Anyan was now comforting him instead. What a silly girl. With that thought, Zuan suddenly smiled mischievously, pulled Anyan into his arms and kissed her deeply. Anyan's eyes widened in surprise, staring at Zuan dumbfounded, seemingly caught off guard by his sudden attack. After a moment, Anyan's gaze gradually softened, filled with infinite tenderness. Zuan's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, because at that moment, Anyan was unbelievably beautiful. Just as the temperature in the room rose due to their ambiguity, a voice pushed open the door and walked out. Dad, Nyan just ate my ice cream again. The intimate couple abruptly separated, and Yan's face turned even redder. Zuan remained composed, smiling slightly. She ate it. Oh. And Yan, blushing, looked at their daughter with confusion, then at her husband who seemed to be smiling but unnatural. Why is your face so red, Mom? And Yan was taken aback, then stammered, because. Ah, it's too hot in here, cough, isn't it, dear Zu? And nodded solemnly. Yes, the warm air in this room is too strong, it's a waste. Is it really hot? Zuan still puzzled. Nan stuck out her head, looking very wronged. Sister, your ice cream just fell into my mouth. I wanted to take it out, but accidentally swallowed it. After a moment of silence, Zuan suddenly shouted, Nyan, you're in big trouble today. And just like an angry kitten, she pounced on Nyan. Nyan was scared and turned to run, shouting as she ran, Sis, listen to my explanation. I won't listen. Return my ice cream. And so they started chasing and playing hide and seek around the office. Zuan watched the scene, a smile playing on his lips. No matter what happened, as long as he saw his two daughters, his heart would become calm. Sis, everything I said is true. It was really the ice cream that acted on its own. Nan was panting from running. Zhu Xian, holding her sister's braided hair tightly, said sternly, Dad, sister is bullying me again. Zhu Xian held Nyan's braid with one hand on her hip, her little face serious. Dad, it's none of your business. This is a personal grudge between us sisters, outsiders should not interfere. Zuan looked at the almost adult-like Zhu Xian and couldn't help but give a wry smile at Nyan's plea for help. Tell me, will you steal again or not? Zhu Xian said. I won't. Nyan said, looking pitiful. I don't believe you. You must make a written promise. Zhu Xian came up with an idea. But I can't write. It's okay. I can't either. What should we do then? Draw circles. Soon, a piece of paper was filled with various circles and squares drawn by Zhu Xian. What's this? Zhu, and blinked and asked. A certificate. Zhu Xian took the paper, cleared her throat and read, Zhu Nan promises not to steal sister Zhu Xian's ice cream again. In case of violation, no ice cream for a month. Also, to punish her for the previous theft, half of the ice cream consumed in the next month will be shared with sister. After reading it, Zhu Xian lifted her little face and said to Nyan, sign it. Nyan looked blank. After a while, she gradually understood and looked very aggrieved. Sis, I promise not to steal again. Can we skip the half-sharing part? No way. Then how about sharing half of that half? Absolutely not. Wow. Sis is bullying me. You ate my ice cream. And I didn't even cry. You crybaby. Sis is the crybaby. Do you want me to yank your braid again? Finally, an agreement was signed in an atmosphere of friendly negotiation. Nan pressed her handprint on the paper with a pained expression. Zhu and Yan looked at each other and couldn't help but smile. Although they were twin sisters, Zhu Xiang and Nyan's personalities were completely different. At that moment, the office door was kicked open, and Ching rushed in excitedly. Auntie! The two little girls shouted with joy as soon as they saw Ching. And Ching picked up the two little girls, kissed each of them on the cheek, and then smilingly asked, Do you miss Auntie? Yes. Yes, we miss you. The two little girls replied in unison. And Ching put down the two little girls, opened her bag, which was full of snacks. The two little girls cheered and rushed over. This is yours. This is mine. This is mine. This is yours. They started dividing the snacks very seriously. Nyan, with round eyes, watched them solemnly. And Ching couldn't help but shake her head and chuckle. You. Buying them so many snacks again, spoiling them sooner or later. And Yan said helplessly. And Ching smirked. Spoil them. So be it. I'm King's nieces, shouldn't I spoil them a little more? And Ching suddenly made a sound. Sis, why is your face so red? And Yan, with a thin skin, still blushing from earlier, hurriedly made up an excuse. It's so hot in the room. Did you not notice? And Yan quickly found an excuse. Very hot. Why didn't I feel that? And Ching looked at Zuan. Since inheriting the innate abilities of the insect clan, her eyesight was as sharp as a telescope. Therefore, she noticed the thrilling redness at the corner of Zuan's mouth. This red seems to be the same color as her sister's lips. And Ching suddenly understood, and her smile gradually turned mischievous. I see. I guess I arrived at an awkward time. Nonsense. What are you talking about? I'll tear your mouth apart. And Yan was speechless and reached out to pinch King's face and then dragged her into the inner room. Zuan also felt a bit embarrassed. After all, she was his sister-in-law, so he quickly activated his cultivation to check his entire body, so as not to reveal any flaws. At that moment, Chen Zhu came in with a smile. Mr. Zhu, I heard you returned to Zhongdu, so I rushed over. Zuan smiled faintly, stood up and said, Mr. Chen, please sit. This way of addressing surprised Chen Zhu, and his smile became even brighter. When Zuan and Yan got married, Zuan invited Chen Zhu as an elder of Yan's family to attend, and since then Zuan called him Uncle Chen. However, Chen Zhu didn't expect that over a year later, Zuan still remembered this title. Mr. Zhu, when I came earlier, Miss Gaoshan's daughter, Shennan, told me about what happened after your return. Mr. Zhu, you are truly exceptional, with just a sentence like having the heart of a tiger and smelling the roses. If you were in business, you would probably be a wealthy tycoon ruling the seas. Chen Zhu sighed sincerely. He spoke from the heart. When he heard Gaoshan mention these things, he felt goosebumps all over his body. Unlike the Gaoshan had, Chen Zhu's perspective was more farsighted than others. Undeniably, Qianyuan had developed rapidly in the past 2 years, but it had left many hidden dangers. The most serious of them were several young and hot-blooded directors. Hot-bloodedness wasn't a bad thing, but if those in high positions remained hot-blooded, it could lead to disaster. Tang Bojun was a bloody example of this. He had stirred up the lower levels of Qianyuan completely, yet Xia Le and others were completely unaware. It was evident they had been completely deceived by Tang Bojun. If given time, the consequences could be unimaginable. An enterprise is like a country. If the boss cannot accurately understand the situation at the grassroots level, trouble is not far off. Chen Zhu was well aware of these situations, but because of Qiao Le and others' special relationship with Zuan, he couldn't interfere too much and could only watch. Unexpectedly, as soon as Zuan returned, he used decisive measures to completely eradicate the tumor infesting Qianyuan. This made Chen Zhu admire him, but what shocked him the most were Zuan's words. Kindness to the wicked is cruelty to the good, having the heart of a tiger and smelling the roses. Both aspects were truly captivating. Zuan just smiled at his words. Let's not talk about business. I'm afraid I might act impulsively and eliminate my competitors directly. Chen Zhu burst into laughter at his words. After laughing, he lowered his voice and said, Mr. Zhu, many country spies suddenly withdrew from Zhongdu yesterday. Zuan nodded slightly. I already warned them through Tang Bojun yesterday. They probably understand the consequences of angering me. Chen Zhu nodded solemnly, feeling in of the prestige of the worldly wise. With just a sentence, he made an entire large country's intelligence agency collectively retreat. In this time of Beijing, at the foot of the mountain where the Chiazino, one villa was located, two habitual thieves arrived. The two sneaked out from the woods, peeking at the villa on top of the mountain. Hey, are you sure there's no one here? Boss, don't worry, my cousin once worked as a cleaner here. He said more than once that there's a young beautiful girl and a dog living inside. And at this time, that girl has already gone to work, so there's nobody inside. Does anyone living here really need to go to work? The boss frowned. Who cares about that? Making money is the priority. Are you afraid? Afraid of what? I'm just worried there might be someone. The boss said. It's just a young girl. If she's really inside, it's our lucky day. The younger one laughed mischievously. These two had their eyes set on the villa, which was often empty a few days ago. Although the security at Yunmeng Manor was stringent, it couldn't stop to experience thieves. They dug a hole from outside and made their way up here. They sneaked up the mountain and easily arrived at the entrance of the Chiazino, one villa. Surprisingly, the door was open. They glanced at each other, both filled with excitement. Then, they cautiously walked in. Wow, the life of wealthy people is indeed different. The decoration is so damn beautiful. The boss of the experienced thieves said, Big brother, what's wrong? Hearing the scream, the youngest turned around abruptly and looked back. There was nothing behind, just empty space. Strange, I definitely heard a scream. Big brother, where are you? This is not the time to play around, the youngest said, starting to search in circles for the big brother, but found nothing. The entire villa was eerily quiet. Sweat started to trickle down the youngest's forehead. Forcing a smile, he said, Big brother, you are not being very considerate. Playing tricks on me. Just then, a strange sound came from underground. It sounded like someone chewing on something, sending shivers down his spine. As a tomb robber, they had all experienced paranormal events to some extent, but the youngest had never been as scared as he was now. "Damn it, you bastard. I'm not playing with you anymore." Gathering courage, the youngest turned around and ran. A tentacle emerged from the ground and wrapped around his ankle, pulling him forcefully downwards. The youngest let out a scream. Man tried to struggle, but the tentacle's strength was overwhelming. He couldn't resist, and he was dragged into the ground, disappearing. The ground wriggled for a moment, and the chewing sound stopped. However, underground, there seemed to be something burping in satisfaction, then muttered in an unclear voice, "Delicious." Everything in the villa returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Tang Juana rode an electric bike, the basket filled with vegetables she bought casually on the way home from work. With little Sha seated on the back, they returned to the Yunmeng Manor. "Miss Tang, off work." The security guard at the entrance greeted Tang Juana with a smile and opened the gate. Tang Juana smiled and nodded. "Thank you." Then twisted the handlebars and rode in. Even after Tang Juana had gone far, the guard's gaze lingered wistfully. "Kid, what are you staring at?" A senior security guard walked over and asked. The guard smiled. "Uncle John, this Miss Tang lives in Yunmeng Manor. Why does she ride an electric bike to work every day? What else should she ride?" John chuckled and said admiringly, "Miss Tang is not like those messy women outside. With her status, she could fly to work on a plane, but she just doesn't want the attention." He then patted the guard's shoulder. "Kid, I know what you're thinking. Miss Tang is gentle in character, not to mention her looks. You can tell she's a good girl just by seeing her buy vegetables to cook every day. But I advise you not to think about it randomly." The guard shivered and forced a smile. "Why would I? Does Miss Tang already have a boyfriend?" Frowning, Uncle John was about to speak when someone nearby coughed a few times and then walked over. "Manager." Uncle John quickly stepped aside. It was Wukan, the property manager of Yunmeng Manor. Just passing by, he overheard the conversation and approached. "Manager." The guard also lowered his head. Wukan looked at him for a while, then patted his shoulder. "Kid, you're new here, still unfamiliar with many rules, but from now on, I hope I won't hear or see any of your messy thoughts. No matter who you're connected to, get out of here immediately. If not, got it?" The guard's face turned pale. He nodded quickly. Yes, the security at Yunmeng Manor had high pay and comprehensive benefits. It was the dream of many guards to enter here. The guard had also spent a lot of money to get in and naturally did not want to be dismissed. Old John explained the rules to him. "Damn it, doesn't the security company do any new employee training? If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility?" Wukan complained as he walked away. Zhang said to the guard, "Remember, in Yunmeng Manor, never offend or provoke anyone related to Villa No. 1. Understand?" Then he leaned in, whispering, "Did you see our manager? Quite powerful, but if you encounter someone from Villa No. 1, he wouldn't dare to breathe, so you better be cautious in your mind." The guard shuddered. Yes, of course, Tang Juana was unaware of all this. She had never even noticed if the guard at the entrance had changed. At that moment, she was riding up the hill on the electric bike. "Sha, I think you should lose weight," Tang Juana said. Since Yunmeng Manor was far from the hospital where she worked, taking a taxi every day was troublesome. Originally, Chinyu was going to give Tang Juana a car, but she refused and bought an electric bike instead. However, the speed of the bike always seemed lacking when she had to carry little Sha on the back. "Losing weight is impossible. I'll never lose weight in this lifetime," little Sha on the back lazily said. "Tang Juana, can you stop looking at your phone all the time? You're supposed to be a dragon, but when you speak, you sound like a rogue. Is that so?" "Thanks." When no one was around, Tang Juana and Sha would often bicker. Amidst the argument, they arrived back at the villa. Tang Juana parked the electric bike, picked up the vegetables, and was about to go inside when Sha sniffed and said solemnly, "Stop, don't go in yet." Tang Juana was puzzled. "What's wrong?" "There's a demonic aura," Sha said, her eyes shining. "Whatever you are, get out now." The villa fell silent. "Humph. There's a faint smell of seawater in the air. If I'm not mistaken, you are a sea tribe being, is that right? If you don't leave now, be prepared to face me." With those words, a strong dragon aura emanated from Sha. Suddenly, the ground in front of the villa wriggled, and a long tentacle emerged, A panicked voice came from it. "Dragon Clan, please calm down. I'll come out now. Please don't kill me." Several more tentacles slowly extended, and when the entire figure was revealed, a surprised Tanjuaner blurted out, "What a huge octopus!" This octopus was half the size of a house, its pink tentacles swaying in the wind, but it had human features on its head. The scene should have been eerie, but for some reason, this octopus always gave a comical vibe. A pink octopus monster kept insisting on looking for Zuan, and it's a matter of extreme urgency. Tanjure suddenly felt like her intelligence was not enough. "Why are you looking for my boss?" Zisha said. "Oh, so Mr. Zhu is your boss, the Dragon Clan leader. Looks like I've come to the right place." The octopus monster excitedly waved its pink tentacles. "Stop babbling. Why are you looking for my boss?" Zisha's speech was becoming more and more like a female gangster, and her temper was getting more and more irritable. The tentacles of the octopus monster paused in midair, and then cautiously said, "Dragon Clan leader, who's more powerful, you or Mr. Zhu?" "Obviously, as the majestic dragon lady that I am, of course, my boss is a bit more powerful." "What's the matter? You looking down on me?" Zisha said coldly. No, it's just that this matter is too important. I can only discuss it after seeing Mr. Zhu." "Oh, it seems you're an octopus who doesn't cry until you see the coffin. Zhu, tonight we'll have an improvement in our food. Let's eat octopus sashimi." Zisha was suddenly furious, thinking that the octopus must be looking down on her. The octopus monster was so scared that its tentacles were in knots and it nervously shouted, "Dragon Clan leader, please calm down. Please calm down. Princess ordered me to do this." "Stop the nonsense." Zisha's dragon power emanated, making the octopus monster tremble. Tanjure quickly stopped Zisha. Enough. Zisha, you're not allowed to watch gangster movies anymore. You're starting to sound more and more like a female gangster. Zisha felt a bit indignant at Tanjure's words, but dared not resist, so she just glared fiercely at the octopus monster. "Zhu Jin, this fellow is a water demon who knows what it's up to, and you're protecting it. I don't think it's a bad monster, and you should find out what's going on before doing anything," said Tanjure. "Exactly. What older sister Zhu said is right." The octopus monster popped its head out from behind Tanjure and said, "Oh, Bode, can you call Sister Zhu like that?" Zisha glared. The octopus monster immediately shrank back in fear, then said with a touch of grievance, "I'm not a beau, I'm a girl. Didn't you see that?" Tanjure looked at the bashful octopus monster and said, in surprise, You're a girl?" The octopus monster nodded. "Yes. Didn't you guys notice?" Tanjure and Zisha both shook their heads. "Oh, didn't you see that my tentacles are pink?" The octopus monster said timidly, unintentionally swinging one of its tentacles. There was a crack. A giant tree in front of the villa was directly torn off. Tanjure and Zisha were dumbfounded. After a moment, Zisha roared, "You dared to chop down my favorite tree. I'm going to beat you to death." With that, Zisha rushed up. Though her figure seemed insignificant compared to the octopus, her strength was undeniable. She pressed the octopus monster to the ground with one claw, then proceeded to beat it vigorously. "Ah, I am Ron, Dragon Clan leader. Please don't hit my face." "Ah, not there either. Oh my goodness ... I told you not to. I told you. Oh my goodness, you damn octopus." Tanjure, watching the scene, had a dark line forming on her forehead. Night crept in, and the moon hung in the treetops. Tanjure was busy in the spacious kitchen of the villa. In terms of culinary skills, she was no less than a 5-star chef. Even though the ingredients were simple home-cooked meals, in her hands, they emitted delicious aromas. After finishing the last dish, Tanjure carried the food to the outdoor dining table. At this moment, Zisha was already sitting at the table eagerly waiting, and underneath the table was the shrunken octopus monster. However, the current state of the octopus monster was quite pitiful, with a huge lump on its head, and even a few cuts. Tanjure felt some pity, so she brought some band-aids and applied them to the octopus monster. The result was quite comical. "Wow, it smells so good." The octopus monster drooled in admiration. Zisha glared at it, and the octopus monster was so scared it dared not utter a word. Tanjure smiled helplessly. "Zisha, why are you so violent? Big octopus, can you eat this kind of food?" The octopus monster eagerly nodded. I can eat a lot. I've only eaten to bad guys in these few days, and I nearly starved to death. In the end, under Zisha's silent glare, the octopus monster sat on the chair as it wished. Thus, a scene appeared at the dining table with a dragon transformed into a dog and a timid octopus monster. This scene was full of a fantastical flavor. Tang Zhuo smiled and said, "Let's eat." As soon as she finished speaking, Zisha was about to go get her favorite roast chicken, and Tang Zhuo was about to start eating. Suddenly, the tentacles danced wildly, lifting the food from the table steadily, and then the octopus monster's mouth opened like a black hole, directly pouring all the food down, even using a tentacle to scrape the plates clean, not leaving a drop of soup behind. When the plates were placed back on the table, they were spotless, reflecting the outline of a person. Delicious. So delicious. Sister Zhu, your cooking is amazing. The octopus monster smacked its lips, looking satisfied. Tang Zhuo and Zisha watched this scene dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, the table full of food was all eaten by the octopus monster. Zisha's eyes gradually burned with intense anger. She had never been so furious before. To have her favorite roast chicken eaten, not even leaving a bone behind. This was intolerable. This anger shook Zisha to the core and she transformed into a stunningly beautiful girl, a first-time transformation without getting drunk, showing how important food was for a food enthusiast. Zisha grabbed the octopus monster's head, roaring furiously, "I am going to twist your head off." The octopus monster was so frightened. "Ah, Dragon Clan leader, no. Dragon sister, please stop." But Zisha was too angry to pay attention, grabbing the octopus monster's tentacle and began to violently strike. Bang, bang, bang. Several large craters were smashed into the ground. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the octopus monster caught by Zisha also transformed into a human shape. However, it transformed into an 11 or 12-year-old girl with a beautiful and ethereal appearance. But Zisha, already in a state of frenzy, didn't care about that. She grabbed the girl by the leg and kept striking wildly. Tang Zhuo couldn't bear to watch anymore. "Enough. I'll make another table. Just stop." Upon hearing this, Zisha instantly let go of the girl and sat back in her chair. "Zhu, I want roasted chicken." After Tang Zhuo prepared a table of dishes again, under the menacing gaze of Zisha, the actions of the octopus little girl eating became much gentler. Of course, it might also be due to the fact that she didn't have so many tentacles to help her after transforming into human form. In any case, this meal was relatively peaceful. However, another issue emerged. This octopus monster turned out to be a chatterbox. She kept chatting non-stop while eating. Even after finishing the meal, she continued talking incessantly. Tang Zhuo started to feel a bit dizzy from listening and barely managed to understand what was going on. According to the octopus monster itself, her name was Ziyuzhong. This name is just beyond comment. She was originally a monster living in the ocean, but now she was here on land under the command of a very noble princess seeking help from Zuan. However, Ziyuzhong had lived in the sea since young and had never set foot on land before. So, upon arriving on land, she got confused and lost. After stumbling and searching for more than a month, she finally arrived at Beijing with the help of the princess's faint breath. Originally, the mountain villa Tianzi No one had protective mountain formations, and small monsters like Ziyuzhong couldn't even climb the mountain. However, coincidentally, two clumsy thieves were planning to steal from the villa, and she sneaked in following one of the thieves. "What about those two thieves?" Tang Zhuo asked. "Eaten. I hadn't eaten anything for more than a month at that time. I was practically starving. And those two scoundrels came to me voluntarily, so of course, I couldn't be polite. The taste was decent," Ziyuzhong said. Tang Zhuo, Zisha, lounging with her legs crossed, picking her teeth on the side, sneered, "Xuan Gigi, as I said, monsters will be monsters. If she can eat people, what else can't she do? It's like you're not a monster." Ziyuzhong grumbled lowly. "What did you say?" Zisha narrowed her eyes. Nothing. I meant that Xuan Gigi's cooking is amazing. After eating such dishes, I definitely won't eat people again in the future," Ziyuzhong said. "Then what did your princess say about the matter?" Tang Zhuo asked. Ziyuzhong shook her head firmly. "Xuan Gigi, although you were kind, my princess said that this matter can only be discussed with Mr. Zhu." "Oh, another troublemaker, isn't it?" Zisha sneered. "Zisha Gigi, even if you kill me, I won't tell. Who is your Gigi?" "All right, stop arguing," Since that's the case, I'll call Zuan. Ziyu Zhan exclaimed. Thank you, Xuan Jiji. Tang Zhuan took out her phone and dialed Zuan's number. At that moment, Zuan was in a newly opened amusement park in Zhongdu, accompanying Anyan to explore a haunted house. Yes, the esteemed immortal was actually exploring a haunted house. Although this haunted house was said to have 5D sound and LED effects, virtual reality, and even the actors inside were specially trained. But Zuan still found it boring. However, since his wife enjoyed it, he could only accompany her. It was a long corridor. The wooden floor was already a bit decayed, making creaking sounds when stepped on. On both sides of the corridor were Japanese-style sliding doors, many of which were already rotten, but one couldn't see clearly what was inside those doors. It seemed like something inside the wooden doors absorbed all the light, giving an extremely eerie feeling. Anyan clutched Zuan's arm tightly. Husband, did you hear any sound? Yes, I did. A woman crying, Zuan said, indifferently. So you heard it too. Aren't you afraid? Anyan trembled. Afraid? And pondered. I feel the crying of this woman is not very sincere. She might lose her bonus. However, Anyan clearly didn't catch Zuan's sarcasm. At this moment, she was already affected by the atmosphere around her, vividly imagining various terrifying scenarios. The more she thought, the more scared she became. And her hand holding Zuan's was trembling more and more. And found it both funny and ridiculous. Clearly terrified, yet insisting on playing. Is this the contradictory mindset of women? Finally, they reached the end of the corridor. As long as they pushed open the blood-stained wooden door, they should have completed the haunted house experience. Anyan heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally made it out. However, at that moment, a female ghost suddenly dropped down from the ceiling. The woman's head was hanging down, hair trailing to the ground, revealing an extremely terrifying face. Why was it terrifying? Because the woman's body was hanging upside down, yet her face was upright, and there was a sinister smile on her lips. Without even blinking, Zuan even took a moment to appraise the ghost's makeup. Not bad. Quite exquisite. But Anyan was not as composed. She screamed in horror and instinctively extended her hand, delivering a direct slap. This slap even carried a gust of wind. If it had hit, the ghost probably would have been shattered. Zuan quickly snapped his fingers, rescuing the ghost before Anyan's slap could land. The wooden corridor was shattered, flattening most of the haunted house in the process. The power of Anyan's slap was so terrifying. Amidst the ruins, Anyan stood dumbfounded, and similarly, the numerous employees of the haunted house were also stunned. Clad in costumes of wandering spirits and ghosts, they were suddenly exposed to the sunlight, all looking utterly bewildered. After a pause, a person among them suddenly cried out, "Why haunted house?" Ultimately, after paying full compensation to the owner, Zuan led Anyan away. Husband, did I cause trouble? Anyan asked, looking at Zuan, whose expression was as calm as water. Zuan stopped in his tracks, turned around, and calmly gazed at Anyan. Anyan's expression grew more and more anxious, fingers unconsciously fiddling with her clothes. I know I was wrong. A smile slowly spread across Zuan's lips, then he burst out laughing heartily. In the midst of laughter, Anyan's face transitioned from confusion to realization and then embarrassment. You rascal, you tricked me. She attempted to hit Zuan. Zuan chuckled and evaded her. All right, I just couldn't help but laugh at the sight of you standing in the ruins looking bewildered. I really wasn't making fun of you. You say you weren't? Anyan persisted. The two of them were teasing and laughing. Suddenly, Zuan's phone rang. Taking a look, Zuan was momentarily stunned. Who's calling? Anyan asked curiously. It's Xuanao, Zuan said before answering the call. Hello, Xuanao. What's up? Tang Zhuan, hearing the familiar voice, blushed slightly, forced herself to be calm, and said, Zuan, there's an urgent matter Octopus wants to discuss with you. Octopus? Zuan was slightly taken aback. Yes, a cute little octopus. Tang Zhuaner glanced at Zhang Xiaoyu, who was sneaking snacks from the table and added, and she's quite the eater too. Before she could finish speaking, Zhang Xiaoyu was caught red-handed by Xiao Xia. How dare you steal my snacks? I'll kill you. Xiao Xia flew into a rage once again. Tang Zhuaner strictly regulated Xiao Xiao's daily snack intake, so she didn't want to eat them, and intended to save them for watching TV at night. But unexpectedly, this despicable octopus had eaten more than half of them. Sister Lan, I just wanted to taste it, but I couldn't stop eating. I'm sorry. Please don't hit me. Zhang Xiaoyu was once again knocked down by the furious Xiaosha. Watching this scene, Tang Zhuaner couldn't help but shout, enough. I just cleaned the floor in the room. I'll kick you two out. Xiaosha nodded. Good idea. And then grabbed one of Zhang Xiaoyu's legs, dragging her out. Zhang Xiaoyu screamed in fear. Xuan sister. Help me, Xuan sister. After the dragon and the demon left the room, Zhang Xiaoyu's screams were heard moments later. Tang Zhuaner helplessly said to the phone, Did you hear that? If you come back any later, this octopus might end up as Xiaosha's stew. Zuan chuckled. Give the phone to Xiaosha. Tang Zhuaner walked out of the room and saw Xiaosha kicking Zhang Xiaoyu's body, pulling one of her arms and stretching it to the limit. The already short arm seemed to stretch out like a rubber band. Zhang Xiaoyu cried out in pain. Sister Long, it's going to break. It's going to break. Please don't pull any more. I promise I won't steal and eat again. Xiaosha, full of anger, reply. Next time? Do you think there will be a next time for you? At that moment, Tang Zhuaner walked over and handed Xiaosha the phone. Xiaosha was taken aback and quickly answered the call. Boss. On the other end of the line, Zuan sighed lightly. Okay, stop hitting her. I'll be back tomorrow. Let that octopus wait for me. Yes. Zhang Xiaoyu also heard Zuan's voice on the phone, and after a moment of hesitation, she couldn't help but burst into tears. Is it Master Xian? Master Xian, help. I'm about to be killed by this evil dragon. Tang Zhuaner covered her eyes. Not only was this Zhang Xiaoyu talkative and gluttonous, but she was also quite the drama queen. Zuan smiled slightly. Don't worry. She won't kill you. Just wait. I'll be back tomorrow. With that, he hung up the phone. And Yan looked at Zuan, puzzled. Honey, what's going on? Why does it sound so lively? With Xiaosha and the octopus. Zuan smiled slightly. Nothing. We'll return to North Zhang tomorrow. Okay. At the Tianzi No. 1 villa. After Zuan hung up the phone, Zhang Xiaoyu, who was crying loudly, froze. She cautiously turned her head to look at the stern-faced Xiaosha and meekly said, Sister Long. Xiaosha smiled ominously. Sister Long, didn't you just call me an evil dragon to the boss? Zhang Xiaoyu shuddered. It was a slip of the tongue. I didn't mean it. How could you, such a powerful and beautiful dragon, be an evil one? Is that so? Xiaosha nodded. Zhang Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking she had managed to deceive her. But the next moment, she felt herself being lifted up. Xiaosha grabbed her arm and swung her around like a windmill, elongating her arm like a rubber band. Zhang Xiaoyu screamed, Sister Lan, what are you doing? What am I doing? I'm just taking you to a fun place, Xiaosha said, then suddenly let go of her hand. Zhang Xiaoyu, spun into a ball, was launched like a cannonball, flying in an arc trajectory towards the distance. Ah, don't do this. I'm afraid of heights. Zhang Xiaoyu yelled in the air. She then landed with a splash into the Cloud Dream Lake, disappearing without a trace. Xiaosha stood on the hill watching. Tang Zhuaner asked somewhat worriedly, Is everything alright? Humph, she's a water demon after all. How could something happen? Xiaosha sneered. But she's a sea monster, isn't she? Cloud Dream Lake is a freshwater lake, Tang Zhuaner said. Xiaosha paused for a moment, scratching her head. That's true. Just then, Zhang Xiaoyu slowly floated to the surface of the water, motionless like a dead body. Xiaosha also felt a bit nervous. Could she really be dead? That would be a disaster. When the boss came back tomorrow and found out what happened, she'd be in trouble too. Should I go check on her? Xiaosha said. Just as she said that, Zhang Xiaoyu lying on the water suddenly spat out a fountain and then started coughing. Oh my goodness, I almost drowned. Xiaosha finally breathed a sigh of relief. Humph, I knew she wouldn't die. At this moment, Tang Zhuaner looked at Xiaosha with a strange look in her eyes. Xuan, why do you always look at me like that? Haven't you noticed that you're still in human form? Tang Zhuaner said softly. Xiaosha was stunned. Looked down at her body. You're right. Normally, I only turn into a human when I'm drunk, and I revert back when I sober out. What's going on this time? It's probably because of her, Tang Zhuaner said, looking at Zhang Xiaoyu swimming in Cloud Dream Lake doggy paddle style. Zuan wrapped up things in Zhongdu and was planning to fly back to North Zhang with his family. Chen Rushi approached him. Sir. Chen Rushi said in a soft voice. Zuan smiled slightly. Miss Chen, what's the matter? Chen Rushi kept her head down, avoiding Zuan's gaze. She thought she had forgotten about their past relationship, but upon meeting Zuan, her heart raced uncontrollably. She took a deep breath and composed herself, saying, "Sir, I've brought a friend to thank you." "To thank me?" "Yes." With that, Chen Rushi stepped aside, and a woman walked in with unsteady steps. Zuan was slightly surprised, then nodded with a smile. "So it's Miss Wei." The woman struggling to walk was the wheelchair-bound Wei Rulin. Wei Rulin smiled and said, "Mr. Zhu, I heard you returned to Jiangdu, so I hurry over with Rushi to express our gratitude. If you hadn't given me that spirit stone back then, I might still be sitting in a wheelchair unable to walk. For someone who has never experienced it, it may be hard to imagine the longing for walking a person in a wheelchair has." Wei Rulin's leg condition was congenital, and despite seeking treatment from renowned doctors worldwide, they had been ineffective. Zuan just smiled at the words. "It's just a spirit stone. No need to be polite. For you, it may be just an ordinary spirit stone, but for me, it's like a rebirth," Wei Rulin sincerely said. In fact, after obtaining this spirit stone, Wei Rulin had consulted many seniors, and they all evaluated this spirit stone with one comment: priceless treasure. Many people were even excited to know where this spirit stone came from, but Wei Rulin cleverly brushed them off with excuses. At this moment, Zuan looked around and asked, "Has Master Wei not arrived?" Zuan was referring to Wei Rulin's cousin, the floral artist Wei Yanyan. Upon hearing this, Wei Rulin hurriedly said, "My cousin was invited by a floral artist from our country and went on a cruise 2 days ago. She is currently not in the capital." Zuan nodded slightly and said, "I see." After a few more words, Wei Rulin excused herself and left Zhu, and watched Wei Rulin's departing figure thoughtfully. "Husband, what's wrong?" "Nothing. Just feeling a bit too coincidental." Zuan smiled. "Let's go back to Beijing now." Villa Tianzi No. 1. Zisha lazily lay on the sofa watching TV. Zhang Xiaoyu obediently squatted in the corner of the sofa, watching TV attentively and skillfully shelling sunflower seeds. After filling a paper cup in front of her, she smiled and offered it. "Sister, eat." Zisha took the cup, poured the seeds into her mouth, chewed contentedly, then nodded. Not bad." Zhang Xiaoyu was beaming with pride at the praise, and she resumed shelling sunflower seeds. Tang Zhuaner helplessly watched the scene. Since Zhang Xiaoyu was thrown into Yunmeng Lake by Zisha, she had become like this, always calling her sister and acting like a servant, making Zisha very comfortable. At this moment, Zisha suddenly sat up straight and solemnly said, "It's the aura of the eldest. He's back." Then she rushed out. "Sister, wait for me." Zhang Xiaoyu followed closely behind. When Tang Zhuaner walked out of the room, she indeed saw a stream of light flying from the sky and landing in front of the villa, a blink of an eye. It was Zuan's family. "Big brother," Zisha respectfully called out. In front of Zuan, she dared not be presumptuous at all. Seeing her speak, Zhang Xiaoyu shuddered all over and quickly lowered her head, saying, "Honorable Immortal." Zuan's gaze swept over Zisha and Zhang Xiaoyu before smiling slightly. "Zisha, you've actually succeeded in transformation. You've progressed quite fast." Zisha grinned. Thinking and Nan ran over, looking puzzled. "Are you?" Zisha. Seeing the two little girls, Zisha obediently bent down, rubbed her head against them, and said softly, "To little princesses, I'm indeed Zisha." "Wow, Zisha, you are so beautiful." Thinking exclaimed as she touched Zisha's hair in amazement. Nan, even more curious, reached out to pinch Zisha's cheek. "So cute." Zhang Xiaoyu, who was watching from the side, was shocked. In just over a day of contact, Zisha had become indistinguishable from a female devil in Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes. She was intimidating and violent, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. These two little girls were probably testing Zisha's limits. However, the next scene left Zhang Xiaoyu dumbfounded. Zisha's face was beaming, but not as beautiful as the two little princesses. "Can you still bark?" Thinking asked. "Of course," Zisha said, and then barked a few times like a dog. Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes widened gradually. A female devil, barking like a dog? At this moment, Zuan looked at Zhang Xiaoyu and sighed softly. "Is Jianmire the one who sent you?" Zhang Xiaoyu trembled all over at the words and excitedly said, "Honorable Immortal, you know, I didn't know at first, but when Zhuaner said it Jianyu was looking for me, I had my suspicions. Upon sensing your aura, I became more certain." Zuan said calmly. Zhang Xiaoyu respectfully bowed her head and said, "Honorable Immortal is really amazing. Yes, Jianmire sent me to the mortal world. She is the esteemed princess of Jianmire. Jianmire, the sea monster suppressed by the feng shui master of the Ming family on the island. After being freed by Zuan, she revealed her true name to him. Whoever possessed the true name of a monster was definitely extraordinary. This Zhang Yu carried the aura of the sea monster. Tell me, what's the matter? Honorable Immortal, please save the princess and the sea monster clan." Zhang Xiaoyu knelt on the ground with a face of sadness. "Our sea monsters and other worldly monster races have survived in a secret realm for thousands of years. But since last month, another group of monsters suddenly appear in this secret realm and threaten to take it back, driving us all out. The many monster races naturally refused, but these monsters turned out to be very powerful. They not only injured us, but also coveted the ancient bloodline of the princess, captured her and said they would offer her up after the arrival of a young master from their clan. I am one of the princess's maids, and before she was taken away, she told me that only the Mr. Zhu from the mortal realm could save her. She used a secret method to send me out of the secret realm, but I wandered around the entire mortal world for over a month before finally finding you." Zhang Xiaoyu was now in tears. Zhu, and raised his eyebrow slightly upon hearing this. "A group of powerful monsters, yes. These bastards are not even of the same race. There are tiger monsters, black bear monsters, and wood spirits, but all of them are extremely powerful." Zhu, and nodded, "I understand." Zhang Xiaoyu looked at Zhu and hopefully, "Honorable Immortal, please lend a hand. If you don't help, the princess and many local monster races will face a catastrophe." Zhu turned to look at Enyan. "I'll go to the monster realm once. You and our daughter wait here." Enyan nodded. Zisha suddenly spoke, "Big brother, let me go with you." Zhu, and hesitated for a moment. Zisha quickly said, "I am considered a local monster after all. I cannot stand idly by in this matter. Besides, I have dragon power, which can assist you." Zhu, and nodded, "All right, you can come with me." Then he turned to Zhang Xiaoyu. "Where is this monster realm located?" "It's right below the East Sea." Zhu furrowed his brow slightly at the mention of the East Sea, suddenly recalling the floral master who was invited to go out to the sea. "All right, let's depart now." Above the East China Sea, a luxurious cruise ship is slowly sailing. At this moment, the East China Sea is calm and peaceful. The sea surface is like a huge mirror, reflecting the white clouds in the sky, giving people a feeling of not being able to distinguish between the sky and the water. Wei Ryan stands at the stern of the ship, blowing the cool sea breeze, watching the white wake left by the cruise ship passing by, completely mesmerized. At this moment, a petite girl walked over. "Lady Ryan, what are you looking at?" the girl asked with a smile. Wei Ryan didn't turn around but pointed to the white spray. "Ms. Deco, look at those waves. That is the realm that our floral artists dream of." Izumi Deco sighed softly. "No wonder Lady Ryan's floral art is unparalleled in the world. Even during travel, you never forget to appreciate the beauty of nature." Wei Ryan smiled slightly. "Nature is our best teacher. No matter how well-crafted floral art is, it cannot compare to the natural beauty of flowers that grow on their own." Izumi Deco clapped in admiration. "Has Lady Ryan's floral art reached a state of returning to simplicity and truth?" Wei Ryan shook her head. "Not yet. Just a slight inspiration." Izumi Deco is a floral master from Country R, and she has invited Wei Ryan to her country to showcase her floral art. After chatting for a while, Wei Ryan bid farewell and returned to her room. Watching Wei Ryan's figure leaving, Izumi Deco's mouth curved into a strangely sinister smile. Unlike other cruise ships, 90% of the passengers on this luxurious cruise ship are women, and each one is beautiful. These women were all attracted by Izumi Deco's offer of a free trip to her country to enjoy floral art. As Izumi Deco put it, only beautiful girls can truly feel the charm of floral art. Wei Ryan stayed on the top floor of the cruise ship. Just as she was about to return to her room to rest, she met a girl walking quietly with her head down. As they passed by each other, Wei Ryan suddenly froze. She realized that the girl's profile looked very familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. But where? Wei Ryan furrowed her brows in contemplation. When the girl was about to turn the corner, Wei Ryan suddenly remembered and couldn't help but smile and call out, "Excuse me, do you know Mr. Zhu?" The girl stopped in her tracks, turned to look at Wei Ryan, and a hint of confusion appeared on her youthful and beautiful face. you are. Wei Ryan smiled slightly. I think I saw you at the wedding party in North John when Mr. Zhu got married. I am Wei Ryan. The girl shuddered. So you are Master Wei. My apologies, I didn't recognize you just now. Mr. Zhu is my brother. Wei Ryan's eyes lit up at the mention of Mr. Zhu and she extended her hand with a smile. No need to be so polite, since you are Mr. Zhu's sister. There are no outsiders here. May I ask what your name is? I am called Zi Jingjing. Since attending Mr. Zhu's wedding, Zi Jingjing buried all her feelings for Mr. Zhu deep in her heart and began to study frantically, as if to vent her emotions. Soon, she self-studied all the high school courses and participated in several city-level exams as a second-year high school student, excelling in all of them. However, at the same time, her physical and mental health were on the brink of collapse. She would often sit and stare blankly for a whole day, or burst into tears while walking. This state of mind frightened her father and stepmother, fearing that their precious daughter would develop a mental illness. So they arranged for her to take a 6-month sabbatical and travel to relax. A few days ago, Zi Jingjing's stepmother happened to hear about the free trip arranged by Izumi Deko. Initially worried it might be a scam, after investigating further, she discovered that Izumi Deko was well known in country and had many major companies as sponsors, so it was likely not a hoax. With determination, she signed up her daughter. However, when Zi Jingjing and her stepmother arrived at the registration site, they were greeted by a huge crowd, causing their hearts to sink. With so many participants, it seemed unlikely for Zi Jingjing to be selected. To their surprise, as soon as her stepmother laid Zi Jingjing into the registration hall, Izumi Deko immediately noticed her and decisively allowed her to join the trip. Even on the cruise ship, the room she stayed in was a VIP standard. This is how she happened to meet Wei Ryan. Wei Ryan had been observing Zi Jingjing, finding her increasingly captivating. Though still young, Zi Jingjing already carried herself like a beautiful woman, especially with her air of icy elegance, which both attracted and intimidated people. Are you alone, Jingjing? Wei Ryan asked. Zi Jingjing nodded. Then why don't you come to my room? My room has 2 bedrooms, and we can keep each other company. Is that okay? Zi Jingjing hesitated. Why not? Since you're Mr. Zhu's sister, I naturally have to take care of you when I encounter you, Wei Ryan said, taking Zi Jingjing's hand and leading her to her room. Watching Wei Ryan, Zi Jingjing's eyes gradually softened, as if finding solace in this gentle elder sister figure. Zi Jingjing followed Wei Ryan into her room, which was more luxurious than Zi Jingjing's, even equipped with a large bathtub. Wei Ryan, being observant, could tell that Zi Jingjing was feeling down and began to find ways to uplift her. Soon their relationship became closer. At lunchtime, they walked hand in hand to the restaurant. The facilities on this luxurious cruise ship were lavish and complete, such as the restaurant, which was around 40 to 50 square meters in size, a grand setup for any cruise ship. The restaurant was filled with girls having their meals, presenting a delightful sight. Wei Ryan and Zi Jingjing chose a seat and began to eat and chat. Suddenly, the stable ship experienced intense turbulence. The entire restaurant began to shake violently, causing many girls to scream in fear. Zi Jingjing turned pale. What's happening? Wei Ryan smiled slightly. We are sailing at sea, probably encountering rough waves. Just then, Izumi Deko entered with a group of people. Wei Ryan was about to greet her but stopped abruptly. Something was off. Izumi Deko was no longer wearing her usual warm smile. Instead, her face was filled with arrogance and a murderous intent. Izumi Deko clapped her hands lightly and said, Quiet down. I want to announce that the journey has reached its end. Have we arrived in our country? How is that possible? At this speed, it would take at least 3 more days to reach our country. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Ladies, in the days to come, I hope you can learn to fear as quickly as possible, because only then can you survive. And this first step starts with addressing me as my lady. Do you understand? Said Hisaka Izumidenko calmly. However, many of these girls had just recently walked out of the school gates and had never seen such a bloody scene before. Therefore, after being stunned for a moment, they erupted into screams. Ah, there's a murder. Accompanied by the screams, there was a violent commotion in the restaurant. Many girls fled in a panic, trying to run out of the restaurant to save their lives. Hisaka Izumidenko watched this scene with a cold smile on her face. These goats are just waste if left alive. As she spoke, the lights in the restaurant suddenly went out. In the darkness, it sounded like something was crawling, followed by some screams and chilling chewing sounds. When the lights came back on, besides a few puddles of blood on the ground, there was no trace left of those girls. I told you. Learn to fear. Why can't you understand? Hisaka Izumidenko sighed lightly. The restaurant fell silent. Everyone looked at her with great fear in their eyes. Some girls were trembling all over, too scared to cry, only able to sob silently while covering their mouths. Jingjing was also terrified, sitting pale in her seat, not knowing what to do. At that moment, someone gently held her hand. Jingjing looked up and saw Wei Ryan nodding slightly at her, then whispered softly, "Don't be afraid." Jingjing surprisingly calmed down considerably, and much of her fear disappeared. Hisaka Izumidenko slowly walked down from the platform toward Wei Ryan. Wei Ryan had a cold expression as she stared at Hisaka Izumidenko. "Miss Ryan, I truly admire your courage. Having prey like you this time, His Royal Highness will surely be delighted," Hisaka Izumidenko said with a smile. "You are not Hisaka Izumidenko," Wei Ryan said coldly. "Ha ha. Truly worthy of being a master florist who can communicate with flowers and plants. You can even see through my disguise. Yes, I am indeed not Hisaka Izumidenko." With that, a crack appeared in the middle of Hisaka Izumidenko's forehead, and then a pair of red-haired claws emerged and split apart. Hisaka Izumidenko's skin fell to the ground like a deflated ball, and a golden-eyed red-haired monkey walked out from it. This scene, reminiscent of a horror movie, caused many of the girls to faint on the spot. Wei Ryan's face also gradually turned pale. Just then, the whole ship suddenly shook violently, and the entire ship's roof seemed to be directly sliced off by something, separating with a loud boom. A violent gale carried a huge amount of seawater gushing in. Looking from the perspective of the people on board, the previously calm sea surface seemed to be boiling like a pot. Meanwhile, at the center of the sea, an immensely large whirlpool was slowly taking shape. The entire ship sped rapidly towards the whirlpool. The girls on the ship all screamed. If the ship entered that whirlpool, everyone on board would likely die. However, the golden-eyed monkey laughed wildly. "Miss Ryan and young ladies, the next stop is our final destination, the Demon Realm." "Demon Realm?" Wei Ryan clutched Jingjing tightly, asking loudly. "That's right, the Demon Realm. I hope you will enjoy life there. Remember my words, learn to fear," the golden-eyed monkey said with a smirk. The cruise ship then entered the whirlpool. After spinning wildly a few times, it disappeared completely behind a radiance. In the blink of an eye, the fierce winds calmed, and the sea returned to its usual tranquility. It was as if nothing had ever happened. No one could have imagined that a cruise ship had just vanished from that sea area. However, just a few minutes later, a stream of light flew from the sky and appeared in the sky above the sea area. And stopped. "Leader, there's demonic energy." Sha took a deep breath, then frowned and said. Zuan nodded with a solemn face. Before coming here, he had already investigated the route of the cruise ship where Wei Ryan was, and it happened to pass through the entrance to the secret realm as mentioned by Zhang Xiaoyu. This further confirmed Zuan's suspicion that Hisaka Izumidenko from Country R was definitely up to something. Therefore, he rushed over as swiftly as possible, but little did Zhu and know at that moment, Jingjing was also on that ship. "Let's go in," Zuan said calmly. Zhang Xiaoyu nodded, formed a hand seal, and said, "Might as well wait a moment, I might be a bit slow. After all, I'm not very skilled." Zuan watched as Zhang Xiaoyu danced around, performing hand seals like a deity, and chanting incantations. 1 minute passed, nothing stirred. 2 minutes passed, still the same calm. 3 minutes, sweat appeared on Zhang Xiaoyu's forehead, apologetically saying, "Sir, it seems that the incantations in human form are not working. Wait for me to turn into a squid." "No need." Zuan furrowed his brows slightly, and with his hand as a sword, he struck down lightly. A tremendously huge sword directly cut the whole sea area in half, stirring up an immeasurable amount of seawater, splitting it into 2 halves, revealing a glittering sea bottom underneath. "Let's go, Zhu," and flew ahead. Zhang Xiaoyu stood there in shock. Sha patted her head. "What are you standing there in a daze for? Hurry up and follow." "Oh, all right." Zhang Xiaoyu followed behind, suddenly feeling a strong sense of confidence. Until then, she didn't know much about Zuan's strength. She was only sent by Zhang Meyer to find Zuan, and she came. It wasn't until she saw this sword splitting the sea that she felt assured. After passing through that radiance, they arrived in a desert. The desert was vast, with only sporadic weeds on the ground, devoid of any signs of life. "Where is this?" Zisha asked Zhang Xiaoyu. Zhang Xiaoyu looked around for a while and then up at the sky, then frowned as she shook her head. "The demon realm's secrets are vast. Very few people have explored it all. I also don't know where this is." Zisha glared. "What use are you if you don't know anything?" Zuan then said calmly, "Fly to scout." With a wave of his hand, Zuan took Zisha and the two demons flew into the sky. However, after flying for about an hour, they only saw an endless desert below. Zuan was also a little surprised. This city is not very big. There is a plaque hanging above the city gate with the words written on it. "So it's called Jwebi City." Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed. "Huh? What does Jwebi mean?" Zisha asked. "According to, in August, when the light is achieved, Jwebi begins to shine." Jwebi means, in plain terms, a rabbit. Zuan explained lightly. "Oh tilde, so it's a rabbit spirit. Why not just call it Rabbit City directly? It's so troublesome." Zisha grumbled, then turned to Zhang Xiaoyu and said, "Hey, now that we've found Jwebi City, can we follow the clues and find your sea monster clan?" Zhang Xiaoyu smiled wryly and shook his head. "I've only heard about Jwebi City occasionally. It's said to be in the extreme west of the secret realm, while the sea monster clan is in the east of the demon realm. I'm not sure how far apart they are." Zisha's eyebrows furrowed, about to say something, but Zuan took a step forward. "Leader, what are we doing? Since we're here, we might as well take a look inside," Zuan said lightly, already walking ahead. Zisha hurried to catch up. Zhang Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then turned to look at the deserted desert, shivering involuntarily. "Dragon sister, hold on. I'll catch up." The layout and architecture of the city have a hint of the Han Dynasty. The walking on the streets were all well-dressed men, women, and children, showing no signs of strangeness. "Strange, why can't I see any demonic aura from these folks?" Zisha muttered. "Of course you can't see it because these are all humans," Zuan explained. "Human? Isn't this the demonic world? How can there be humans?" Zisha asked in confusion. "Who said there can't be humans in the demonic world? Is it only allowed for demons to exist in the human realm, and not the other way around?" Zhang Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. "Master Xian is right. Even in our sea monster clan's territory, there are many humans present. Dragon sister is a wild monster and may not understand these things." Zisha suddenly realized, then his face turned serious. "Who is the wild one then? Isn't it? The demon world refers to all naturally occurring monsters in this world as wild ones." Zhang Xiaoyu explained earnestly, but before she finished her words, Zisha couldn't hold back and retorted, "You're the wild one. Your whole family is wild." Zisha was teasing Zhang Xiaoyu as usual. A man wearing a white nobleman's shirt, with a flawless beautiful jade hanging by his waist, and a debonair demeanor approach. He glanced at the stunning Zisha and the lovely Zhang Xiaoyu, then envied Zuan. "Brother, are these two female demons for sale?" "For sale?" Zuan was slightly surprised. When he understood what was meant, he couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. TSK, such amazing little fairies. If you are willing to part with one, I will surely reward you handsomely. What do you say?" This man refused to give up. Zuan raised his eyebrows slightly, about to speak when Zisha stepped forward, full of killing intent, and asked, "For sale?" This man, even more excited by Zisha's gaze, salivated and said, "Really exquisite." Before he could finish, Zisha rushed forward, kicked the man to the ground, and then gave him a good beating. "For sale? Who do you think I am? A commodity?" Zisha questioned as she continued to hit him. The man cried and begged for mercy. Onlookers covered their mouths and chuckled as they passed by. Some stood at a distance whispering, "This gentleman Shen was beaten again. This is the third time this month. Hehe, he always goes to chat up with pretty demonesses. I think he's lucky not to be beaten to death. But this demoness is indeed very beautiful. She's beautiful, but too violent." As they were talking, a flash of blood flew by, showing that two of Shen's front teeth were knocked out. Zhang Xiaoyu hurriedly stepped forward. "Dragon sister, don't hit him anymore. You might kill him." As she spoke, she sneaked in a kick at Shen. Shadow boxing is something that neither humans nor spirits could refuse. After the fight, Zisha clapped her hands and said, "If you dare to talk to me in that tone again, I will twist your head off." Shen lay motionless on the ground with blood gradually oozing out from under his head. The onlookers were shocked. Could he have really been beaten to death? Zisha was also a bit disappointed, thinking to herself that she had held back. Just then, someone shouted in the distance, "Hurry to the Lord's mansion to see the show. Someone is confessing to the third princess again." Upon hearing this, the people on the street started to move. The crowd watching the commotion dispersed. "Let's go. Let's go. If we're late, we won't get a good spot." Zisha was still dazed, wondering what was happening. Shen suddenly jumped up from the ground, wiped the blood off his face, and shouted in despair, "No, the third princess is mine. No one can take her away from me." With that, he stumbled and ran off. Zisha looked at the pool of blood on the street, lost in thought. Was she too gentle? How could this guide, after being beaten by her, just run off like nothing happened? Zhu, and patted her shoulder. "Let's go. Leader, where are we going?" "Naturally, we're going to see the show." The Lord's mansion was easy to find, located in the center of Dwebi City. At this moment, near the Lord's mansion, there were crowds of people, including many rabbit spirits dragging their tails. Moreover, these rabbit spirits were mingling with humans and complaining together. "Damn it, can't we come up with some new ideas?" a gray rabbit said, unhappily, because on the High Lord's mansion, the handsome man was holding a large bouquet of flowers made of carrots. "I don't know who the hell said that we rabbits love to eat carrots. Even if we do, can't they propose with something else instead of this?" The rabbit spirit was full of discontent. An old man beside him chuckled. "Looks like the third princess is thinking the same as you." At this moment, Shen had pushed his way into the crowd and was staring dumbfoundedly at the third princess on the city wall. She was a petite girl with a chubby face, revealing to deep dimples and cute buck teeth when she smiled. She was the youngest daughter of the Lord of Dwebi City, known as the third princess. The young Master Wu's face was full of sorrow. "Third princess, you are a demon with a long life. I only have 100 years to live. If you are unwilling to let me accompany you through these 100 years, then at least consider my deep admiration for you. How about spending these 100 years with me?" As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd below erupted in chaos. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. To make someone waste their youth to accompany him, how shameless can he be? Among them, the most furious was Lord Shen, who raised his arm and shouted, "Family name Wu, you are nothing but a schemer aiming for the princess. If you have the ability, use genuine emotions to move the third princess. What skill is there in pretending to be pitiful?" It was evident that Lord Shen and young Master Wu were love rivals. Young Master Wu disdainfully glanced at him, then continued to gaze at the third princess with fervent eyes. "Well, that's not entirely impossible," the third princess pondered for a while before speaking. Young Master Wu was overjoyed. "Third princess, as long as you agree, it's all go. Why wait for another day, and we can start our bridal chamber today?" His eagerness was obvious. Lord Shen stood there dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe that the third princess had agreed. "No, how could this be happening? If only I had known that pretending to be pitiful to gain sympathy would work, I would have done it myself long ago." Lord Shen was now conflicted and regretful. Suddenly, the third princess sighed lightly. "But you'll have to wait until I grow up before marrying me, because my mother has said that I am still young. Marrying now would be considered early." Young Master Wu's smile froze. Then he cautiously asked, How long will that be?" Not too long. At most 7 or 8 decades. Maybe as quickly as 50 years will suffice." Laughter erupted from the crowd, knowing that the third princess was deliberately teasing young Master Wu. Lord Shen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, cheering, "The third princess's actions are brilliant." He was getting a bit too excited, and as he turned his head, he happened to see Zhu, and standing nearby, then excitedly rested his hand on Zuen's shoulder. "Brother, did you see that? The third princess will be my future wife. What do you think? Clever, right?" Zhu, and turned his head and gave him a faint look. Lord Shen suddenly felt frozen, retracting his hand from Zuen's shoulder embarrassingly. "You are human. She is a demon. Can humans and demons be together?" Zuen said lightly. Lord Shen looked at Zuen as if he were an antique. "Brother, with 2 beautiful female demons at your side, and now you question whether humans and demons can be together. Aren't you too old-fashioned?" Even the most conservative old scholars in the city these days would acknowledge that marrying a female demon is the most prestigious thing to do. Don't you know that last year, a scholar who was studying lived in an old dilapidated temple in the city, and during the quiet night, a seductive female demon came to visit, thus creating a romantic story between a talented scholar and a female demon, envy of many. The dilapidated temple has now turned into a scholar's inn. These days, it's not surprising for humans to be together, but it's true love when humans and demons are together. Lord Shen went on with a long speech, concluding with a profound insight. Zuan could only smile wryly. These people in Genbi City were definitely not normal. How else could they say so many nonsensical remarks? Just then, young Master Wu on the city wall became angry and embarrassed, suddenly pulling out a yellow talisman from his pocket. "Little girl, either you come willingly today, or you'll have to come by force," he yelled as he threw it towards the third princess. The talisman flew in the wind, transforming into a large yellow sack heading straight for the third princess. The crowd gasped in alarm. "It's a demon sealing talisman." Lord Shen also saw this scene and shouted in shock, wanting to rush to rescue the third princess. But how could he be faster than the talisman? He could only watch helplessly as the talisman smashed towards the bewildered third princess. Zisho roared, "Shameless scoundrel," and reached the city wall, positioning herself directly in front of the third princess. Doom. The demon sealing talisman struck Zisho squarely. Many closed their eyes, feeling a sense of despair. It was over. This female demon was definitely in trouble and would probably be subjugated by this man named Wu, becoming his plaything. However, at that moment, Zisho let out a defiant laugh. "Is this all the power it's got? Well, now it's my turn." And then pounced directly. With a punch, she hit young Master Wu in the face. Young Master Wu screamed as he was sent tumbling off the city wall. Many people watched dumbfounded by the scene. A few hair demons even forgot to chew the grass in their mouths, gaping in astonishment. Who is this female demon? How can she be so powerful? I can't tell, but even the demon sealing talisman didn't faze this female demon. Is she perhaps under some demon prince's command? People were all discussing humans and demons. Zisho was about to rush down the city wall and settle young Master Wu's fate, when the third princess blocked her path, looking at her with a gleam in her eyes. "Sister, you're amazing." "That's right." Zisho grinned, feeling pleased. However, with this delay, young Master Wu had already slipped into the crowd and disappeared. "Let him go." Zisho was somewhat frustrated. The third princess smiled slightly. "If he wants to run, let him run. After all, he once pursued me. Although I don't like him, I can't bear to see him die either." "Hey, isn't that wrong? He was the one who made the first move against you." "It's the same," Mother said. "One must forgive others when given the chance to do so." Zisho rolled her eyes. Growing up in the jungle, she never believed in forgiving others unconditionally. "Whatever. It's your business. I'm leaving." "Sister, don't leave. You saved me, and you are my benefactor. I must express my gratitude properly. Would you please follow me to the mansion for a chat?" Zisho was very impatient, but she saw Zuan in the crowd nodding slightly at her. She understood that Zuan was signaling her to agree, so she reluctantly complied. "Fine." As the crowd dispersed and Zuan followed Zisho towards the city lord's mansion, Lord Shen suddenly grabbed him. "Brother, could you please accommodate me and take me in as well?" "You too?" "Yes. I have always admired the third princess greatly, but haven't had the opportunity to get close to her. Could you help me, please?" Lord Shen took off the jade pendant from his waist and tried to give it to Zuan. Zuan smiled faintly. "Forget it. You better keep this for yourself. With your character, if you lose this thing, you'd probably have been killed long ago." Lord Shen was startled. You recognize this item?" Zuan smiled faintly, then turned and walked towards the city lord's mansion. At first glance, the lord's residence in this city looks very impressive with its elaborate carvings and paintings. Upon closer inspection, you will find that whether on the walls or at the corners of these, there are portraits everywhere. These portraits are all of rabbits, in various shapes and poses, vividly depicted as if they were real. It just makes people want to laugh when they see them. It turns out that all these portraits are self-portraits of the lady of the city. Little Sans furrowed his brows. "Who is this rabbit? Its portraits are everywhere. Why is it so self-absorbed?" The third princess blushed. "Lord, these are all self-portraits of my mother." Little Sans, walking all the way, they didn't see many guards, and they went straight to a hall. At the entrance, a few rabbit spirits were talking. When they saw the third princess leading a group of people, they quickly came over. "Third princess, Is my mother in? She is inside. The lord of the city just brought a skilled artist from elsewhere and is painting portraits. The third princess nodded, leading everyone inside. Indeed, they saw a man in a blue shirt painting carefully in front of a portrait, occasionally raising his head and shouting, "Lord, please move your head a bit this way." On a soft couch not far away, a chubby rabbit was lying in a very coquettish pose. When she heard the man's order, she obediently moved her head a bit. "This is my mother," the third princess whispered, then took a step forward. "Mother, this is my savior. These are the savior's friends." The giant rabbit lady didn't want to disrupt her pose and said with a serious expression, "Wait a moment, third. Wait for me to finish this portrait." Zuin looked at this scene and suddenly found it amusing. If this rabbit lived on Earth, it would probably be a standard selfie enthusiast. Some fresh fruit tea was brought in, and Zuin and the others simply sat on the side watching. After more than half an hour, the artist finally put down his brush satisfied. Done. The giant rabbit let out a sigh, then sat up and stretched lazily, so tired. "Allow me to take a nap first. Mother, this is my benefactor. And these are the benefactor's friends." The third princess spoke again. The giant rabbit suddenly woke up as if from a dream. "Oh, look at my memory. I forgot about this." With a swipe of her hand, the furry cheeks disappeared, revealing a very rich and elegant lady's face. With a shake of her body, all the fur disappeared, transforming into a plump and noble womanly figure. She approached, glanced at everyone, lingered for a moment on Little Sans and Chapter ZU, then giggled with a hand over her mouth. "I didn't expect to see such outstanding female spirits in my little Dweeby city." Little Sans was creeped out by this giant rabbit's laughter. "Oh, mother," the third princess stomped. This scene full of her daughter's coquettishness made Chen Langjun mesmerized. All right, I'm just joking. Since they are all my son's benefactors, there are no outsiders. Come, set up a feast." When Little Sans heard this, images of green grass and carrots suddenly appeared in his mind, making him want to decline. The giant rabbit seemed to sense Little Sans' concern and chuckled. "Don't worry, the feast here is very famous." Soon, more than a dozen rabbit guards set up the feast, and when the food and drink were brought out like flowing water, Little Sans couldn't help but be amazed, because the dishes were both meat and vegetarian, and they looked and tasted delicious. "How is it? I didn't lie to you, right? Please sit down. There's no need to be formal here. Just eat and drink as you like." Everyone took their seats. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of dishes, before others could speak, Shen Langjun, who was already drunk, stuck out his tongue and said, "Lord, do you recognize me? Aren't you Shen Langjun, who is not afraid of death, a famous person in Dweeby City?" "Of course I recognize you." "Heh. Then can I ask you a favor? I am deeply in love with the third princess. Can you arrange for her to marry me?" If Shen Langjun was sober, he would never be so bold. But now the wine has emboldened him, so he spoke his mind. Hearing this, the third princess lowered her head, looking somewhat embarrassed but did not object. The giant rabbit laughed uncontrollably. Shen Langjun was getting more and more embarrassed by the laughter and couldn't help but say, "Lord, why are you laughing? If you disagree, just tell me. I have no objections, but I'm afraid you will regret it." The giant rabbit chuckled. Big words are hard to take back once spoken, especially for such a lifelong matter. How can you not regret it? Shen Langjun, sensing a chance, quickly patted his chest and assured, "Oh, really won't regret it. Really, truly. All right, I'll tell you the truth. My third princess is actually a boy." "What did you say?" Shen Langjun was still in shock, but when he realized, he suddenly stood up, his face full of astonishment. "You really didn't see it?" the giant rabbit said with a mischievous smile. Shen Langjun and Little Sans carefully examined the third princess. They saw a slender waist, fair and beautiful skin, shy demeanor, a typical young beautiful girl. How could this be the adorable blue child? Zuin raised his cup and whispered, "To hairs run side by side. It's hard to tell who is male and female." The giant rabbit applauded and praised, "I didn't expect this young master to be so knowledgeable. Yes, my third son always likes to dress as a woman, and for this I have a headache." Shen Langjun felt something deep inside him shatter suddenly, sitting silently on the chair with a dazed expression. Little Sans patted his shoulder sympathetically. "Brother, you really have it rough. You've loved this girl for so long only to find out she's a blue child. I feel for you. Shen Langjun suddenly looked up, gazing at the Lord Giant Rabbit with a fiery gaze. It's okay even if it's a boy. Since humans and spirits can be together, why can't there be true love between the same sex? I love the third princess as a person, not the gender. The whole room fell silent. Little Sans looked at this scene with astonishment. Wish. All eyes turned to Xiaoxia. Even Zuan couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly, watching this scene with a half-smile. Then ... Zhang Xiaoyu was dumbfounded, murmuring in amazement. To hell with you. Xiaoxia, embarrassed and furious, punched Zhang Xiaoyu to the ground, then looked fiercely and said, I'm not interested in women gossiping. You think all the guys are cuter than you and can't accept it, right? Zhang Xiaoyu lay on the ground, murmuring softly in a voice only she could hear. Xiaoxia stomped on Zhang Xiaoyu's shoulder. Shut up, or I'll pull out your tentacles one by one and use them as a belt. Got it? Zhang Xiaoyu nodded repeatedly. Okay, Dragon Sister, sir. If you don't like me this way, I can change. In fact, I'm very manly. See. A white smoke drifted by. The third prince transformed into another appearance, wearing a black cloak, hair tied up, even drew black lines around the eyes. Sir, do I look particularly imposing like this? Everyone fell silent, because with this outfit, the third prince seemed even cuter. Xiaoxiao's face was frosty, obviously on the verge of exploding. Dead rabbit, are you teasing me? The third prince hesitated, his big eyes gradually filled with a sad glimmer. Sir, are you discriminating against our Sand Rabbit clan? As she spoke, the rabbit spirit guard silently stepped forward, all looking at Xiaoxia unfriendly. Xiaoxia coldly snorted, and afraid. What? Want to fight? Come on. I happen to feel like it. Her words resembling those of a female ruffian. All right. Stop messing around, Zhu, and set down her glass, saying calmly. Xiaoxia, who was itching for a fight, lowered her head and backed away. Then Zuan smiled slightly at the Lord Rabbit. Thank you for your hospitality. We don't mean any harm. We just want to ask, how far is it from the sea monster territory here? Sea monster territory? Upon hearing this name, the Lord Rabbit's elegance vanished. Speaking with some fear, why are you going there? To rescue someone. Rescue someone? The Lord Rabbit shook his head like a rattle. I advise you not to go and get yourselves killed. I've heard that a group of ruthless monsters have occupied the sea monster territory and several surrounding regions. It's a sea of corpses there, so why go and rescue anyone? The Lord Rabbit's words confirmed Zhang Xiaoyu's previous rumors were not fabricated, and this rabbit clearly had much broader knowledge than Zhang Xiaoyu. Introducing the general situation of this secret realm. Originally, the origin of this secret realm was unknown, and it was inhabited by many mythical creatures coexisting harmoniously with humans and other races. After many years of development, this secret realm was divided into several major regions. For example, the Eastern Shore region, where the sea monster territory was situated, was the most prosperous in the entire secret realm. Compared to it, the Yellow Sand Prefecture, where the Decided No city was located, seemed weak and pitifully small. However, even the powerful Eastern Shore region had fallen to the monster invasion. Not only that, 4 out of the 7 prefectures in the secret realm had been captured. The ferocity of the monsters had terrified the creatures accustomed to the peaceful atmosphere of the secret realm. Now, on the frontier where only 3 prefectures remained, the local mythical creatures had established a resistance force, barely holding their ground against the monsters. But how long this fragile peace could last, no one knew. This was why the Lord Rabbit believed that Zuan and the others going to the sea monster territory to find someone was nothing but seeking death. Zhang Xiaoyu listened pale-faced beside them. When she left, the Eastern Shore region still stood. Now, not only had the region fallen, but even the other 3 prefectures had been lost. Was her prince still safe? The thought made Zhang Xiaoyu anxious. Master, we can't delay any longer. We must find a way to rescue the prince quickly. Zhu, and nodded, then smiled at the Lord Rabbit. So, how can we get to this Eastern Shore region? The Lord Rabbit shook his head helplessly. Young man, I don't know what you're thinking, but you'll definitely be walking into death. Besides the Eastern Shore region being extremely far away, the front line is currently in a fierce battle, so you won't be able to pass. Why do you speak so much nonsense? Our leader asked you how to get there. Just tell us straightforwardly. Keep blabbering, and I'll pluck out your rabbit fur. Xiaoxia said coldly. Her temper was getting more irritable. Hearing her words, several rabbit spirit guards stepped forward, unfriendly. But the Lord Rabbit waved his hand, signaling them not to come forward. Then he said calmly, "If I'm not mistaken, the lady should be a transformed Jalon, right?" Sha Sha proudly lifted her chin. "And if I am, even in this realm of mythical creatures, Jalons are very rare. But let me tell you, during this monster invasion, several Jalon territories were completely destroyed. I heard even those powerful Jalons that had lived for who knows how long were captured. The Lord Rabbit didn't finish his sentence, but his implication was clear. If even those powerful Jalons were captured, what can a young and inexperienced Jalon like you do here? But Xiao Xia was not concerned about that. Her expression gradually darkened. "You mean, my people have also been captured? Not just some, but all of them? Very well, I'll avenge my people," Xiao Xia said angrily, then looked at Zuan. But Zuan remained silent, just turning to look out the window at the sky, saying calmly, "Lord Rabbit, it seems that some mythical creatures are causing trouble for you." The Lord Rabbit was surprised and hadn't understood what was happening, but then they heard a few sharp eagle cries from the sky. The piercing sound of the eagle cries made all the rabbit spirits in the hall turn pale. The Lord Rabbit stood up suddenly, his face full of disbelief. "What's going on? With the protection of the city defense formation, these eagles shouldn't have been able to find this place." As natural enemies of many creatures, rabbit spirits were not easy to deal with. Therefore, they lived very cautiously. Take this decided no city for example. They would basically change locations every decade. The current location had been moved to just last year. Moreover, the Lord Rabbit had spent a lot of gold to establish a city defense formation that could effectively repel attacks from natural enemies. For example, these eagles, under the protection of the defense formation, should not have been able to locate this place. But now it was too late to do anything. The Lord Rabbit led many rabbit spirits out of the hall, to the top of the high platform. Sure enough, at this moment, the black dots in the sky began to plummet rapidly. Soon, the forms of these giant eagles could be clearly seen. The wingspan of these giant eagles was over 30 meters, and their talons were huge, resembling a small car. This scene attracted the attention of the entire city of Dwebi. People from both the human and demon races crowded the streets, looking up dumbfounded. The giant eagles circled high in the sky, and then a leading eagle let out a weird cackling laugh. "Lord of Dwebi City, long time no see." The city Lord Rabbit took a deep breath, his whole body gradually growing larger, exuding a more powerful aura. "Eagle 7, you're still alive. Hehe. Even if you die, I won't." Oh, what a bold move, actually willing to set up such a powerful protective formation. But too bad, you can't fool our sharp eagle eyes. The city Lord Rabbit's expression fluctuated. It knew very well how powerful Eagle 7 was. In fact, in the entire Yellow Sand Prefecture, the only creatures that posed a real threat to the Rabbit Demon Clan's survival were these flying creatures. Though the snake demons were formidable, they were mainly in Jianshan Prefecture, with very few in Yellow Sand Prefecture. "Oh, is this the third princess? I truly admire the prolific breeding ability of you rabbits. After eating your 2 sons, now you have offspring again. I wonder how this little girl tastes." Eagle 7 arrogantly laughed. The third prince grew furious. "You bunch of feathered beasts. So my 2 brothers were eaten by you. Return my brothers' lives." With a radiant light appearing in his hand, the third prince charged towards Eagle 7. "You have such limited ability and dare to be insolent in front of me, Eagle 7. As the light approached, Eagle 7 lightly flapped its wings, destroying it. It was about to swoop down and grab the third prince when a voice from another slightly smaller giant eagle shouted, "Eagle 7, please spare him. Remember you promised me to hand over this rabbit demon to me." Everyone turned to look. The speaker was a handsome human man. The third prince was shocked and enraged. "Wu Jianyan, you scoundrel! Are these eagle demons brought by you?" No wonder they could see through the city's protective formation. White-faced from the scolding, Wu Jianyan attempted to justify, "So what? Recognizing the situation is what marks a hero. These eagles are much stronger than your rabbit demons. It's not wrong for me to join them. Third princess, if you surrender, the eagle demons won't harm you. I'll treat you well for the rest of my life. Bah, even if I, little white rabbit, died, I wouldn't be with someone like you." The third prince retorted, The name Little White Rabbit made Zuan feel somewhat speechless. A Zhang Xiaoyu and a Little White Rabbit. Couldn't the names be a bit more creative? Eagle 7 burst into laughter. Surname Wu. It seems you've miscalculated. You might as well give me this little rabbit. You don't know how delicious these tender little rabbits are. They're simply exquisite. Before he could finish, a flaming arrow shot through the air, embedding itself in Eagle 7's abdomen. With a crisp clang of metal, the arrow fell to the ground, igniting the feathers on Eagle 7. Damn it, who dares to damage my feathers? Eagle 7 fumed, extinguishing the flames with a strong flap of its wings. Meanwhile, Shen Lanzhan let out a sigh of regret. I missed the mark. He dropped his bout, took a deep breath, and began berating Wu Jianyan and Eagle 7. When it comes to cursing, 10 demon races might not match one human, especially when that human was educated. With culture, even curses carried more weight. Shen Lanzhan's sincere and eloquent insults were so sharp and logical that it felt like being there in person. Initially, Wu Jianyan wanted to refute, but soon he was beaten down by Shen Lanzhan's verbal assault. Eagle 7 was left speechless, unable to retort. 15 minutes later, Shen Lanzhan shouted at Wu Jianyan, "You traitorous rabbit, the shame of humanity. You're not even worthy of being called human. I am ashamed to associate with you. Do you all agree or not?" "Agree." The crowd erupted in deafening agreement. Little White Rabbit and her mother, the City Lord Rabbit Demon, watched in confusion. What's happening? This shouldn't have been a battleground between our Rabbit Demon clan and the Eagle Demons, right? Why are all these humans so indignant and furious? An elderly human shouted to the City Lord Rabbit, "Great City Lord, you've been kind to our human race over the years. It's our turn to repay you now." "Yes," echoed the voices below, and some hot-headed men climbed trees and rooftops, armed with bows and stones, all glaring menacingly at the Eagle Demons. Eagle 7, already at wit's end from the insults, now faced more provocation from the angry crowd. "Very well, today, I, Eagle 7, will unleash massacre to show you the might of the sky's overlords." Eagle 7 roared, its body suddenly enlarging. In no time, it was around 100 meters tall, laughing wickedly as it dove down, preparing to target the young man who had insulted it earlier. Closer, closer it came, just a bit closer, and its talons would effortlessly grab the frail human, tearing him to pieces midair. Eagle 7 was inwardly delighted. Suddenly, an extraordinarily beautiful girl appeared in front of Shen Lanzhan. In the brief moment of Eagle 7's distraction, the girl had already approached. She gave Eagle 7 a fierce smile, reached out, grabbed its beak, and bellowed, "Come down." Doom. With a powerful tug, she pulled Eagle 7 down by his beak. Eagle 7, shocked and enraged, flapped its wings to break free, but the girl, though delicate, seemed to have arms made of iron, unmoving despite its struggles. At this moment, everyone was shocked as they watched the scene, because Xiao Xiao's figure seemed insignificant compared to the huge eagle. Yet with such a fragile body, Xiao Xiao managed to grab hold of the giant eagle. At the same time, Xiao Xiao shouted out explosively and lifted upward suddenly. The Eagle 7 felt a tremendous force coming at it, lifting its whole body up and then crashing heavily down. Doom. Amidst the rising smoke and dust, Eagle 7 felt sore and weak all over, but at least it had managed to break free from Xiao Xiao's restraint and was thinking of flying back up. However, at that moment, Xiao Xiao leapt up and landed directly on Eagle 7's head, saying, "Don't move. If you move, be careful of your head." Eagle 7 stiffened all over and dared not move. All of this happened in just a few blinks of an eye. Xiao Xiao stood on Eagle 7's head, sneered disdainfully, "With creatures like you, you dare to claim dominance of the sky." White Rabbit watched with stars in his eyes. "Wow, the Lord is so handsome. Shen Lanzhan stood awkwardly on the side, not knowing how to describe his feelings. The remaining Eagle Demons were all filled with anger and shock. "Release Lord Eagle 7 quickly, or else if the military situation is delayed, your Dwebi city will cease to exist." A furious Eagle Demon shouted. "Military situation?" Zuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Interesting." Wu Jianyan also shouted. "Lord Eagle 7 bears the military orders of the Demon General. If anything goes wrong, be prepared to die." The City Lord Rabbit's expression changed uncertainly. The others looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Xiao Xiao coldly chuckled. "Why, you can show off your power, but we can't resist. Lady Demon, you are powerful, But you must understand, compared to the commander of the entire demon race, your power is nothing. The subdued Eagle 7 sneered at this moment. In its view, it had just suffered due to carelessness, which led to being subdued by this female demon. And now, although she had subdued it, it still had so many subordinates. Thinking of this, it couldn't help but give a command. That was an order for the group of subordinates to launch an attack. If they could confuse the current situation, then it could escape with its life. That was the plan in Eagle 7's mind. Its subordinates began to act accordingly. However, just as they were about to dive down, Zuan calmly stated, "I was just thinking of going ahead, and you have come to deliver yourselves." Quite convenient. Hearing his words, Eagle 7 rolled its eyes forcefully, looking at Zuan, somewhat disbelieving. Just a human, how? Eagle 7's thoughts were interrupted, because before it, countless gleaming white lights gradually appeared. These lights were brilliant and beautiful, but Eagle 7 saw the infinite killing intent contained within them. It was sword energy, the kind of unstoppable sword energy that only humans could possess. And there were so many. It was like an ocean of sword energy. Eagle 7 began to tremble all over. Along with it, the city Lord Rabbit, White Rabbit, and all onlookers were also shocked. Even Shen Lanjun slowly whitened his eyes. How did this agreeable brother suddenly seem like a different person? Eagle 7 made a decision and let out another screech, ordering all of its subordinates to flee. The huge eagle sensed the terrifying aura of the boundless sea of swords below, all filled with dread. Upon hearing their leader's order, they naturally scattered and fled. Zuan simply stated, trying to run. Sword energy prison. With Zuan's command, the sword energy floating around him soared into the sky, dividing into dozens of rays of light aimed directly at the huge eagles. Although the huge eagles were fast, compared to the sword energy, they were as slow as snails. In an instant, all the huge eagles were enveloped by the sword energy and let out cries of anguish before falling like rain. Doom. The square in front of the Lord's mansion resembled a jigsaw puzzle, as dozens of huge eagles fell to the ground. Wu Jianyan also cried out tragically as he fell to the ground. Zuan stood with his hands behind his back, approaching the trembling Eagle 7, and said calmly, "What are the military orders and commander of the demon race you mentioned?" Eagle 7 trembled. "I can't say. If I say, I will be killed." Zuan smiled slightly and told Xiao Sha, "Hit it." "All right." Xiao Sha excitedly raised a fist. Doom. With one punch, blood began to flow from Eagle 7's head. "Do you want to tell now?" I will." Eagle 7, covered in blood, exclaimed. It was truly afraid. Throughout the ordeal, this man had been quietly watching. There was no hint of joy or sorrow in his eyes, yet that feeling made Eagle 7 feel uncomfortable to the point of wanting to spit blood. It had no doubt that if it didn't speak, this man would definitely kill it. "I was sent by the demon general to search the surroundings for powerful demon races to support the front lines. Coincidentally, I encountered this Wu Jianyan, who insisted that Jwebi City was nearby. Because I have had grievances with the Lord of Jwebi City, I came over to take a look." "Is that all?" Eagle 7 nodded. "Who is your demon general?" Eagle 7 shuddered all over. "It's Lady Whitebone." Upon hearing this name, the city Lord Rabbit exclaimed in shock, "Lady Whitebone has come out." Eagle 7 nodded. "Is this Lady Whitebone very powerful?" Xiao Cha asked. The city Lord Rabbit said, with a pale face, "Very powerful. It can be said that within the entire demon race secret realm, she is considered the #1 female demon, but she had already retired several hundred years ago. I didn't expect her to make an appearance this time. It shows how powerful the forces of demons are." At this point, Zuan calmly said, "Using military orders to harm innocent people. Do you understand the crime?" Eagle 7 trembled. "I understand." "All right, I'll give you a chance to atone for your actions." "Thank you, sir." However, when Zuan led everyone onto the backs of the giant eagles, Eagle 7 was dumbfounded. "Sir, are you planning to go to ... "Naturally, to the front lines," Zuan said calmly. Eagle 7 was on the verge of tears. "Sir, if the general knows about this, when we return, I will definitely be skinned and roasted." "Don't worry, I definitely won't tell your general." Eagle 7 regretted deeply, but dared not disobey Zuan's orders and could only bow obediently. Zuan nodded to the city Lord Rabbit. "Goodbye." The city Lord Rabbit nodded, sincerely thanking him. "Thank you for your help, and may the winds be at your back on your journey. But be cautious, as the situation on the front lines is dire." The young White Rabbit cried and shouted that he wanted to go along. The city Lord Rabbit refused adamantly, and in the end, White Rabbit clung to the wings of the giant eagle, pitifully pleading with Xiao Xiao, "Sir, I will wait for your return here." Xiao Xiao's body was covered in goosebumps. "My apologies to everyone. I overestimated myself. I thought I could catch up during these days, but the past 2 days have been so exhausting that I feel like spitting blood. I wanted to write this secret realm well, but due to certain reasons, the existing outline was overturned, so the plot needs to be rearranged, making writing very painful. That's why I can only update late at night these days." A giant eagle soared into the sky, flying towards the distance. Lord Rabbit and Lord Shen, among others, watched quietly. Rabbit Zibai murmured, "I wonder if the Lord will come back to pick me up." Lord Shen remained silent. At that moment, a person staggered to his feet on the square in front of the Lord's mansion, shouting wildly towards the sky. "Lord Eagle 7, I'm here. How could you leave me behind?" Unfortunately, the giant eagles had flown far away, and no eagle demon heard his cries. Even if they did, they wouldn't come back to get him. Lord Shen squinted his eyes at the excited Wu Jianyan and said softly, "My lord, how should we deal with this guy?" Lord Rabbit replied calmly, "I haven't seen him before. You deal with it yourselves." With that, he turned and went back to the mansion. It was a tacit approval. Lord Shen descended the steps and slowly walked towards the square, followed by many unfriendly-looking rabbit demons and onlookers. Wu Jianyan watched in despair as the eagle demons flew away, his tone changing from pleas to curses, and finally bursting into tears. As he cried, he suddenly noticed the surroundings had become very quiet. When he looked up, he saw people surrounding him, all looking unfriendly. Leading them was his former rival, Lord Shen. Wu Jianyan froze, a fawning smile appearing on his face. Shen brother." Lord Shen looked at him coldly and without waiting for him to finish, pointed and said, "Beat him up." Several rabbit demons rushed forward. Although the rabbit demons were bottom ranking in the demon world's combat power, dealing with an ordinary person was not a problem. They quickly beat Wu Jianyan, who cried out in pain. The onlookers also joined in. "Kill this bastard. Make some space. Let me kick him too." Lord Shen didn't even need to lift a finger. The crowd overwhelmed Wu Jianyan completely. At first, his cries could be heard, but soon there was silence. When the crowd dispersed, Wu Jianyan had been trampled to death. This was the front line in the heart of Zhongshan Prefecture. Until yesterday, this place was a paradise for demons. But today, apart from the scorched earth, there was no sign of life. Lady Bone stood on the makeshift city wall and gazed into the distance. As far as she could see, there was desolation. At this moment, almost half of Zhongshan Prefecture had become a wasteland, completely falling under the control of demon forces. Lady Bones knew that if the demons attacked again, the struggling allied forces would not be able to hold on, and Zhongshan Prefecture would fall again. The entire demon world would be left with only the weak Yellow Sand Mansion and Chuping Continent. Chuping Continent, as the name suggests, was flat and defenseless. How would their exhausted forces face the strong demon attacks? Lady Bones fretted. "My lady, just now the Snake Demon Clan sent a message saying they have no more fighting power. What about the others?" Lady Bones asked calmly. "The Rock Demon Clan is almost extinct, and others like the Tree Demon and Flower Spirit are reaching their limits. The Tiger and Wolf Demon suffered heavy losses yesterday as well," the messenger said with a gloomy expression. Lady Bones fell silent for a while, then nodded. "Understood. You may go." "My lady, why don't we retreat to Chuping? If the demons strike again today, we will definitely be defeated," a demon whispered. Lady Bones glanced at the speaker, an elderly member of the Fox Demon Clan, who looked miserable with a huge claw mark on his face. Lady Bones knew that the Fox and Sea Demon clans had suffered the most losses. When the demons first appeared in Dongbin Prefecture, these two clans were the strongest. They had initially resisted the demon attacks, but were later almost wiped out when Dongbin fell. The elderly Fox Demon was one of the lucky survivors. Lady Bones respected him for his former achievements. "Elder Fox, I wish we could retreat too, but the defense line in Chuping has not yet been established. If we retreat now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover," Lady Bones paused, "behind us, the demons and humans have not finished retreating. If we withdraw now, they will be exposed to the demon forces. What would happen then? Lady Bones didn't finish her sentence, believing that the elder fox understood her meaning. After all, weren't the fox demons in Dongbin almost completely annihilated by the demons due to being caught off guard? The elder fox looked despondent, then after a while, said, "In that case, I will stay to guard. My lady, take the elite forces to escort the others in retreat." "No. When I took this position, I swore to live and die together with everyone. I will not leave," Lady Bones declared firmly. "But," the elder fox wanted to argue. "There's no but. Elder fox, I know your intention. You want to sacrifice yourself to save others, but what would be the point? If we retreat today, will we have to withdraw from Chuping when the demons attack again tomorrow?" Lady Bones said softly. The elder fox fell silent, then sighed. "If only we had fresh troops right now." Lady Bones felt a chill on her forehead, and her heart skipped a beat. When she looked up, she saw dark clouds approaching rapidly, covering the sky. In the distance, tall demon figures appeared on the horizon. Enemy attack! A cry of alarm shook the entire camp, but this time, all the demons looked lost. They had been fighting for too long, all were injured, and had little strength left for another battle. As the demons attacked again, they saw no hope of victory. Lady Bones drew her bone sword slowly, her face serious and determined. The burly man was covered in various wounds, some so deep that bones were visible, while others had begun to fester. Despite this, his gaze was surprisingly calm, to a degree that was unsettling. Even the white-bone lady, who had cultivated for thousands of years and thought she would no longer be shaken by anything, couldn't help but feel a slight tremor at this moment. If one were to ask which faction in the entire Demon Tribe Coalition army had suffered the most losses, the Elephant Demons would definitely rank at the top. The Elephant Demons had robust physical bodies, and only they could barely withstand the onslaught of the demon forces. Hence, in every major battle, these towering elephant demons stood at the forefront of the ranks, using their flesh and blood to build a strong barrier. After continuous battles, this powerful group had suffered casualties to the point of almost being wiped out, with even those who survived being exhausted to the extreme. Faced with a population on the verge of extinction, even the cold-hearted white-bone lady felt hesitant to issue orders. Unexpectedly, the elephant demons voluntarily requested to join the battle. "Your Excellency Elephant King, you..." The white-bone lady hesitated to speak. The Elephant King shook his head gently, looking at the approaching demon army in the distance, and said, in a calm tone, "Madam, my sons, nephews, and even the entire Elephant Demon Tribe's young warriors have mostly died in battle. I have witnessed them die one by one before my eyes. Now, it's my turn." The Elephant King paused. "Madam, if possible, I hope you can bring back our corpses. I don't want our bones to become trophies for those demons." The white-bone lady suddenly didn't know what to say and could only nod vigorously. The Elephant King smiled, then turned and walked toward the front line. Behind him, dozens of elephant demons with scars all over slowly followed. The rain grew heavier. The Elephant King suddenly began to sing softly. As he sang, these elephant demons let out deafening trumpets in unison. The white-bone lady knew that this was the war song of the elephant demons. One song. They would fight to the death. The white-bone lady trembled slightly, took a deep breath, and was about to give the order. Just then, Snake, Tiger, and Wolf demons emerged from the city gate. These demon tribes were all scarred but wore a calm expression on their faces. "Madam, Snake Demon Tribe is ready to fight. Tiger Demon Tribe is ready to fight. Wolf Demon Tribe is ready to fight." And so on. The eyes of the white-bone lady suddenly welled up with hot tears, as the scorching liquid flowed down from her dry sockets. "Strange. I thought I couldn't cry anymore. Then what is this liquid? Because of these foolish guys. Knowing they will die but still charging forward. So foolish. But, even if they are foolish, they should not die at the hands of the demons." The wind and rain passed through the ranks and flew towards the darkening sky. The white-bone lady took a deep breath, slowly raised her bone sword, and pointed forward. "Everyone, follow me and attack." The demon army surged like a flood, coming overwhelmingly. The elephant demons roared and revealed their true forms. Several meter-tall giant elephants stood like towering pillars, blocking the torrent. But after a moment, a few elephant demons wailed and slowly fell down, never to rise again. The Elephant King, with the largest body, had the most demon corpses under his feet. Seeing his tribe members falling one by one, the Elephant King couldn't help but be filled with sorrow and anger. roaring as he tried to rush forward to rescue them. These demons surrounded him tightly, preventing him from moving forward. At the same time, many demons took advantage of the chaos to attack, leaving new wounds on his already scarred body. The Elephant King's movements gradually slowed down. The constant battles in recent days had drained his last bit of energy. Now he was at the end of his rope, relying solely on anger to sustain himself. This Elephant King can't hold on any longer. His tusks are valuable. A demon noticed his weakness and excitedly shouted. Instantly, the attacks intensified. The Elephant King struggled left and right, his vision darkening. He knew he couldn't go on. Just then, a demon secretly approached the Elephant King from the side, leaping up to launch a surprise attack. If this blow landed, the Elephant King would definitely fall, and once he fell, he would never be able to stand up again. At that moment, a flash of white light passed, directly slashing the demon into two pieces. "Madam." The Elephant King stared blankly. The white bone lady gave him a slight smile, effortlessly wielding her bone sword to kill the demons in front of her. A tiger demon with one eye blind laughed out loud. "Stupid elephant, usually you're the ones at the front line taking hits, but this time it's our turn." "Tiger Demon King," the Elephant King muttered softly, then couldn't help but chuckle. "Dig cat, you're still alive. Can't die. Gotta kill a few more demons." The tiger demon swatted a demon's head, stating casually. Similar scenes were unfolding across the battlefield. The ferocious demon attacks were unable to overcome the wounded demon coalition army. The situation had reached a stalemate. However, as time passed, the balance of victory began to tip in favor of the demons. Although the demon coalition army had the will to fight to the death, their spirits were not enough to compensate for the vast disparity. With casualties rapidly increasing, no one retreated. At this point, the Tiger Demon King was already exhausted, and a demon sneakily tried to attack him from behind. But before the attack could succeed, the approaching elephant demon crushed the demon. The Tiger Demon King grinned. "Thanks." Before another word could be said, several demon spikes pierced through the tiger demon's chest. The Tiger Demon King lowered his head, his gaze gradually losing focus. "Dig cat," the Elephant King shouted, about to rush over. However, the Tiger Demon King smiled. "Elephant King, I am going." With that, his entire body began to rapidly expand, then exploded with a bang. The demon who had successfully ambushed him was also blown to pieces in an instant. It seemed as if a prelude had been set. One after another, brilliant fireworks began to bloom on the front line. Those were the demons who chose to self-destruct. The white bone lady watched with teary eyes. "Fools, you fools, why won't you retreat? Why?" At that moment, the battle was drawing to a close. The demon coalition army had suffered heavy casualties, with barely 1 in 10 surviving. The demons seemed unkillable, charging forward relentlessly. "Madam, lead the demon tribes to retreat." The blooded fox elder shouted. The white bone lady said calmly, "I won't leave today. We will fight to the death. But there's no but. If we die here, it may not be a bad ending after all." The white bone lady said with a smile. The demon army launched another charge. Lady Whitebone and other demons were like withered trees in a raging stream, ready to fall at any moment. "Madam, please leave quickly. If you don't leave now, it will really be too late," Elder Fox once again advised. Lady Whitebone did not answer, but instead exerted all her strength to wield the bone sword in her hand, cutting down dozens of demons with one sword. Then panting heavily with a pale face, she silently expressed her attitude through her actions. Elder Fox sighed deeply, knowing there was no way to persuade her, so he gritted his teeth and began to fight with all his might. Just at that moment, a desperate cry from a demon echoed. "Look up!" Lady Whitebone and the other demons looked up. They saw a large group of demons flying in the sky above. These demons were obviously stronger than those on the ground. In the blink of an eye, they flew to the sky above the battlefield, then split into 2 teams, clearing a path in the middle. A huge chariot pulled by 3 black vultures slowly flew from the middle of the path. Seated on the chariot was a slender and handsome high-ranking demon. This demon looked down at the battlefield, a hint of a cold smile appearing on his lips. "I am surprised by you, managing to hold on until now." His voice resonated across the fields. Many demons on the ground knelt down and worshipped devoutly towards the sky. This spectacle made Lady Whitebone's expression grow even more serious, and she asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" "Me." The high-ranking demon's lips curled up in a proud smile. "I am the commander of this demon army, from the noble Dragon Demon clan. You can call me Nightfall River. Dragon Demon. Lady Whitebone's pupils shrunk sharply, because she knew that dragon demons were an extremely formidable race, very rare within this demonic realm. And looking at the appearance of Nightfall River, it was clear that he had transformed long ago, and his strength was absolutely unfathomable. To be honest, I admire you. As long as you are willing to surrender, I can consider sparing your lives. After all, you are also demons, considered kin. What do you say? Nightfall River said, indifferently. Lady Whitebone sneered, surrender, and then become your lackeys, giving up the homeland we have lived in for generations to you. Survival of the fittest. This is an irrefutable truth. As demons, should you not understand this? Nightfall River spoke coldly. That's your truth, not ours. Nightfall River raised an eyebrow slightly. So, does this mean you are determined not to surrender? Lady Whitebone turned to look at her followers. All the demons chuckled. Then a wolf demon rushed towards Nightfall River and fiercely extended her middle finger. Dragon brat, even if we die in battle, we will never surrender to the likes of you. Nightfall River nodded expressionlessly. Very well, then prepare to die. With his command, the demon army moved swiftly, charging towards Lady Whitebone and the other demons. Lady Whitebone and the remaining demons stood shoulder to shoulder, prepared for their final stand. However, at that moment, snowflakes suddenly drifted down from the sky and in the blink of an eye, filled the entire sky and earth. What's going on? How could it suddenly snow? Before the many demons could react, these snowflakes suddenly bloomed and emitted dazzling sword energy, forming an ocean of sword energy. This sword energy was very targeted, not harming Lady Whitebone and the other demons in the slightest, but instead directly attacking the demon army. After a dense clashing of metal and iron, these demons were utterly defenseless against the sea of sword energy, and were directly cut into pieces. Nightfall River, who had been sitting indifferently on the chariot all along, now had a fierce light in his eyes and shouted in astonishment, "Who is it? The one who will kill you?" A calm voice came from the horizon, echoing throughout the sky and earth. Then dozens of giant eagles appeared in the sky and flew down in an instant. At the head of the eagles, Zune stood with his hands behind his back. Nightfall River looked puzzled, unable to see through Zuan's background. This man seemed to be a human at first glance, but his aura was extremely powerful, obviously not someone to mess with. "Who are you?" Nightfall River asked solemnly. "Zu," and ignored him and said calmly, "Zisha, this guy is interesting." With his words, the giant eagle carrying Zisha flew over, and Zisha stood on it carefully observing Nightfall River for a few moments, then nodded. "Big brother, this guy is a dragon demon." Nightfall River initially didn't pay much attention, but when he saw Zisha, he couldn't help but shudder, then froze. He had never seen a dragon with such a pure aura before, especially after Zisha transformed into human form. With his exceptionally beautiful appearance, he deeply attracted Nightfall River. Dragon nature is inherently indulgent, and Nightfall River was naturally no exception. His eyes were full of blatant possessiveness when looking at Zisha, almost drooling on the spot. Zisha naturally sensed this, and her eyebrows gradually furrowed as she coldly said, "Look at me like that again, and I'll gouge out your eyes." Nightfall River regained his composure, then laughed triumphantly. A mere dragon, daring to speak to the esteemed dragon demon like this. "Young lady, you have stirred my interest. I will definitely play with you well and let you know." Before he could finish his sentence, Zisha had disappeared from the spot. By the time she reappeared, she was standing in front of Nightfall River, then threw a punch. Bang! Nightfall River never expected that this seemingly delicate little dragon would strike so fiercely. The punch landed directly on his head, sending him flying off the chariot. "Ah, you lowly dragon, you dare to hit me. You're dead. I will definitely turn you into my dragon slave and make you forever." In midair, Nightfall River was furiously shouting, about to retaliate. But Zisha was lightning fast, charging towards him once again and delivering a punch from above. Doom! This punch sent Nightfall River crashing down from midair, straight into the ground, creating a massive pit. Zisha then stood with her hands on her hips in midair, her face as cold as frost, saying, "Is this all you've got to dare flirt with me?" The whole place fell into silence. Everyone stared in astonishment at the powerful Zisha. Lady Whitebone turned to the equally dumbfounded Snake Demon King and said, "Is this girl really a dragon demon?" The Snake Demon King nodded. "No mistake, her aura is that of a dragon, And she also seems to be a wild dragon from the outside world. But how is she so powerful? Asked one of the other demons nearby in amazement. Madame Whitebone's whole body shook violently. What kind of gaze was that? Calm yet condescending, it made people have the urge to bow down in admiration. Just as Madame Whitebone was in a daze, Zisha pointed to the sky full of monsters and demons, and coldly said, "You monsters, who else dares to defy?" With the momentum pointing at them, these monsters unexpectedly all took a step back. After all, this petite woman had just personally beaten the demon dragon lord into the ground. Just then, the originally flat ground suddenly bulged up into a large lump, then exploded with a bang, and a pitch black as ink, over 100 meters long demon dragon rushed up. "Little girl, I will tear you apart bit by bit." Knight Qingjian had completely lost control. It took a lot of effort to become the commanding officer of this demon army. He had intended to completely eradicate this group of native demon clans, accomplish a great feat, and receive some appreciation when the young master arrived. But he didn't expect these guys to show up at a crucial moment, especially this little water dragon, taking advantage of his inattention, had hit him twice. How could the prideful Knight Qingjian bear it? If he couldn't publicly kill this little water dragon, his reputation would be completely ruined, and he would never again command the respect of the demons. So, he revealed his true form, and went straight for Zisha. Zisha didn't panic at all, dodging the attack and then sneering, "You are the little girl. Your grandma is too. Your grandpa is a little kid." Taking advantage verbally, Zisha then grabbed Knight Qingjian's tail and roared, "Come to me." Then, Zisha's arm suddenly thickened several times. Knight Qingjian felt a huge force coming at him. Before he could react, he was lifted up by Zisha. Zisha used Knight Qingjian as a whip, grabbing his tail and thrashing him around. Boom, boom, boom. Deep craters were smashed into the ground one after another, and countless demons died under their commanding officer's head. After several hits, Zisha let go of Knight Qingjian, who now lay limp on the ground, unable to fly. This move intimidated everyone, especially Madame Whitebone and the other demons. Because Zisha had subdued a demon dragon without even revealing her true form, it was simply unbelievable. Zisha clapped her hands and smirked proudly at Zuan. "Boss, how about that?" Before she could finish speaking, the dragon suddenly coiled around her and ensnared her. Knight Qingjian was now on the verge of madness. He was a demon dragon, after all, and yet he had been thrashed around like a whip. If he couldn't turn the situation around, he wouldn't have a chance to establish himself, let alone remain as a commanding officer. So, he unleashed his strongest move, the dragon entanglement. Among dragons and serpents, this move was the most powerful. In a situation where their cultivation levels were similar, it was impossible to resist this deadly entanglement imbued with the breath of death. Zhang Xiaoyu exclaimed, "Master, Sister Dragon." Zuan just smiled faintly. "Don't worry. Let's watch." Zuan had strong confidence in Zisha because compared to the bloodline hidden deep within Zisha's body, this demon dragon's bloodline was unworthy. As Knight Qingjian tightened his body and laughed arrogantly, suddenly a large hole appeared on his body, from which Zisha burst out, spraying blood like a fountain. Knight Qingjian yelled in pain and rage. "How is this possible? How did you get out?" Zisha wiped the demon dragon blood off her face in disgust, then angrily said, "You can transform, and so can I." With that, Zisha revealed her true form, a huge dragon with a camel-like head, deer-like horns, rabbit-like eyes, cow-like ears, snake-like neck, mirage-like belly, carp-like scales, eagle-like claws, and tiger-like paws appeared in the sky. Everyone was stunned, and Madame Whitebone, Snake Demon King, and the others stared in disbelief. Hearing this, Knight Qingjian was briefly stunned, then shouted in horror, "Five Claw, how can you be a five-clawed dragon? How could I not be a five-claw? You little fish, today I'll show you who's boss." With that, Zisha swiped her claw down, sending Knight Qingjian crashing down from the sky. Knight Qingjian wanted to resist, but the suppression from the five-clawed dragon made him unable to move. In the Dragon Clan, although there were distinctions like Dragon God and Dragon Saint, what mattered most was the power of bloodlines. If one had a powerful bloodline, they would have an inherent dominance over other common dragons from birth. This was why Knight Qingjian had looked down on Zisha at the start. Just a water dragon, and a wild one at that. What kind of bloodline power could she have? Probably, as soon as he revealed his true form, she would have to kneel in worship. That was Knight Qingjian's thinking at the time. However, when Zisha revealed her true form, she turned out to be an even more powerful five-clawed dragon than himself. This bloodline suppression rendered Knight Xingjiang unable to resist, and he could only watch in horror as Zisha toyed with him like playing with a mudfish, occasionally hearing Knight Xingjiang's pleading cries, "Please, spare me, I was wrong." This scene made all the demons silent with fear. Just then, the demon suddenly contracted, Knight Xingjiang transformed back into human form, and then quickly began to run. He managed to resist the bloodline suppression by transforming into a human, trying to escape. But with no way out on the ground and Zisha nearby, his only escape route was to fly away. So he flew straight into the sky and headed directly for the heavens. Zisha had intended to pursue, but when she saw the direction Knight Xingjiang was heading, she stopped and leisurely prepared to watch the show. Knight Xingjiang didn't know this, and when he noticed Zisha wasn't chasing him, he was overjoyed. Little did he know that he was heading towards Zuan. When he arrived near Zuan, he impatiently gestured, "Get lost." In his view, the most formidable person among this group was Zisha, and he feared no one else except her. But just as he raised his hand halfway, he suddenly felt his neck being grabbed, and before he could react, he was lifted up. Enraged, Knight Xingjiang struggled to break free. "Mercy, have mercy," Knight Qinging said, in difficulty, his eyes filled with awe and fear. This man sealed his own cultivation with just a few words. How terrifying must his strength be? And from Zuan's face, he couldn't detect any hint of joy or anger. But the more this was the case, the more frightened he became. "Now, I ask and you answer. If I detect that you are lying, I will slowly tear you apart. Understand?" Zuan said lightly. Knight Qinging hurriedly nodded in agreement. As a demon, especially a high-level demon, in order to survive, one must learn to respect and obey in the presence of strong individuals. Knight Qinging understood this well. This was also the reason why he could control a demon army with not particularly outstanding strength. At this moment, the giant eagle descended slowly, and released his grip hand through Knight Qinging to the ground, then said calmly, "Which realm did you come from?" Upon hearing this question, Lady Baigu and other demons all pricked up their ears and listened quietly. Replying to Master, "We came from the Demon Dragon Realm," Knight Qinging said respectfully. "The Demon Dragon Realm? Then what position do you hold? Are you a commander or a general?" and asked calmly. Hearing Zuan's question, Knight Qinging trembled all over, looked up at Zuan in disbelief, because Zuan was referring to the hierarchy in the Demon Dragon Realm. How could he know about these things? Knight Qinging was completely puzzled. "Master, I am a demon dragon commander." Knight Qinging lowered his head, not daring to have any rebellious thoughts. Zuan smiled faintly. Back when he was just a king of fairies, he had killed several demon dragon lords during his travels through the various realms, so naturally, he understood what was happening in the demon dragon realm. In simple terms, these demon dragons were not the same as true dragons. They were more like insect races and placed great emphasis on the number of demons under their command. Therefore, in the demon dragon realm, to assess the strength of a demon dragon besides looking at its cultivation level, one would also look at how many demons it commanded. Commanding a demon army would make one a commander, commanding 10 would make one a general, and so on. When it reached the level of lord, one would basically be a prominent figure in the demon dragon realm. However, Knight Qinging was obviously just a minor commander. He probably hadn't come into contact with higher-ranking demon dragons. "So why did you come to this realm?" Knight Qinging sighed. "Master, I am just a lowly commander. I don't know much, but from what I gathered from the general, we arrived in this realm completely by accident. But I didn't expect this secret place suitable for the survival of demons to be so vast, so I decided on a whim to try and claim it as our own. The situation is just that simple." Hearing Knight Qinging's words, Lady Baigu and the other demons glared angrily. If it weren't for Zuan's presence, they probably would have already attacked him. And fell silent upon hearing this. He had asked because he felt that the timing of these demon dragons' appearance was too coincidental. Right at the peak of turmoil, these guys showed up. Could it be that they also came with ulterior motives? After pondering for a moment, Zuan continued to ask, "How are Princess John Meyer of the Sea Demon Clan and the many captive demons you've captured doing now?" Hearing Zuan's question, the Fox Elder trembled with excitement, stepped forward, and asked, "Yes, how are the Fox Demon Clan doing now?" "Master, I have no contact with those demons, but they should have been detained. So they should be fine now." and asked, "They should be fine now. Have you seen a ship from the mortal realm?" Mortal realm? Night Quinging clearly didn't understand what that meant. Zuan waved his hand, and an image of a cruise ship appeared in front of them. "Have you seen a ship like this?" After staring at it for a while, Night Quinging nodded. "I have seen it, but it was brought in as a prisoner by the general's subordinate golden-eyed commander." Zuan's heart sank. It seemed that Wei Ryan had indeed been abducted to this realm. Why capture these ordinary women as prisoners? Small Sha asked. Night Quinging smirked servilely. "Lord Wujiao, human women are highly attractive to demon dragons, so these women will be distributed to various demon dragons as slaves." Before he finished speaking, Small Sha's eyebrows furrowed. "Damn it, you brainless freaks deserve to die." Night Quinging felt a bit wrong being scolded like that and was still somewhat puzzled. What's the big deal about a few human women? But when he turned to look at Zuan, he was shocked because Zuan's expression was downright terrifying. The atmosphere became tense. Night Quinging was sweating profusely, trembling as he asked, Master, is there anything else?" Zuan coldly said, "This upcoming Grand Descendant, what is his identity?" Night Quinging never dreamt that Zuan would know about this, and his face turned pale with fear. He is the legitimate child of a lord." Night Quinging hesitated for a moment. Seeing Zuan's grim expression, he hurriedly added, "Those demon captives are all to be determined how they will be handled after the arrival of the Grand Descendant." "When will he arrive?" "I heard from the main camp when I set out that the Grand Descendant is about to arrive, so based on the timing, it should be in these few days," Night Quinging said softly. Zuan nodded. "Very well. You are honest." Night Quinging breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He never thought of lying in the first place because at a certain level of strength, lying was impossible to hide from anyone. Then, "Master, can you let me go now?" Night Quinging asked with a smile on his face. Zuan nodded, "Of course." Seeing this scene, Lady Baigu and the other demons all looked gloomy. For them, they wanted nothing more than to tear Night Quinging apart. But since Zuan caught him, he naturally had the right to decide. And they didn't know him, so they couldn't even make a request. At this moment, Zuan waved his hand, and Night Quinging felt that his sealed cultivation and bloodline were all restored to normal. He couldn't help but smile with joy. "Thank you, Master. I will take my leave now." With that, he was about to leave. "Hold on," Zuan said calmly. Night Quinging's figure froze, slowly turned his head back, and asked cautiously, "Master, is there something else?" Zuan revealed his white teeth and smiled icily. "I may have let you go, but it seems someone doesn't intend to let you go. Sha, this individual is now your responsibility." Night Quinging was shocked and angry. "You." Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by a punch from Small Sha charging at full force. Before he landed, Small Sha appeared at his landing point and then, with clenched fists, directly slammed him into the ground. Zuan certainly did not intend for Zisha to devour the whole Night Qingjiang. He wanted Zisha to use the innate abilities of the Jialan to seize the cultivation and bloodline of the Night Qingjiang. Following his instructions, Zisha silently activated his powers, and suddenly, two deep cold lights emanated from his eyes. Night Qingjiang felt his bloodline stirring, and in extreme fear, he began to cry out, "No! Please spare me, sir, I won't dare again." But it was too late. Moments later, Night Qingjiang's cries abruptly ceased. A small dragon emitting a brilliant light flew out from Night Qingjiang's forehead and was swallowed whole by Zisha. With this act, the demonic dragon commander who had led the slaughter of many native demon clans had his soul extinguished. The scene fell silent. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated, revealing spakes of starlight. Lady Whitebone and her subordinates exchanged glances, then took a deep breath and approached. "This, sir. Thank you for your assistance." Zuan glanced at Lady Whitebone and responded coolly, "It was just a small gesture. No need for thanks." A small gesture. Lady Whitebone couldn't help but show a bitter smile. This seemingly small favor could have almost caused the demise of her people. At this moment, Zisha returned, patting his belly as he walked. "Dragon sister, did it taste good?" asked Zhang Xiaoyu. Zisha glared at her. "Do you only think about eating?" Zhang Xiaoyu blushed awkwardly. "I was just asking casually since I was hungry." Zisha snorted and walked ahead. After a few steps, she tossed something backward. Zhang Xiaoyu caught it and found a package of food. Stunned. "I brought a lot when we came out. Eat it." Zisha's voice rang out. Zhang Xiaoyu's expression changed from surprise to delight as she opened the package and started eating heartily. Is it delicious? Zisha turned around with a smile. Zhang Xiaoyu's mouth was full, and after hearing Zisha's question, she nodded vigorously, struggling to swallow the food, almost choking. Delicious, dragon sister, what is this? Hehe. Dried squid. Zisha said with a smirk. Zhang Xiaoyu froze. Dried squid? Zisha nodded. Yes. Tears welled up in Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes quickly, looking on the verge of tears. Zisha had expected to be excited to see this reaction, but instead, she felt a sense of guilt and awkwardly cleared her throat. Oh, I was just kidding. Zisha wanted to say it was not dried squid but made from beef. However, Zhang Xiaoyu, with a tinge of regret, said with a self-deprecating tone, I didn't know my own flesh was this delicious. If I had known earlier, I would have tasted it. Zisha stared at Zhang Xiaoyu in shock. Eventually, she tossed her head indignantly, turned, and walked away. Watching Zisha's departing figure, Zhang Xiaoyu's mouth curved into a sly smile as she muttered, Ha, trying to trick me. Did you really think I haven't tasted my own flesh before? From the first bite, I knew it wasn't dried squid. Still trying to deceive me. Zoo. And watched this little episode and smiled faintly before turning to Lady Whitebone and the other demon clans. What do you plan to do? Lady Whitebone sighed. Naturally, we need to recuperate. Zuen said calmly. Just recuperate? Are you suggesting revenge and reclaiming our lost territory? Zuan's words stunned all the demon clans present. Lady Whitebone responded solemnly. Of course, we want that. However, her expression turned despondent again. But with our current strength, not to mention revenge or reclaiming territory, even maintaining our existing land is challenging. The demon clans all looked downcast. Their losses were severe, with their vitality greatly damaged, and recovery seemed unlikely in the near future. I can help you, Zuen said quietly. Lady Whitebone was taken aback, her eyes lighting up as she trembled. Sir, your cultivation is extraordinary. If you are willing to assist us, that would be excellent, but you are just one person against countless demonic armies. How will this work? Zuen smiled faintly, beckoning Zisha over. Have you finished devouring? Zisha nodded. Then transform into him. Zisha followed Zuen's instructions and changed his appearance. Moments later, Zisha had transformed into Night Xingjiang. Not only did he match his looks, but also his demeanor, mannerisms, and even his aura. Lady Whitebone stared in disbelief at the transformation, and explained, Zisha will disguise himself as the demonic dragon commander, and you will disguise yourselves as his demonic subordinates. Together, you will infiltrate the demonic army's stronghold, rescue the captured demon clans, and seek revenge. Can you do this? Lady Whitebone and the other demon clans remained silent, overwhelmed by his proposal. After a moment, Lady Whitebone took a step forward, bowing in respect. We will follow your lead. Then, on the earthen wall, Wei Ryan scored a mark with her fingernail, softly saying, This is the 4th day since we were captured. Jingjing sat against the wall, staring blankly, then whispered, Ryan, can we still get out? Wei Ryan firmly replied, We definitely can. Jingjing lowered her head, remaining silent. Wei Ryan sighed, walked over, embraced Jingjing's shoulders, and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid, with Ryan here, we will definitely make it out alive. Just then, screams and cries of women could be heard from outside. A boastful demonic dragon's laughter followed. These girls are good, tender and juicy. The guards seemed to be chuckling and flattering. Indeed, the demonic dragon, sir, is quite fierce. This is already the 5th one you've chosen. The demonic dragon boasted. Hehe. Blame the first for not enduring enough. As they passed by the cell where Wei Ran and Jingjing were held, Jingjing caught a glimpse of the eyes of the girl being carried by the demonic dragon on his shoulder. What captivating eyes! Hollow, like those of a lifeless being. Jingjing shuddered all over, unable to liberate herself from the gaze she just witnessed. Sensing Jingjing's unease, Wei Ran gently stroked her back. Do not fear, I'm here. Don't be scared. Jingjing started to sob softly. Ryan, I'm not afraid of dying. Truly not. What I fear is becoming a plaything of these demons. Saying this, Jingjing grabbed Wei Ryan's hand, pleading with her eyes. The next 2 days proceeded as usual. At meal times, there would be demons coming to deliver food. Although the food wasn't exactly delicious, it was still decent. More importantly, the cell or Wei Ryan and Zi Jingjing were seen to have been forgotten by the demons who came to pick toes. There had been no disturbances, demons at all. This relieved Wei Ryan. Regardless, as long as they could survive, there was still hope. However, unlike her optimism, Zi Jingjing was becoming more and more desperate. In her view, if this was still on Earth, it might be slightly better, as her older brother Zuin might come to rescue them. But now they were in a ghostly place they knew nothing about, and even if Zuin wanted to rescue them, he probably wouldn't be able to find them. Not to mention, outside was filled with demons that were only heard of in legends. Faced with such a situation, how could Zi Jingjing not feel despair? One day, when Wei Ryan was making the 6th mark on the mud wall, the cell door suddenly opened. Several demons then entered in succession. Zi Jingjing turned pale with fright, cowering in the corner trembling. Seeing this, Wei Ryan quickly stood in front of her and asked coldly, "What do you want?" A woman's laughter was heard, followed by the entrance of He Quan Tianzi. "Your Excellency Ryan, it's been a few days. Are you accustomed to staying here?" Looking at this demon disguised in a human skin, Wei Ryan felt her scalp tingle, but she remained composed and said, "What do you want?" "Nothing much. Just wanted to take you to a better place." "A better place?" Wei Ryan frowned. "I think that won't be necessary. Here is fine." He Quan Tianzi shook her head, her tone chilling. "I think you're mistaken. I'm not here to negotiate with you, but to order you." "Understood, Your Excellency Wei Ryan." Wei Ryan fell silent. She knew it was futile to say anything to these demons. However, at that moment, Zi Jingjing let out an extremely fearful scream. "No, I don't want to go. Ryan's sister, please kill me." She thought these guys were planning to take her out and make her a plaything for some demon. He Quan Tianzi raised an eyebrow slightly. "Wei Ryan, I admire you, but if this woman continues to scream, I will immediately hand her over to Lord Malon." Wei Ryan quickly whispered to Zi Jingjing. "Jingjing, don't be afraid, I'm here. He probably isn't intending to make us playthings for the demons. Let's follow him and see what he wants to do." Zi Jingjing stopped screaming, tremblingly nodded. At that moment, in Zi Jingjing's heart, Wei Ryan was her only reliance. "Follow me," He Quan Tianzi said, turning and walking ahead. Wei Ryan held Zi Jingjing's hand and followed behind. As they walked, Wei Ryan observed the surroundings. It was evident that this had been a prison cell for serious offenders. However, it seemed abandoned now, although they were confined. Security wasn't tight. Wei Ryan couldn't help but laugh at herself. Even if security was lax, what could they do? Could they escape? After many twists and turns, they finally exited the dungeon. The sun outside was perfect. Wei Ryan took a deep breath of fresh air, feeling relieved of the stifling feeling in her chest. Even Zi Jingjing seemed calmer at that moment. As they followed He Quan Tianzi, many demons they passed by nodded respectfully or greeted him. Many demons also cast doubtful glances at Wei Ryan and Zi Jingjing. The environment became more beautiful the further they walked, and the buildings became more luxurious. Finally, He Quan Tianzi stopped in front of a house built in the center of a garden. "Follow me," he said. Taking a step into the house, Wei Ryan and Zi Jingjing exchanged a look before silently following inside. The interior was extravagantly furnished, with over a dozen maids. These maids, all trembling, were actually humans. He Quan Tianzi said lightly, "From now on, this house will be your residence, with dedicated attendants for all your needs. I hope you enjoy your stay." With that, He Quan Tianzi turned and left. Wei Ryan and Zi Jingjing were puzzled. Stay here? Undeniably, the environment was much better than the dungeon. But what did these demons want with them? Just as they were wondering, He Quan Tianzi told the maids, "Take them downstairs to bathe." The maids led the two to a room at the back where there were 2 large tubs steaming with hot water. Wei Ryan and Zi Jingjing were suspicious, but the temptation of a bath was irresistible. They hadn't bathed for at least a week since being captured. For girls who cherished cleanliness, it was unbearable. In the end, they gritted their teeth, and no matter what He Quan Tianzi's plan was, they decided to bathe first. After a refreshing hot bath and a change into new clothes, when they walked back to the front, He Quan Tianzi was no longer there. The maid served Tian snacks, attentively attending to them, leaving Wei Ryan and Zi Jingjing bewildered. What did these demons intend to do? As they were having Tian snacks, He Quan Tianzi reappeared with several other women. Wei Ryan and Zi Jingjing looked up and were stunned because all the women who had arrived were exceptionally beautiful. After He Quan Tianzi instructed them to bathe as well, Zi Jingjing leaned close to Wei Ryan and whispered, "Ryan sister, these girls, they seem to be demons." Wei Ryan nodded. "I've noticed it too. Let's see what's going on first." After a while, these demon girls also finished bathing and walked out. He Quan Tianzi smiled slightly at them. "I apologize for earlier. From today, this house will be your place of residence, with everything taken care of. I hope you have a pleasant stay." With that, He Quan Tianzi left. The demon girls looked at Wei Ryan and Zi Jingjing. After a while, the one who might not have been the prettiest but had the most elegant demeanor among them spoke. "You are human." Wei Ryan nodded. The demon girl sighed. "I didn't expect these demons to even capture a few humans." She then extended her hand. "Hello. I'm John Meyer, former princess of the Sea Demon clan." Wei Ryan was slightly surprised, then reached out her hand. "I'm Wei Ryan. This is my sister, Zi Jingjing." In front is the demon headquarters located in Dongbin Prefecture. Lady Whitebone and other demon tribes appear somewhat nervous, although they have been safe and sound under the guidance of Xiao Xiao, who transformed into the appearance of Nightfall River along the way. They have finally arrived at the gathering place of demons, the core location. Xiao Xiao whispered, "Leader, shall we go in directly?" Zhu, and squinted his eyes slightly, his vast divine consciousness slowly expanding, enveloping the entire camp. As expected, except for limited areas, the rest were all concealed by secret techniques. Zuan was about to retract his divine consciousness, when suddenly, a very large divine consciousness rose from the camp. "Who are you to dare to probe the forbidden area with divine consciousness? You are truly seeking death." The arrogant divine consciousness shouted, and directly attacked Zuan. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zuan's mouth. Without evading, he prepared to directly confront the attack with his divine consciousness. The struggle between divine consciousness was the most dangerous. A slight misstep could lead to the destruction of the soul. Therefore, Zuan's refusal to dodge or avoid made the initially aggressive divine consciousness hesitant, as if it wanted to retreat. "You are quite arrogant, but now want to retreat," Zuan said coldly, then directly pursued. The divine consciousness had no choice but to turn around, engaging in a direct confrontation with Zuan. Doom! An invisible shockwave of divine consciousness spread out over the camp. The heads of some low-level demons directly exploded, and even some high-level demons paled in utter shock. What is going on? Why is there such a powerful mental shockwave? After the confrontation with Zuan, the divine consciousness uttered a miserable cry, almost entirely destroyed by Zuan. Only a wisp of remnant soul flew back. Zuan did not pursue, just coldly laughed and retracted his divine consciousness. Of course, Xiao Xiao and the others were unaware of all this. After retracting his divine consciousness, Zuan opened his eyes and said lightly, "Enter the city directly." With Xiao Xiao in the lead and the demon tribes following behind, the group slowly entered the demon headquarters. At the same time, in a study located in the center of the camp, a middle-aged man with a sinister face suddenly opened his eyes, then coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his expression quickly wilting. "Mr. Crane, what's wrong?" The head of the forces, Knight Rainwind, exclaimed upon seeing this. Mr. Crane is the chief strategist of the head of the forces, Knight Rainwind, transformed into a demonic crane due to his innate abilities, making him most adept at mental attacks. Upon invading this realm, Mr. Crane greatly contributed by defeating many experts in divine consciousness. He usually supported this headquarters. Unexpectedly, he suddenly spat out blood now. Mr. Crane waved his hand weakly and said to Knight Rainwind, "Head of the forces, I'm fine. Just a piece of divine consciousness was destroyed, and I received some injuries." Knight Rainwind's face darkened. "Who could hurt your divine consciousness, Mr. Crane?" A look of shock flashed in Mr. Crane's eyes, then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I do not know either, but from the battle just now, I discovered that this person's divine consciousness is like a vast ocean, unfathomable, truly a formidable opponent." He paused and continued, "Tomorrow, the young master will arrive. At this time, we must not make mistakes, so the head of the forces must strengthen vigilance." Knight Rainwind nodded. "Mr. Crane's words are wise. I have sent out several leaders to patrol around. If a strong enemy attacks, we will make sure they cannot return." Mr. Crane wanted to say more, and a demon soldier reported from outside. "My lord, Nightfall River's head of night troops has returned." Upon hearing this news, Knight Rainwind frowned slightly and let out a cold snort. This waste actually didn't die outside. Then he said, "Inform all the leaders to come together for a meeting." Yes, the demon soldier left to deliver the message. Soon, all the leaders in the headquarters gathered. Knight Rainwind said, in a deep voice, "Summon Nightfall River to come in." Xiaosha and Zuan and others were waiting outside the study room. Xiaosha is now the dragon demon leader, so she stands at the front. Zhu and stood behind her. But Xiaosha's mood was not good at the moment. When standing there, the passing demon would look at her strangely, especially when those arrogant dragon demon leaders passed by her just now. The disdain on their faces was almost overflowing. This made Xiaosha very irritated, almost wanting to go up and twist their heads off now. Zhu and noticed Xiaosha's annoyance and whispered one word to her. "Wait." Xiaosha's whole body stiffened. Then she lowered her head, no longer daring to have other thoughts. At this moment, a demon soldier walked out and smiled at Xiaosha. "Head of night troops, the head of forces wants you to come in." Xiaosha took a deep breath, suppressing her annoyance, and walked in. Zuan was about to follow when the demon soldier stopped him. "Hey, what are you doing? The head of forces only allowed the head of night troops in. Others should wait outside." Zuan smiled slightly, thinking to himself that Nightfall River has had a rough time. Even a demon soldier dares to bully him. What others should wait outside? Remember that those dragon demon leaders who just entered were accompanied by followers. Zuan was about to speak when Xiaosha strode over, slapped him across the face, causing the soldier to spin in place 3 times, then clutch his face as he looked at Xiaosha. "Head of night troops, you. What about me? If you dare to say another word, be careful I twist your head off," Xiaosha said coldly. The demon soldier trembled all over, not daring to say anything. In the strictly hierarchical dragon demon tribe, for a leader like Xiaosha, killing a demon soldier was no different from killing a mosquito. Xiaosha snorted coldly, led Zuan, and walked inside. When they entered the spacious study, there were about a dozen dragon demon leaders standing on both sides, all looking at Xiaosha with hostile eyes. And behind the desk sat a tall and imposing man. Xiaosha glanced at him and, following Nightfall River's memory, took a step forward and saluted. Nightfall River pays respects to the head of forces. The head of forces sat in his chair, silently looking at Xiaosha. The room was eerily quiet. After a while, Knight Rainwind spoke coldly. "Nightfall River, I sent you to conquer the local demon tribes. Do you have results?" "Reporting, my lord. Zhongshan Prefecture has been taken, but due to the stubborn resistance of the demon tribes, my demon troops suffered heavy losses, so I had to return to replenish forces," Xiaosha said according to the script she had thought of on the way. "Stubborn resistance, ha ha." Knight Rainwind leaned back in his chair, chuckling coldly a few times. When he smiled, all the leaders in the room laughed coldly in unison. The questioning caused the whole study room to quiet down. All the Demon Dragon Battalion leaders turned their gaze towards Zisha, with a few even coldly snorting, showing a gloating expression. Zisha didn't lift his head, calmly asking, "Master, but I'm not aware of my wrongdoing." This counter-question surprised many people. In the past, Yi Qingjian was not like this. He used to be the weakest in cultivation and disliked by the commander of the battalion, Knight Rainwind, so he was always marginalized no matter what he did. But no matter how he was ostracized or bullied, Yi Qingjian dared not have a trace of complaint. Unexpectedly, today he dared to confront the battalion commander face to face, which astonished the Demon Dragon Battalion leaders. Knight Rainwind's face was as cold as ice. "Yi Qingjian, setting aside the failure in subjugating the local demon tribe, just by defying me, that's a capital offense." Zisha raised his head, his expression calm as usual. "Oh, but master, why do you think I'm defying you? You're the one who asked me whether I knew my fault or not first. Am I not allowed to ask back?" Zisha's sharp counter-question made Knight Rainwind's face alternate between pale and blue. He really hadn't expected the always timid Yi Qingjian to defy him like this. In a fit of anger, he slammed the table in front of him. Crack! The table made of ironwood turned into debris. This display made many Demon Dragon Battalion leaders pale, all bowing in silence. Only Zisha stood proudly and afraid, staring at Knight Rainwind. In fact, Zisha was getting impatient, but he restrained himself from losing his temper. If Knight Rainwine dared to provoke him again, Zisha wouldn't mind giving him an unforgettable lesson. Watching quietly from behind, Zuan did not stop Zisha's actions. He had sneaked into the main camp to rescue the captive demon tribe Zanwei Ryan. If things escalated, Zuan planned to just kill all these people. As the atmosphere became extremely tense, the normally silent Mr. Crane suddenly spoke. "Commander, calm down. The young master will arrive soon. It's not appropriate to fight now. Besides, Master Knight did not intend to lose the battle. Please forgive him, Commander." The sudden plea from Mr. Crane surprised Knight Rainwine. Mr. Crane nodded imperceptibly towards Knight Rainwine. Knight Rainwine had always trusted Mr. Crane very much, so he nodded back. "All right then. Since Mr. Crane has pleaded for you, Yi Qingjiang, I will spare you this time. But if there's a next time, I will make you regret it. Understand?" Zisha felt slightly disappointed inside but still responded respectfully. "I understand." Knight Rainwine snorted coldly, ignoring Zisha. Knight Rainwine then roughly arranged the tasks to welcome the arrival of the young master. Many battalion leaders were assigned tasks, but Zisha was left isolated in a corner, as if forgotten. Zisha kept his head low, appearing to the others as if he was feeling uneasy about it. But they had no idea. Zisha was currently communicating with Zuan using telepathy. "Leader, how long do we have to keep up this act? It's boring and frustrating. Be patient. Didn't they say that the young master would arrive tomorrow? Let's capture this guy first." "All right." After comforting Zisha for a few moments, Zuan turned his gaze towards Mr. Crane, who had just pleaded on behalf of Zisha. He was sure that the person who had exchanged telepathic messages with him outside the camp was this individual. Quite intriguing. Turned out to be a transformed celestial crane. Oh, more likely a demonized one. Zuan was pondering in his mind. Mr. Crane felt a strange connection and turned to meet Zuan's gaze. Zuan gave him a slight smile and nodded. Mr. Crane was a bit puzzled, but being a smooth operator, he courteously returned the smile. After all the Demon Dragon battalion leaders left, the room was left with Knight Rainwine and Mr. Crane. Knight Rainwine asked, "Sir, why did you plead for that Yi Qingjiang fellow?" Mr. Crane smiled. "Commander, although Yi Qingjiang is useless, he still has some value. Moreover, he managed to become a battalion leader with such weak cultivation. It is very likely that he was given approval by someone higher up." Knight Rainwine's face gradually paled at this revelation, his voice trembling slightly as he asked, "Sir, are you saying the young master?" No wonder he was terrified. If Yi Qingjiang was truly connected to the young master, then even Knight Rainwine, as the battalion commander, would have to obey and commit suicide. Mr. Crane smiled and shook his head. "It's probably not that serious. I only heard some fragmented information, saying that Yi Qingjiang had coincidentally met the young master once before and exchanged a few words, which led to him inexplicably becoming a battalion leader." Only then did Knight Rainwine breathe a sigh of relief. If it was just a casual acquaintance, then it wasn't a big deal. Knight Rainwine knew well about these high-ranking figures. You might think you've bonded after a few conversations, but they might forget who you are in an instant. As Mr. Crane bid farewell and started back towards his room, he was still pondering about the person who smiled at him during the meeting. Strange. The person's smile and aura seemed oddly familiar. Where could he have seen them before? At that moment, Zuan and Zisha returned to Yi Qingjiang's former base with the demon captives. When Zisha saw the dilapidated base, he was taken aback. This Yi Qingjiang is such a useless guy. All the bases of those passing Demon Dragon battalion leaders are splendid, but his own base is so run down. Zisha muttered discontentedly. As they entered the base, the scene inside made one want to cry. Everyone knew that Yi Qingjiang was not favored by the commander, Knight Rainwine, so there was no future in following him. Those with some abilities had found a way to leave. The remaining individuals were mostly the old, weak, sick, or some unruly stubborn old-timers. This was the reason why Yi Qingjiang could only command a group of low-intelligence, low-level demons to conquer the Lady Bone. But this also enabled the Lady Bone and other local demon tribes to barely survive. Otherwise, with any other battalion leader, the Lady Bone and other demons would have been wiped out long ago. When Zisha entered, the demon soldiers, who were resting against the walls in twos and threes, glanced up briefly before continuing what they were doing. There wasn't even a single person who stood up to greet him. Zisha couldn't bear it any longer and asked, "Are you the only demon soldier here?" The demon soldier's reaction was noticeably slow, probably because his ears weren't working properly. I mean, are you the only servant demon here? Zisho raised her voice. Oh, does the master want to eat? Zisho remained silent. Lady Whitebone was also somewhat stunned. She never expected that the formidable demon commander would be living in such a miserable state behind the scenes. Just then, they heard a commotion outside. Before Zisho could go out to see, the door to the meeting hall was kicked open. A man with a stern face and cold eyes walked in slowly, followed by over a dozen strong and tall demon soldiers, clearly the elite among the elite. Zisho was slightly taken aback. Due to absorbing all of Night Kyung-jeon's memories, she recognized the newcomer. He was Yang Kun-siang, the commander of the left-wing demon army. Although they were both demon dragon commanders, Yang Kun-siang's cultivation level and the strength of his subordinates far surpassed Night Kyung-jeon. From Night Kyung-jeon's memories, Zisho had seen many instances of Yang Kun-siang bullying him. What was this guy here for? Zisho was lost in thought. Yang Kun-siang looked around the people in the meeting hall, a disdainful expression on his face. He then casually sat down and grinned at Zisho. Night Chief, you were quite impressive in front of the commander of the corps today. Zisho remained expressionless, leaning back in her chair and quietly observing Yang Kun-siang. Sir Yang, did you come all this way just to praise me? Yang Kun-siang was taken aback. Night Kyung-jeon had never acted like this before. In the past, as soon as he appeared, Night Kyung-jeon would be as fearful as a mouse seeing a cat. That was why Yang Kun-siang often bullied Night Kyung-jeon. That feeling of superiority was just so satisfying, especially since the other party was a demon dragon commander. But today, Night Kyung-jeon not only dared to speak up in front of the commander of the corps, but also used that tone to talk to him. Had something changed after their recent battle? At this moment, a number of demon soldiers had gathered outside the door and windows. These demon soldiers were Night Kyung-jeon's subordinates, but they were not very respectful towards their leader. So when they saw Yang Kun-siang arriving, they understood that their leader was in for trouble again and followed stealthily. They listened to the commotion inside, while whispering to each other. How do you think our leader will end up this time? Who knows, Sai? Having such a leader is tough luck for us. Not only do we get bullied by others, even going out we face discrimination. I bet this time Night Kyung-jeon will be bedridden for 3 days at least. After all, his forces were completely wiped out and he went to conquer the local demon tribes. Such a mistake. I doubt anyone will care even if he dies. As these demon soldiers discussed, they overheard the conversation between Yang Kun-siang and Zisho. This made the demon soldiers pause in surprise. Did I hear correctly? Is our leader actually daring to contradict Commander Yang? Shh. Keep your voice down. What's the use of contradicting him when he can't be Commander Yang? Wait to hear his screams later. Yang Kun-siang's thoughts shifted, and he began to smile coldly. It seems that Night Chief hasn't progressed much in strength lately, but his temper has certainly grown. What? Do you think Mr. Hess speaking up for you gives you something to rely on? Let me tell you, in my eyes, you are nothing more than a cockroach. His words were extremely harsh. Zisho listened quietly, lowering her head. Yang Kun-siang finally felt comfortable. Wasn't this exactly it? It had to be this way to feel the thrill of bullying someone. The demon soldiers also couldn't help but sneer at each other, exchanging glances. See? What's the use of getting tough now? In the end, they will back down anyway. Just then, Zisho lifted the table in front of her and threw it away. Is it so hard to find a brick on the ground? She said, as she stepped forward towards Yang Kun-siang and threw a punch. Yang Kun-siang was initially taken aback, but being highly skilled, he quickly reacted. Seeing Zisho's fist coming at him, he grinned wickedly. Knight, you're asking for it, he said, raising his fist to strike back. Bang! Their fists clashed, producing a muffled sound. Then an invisible shockwave spread out, directly destroying the meeting hall. All the demon soldiers stare in disbelief at the scene. They never expected their leader, who had been quite timid before, to be so confrontational now. No words exchanged, just fists flying. But the opponent was none other than Yang Kun-siang, who was among the top 3 in strength among many commanders. Would their leader be victorious? The demon soldiers were dumbfounded. Yang Kun-siang groaned, and from his fist, an invisible force shredded his clothes and cracked his skin. Even the chair he was sitting on shattered. Yang Kun-siang staggered back, taking 4 or 5 steps before barely steadying himself. This scene stunned the demon soldiers and Yang Kung Siang's subordinates. How was this possible? The infamous Waste Commander actually managed to push Yang Kung Siang back with one punch. Had they been mistaken? Everyone was in shock and confusion. Feeling that he had been humiliated, Yang Kung Siang roared in anger. "Knight, today I will tear you into pieces." Before he could finish speaking, Zisha had appeared by his side and knocked him down with one punch. Yang Kung Siang, with his eyes burning red, almost materializing his murderous intent, struggled to get up. Boom! Zisha kicked his head into the ground. "Shut up! Damn it! What are you blabbering about?" Yang Kung Siang struggled to pull his head out of the ground. Zisha grabbed his hair and lifted him up before smashing him back to the ground. "Shut up! Damn it! How dare you!" Regardless of what Yang Kung Siang wanted to say, Zisha would counter with "shut up! Damn it!" and continue to pummel him as if he were a punching bag. All the demon soldiers stared blankly at the scene. Finally, after Zisha kicked Yang Kung Siang entirely back into the ground, he dared not speak again, and instead stared at Zisha with shock and anger. Zisha paid no attention and, as casually as pulling a radish, yanked him out of the ground and looked at Yang Kung Siang nonchalantly. "What's wrong? Not convinced yet? Want to show your true form and fight me?" Hiss. The demon soldiers all gasped in unison. Is this still their weak and cowardly leader? How did he suddenly become so violent? After being slapped, Yang Qinkang also found it hard to believe and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. With the surname of Yi. In retaliation, Zisha delivered another slap and said casually, "Is calling me my lord something you can manage? Call me my lord." Yang Qinkang was slapped so hard that blood started flowing from his nostrils and he glared at Zisha with intense resentment. "If you dare, kill me now. Otherwise, I will make you pay." The atmosphere became tense. Many demon soldiers' hearts were trembling. It was clear that this was now a situation of no turning back. They didn't know what their leader would do. The demon soldiers sneaked glances at Zisha, only to see her calmly adjust her ear. "Fine. Since you insisted, I will kill you." With that, Zisha grabbed Yang Qinkang by the neck and hoisted him into the air. Zuan, who had been sitting in a chair watching, couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. In terms of methods and other aspects, this Zisha was clearly imitating him. However, dealing with scoundrels like Yang Qinkang, such blunt methods were the most effective. At this moment, Yang Qinkang felt his neck being tightly squeezed, unable to breathe. His cultivation and blood circulation halted throughout his body. Finally, Yang Qinkang felt true fear because he knew he could actually die this time. And when he saw the cold smile on Zisha's lips, he felt a chill run down his spine. He finally realized that Zisha was truly capable of killing him. "My lord, I was wrong," Yang Qinkang said in a strained voice, displaying complete surrender. At this moment, Zuan's voice rang in Zisha's mind. "Let him go for now. When the young master arrives tomorrow, you can kill him then." Although Zisha was reluctant, she released her grip. Yang Qinkang fell to the ground with a thud, clutching his neck, looking at Zisha with fear on his face. Not just him. Even the demon soldiers were looking at her with eye and fear. "For now, I'll spare you. That if you dare cause trouble again, I'll twist your head off and kick it like a ball. Understand?" Zisha said, her voice cold. Yang Qinkang hurriedly nodded and slinked away. Zisha glanced at the silent demon soldiers, snorted, and left. They timidly looked at each other, lowering their heads, no longer daring to disrespect Zisha even in the slightest. Wei Ryan, Zi Jingjing, and John Meyer, among others, looked at the exquisite clothes laid out on the table, feeling bewildered. Why did these demons send us so many exquisite clothes? The princess of the Fox Demon tribe picked up a piece of clothing that was exquisitely crafted and stylish, furrowing her brows as she asked. Wei Ryan's expression gradually turned serious. "One thing we can be sure of is that they certainly don't have good intentions." John Meyer remained silent. At that moment, He Quan Deco pushed open the door and entered. "Ladies, are you satisfied with these clothes?" "What are you up to?" the Fox Demon Princess asked sternly. He Quan Deco smiled faintly. "You will find out tomorrow. One last warning. Learn to show reverence." With that, He Quan Deco turned and left. Wei Ryan and the others exchanged glances. Then John Meyer sighed softly. "I think I know what these demons are up to. I suspect that tomorrow, the young master they talked about will arrive, and we, are probably the gifts to be offered to this young master. Upon hearing John Mayer's words, the girls shuddered. Zi Jingjing couldn't contain her tears and began to weep quietly. Wei Ran gently patted her shoulder. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Then she spoke solemnly. "Meyer, if that's the case, what should we do?" John Mayer shook her head with a bitter smile. "I don't know either." At this moment, Zi Jingjing suddenly stopped crying. "Even if it means death, I won't be a plaything for these scoundrels." The Fox Demon Princess nodded firmly. "I feel the same. Otherwise, I would have ended myself by now." This young girl of the Fox clan had such a resolute character. "Don't act rashly. After all, it's just speculation for now. If it turns out to be true, we must bring a few with us before we die." John Mayer gritted her teeth. The others nodded silently, all lost in thought. Zi Jingjing lay on the table, full of despair. "Brother Zuan, we may never see you again." John Mayer's gaze flickered, feeling anxious. Where was Chapter Xiaoyu, who had been sent to the mortal realm to deliver the message to Mr. Zhu? When the Sea Demon clan was annihilated by the sudden invasion of the demons, John Mayer knew things were bad. At the critical moment, she had exhausted all her efforts to send Chapter Xiaoyu out of the secret realm and told her to find Zuan for help. At that time, John Mayer had only one thought, that the only one who could save herself and many demon races was this mysterious Mr. Zhu. Hopefully, Mr. Zhu knew about the situation and had rushed here to rescue her. John Mayer stared out the window, lost in thought. Yan Qingkang being brutally beaten by Knight Changjiang and forced to confess his guilt had caused a great sensation. Many demon soldiers and commanders initially found it hard to believe when they heard the news, thinking it was impossible. But upon closer investigation, they were amazed to discover that the rumors were true. These individuals were all struck with inexplicable horror. How did Knight Changjiang, who had always been incompetent, suddenly become so powerful? Zishou remained unaffected by the commotion outside. She was eagerly awaiting the arrival of tomorrow. It wasn't just her. The Lady White Bones and other demon tribes were all quietly preparing. Although their cultivation levels weren't high, seeking revenge was something they preferred to take into their own hands. A certain famous saying goes, "To eliminate the hatred from the heart, draw the sword and slay the enemy." The next evening, as the warm sunset bathed everything in a golden glow, Zuan, who had been sitting in a chair drinking tea, suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the distant sky, murmuring, "He's here." With his words, a huge vortex appeared in the sky above the demon stronghold. The center of the vortex was aimed directly at a high platform in the center of the stronghold. From the vortex, faint sounds of wind and thunder could be heard. Before reaching the high platform, the vortex had already become immensely large and was slowly turning. In the center of the vortex, a black pillar of light appeared. The black pillar of light gradually expanded, quickly turning into a black pillar that reached the sky. Someone with good eyesight exclaimed, "Look!" The demons lifted their heads to see the black pillar beginning to tremble slightly. From the unreachable height, it seemed that a procession of carriages was approaching. The speed of the carriages was extremely fast, almost reaching midair in the blink of an eye. It was a very luxurious convoy, with bestriding cavalry leading the way, followed by powerful and well-organized demon footmen. In the middle of the convoy was a gigantic golden war chariot, pulled by four black magic dragons. Seated on this war chariot was a young man with a face as sharp as a knife, his expression stern but full of supreme dignity. Many demons couldn't help but prostrate themselves upon seeing him. The demon dragon commander, Knight Rainwine, took a few steps forward and knelt down on one knee. As he knelt, all the demon dragon commanders behind him, as well as all the demons, also knelt down together. Zuan and Zisha and the others all crouched on the ground watching. "Boss, should we move now?" Zisha asked eagerly. Zhu and shook his head. "Not yet. Let these demons deliver John Mayer and the others first." Zhu and knew one thing very clearly. The reason these demons were capturing John Mayer and the others must be to offer them to this young master. So, at least for now, they were safe. That's why he wasn't in a rush. Now that they've seen this young master, there was even less reason to hurry. Let these demons deliver the people first. At this moment, the carriages landed. Knight Rainwine bowed respectfully. The demon dragon commander Knight Rainwine greets the esteemed young master. This young master was one of the 13 holy lords of the demon dragon, the direct son of the esteemed Tao Yan, Du Qianlong. Du Qianlong sat expressionless on the tall chariot, looking down at the kneeling demons. After a while, he spoke faintly. Get up. Knight Rainwine stood up at this command. Esteemed young master, it must have been hard for you to descend. I have prepared a banquet for you to welcome your arrival. Du Qianlong nodded slightly. This time Knight Commander has found this suitable secret realm for the demon clan. His merit is great. My father is very pleased. Thank you, esteemed young master. Knight Rainwine was overjoyed. Du Qianlong's mouth curved into a faint smile. In fact, he was very satisfied with this secret realm, especially when his father had mentioned to him before his arrival. This secret realm was crucial for the Demon Dragon clan and must be firmly controlled in the palm of their hand. Lead the way ahead, Du Qianlong said. Yes. Knight Rainwine personally stepped forward to show the way. The various commanders followed behind the chariot. This leading and trailing formation made their momentum appear extremely grand. Zisha disdainfully curled his lip. What are they pretending to be big shots for? Zuan smiled slightly, but did not say a word. In his view, all this grandiosity displayed by Du Qianlong was like a mouse getting married, purely for amusement. Not to mention an immortal emperor, even an ordinary immortal king or a grand luo going out would have a much more formidable presence. Have you ever seen a sun-sized golden phoenix pulling a chariot? Have you ever seen someone herding stars like sheep? So he just found it amusing to watch. When they arrived at their destination, Du Qianlong stepped down from the chariot with the assistance of several bodyguards and entered the banquet hall. The dinner had been prepared in advance. Du Qianlong sat at the head of the table, with Knight Rainwine at his side. Zuan and Zisha were seated in a remote corner. Coincidentally, Yang Qingkang was at the nearby table. When he saw Zisha coming, he stiffened all over. Zisha, however, completely ignored him and sat in a chair, observing everything in the distance. After 3 rounds of drinking, Knight Rainwine grinned at Du Qianlong. Esteemed young master, I know you have worked hard for this visit, so I have a small gift to present to you. Du Qianlong remained silent, only nodding. Knight Rainwine signaled to Izumi Noriko in the distance. Izumi Noriko hurriedly raised the curtain, and then Zhang Meyer, Wei Ryan, and the others slowly walked in. They were all dressed in exquisite attire, making them look even more beautiful. Initially, Du Qianlong didn't pay much attention. Beautiful women were nothing new to him, but upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, Knight Rainwine quickly spoke. Esteemed young master, these ladies possess extraordinary elegance and are quite rare. Especially that sea demoness, with ancient bloodlines, would greatly benefit your cultivation. Du Qianlong's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Very well. Hearing the praise, Knight Rainwind's smile became even brighter. Du Qianlong beckoned. Come here. Zhang Meyer and Wei Ryan glanced at each other, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. Just as Zhang Meyer had said, even if it meant death, they had to buy some time. And it seemed that this young man was the one the demons referred to as the young master. If they could kill him, wouldn't that be even better? Holding on to this idea, Zhang Meyer walked at the forefront, hands sweating nervously inside her sleeves. But Du Qianlong seemed uninterested in her, his gaze drifting to the end of the line. You. Come here. The person at the end of the line, Zi Jingjing, who had been bowing her head the whole time, raised her head slowly, looking puzzled. Me. Du Qianlong nodded. He had immediately noticed Zi Jingjing's pure yin physique. Such a pure yin body was extremely rare and would greatly assist his cultivation. What's more, the innocence on Zi Jingjing's face stirred something within Du Qianlong. Zi Jingjing began to tremble uncontrollably. No. I won't go. Du Qianlong's smile gradually turned cold. Wei Ryan, seeing this, quickly said, Sir, she's just a child. Let me serve you instead. You to serve me? Using the hidden blade in your sleeve, Du Qianlong said coldly. Wei Ryan's face turned pale. Take this woman away and reward her to you all. Du Qianlong commanded. The demon guards behind him were delighted, grinning as they approached. Zi Jingjing gripped Wei Ryan's hand tightly, crying in despair. Don't touch my sister, Ryan. The demons all laughed heartily at the scene. To them, seeing the pain and despair of others was a gratifying sight. But at that moment, as the demon guards got close, their heads suddenly flew up into the air together. Blood splattered everywhere, and their headless bodies fell to the ground, dead. This shocking scene stunned all the demons present. Then, a voice filled with anger and killing intent rang out. Very well, today, you will all die. Hearing this voice, the trembling Zi Jingjing turned her head in disbelief. From the very beginning, Zuen did not take this group of demons too seriously. They were just a bunch of demon dragons, not worth Zuen's serious attention. In fact, if it weren't for the arrival of this so-called great young master, Zuen might have directly wiped out these demons in the first 2 days. Therefore, these few days, Zuen has actually been waiting with a playful attitude. But he never expected that. The ones who were captured were not only Wei Ryan and John Meyer, but also Zi Jingjing. When Zuen saw the despairing expression on Zi Jingjing's face and heard her helpless cries, he was completely enraged. Zuen is someone who sees emotions very clearly. Wei Ryan is considered a friend, and he had met John Meyer before. For them, Zuen was willing to go to great lengths to rescue them, but they both weren't as important as this little girl who used to follow him, sweetly calling him brother. And these demon dragons dared to capture her, and even present her as a gift to this so-called demon dragon great young master. This was simply unforgivable. John Meyer and Zi Jingjing were also surprised and delighted. They both shouted, "Mr. Zhu." Zuen nodded slightly towards them, then gently said to the tear-streaked Zi Jingjing, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Zi Jingjing nodded vigorously. "Yes, I'm not afraid." Then Zuen looked around at all the demons present and said calmly, "Is everyone here?" At this moment, these demons regained their senses from their previous shock. Before the Night Rain and Wing could speak, a few enraged demon dragon soldiers rushed forward. "Rebels, you shall die." Zuen didn't even turn his head, just stood there quietly. As the demon dragon soldiers were about to reach Zuen's back, suddenly, these intimidating demon dragon soldiers exploded one by one like fireworks. Blood splattered and bones scattered. Several demon dragon soldiers dead. The strong smell of blood filled the entire banquet hall. All the demons present were stunned. None of them had seen Zuen make a move. It seemed like he was just standing there quietly, yet he had ended the lives of several soldiers. In the midst of their astonishment, Xiao Xiao overturned the table in front of him. Food and drink spilled all over, landing on Yan Qingkang across from him. Yan Qingkang's face turned white as he exclaimed, "What are you trying to do? Person surnamed Knight. You're the damn Knight. Your whole family is Knight." This had become Xiao Xiao's catchphrase. With that, Xiao Xiao revealed his true form and grabbed the shocked Yan Qingkang. "I wanted to kill you yesterday, but you lived another day. Now go to hell." With that, Xiao Xiao delivered a punch. Yan Qingkang screamed and struggled, but ever since he had absorbed the bloodline and cultivation of Yi Qingjiang, Xiao Xiao's strength had grown by leaps and bounds. Yesterday, he had spared Yan Qingkang on purpose. Now, fully unleashing his power, his strike was extraordinary. Dang! Yan Qingkang's head exploded into a mist of blood. A small dragon flew out, trying to escape. It was Yan Qingkang's bloodline and cultivation. Xiao Xiao sneered, his eyes gleaming with a hint of a 5-clawed golden dragon swimming in the light. The small dragon let out a desperate cry, "No," before being directly absorbed by Xiao Xiao. Meanwhile, outside the banquet hall came the sound of battle cries. It was Lady Whitebone and other demon tribes making their move. The banquet hall descended into chaos. Near Xiao Xiao, several soldiers exchanged glances and then acted together. Xiao Xiao laughed heartily. "Come on, I'll fight recklessly today." While Xiao Xiao was embroiled in a fierce battle, Zuen remained calm and composed. All the demon dragon soldiers shrank back, not daring to approach. They had seen several soldiers attempting to intercede, only to end up exploding spectacularly. At this moment, Night Rain Wine was a mixture of shock and anger. He had finally managed to latch onto the royal scion, but unexpectedly, such a mess occurred at this cleansing banquet. Thinking about this, Night Rain Wine glanced sneakily at the royal scion. He saw Lord Yulong leaning back in his chair, expressionless, watching everything unfold as if untroubled. The more unbothered the royal scion appeared, the more frightened Night Rain Wine felt. If he angered the royal scion, his position as commander of the soldiers would be over. So, he gritted his teeth and stood up abruptly. "Royal scion, this rebel is brazen. I will kill him." The royal scion nodded imperceptibly and said lightly, "Go ahead." Night Rain Wine smirked and charged forward. As the commander of the soldiers, his cultivation far surpassed the demon dragon soldiers, and this full-force charge was accompanied by the roar of wind and thunder, making for a terrifying spectacle. The many demon dragon soldiers relaxed slightly. In their eyes, since the commander of the soldiers had taken action, this man was as good as dead. However, what happened next left the demons dumbfounded. Zhu and stood silently until Night Rain Wine was almost upon him. then slowly raised his hand and slammed it down. Doom. Night Rain Wine, charging forward with great momentum, felt an irresistible force strike him, and let out a miserable scream before being smashed into the ground. Night Rain Wine felt like all his bones had been crushed, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he looked up in horror, trying to understand what was happening. At that moment, Zuan expressionlessly raised his foot and took a step forward. Crack! Zuan's foot landed precisely on Night Rain Wind's head, crushing it. A slightly larger black dragon emerged from Night Rain Wind's corpse. Zuan casually waved his hand back. Xiao, your turn. Xiao laughed heartily. All right, boss. And promptly swallowed the black dragon. With that, the commander of the soldiers, a formidable figure among the demons, perished body and soul. The demons were all dumbfounded. Their less than intelligent minds couldn't comprehend what had just happened. How could the powerful commander of the soldiers be killed without even putting up a fight? How formidable was this man? At that moment, applause was heard. The demons looked up to see Lord Yulong gently clapping his hands, and then calmly said, "Impressive skill." Zuan remained silent, just raising his gaze slightly to look at Lord Yulong. But it's not enough. Lord Yulong revealed a condescending smile. Just because you killed him, do you think you can handle me? With that, Lord Yulong's eyes gleamed even brighter, radiating a powerful aura as his divine consciousness spread out. The tables and chairs around began to disintegrate and shatter gradually, with the fragments floating in midair. The imposing scene made many demons tremble and kneel to the ground, not daring to lift their heads. However, Zuan laughed. I hope later on, you can still talk like this. The expression on Yu Qianlong's face gradually turned fierce, with a cold grunt, seeking death. As he spoke, a fierce wind swept through the entire banquet hall. The wood chips floating in the air began to rotate rapidly and, in the blink of an eye, formed into a huge tornado, enveloping Zuan. Thought you had some special ability. Turns out it's just so-so. Yu Qianlong sneered. At this moment, the sound of wind and thunder emanated from the tornado, sending chills down the spines of Zhang Meyer, Wei Ryan, and others, who were pale with fear. Only Zi Jingjing looked firmly at the tornado, unfazed, because in her eyes, Brother Zuan was invincible. A mere tornado could surely not trap him. Indeed, just as Yu Qianlong's expression revealed a triumphant look, a slender hand reached out from the tornado. The tornado then let out a mournful cry and began to shrink rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a vortex in the palm of the hand. With a grasp of Zuan's hand, the vortex disappeared completely. All of this happened very quickly. When Yu Qianlong finally reacted, the tornado had already disappeared. How is this possible? Yu Qianlong could no longer maintain his composure, exclaiming in astonishment. At this moment, Zuan sighed slightly. Such boring tricks. My hairstyle has been messed up because of this. Then he raised his eyes to Yu Qianlong and said, have you had enough fun? If you have, now it's my turn. With that, a brilliant light shone in Zuan's eyes. A powerful divine sense imbued with supreme majesty instantly filled the entire banquet hall. The crane gentleman knelt down on the ground, his face full of fear, as he recognized this divine sense. It was the same divine sense that clashed with him in the sky above the campsite the other day. However, this divine sense was now hundreds of times stronger than before. If it had been this powerful back then, he reckoned he would have perished. The crane gentleman thought with great fear. The black dragon phantom formed by Yu Qianlong's divine sense behind him shattered like a mudfish in the face of this powerful divine sense, and the tension in his face shifted constantly. He had indeed been surprised just now, because Zuan's divine sense was even more powerful than his father, the dragon demon sovereign. But now, he gradually calmed down and then sneered. I admit I underestimated you just now, but do you think your strong divine sense alone can defeat me? Today, let me show you the true secret technique of the Dragon Demon clan. Dragon Demon Suppression. With a shout from Yu Qianlong, blood began to flow from his nostrils and ears. Nonetheless, an overwhelmingly powerful divine might emanated from within him, coalescing above his head into an image of the cold dragon demon sovereign. As this image appeared, all the demons and monsters wailed in unison, shattered into pieces, and flew into the image, devoured by it. The image solidified more and more, making it hard to look straight at. At this moment, blood gushed out of every facial feature of Yu Qianlong, but he roared with laughter. How about that? Scared now? Kneel down now, and I will make your deaths more bearable. Ha ha ha. Zuan watched quietly, shaking his head with a sigh. What a pity. How did you start bleeding from all 7 orifices at such a young age? Could it be some kind of terminal illness? Yu Qianlong's laughter came to a sudden halt. He then roared in anger. Stop the nonsense, I will kill you now. The cold dragon demon sovereign suddenly lunged towards Zuan with an open mouth. Zuan watched calmly and smiled faintly. Is this your secret technique? It doesn't seem that great. Watch this. With that, a blurry-faced figure, emitting an aura like that of an ancient emperor, slowly lifted its head behind Zuan. By then, the cold dragon demon sovereign had charged near, ready to bite the figure. The figure of the emperor abruptly opened its eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Devoid of emotion, devoid of birth and death. They exuded only endless majesty and slaughter. The dragon demon sovereign made no resistance and its whole body froze and turned into fragments, disappearing. With the disappearance of the dragon demon sovereign, Yu Qianlong let out an incredibly tragic scream, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood and attempted to flee. This single strike not only shattered his divine sense but also shattered all his pride and courage. He knew very well that if he didn't run now, he would really die. Just as he took a step forward, Yu Qianlong felt an invisible barrier in front of him. It was so solid that he couldn't push through. Yu Qianlong turned to run in another direction, but encountered another barrier. Zuan said calmly, "Don't try, you can't escape." Hearing this, Yu Qianlong went rigid and slowly knelt down. "I lost. Please spare my life, my lord." Zuan looked at Yu Qianlong, a trace of indifference in his smile. "Spare you? I remember you just said that if I knelt down, you might spare me." "Yes, that was my arrogant statement. Please forgive me," Yu Qianlong said in a very calm tone. For them, surrendering and pleading for mercy was as normal as it could be. After all, nothing was more important than life. "It sounds very sincere, and this matter really has nothing to do with you. You didn't kill anyone. It seems I should release you," Zuan said, indifferently. Yu Qianlong's eyes lit up. "Thank why? Hold your thanks for now, I was just joking." Zuan paused, his smile turning colder. "In front of me, even kneeling won't save you." As he spoke, barriers from all directions squeezed towards Yu Qianlong, eventually closing in around him. "No, you can't kill me. My father is the dragon demon sovereign, and if you dare kill me, he won't forgive you," Yu Qianlong shouted in panic. "Dragon demon sovereign, Su," and revealed a cold smile. "Don't worry, they will be next in line soon." "No." Crack. The bone-chilling sound of bones breaking resonated. Yu Qianlong was crushed by the barriers, turning into a mass of flesh and blood the size of a basin. "Zisha, go," Zuan ordered. Zisha gritted his teeth and began to swallow the bloodline power of the dragon of 1,000 dragons, despite feeling nauseous. Wei Ryan, Zhang Meyer, and the princess of the Fox Demon clan all walked over. "Thank you for saving our lives, sir," the women said in unison. Zuan smiled faintly. "You're welcome." Then he turned to Zi Jingjing, who stood at the back. "How did you end up getting captured here too?" Before he could finish speaking, Zi Jingjing's eyes turned red. Wei Ryan sighed, roughly recounting the events. Finally, with indignation, she said, "That demon wearing a human skin is the most despicable," Zhu, and nodded, looking around the banquet hall. Due to the recent magical attack by the dragon of 1,000 dragons, most of the demons in the banquet hall had been reduced to dust, and it was difficult to tell who was Izumi Noriko. Zhu, and furrowed his brow slightly, and his powerful spiritual sense instantly expanded, covering the entire area. At this moment, in the southwest direction, Izumi Noriko was running frantically with a look of panic on his face. He had witnessed everything that had just happened in the banquet hall. Zuan's strength had shocked him, and he had anticipated the dragon of 1,000 dragons' failure, so he had escaped early. He knew very well that if he was caught, it would be certain death. After running for a while, he was now dozens of miles away from the main camp. Perhaps it was safe now. Izumi Noriko breathed a sigh of relief, slowing down to rest a bit. Just then, he suddenly noticed someone rushing towards him from behind. Izumi Noriko couldn't help but feel shocked. Was it someone sent by Zuan? He prepared to face the enemy. However, as the person approached, Izumi Noriko breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out to be Mr. Crane. "Why? Did you also run out?" Mr. Crane emerged from the darkness, nodding slightly. "Oh, it's Lord Jinsei." Izumi Noriko chuckled, then exclaimed, "Mr. Crane, why are you existing in spirit form?" Mr. Crane smiled bitterly. "I had no choice. I was a step too late coming out and was destroyed by the dragon of 1,000 dragons' magical attack. Oh. Izumi Noriko suddenly realized, so the young master has lost. Mr. Crane shook his head, his expression grave. On the contrary, he has already lost. I suspect he may even be dead by now. Is it that serious? Izumi Noriko was taken aback. Alas, that man's power is beyond our imagination. Mr. Crane sighed. Regardless of whether he's alive or dead, at least we've managed to escape. Lord Jinsei, I know how to get out of this secret realm, and the place we'll go is very prosperous, with no experts around. We can easily go there, Izumi Noriko said. Mr. Crane's eyes lit up. Very well, but... Lord Jinsei, I'm currently in a spirit state, and it will be quite exhausting to travel. Can you carry me on your back? Izumi Noriko nodded carelessly. No problem. With that, he turned around and bent down, saying, Mr. Crane, please come on. A sinister smile appeared on Mr. Crane's lips. As he had said, at the moment, Zuin expanded his spiritual sense. He realized that the dragon of 1,000 dragons was doomed to fail, so he had been quietly moving to find an opportunity to escape. However, before he could flee, he was crushed by the dragon of 1,000 dragons' dragon crushing the heavens attack, shattering his physical body. Luckily, a strand of his spirit managed to escape. However, a spirit alone could not survive for long in this realm. It needed a physical body to attach to. And Izumi Noriko was a suitable candidate. With his monkey golden eyes transformation and decent cultivation, he was a suitable vessel. Mr. Crane took a moment to consider and then lightly perched on Izumi Noriko's back. Lord Jinsei, ready. All right, let's go. Izumi Noriko replied as he stood up. At that moment, Mr. Crane's spirit suddenly turned into a sharp needle and stabbed towards the back of Izumi Noriko's head. However, Izumi Noriko swiftly tore at the hands, grabbing Mr. Crane's legs and tearing him in half. Spirits don't bleed. Normally, being torn in half would mean the destruction of the spirit, but Mr. Crane had tempered his spirit so robustly that he managed to survive temporarily. Mr. Crane, do you want to possess my body? Izumi Noriko said lightly. Mr. Crane cried out in fear. When did you realize? Nonsense. Did you really think I was clueless? The excuse that spirits can't travel fast was just a ruse. Perfect. Once I devour your soul, I'll be even freer in the world of humans. With that, Izumi Noriko swallowed half of Mr. Crane's spirit in one gulp. You demon! Mr. Crane screamed. Hey, you can play at this game, Izumi Noriko coldly remarked. Just then, Izumi Noriko and Mr. Crane's remaining spirits suddenly looked up at the sky. Above them was a thin light curtain with a gigantic eye coldly overlooking the two warring demons. No, Izumi Noriko exclaimed and tried to escape because he knew that Zuin had caught up with them. However, before he could take a step, he was restrained by Mr. Crane's remaining spirit. Izumi was both shocked and furious, trying to break free. Ha ha, that man has already caught up. Since I'm going to die anyway, you will die with me. Mr. Crane bellowed ferociously. At that moment, the light curtain swiftly condensed into a giant hammer and crashed down. Crack! Izumi Noriko screamed as he was crushed into minced meat, while Mr. Crane's remnants were also obliterated. With that, the two demons who had plotted against each other were completely destroyed. Zuin retracted his spiritual sense and nodded slightly to Wei Ryan. It's done. Izumi Noriko is dead. Then, looking at Zi Jingjing, who stood there looking as if she had done something wrong, he shook his head helplessly. Don't be sad. All the demons have been killed by me. Before he could finish his words, Zi Jingjing suddenly leaned on Zuan's shoulder and burst into tears. Brother Zuan, I was so scared. I thought I would never see my parents and you again. Zuan was momentarily stunned, then gently patted her head. It's all right, don't cry. It's all over now. This girl, just a sophomore in high school, was on the verge of collapse after experiencing these events. Seeing Zuan, she wanted to let out all the grievances she had accumulated during these days. Her tears quickly dampened Zuan's shoulder. Wei Ryan, Zhang Meyer, and the others couldn't help but suppress their smiles. The princess of the Fox Demon clan looked on curiously at this scene. Zuan could only smile helplessly. All right, I will send you home once everything is settled. Zi Jingjing choked out. Brother Zuan, may I borrow your shoulder for a moment, and I'll return it to you later. Zuan could only laugh and cry. A powerful and overwhelming force enveloped the entire scene. It even forced Little Sha to lower his head. Yu Haoyan had completely gone berserk now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent immeasurable cultivation to open such a temporal passage. He was just lounging in the magic dragon realm when he suddenly felt a strong palpitation and then realized that the bloodline connection between himself and his eldest son Yu Qianlong had been abruptly cut off. There was only one possibility, that his own son had been killed, and not only that, but his bloodline had also been taken. As a high-level magic dragon, Yu Haoyan had a long life but was extremely difficult to conceive. So far, he only had Yu Qianlong as his son, whom he doted on every day. But he never expected that his son would be killed as soon as he was sent on a mission. How could Yu Haoyan not be furious? He decisively tore open a temporal passage and went straight to the person who had robbed his son's bloodline. Due to the restrictions of spatial rules, Yu Haoyan's true body could not descend. The only thing that could enter this demon realm was this dragon claw, but that was enough. At least, Little Sha was unable to resist this attack. However, at that moment, Zuan had somehow appeared in front of Little Sha and grabbed the dragon claw. On the other end of the temporal passage, Yu Haoyan was slightly puzzled, wondering why his claw didn't land on the opponent and instead was grabbed by something. Confused, Zuan smiled slightly. "Since you're here, don't leave. Stay and become food for my pet." Saying that, Zuan exerted force. Yu Haoyan felt a tremendous force coming at him, and his massive body instantly piled up in the narrow temporal passage. Yu Haoyan summoned all his strength, trying to free himself from Zuan's control, gripping the floor with his remaining claw. But Zuan's strength was overwhelming. Yu Haoyan's claw that was clinging to the floor was slowly sliding back. In Yu Haoyan's grand hall, there were many magic dragons awaiting orders. Seeing their commander being pulled away, they couldn't help but feel startled. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and help me!" Yu Haoyan roared in shock and anger. The magic dragons, awakening from their stupor, hurried forward to pull their commander out like radishes. With the help of more than a dozen magic dragons, Yu Haoyan gained the upper hand in the tug-of-war with Zuan. At that moment, Little Sha saw Zu, and wrestling with the dragon claw and quickly ran to help. Zhang Meyer, Wei Ryan, and others looked at each other and also moved forward to assist. Meanwhile, the Bone Lady and other members of the demonic tribe who had exterminated all lower demons eagerly rushed in. They were naturally delighted to have avenged their enemies. However, upon seeing the scene in the hall, they all couldn't help but be stunned. Chapter Xiaoyu excitedly stepped forward, saying, "Your Highness." The elder fox also stepped forward, tears streaming down, saying, "Princess." John Meyer and the others had no time to deal with them, only saying, "Quick, come and help." "All right." Chapter Xiaoyu was the first to rush up. At the same time, she asked Little Sha, "Dragon sister, what's going on?" "A foolish dragon opened a temporal passage trying to escape but was caught by my boss. Now he can't leave. We're about to pull him in." Little Sha grinned. Hearing this, Chapter Xiaoyu became eager. "Damn, trying to escape after causing trouble? I'll handle it." With that, she revealed her true form, with a few pink tentacles wrapping around the dragon claw and the rest extending to the Bone Lady and other demons. "Come on. Let's pull together." The Bone Lady nodded and hurried to help. The Elephant King smirked. "Little octopus, can you hold on?" Chapter Xiaoyu retorted, "You big fool, just focus on pulling. My tentacles are tougher than steel wires." "All right." The Elephant King rubbed his hands, and his entire body suddenly grew from a 3-meter giant into a 5-meter gorilla. He then grabbed Chapter Xiaoyu's tentacles and roared, "Come here." It must be said that the Elephant King was indeed strong. With his pull, Chapter Xiaoyu's tentacles were stretched out long. But Chapter Xiaoyu didn't mind and shouted, "Put in more effort. Don't worry about me." With the concerted effort of many members of the demonic tribe, Yu Haoyan, in terror, found himself slowly being dragged toward the other side. This couldn't go on, he thought, or he would surely be dragged over there. Yu Haoyan was filled with fear. If he were pulled over there, under the restrictions of spatial rules, he would probably be killed immediately. Thinking of this, Yu Haoyan gritted his teeth, realizing he had to make a tough decision. But just as he was about to cut off his own dragon claw, Zuan, who had been holding the dragon claw, calmly said, "Get out of the way." Little Sha and the numerous members of the demonic tribe who had exhausted all their strength were stunned. "Boss," Little Sha shouted, the implication quite clear. "Can you do this on your own, Zu?" And smiled faintly, As I can see, he's prepared to sacrifice his hand for his life. But there's no free lunch here. Clear the way. Little Cheyenne, the demonic tribe, quickly stepped aside. Yu Haoyan on this side felt the pressure relieved, thinking the opponent must be out of strength. But then Zuan's other hand also grabbed the dragon claw. Yes, Zuan had been grappling with the magic dragon with just one hand until then. Now, Zuan suddenly exerted force with both hands, commanding, "Come here." Yu Haoyan, who had just relaxed, screamed in agony as he was abruptly pulled from the magic dragon realm. The dozen or so magic dragons in the Grand Hall looked dumbfounded at the small temporal passage. After a while, they shouted in panic, "Great Lord has been captured." Chaos erupted in the magic dragon realm. Yu Haoyan, who had been directly pulled into the demonic tribe's secret realm, felt his cultivation suppressed by myriad rules. His strength plummeted immediately. However, being the magic dragon lord, his cultivation naturally surpassed Yu Qianlong's, so he immediately rolled over, flew into the air, and roared, "You!" But before he could finish his sentence, Zuan punched him from above. Yu Haoyan ate a mouthful of dirt and looked up in shock and anger. "You!" Then, he froze. He saw Zuan standing in midair, hands behind his back. He looked so familiar. Zuan smiled warmly. "Long time no see." Yu Haoyan started trembling, his dragon scales clinking incessantly. He tried to say, "You," for a long time but didn't manage to say that name. "That's right, I'm Zuan." Zuan smiled grimly. Upon hearing this statement, many Demon Clan members subconsciously distanced themselves a bit from Zuan. He hastily improvised a meal and caught dozens of magic dragons. Isn't this too exaggerated, boss? How should we deal with this guy, Zu?" And glanced at Yu Haoyan lying motionless on the ground and said lightly, "Since he has fainted, there is no need for trouble. Just devour him." "All right." Xiao Sha grinned mischievously, ready to take action. Yu Haoyan hurriedly opened his eyes upon hearing this. "Lord, have mercy, have mercy." "Oh, dare to pretend to faint." Xiao Sha was quite indignant, rolling up her sleeves as if to teach this guy a lesson. Zuan gestured for her not to act first, then turned to Yu Haoyan and said, "It seems you recognize me." Of course, little dragon naturally recognizes the Lord. Yu Haoyan lamented in his heart. If he had known it was this grandmother of slaughter, he would never have come over. "Very well, your son acted arrogantly, and was devoured by my subordinates. Are you convinced?" "I am absolutely convinced." Yu Haoyan nodded repeatedly. Zuan sighed slightly at his response. "You make it difficult for me indeed. Originally, I intended for my subordinates to devour you as well, but with your good attitude, I hesitate to proceed." Yu Haoyan was sweating profusely upon hearing this, and forced a smile. "Lord." Zuan smiled faintly. "Rest assured, I am a reasonable person. This matter is entirely of your own making. However, I will not kill you. How about this? Leave behind half of your bloodline, and I will let you go." "Agreed." Yu Haoyan's face turned pale, looking at Zuan with pleading eyes, hoping he would spare him. If he really left behind half of his bloodline, Yu Haoyan's strength would be greatly diminished, and he might not be able to maintain his position as a holy lord when he returned to the dragon demon realm. "What? Unwilling? The deeds of your dragon clan do not need to be reminded by me. I believe your hands are stained with the blood of countless souls. Are you still unsatisfied with leaving behind half of your bloodline, Zu?" And raised an eyebrow slightly with a hint of a smile. Satisfying. Of course, I'm satisfied." Yu Haoyan nodded in a panic. If he dared to be dissatisfied again, he might not even be able to save his own life once he angered this grandmother of slaughter. Yu Haoyan looked pained, struggled for a few moments, and then suddenly spat out a radiant pearl. Dragon Ball, something that only higher dragons could condense, similar to the inner core of a cultivator, but more powerful and infinitely useful. Zu, and casually took the Dragon Ball into his hand. After feeling the powerful bloodline force contained within, Zuan nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad." Yu Haoyan, his face pale, forced a smile. "Lord, now do I go away?" "Yes." Yu Haoyan felt like he had been granted a pardon and immediately wanted to leave. Zuan said, "What was the purpose of your invasion here?" "I am well aware. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you dare to have any ideas again, I won't hesitate to turn the dragon demon realm into a market. Understand?" Yu Haoyan was so frightened that he almost wet himself. Yes, I understand." Zuan waved his hand, indicating that he should leave quickly. At this time, The spatial passage was on the verge of collapse. Yu Haoyan grimaced and burned his remaining cultivation to temporarily stabilize the passage before leaping in and disappearing into this mysterious demon clan realm. Zuan tossed the dragon ball to Xiaoxia. Eat it. This thing is much stronger than those bloodlines of trash. Xiaoxia unhesitatingly swallowed it in one gulp, then blinked. I don't feel anything. Before she could finish speaking, a tremendous force exploded in her abdomen, causing her to swell up instantly. Her dragon scales all over her body were rapidly growing, shedding, and regrowing. This cycle continued, with each new scale becoming even harder than the last. Changes were also occurring inside Xiaoxia's entire dragon body. The sensation was excruciating, and even Xiaoxia couldn't bear it. Struggling in the air, her eyes filled with pain. Boss, it's too painful, save me. Zuan just watched quietly. To become stronger, one must endure the rightful pain. No one can help you with that. Xiaoxia was stunned by his words, and gradually regained her composure. She suddenly recalled a time long ago. Back then, she was just a small water snake. One day, she encountered her archenemy, a spectacled king cobra much larger than herself. She just wanted to run at the time, but couldn't escape the king cobra's pursuit. In the end, she had to fight. It was the cruelest and most painful battle Xiaoxia had ever experienced. She almost died, but ultimately managed to kill the king cobra. It was a miracle. Since then, Xiaoxia had gradually awakened her intelligence and embarked on the path of cultivation. If she could survive such a close brush with death back then, enduring a little pain now was nothing. Thinking like this, Xiaoxia calmed her mind, slowly landing on the ground, entering a meditative state. Zuan nodded slightly. This transformation was crucial for Xiaoxia, but more importantly, it was a test of her character. Only by overcoming it could she truly embark on the path of the strong. Meanwhile, in the dragon demon realm, the dragon demons were gathered around the spatial passage discussing something. Our lord was captured and disappeared into it. He's probably dead. Who knows? Damn. Our salaries for this month haven't been paid yet. At that moment, the spatial passage suddenly began to flicker with light. Damn. This thing is going to explode. Run. The dragon demon scattered in fear, hiding in a corner and watching. Suddenly, the spatial passage seemed to regurgitate, ejecting Yu Haoyan with a retching motion, before vanishing from sight. Yu Haoyan looked absolutely miserable, covered in wounds, lying desolately on the ground. The dragon demons glanced at each other, then cautiously approached. This thing looks like our lord. I think so too. Is he dead? Suddenly, Yu Haoyan sat up abruptly, causing the dragon demons to scatter in fear. Oh my goodness, he's playing dead. Yu Haoyan's face darkened as he looked at his unintelligent subordinates, shouting, all of you come back. I'm not dead. The dragon demons turned back in silence. Lord, we thought you were dead. Yes, I cried for half a day. Bah. That's just crocodile tears. Yu Haoyan's expression turned even more grim as he roared. Enough. Zisha has been in meditation for a day and a night. At this moment, her whole body is shrouded in a layer of fine red light. With Zisha's long exhalation, this layer of red light also flickers and gradually thickens, eventually becoming like a cocoon, enveloping Zisha entirely. Immortal Master, when will Sister Long wake up? Zhang Xiaoyu asked. It should be soon, Zuan replied, giving Zhang Xiaoyu a glance. Are you worried about her? Zhang Xiaoyu nodded. Although Sister Long often hits me, I think she is actually very kind-hearted, just not good at expressing it. Zhu. And chuckled helplessly. It seemed that Zhang Xiaoyu had become a big fan of Zisha. At this time, Lady Bone and the other demon clan members had bid farewell to Zuan and left. Although the demons had been eliminated, this secret realm had been left in disarray. The local demon clans would need to rest and recuperate in order to restore order to this realm. Zuan couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. The vastness of this secret realm indicated that it was extraordinary in the past. This was confirmed in conversations with the demon clans. The ancient demon clans were once very powerful, unlike the current weak and vulnerable appearance of even the low-grade demons. The sudden decline of these demon clans coincided with the ancient times, and the boundaries between the human world and the divine realm were open. This was no coincidence. Thinking about how more gods and demons were beginning to interfere in the mortal world, Zuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Regardless of who dared to covet the mortal realm, he didn't mind giving them an unforgettable lesson. Just then, the atmosphere of the world started to become restless. Suddenly, Cracks appeared on the cocoon of light enveloping Zisha. With a loud bang, the cocoon shattered into pieces. A roar resonated across the sky as a giant dragon soared into the air, causing the winds and clouds to stir with its powerful presence. Zhang Xiaoyu looked up at the sky in astonishment, her face full of disbelief. Not only her, but even Zhang Meyer and the fox demon princess, who had not left, were taken aback. The aura of the giant dragon was simply terrifying, especially with the shimmering gold scales adorned with faint black patterns. It seemed even more mysterious and powerful. The dragon frolicked in the sky for a while and then lowered its head, flying towards Zuan and bowing its massive head down. Zhu and smiled and patted its head. Well done. Starting to look like a member of the dragon clan. With Zuan's words, the body of the giant dragon began to shrink rapidly, transforming into a human form. However, the current Zisha was different from before. If the previous Zisha was like a 14 or 15-year-old girl, she had now grown into a 17 or 18-year-old young woman. Her beauty and elegance had increased. Phew. This day has really been suffocating for me, Zisha casually remarked. Sorry, retract that more elegant phrase. Zuan was speechless, thinking about how he should discipline this individual in the future. Otherwise, a golden dragon acting like a hooligan was just too bizarre. As Zhang Xiaoyu, who was still starry-eyed, rushed over. Wow, Sister Dragon, you look so handsome. I want to give you a baby octopus. Before she could finish, she was kicked away by Zisha. I don't need your baby octopus, Zisha said, in disgust. Zhang Xiaoyu, kicked into the air, flew with an elegant parabolic trajectory before landing far away, screaming in terror, "No, I'm scared of heights." Zout, Zhang Xiaoyu hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and lay motionless. Did she fall to her death? Zisha's expression changed slightly. As Zhang Xiaoyu raised her head and spat out the dirt in her mouth, she chuckled. Sister Dragon, you've gotten a lot stronger. Everyone. Master, are you leaving? Zhang Meyer asked somewhat reluctantly. Zuan smiled faintly. Yes, my little sister has been missing for so long. My family must be worried sick. I need to take her home first. In that case, Zhang Meyer and the fox demon princess knelt down. Master's grace, we will never forget. Zuan waved his hand. Please, get up. It was just a small favor. Nothing to make a fuss about. At that moment, Zisha was being pestered by Zhang Xiaoyu. Sister Dragon, are you leaving? Will you miss me? Sister Dragon, I will miss you. Sister Dragon, Zisha was annoyed by the constant pestering and finally roared. Enough. Keep blabbering, and I'll tie your tentacles into knots. Zhang Xiaoyu was quiet for 3 seconds before weakly saying, It's useless. An octopus's tentacles can't be tied into knots. Zisha. After everything was settled, Zuan asked Zisha to reveal her true form and carry away Ryan and Zijingjing. Zhang Xiaoyu was crying like a weeping willow. Zisha had a look of annoyance on her face, but at that moment, she couldn't help but pause as she lowered her massive dragon head. All right, Xiao Zhanyu, stop crying. I can still return to this secret realm in the future. Whenever I'm free, I'll come visit you. Woo woo. Sister Dragon doesn't want me anymore. A touch of melancholy flashed in Zisha's dragon eyes, then she raised her head proudly, refusing to look at her, and muttered, Women are so troublesome. At this point, Zhang Meyer approached Zhang Xiaoyu and whispered a few words in her ear. Zhang Xiaoyu's face gradually lit up, but she hesitated before saying, Your Highness, is this okay? Zhang Meyer smiled and nodded. With a smile, Zhang Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, then climbed onto the dragon's back, taking advantage of Zisha's distraction. Wei Ryan glanced at her, and Zhang Xiaoyu quickly made a hushing gesture. Wei Ryan hesitated for a moment before smiling. At this moment, Zisha said, in a deep voice, Hold on tight. With that, she soared into the sky. Zhang Meyer and the fox demon princess stood quietly in place, watching Zuan and Zisha's fading figures. After a while, the fox demon princess enviously remarked, Mr. Zhu truly has the aura of an immortal. Zhang Meyer smiled. Of course. How did Miss Meyer come to know Mr. Zhu? The fox demon princess inquired curiously. It's a long story that starts with my secret visit to the mortal realm. Zhang Meyer began to tell the story with pride. Even as Zisha flew through the sky, she felt a bit sentimental. That silly octopus was so boring, asking me if I would miss her. Hey, how could I miss her? Humph, absolutely not. But without her around, things do feel a bit lonely. Just then, a weak voice reached her ears. Sister Dragon, can you fly slower? I'm scared of heights. Zisha shivered at the words, almost toppling Wei Ryan Nanzi, Jing over. You. When did you climb up? John Xiaoyu smirk. My princess said I could follow Dragon's sister to the mortal world, so I climbed up secretly. Dragon's sister, are you very happy? He. Zisha did feel somewhat happy in his heart, but this clearly couldn't be admitted, so he lifted his head arrogantly. Happy my foot. How did you know I like balls? A few black lines appeared on Zisha's forehead, and his joyous mood diminished by half. Meanwhile, John Xiaoyu, who was lying on Zisha's back, couldn't stay still. Dragon sister, you're flying so high. Dragon sister, does that cloud look like the corn Zhuangji cooked? Dragon sister ... Zisha couldn't bear it anymore and roared. Enough. Can you be quiet for a moment? 3 seconds of silence passed. John Xiaoyu weakly said, I've been quiet for a while. Is it okay now? Zisha almost fell from the sky, and the slight warmth in his heart had disappeared completely. It seemed better to stay a bit aloof. Zuin watched this scene and couldn't help but smile and shake his head, suddenly missing his 2 daughters. I wonder what they're doing now. Do they miss me? Meanwhile, in the Tianzi No. 1 villa in Beijing, Tang Zhuaner hadn't gone to work for the past few days and had been staying at home with Yan. However, except for Tang Zhuaner, no one else knew that Yan had returned. At this moment, the 2 of them were in the kitchen learning to make a cake from a video on Douyin. Zhu Xiang and Zunan were watching TV in the living room on the 2nd floor. So boring. Xiang leaned on the sofa, looking utterly bored. Sister, why are you bored? Nan asked while licking her hand. She had just eaten an ice cream, with some cream still left on her hand. For a little foodie like her, this was unbearable, so naturally, she had to lick it clean. Don't you feel bored? Watching these cartoons over and over again? How dull. Nan frowned for a moment. I think it's okay, as long as I can eat ice cream. I don't feel bored. You only care about eating. Xiang said helplessly, then leaned close to Nan's ear and said mysteriously, I saw an ad on my phone saying a new oceanarium has opened in the city with many marine creatures and dolphin shows. Shall we go check it out? Nan brightened up. Yes, I love watching dolphins the most. Should we tell Mon and Zhuaner auntie now? Shh, don't tell Mon and Zhuaner auntie about this. Xiang made a hushing gesture. Nan was puzzled. Why not? Think about it. If we go with them, we'll definitely be supervised, and we won't have fun. But if we don't tell them, we can enjoy ourselves. But how will we go without telling them? Nan asked hesitantly. Xiang smiled proudly. We'll go by ourselves. Nan's eyes widened. Just the 2 of us. Yes. But ... Nan was still hesitant. Oh. Stop with the doubts. Besides, we're not little kids anymore. We're already 5.5 years old. And I heard there's free ice cream at the aquarium. Let's go. Nan immediately nodded. Once they made up their minds, the 2 girls started planning how to go. Xiang was a very proactive girl, and the idea of sneaking out to play had been on her mind for more than a day. So she said with a sense of importance, Mon and Zhuaner auntie always watch TV in the living room after lunch until 5 o'clock. That's our chance to sneak out. After lunch, we'll pretend to take a nap, then come to the 2nd floor, climb out of the back window. I've checked with my phone. It's a 45-minute drive from here to the city. So if we leave at 12:30, we'll probably arrive at the aquarium around 1:30. Then we can play till 3:30 and return by car. Mon and Zhuaner won't find out at all. How about that? Isn't this plan perfect? Xiang proudly said. Nan, however, looked confused and shook her head. I don't understand. But what if Mon and Zhuaner find out? Don't worry. Even if they find out, nothing will happen, because by then, we'll have already returned. But I'm still scared. Compared to Xiang's assertiveness, Nan seemed much more honest. Impatiently, Xiang said, if you're scared, then don't go. I'll go by myself. But think it over. You can have all the free ice cream you want. The temptation of ice cream bolstered Nan's courage. No, I want to go. After discussing, the 2 little girls went downstairs to have lunch. Yan and Tang Zhuaner prepared a sumptuous lunch, and the 2 little girls ate to their heart's content. Then Xiang said, Mom, Auntie Zhuaner, we're going upstairs to take a nap. Sure. Go ahead. Just remember not to sneak ice cream. And Yan reminded them. Okay. Understood. The two little girls went upstairs. And Yan and Tang Juana were unaware, finishing the dishes and then watching TV. Upstairs, Xiang opened a window leading to the backyard, put down a prepared rope. I'll go down first. After saying that, she took the lead and slid down the rope. Nan peeked down. Though the second floor wasn't high, and the backyard had soft grass, she was still afraid. Sister, I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Turn around. Hold on to the rope and slowly move down. I'll catch you at the bottom. Xiang comforted. Nan shivered all over, her face pale, slowly sliding down the rope. When she finally reached the bottom, Xiang grabbed Nan's hand. Let's go. The two little girls followed a small path behind the yard down to the foot of the mountain. They didn't dare to use the front gate, afraid of being recognized by the security guards. Instead, they found a drainage hole along the perimeter wall. It was too narrow for adults to pass through, but the two little girls could easily squeeze through. Finally emerging from the other side, Xiang gleefully pulled Nan along the street outside. It was a wealthy area, with barely any vehicles on the road. Nan asked, Sister, how do we get a taxi like this? Xiang smiled, taking out her phone from the little bag she carried. Haha, I was prepared for this. Using the mobile app, she quickly hailed a ride. Liu Kang is an online car-hailing driver. By working tirelessly, he is able to earn tens of thousands of yuan every month. Today, he brought a few passengers to the Yunmeng Lake. Because this area is full of wealthy people, he didn't expect to pick up more passengers on the way back. He habitually refreshed the app. TD. There is someone nearby calling for a ride. Liu Kang was slightly surprised, then he became excited. If he could pick up someone on the way back, he could earn some extra money. Without hesitation, he accepted the order. The app started automatic navigation. The customer who placed the order was not far away. Liu Kang stepped on the gas and hurried to the location. When he arrived, he didn't see anyone waiting on the road. Strange, why was no one there? Could it be a fake order? Liu Kang was feeling regretful when he heard a knock on the car door. He quickly looked out but didn't see anyone outside the car window. His heart tightened. The area around Yunmeng Lake has been rumored to be haunted in recent years. Did he encounter something today? Nervous, Liu Kang heard a clear and pleasant voice saying, Uncle, did you accept the order? Liu Kang was taken aback, quickly opened the car door, and saw two delicate little girls standing on the roadside looking at him. You too. He shook his phone. Did you call for a ride? Liu Kang never expected that 5 or 6-year-old girls would be the ones calling for a ride, but customers are like gods, so he just blinked, then quickly got out and opened the back door. To little beauties, please get in the car. Thank you, Uncle. After Xiang and Nan got into the car, Liu Kang stepped on the gas and drove towards the city. Along the way, he occasionally glanced at the two little girls through the rearview mirror. The more he looked, the more adorable they seemed. A smile crept onto his face. Why are you two riding alone? Where are your parents? My dad is on a business trip. My mom is waiting for us at the aquarium. Xiang blushed a little and told a lie, still muttering to herself, I didn't mean to lie. I hope my nose won't grow longer. Dad, please bless me. Liu Kang didn't notice any flaws in her story, just smiled and said, there are mineral water and snacks in the back seat. Help yourselves. Thank you, Uncle. With these two lovely little girls in the car, Liu Kang's mood lifted, so the journey of several tens of minutes passed quickly. When they arrived at their destination, Liu Kang got out of the car and opened the door. Thank you, Uncle. Goodbye, Uncle. Xiang and Nan said, in unison. Liu Kang nodded with a smile. Goodbye. Oh, isn't your mother here to pick you up? Not seeing anyone coming, Liu Kang couldn't help but ask. My mom just sent a WeChat message saying she's waiting for us inside. Well then, to little beauties, goodbye. Liu Kang waved his hand and watched the two little girls disappear into the crowd in front of the aquarium, feeling a bit envious. How nice it would be to have such beautiful twin daughters. Liu Kang drove away, while the two little girls bounced towards the aquarium. Along the way, they attracted many curious glances. Auntie, give us 2 children's tickets. Xiang sweetly called out. The ticketing lady at the entrance, after looking down and seeing 2 adorable little girls, couldn't help but smile kindly. Just you two, Where are your adults? Auntie, my mom is waiting for us inside. Oh, the ticketing lady nodded. You two don't need to buy tickets. Going Nan and Joe, really? Sean was very happy. The ticketing lady's wrinkles deepened as she smiled. Of course, it's true. Your height doesn't even reach the ticket buying requirement. Thank you, Auntie. Sean was about to go inside. Nan whispered to the ticketing lady. Can we have free ice cream inside? The ticketing lady smiled, patted Nan's head lovingly. I don't know how your parents raised you. Being able to have two lovely little girls like you. You can eat the ice cream inside freely. Okay. Nan was thrilled. The two little girls went into the aquarium that way. Inside, as advertised, there were various exotic marine creatures, and the decoration and facilities were top-notch, attracting many visitors to come and play. Especially on weekends, many parents brought their children to see the rare sights, but many people's attention was drawn to Sean and Nan. Oh my goodness, these two little girls are so pretty. They're twins. They look exactly alike. Seeing them makes me want a daughter. Amidst these comments, the two little girls remained calm. They were used to such attention. Nan kept looking around, and when she finally saw the ice cream machine, it was as if she had discovered a new continent. She pulled Sean, who was busy admiring a giant turtle against the glass, and ran towards the machine. Hey, why are you dragging me? Sean asked. Sister, it's the ice cream machine. Nan was practically drooling. You don't have to drag me so hard. It's not going to fly away. What if it does fly? When Nan finally had her vanilla ice cream, the happiness on her face was overflowing. Then the two little girls followed the crowd to the dolphin enclosure. Several small dolphins were energetically performing, occasionally eliciting gasps from the audience. Instead of sitting in the audience, the two little girls stood by the pool, eating ice cream and watching. At that moment, a small dolphin swam straight towards them, its upper body emerging from the water, curiously looking at the two girls. It could sense the natural aura on Sean and Nan, making it feel very close to them. It was the guardian spirit bestowed on Sean and Nan by the spirit goddess. As Sean and Nan reached out their hands, the little dolphin came over, nuzzling their hands with its head. This playful interaction made the two little girls giggle. Soon, the dolphin trainers stopped their instruction somewhat helplessly. All the dolphins had gathered around Sean and Nan, waiting to be petted by them. Sean said, "Let's line up." The dolphins immediately formed a neat line. Nan said, "Jump." The dolphins began leaping out of the water one by one, performing twists in midair before landing and sending splashes everywhere. This scene naturally attracted the attention of many spectators at the dolphins' enclosure. Many children cheered with excitement, while adults revealed gentle smiles. After watching the dolphin performance, the two little girls did a reluctant farewell to the dolphins and left the dolphin tank. Sister, where are we going now? Asked Nan. Let's go see the big sharks. Xian said. What's good about that? It's so scary. Scary? Do you think so? Xian asked. Nan nodded. Isn't it scary? That's because you don't know how to look at it. Just imagine what sharks look like without teeth. You'll find them really cute. Nan tilted her head, thought for a moment, then her eyes curved with a smile. That's true. Without teeth. Sharks do look cute. Let's go. Let's first get some ice cream, then go see the sharks, and after that, we'll take a taxi home. Okay. Nan was excited again at the thought of ice cream. While the two little girls were discussing, they heard a soft voice behind them. Hello, to little beauties. Xian and Nan turned around to see a woman in her late 20s, looking somewhat delicate, smiling at them. Hello, Auntie. The two little girls replied politely. Call me sister. The woman looked slightly embarrassed. Okay, Auntie. Do you need something? Xian asked. This time the woman chose to ignore Xian's address and said with a smile, "What are you two little beauties going to do?" "We're going to see the sharks." "What a coincidence. I also want to see the sharks." "Should we go together?" the woman said with a smile, seeming genuinely interested. "Sure." Xian and Nan were not wary and simply nodded. "Then let's get to know each other. I'm Su Jiao. What are your names, little beauties?" "I'm Xian. I'm Nan. Such lovely names. Are you twins?" "Yes." Su Jiao was now excited, feeling like her recent run of bad luck was finally over. Since the sect had ordered disciples like her to find children with spiritual energy, Su Zhaozhao had been running around every day, searching for suitable children. But in this day and age, it was hard to find children with spiritual energy. Not to mention that even ordinary children were always accompanied by their parents when out, making it difficult to approach them. Su Zhaozhao did not dare to be too audacious, as kidnapping children was a capital offense in the country. Even if the law couldn't catch her, the righteous individuals would aggressively pursue her. As the deadline set by the sect approached, Su Zhaozhao had nothing to show for her efforts. She couldn't help but feel deep fear. She knew the sect's methods. If she failed to present qualified children, she would undoubtedly face death. Therefore, Su Zhaozhao was extremely anxious, feeling as if she were ants on a hot pan. Today Su Zhaozhao came to the oceanarium hoping for luck, but after circling around without finding suitable children, she ended up at the dolphin tank for one last try. It was then that she saw Xiang and Nian playing with the dolphins in the audience stands. Su Zhaozhao was ecstatic. The two little girls seemed to exude spiritual grace and beauty. Truly children, with a strong spiritual presence. What was even more rare was that they were twins, which perfectly met the sect's requirements. If she offered these to little girls, she could not only complete the task but also receive rewards from the sect. Thinking of this, Su Zhaozhao was filled with zeal. When Xiang and Nian left the dolphin tank, she followed them. Discovering that the two little girls were unaccompanied by parents, she was even more ecstatic, feeling as if fate was on her side. She quickly approached them. When they arrived at the shark tank, Su Zhaozhao warmly bought snacks and drinks for the two little girls, but they firmly refused. "Auntie, my mom said we shouldn't take things from strangers," Xiang said. Su Zhaozhao, eager to ingratiate herself, said, "How can I be a stranger? We know each other now, right? Come on. Nian, take this." Su Zhaozhao stuffed snacks into Nian's arms. Unexpectedly, even the usually gluttonous Nian shook her head and took a step back. "Auntie, I don't want it." By this point, people around them were curious. Fearful of being noticed, Su Zhaozhao quickly put on a smile and said, "What good children you are. Since you don't want it, I'll hold on to it for you, and you can have it later if you want." Su Zhaozhao then joined the two little girls to watch the sharks. After they played for a while, Nian said, "Sister, we should go now. If mom finds out we sneaked out, she'd be mad." Xiang was starting to feel scared too and nodded. "Yes, let's go now." They said goodbye to Su Zhaozhao. "Auntie, we're going home." Su Zhaozhao, of course, would not give up. Smiling, she said, Xiang and Nian, where do you live? If it's on my way, I can drop you off." Xiang asked in confusion, "Auntie, aren't you going to play anymore?" "I'm not playing anymore. I've seen it all. It's not that interesting anymore." "Oh, but where we live is far from here, in Yunmeng Manor. Is that on your way too?" Su Zhaozhao nodded eagerly. "Yes, on my way. On my way. I actually live in Yunmeng Manor." "Really?" the two little girls asked with delight. "Of course it's true." Su Zhaozhao thought to herself, "Even if you live in the palace, it's on my way." Seems like these kids are so easy to fool. "But why haven't we seen you before, Auntie?" I just moved in last month. I'm usually not there." "I see." The two little girls nodded. "All right, let's go now, or your moms and dads will worry if you're out late." "Okay." The two little girls nodded. Su Zhaozhao was overjoyed and led the two girls out of the oceanarium to the parking lot. She drove a plain silver sedan that looked inconspicuous, with most of the license plate obscured by dust. "Please get in the car. To little beauties." Su Zhaozhao opened the car door with a smile. Although Xiang and Nian were extraordinarily bright, they were just 5 or 6-year-old children, after all, and combined with Su Zhaozhao's genuine smile, they obediently got into the car. Su Zhaozhao closed the car door, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. "To little girls, don't blame me. You walked into the trap yourselves." 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Inside the Tianzi one villa, Yen looked up at the clock hanging on the wall, feeling puzzled as she said, "Strange. Why is it already this time today, and the two little girls haven't come downstairs yet? Maybe they haven't woken up yet." Tang Zhuaner said, "I'll go check. It's already late for a nap." And Yen got up and went upstairs. The second-floor living room was empty, with various toys scattered on the floor. After playing, they don't even know to clean up. They're really lazy like two little cats. And Yen muttered to herself while opening the bedroom door. Wake up. It's getting dark soon. Ha. She saw the spacious princess bed, empty, without any trace of the two little girls. Strange, if they didn't sleep, where could they have gone? And Yen was puzzled and started searching room by room. Soon, she had searched the entire second floor but found no trace of the two little girls. At that moment, Yen's expression gradually turned anxious. She then noticed a window leading to the backyard was open, with a rope hanging from it. Yen quickly rushed over and looked down. Sure enough, the rope led downstairs. On the lawn in the backyard, she could still see the footprints of the two little girls. Yen felt her legs weaken, her voice trembling. Schwanner, come quickly. Tang Schwanner heard the call from downstairs and hurried up, asking, what's wrong? Yen was almost in tears. Xiang and Nyanyan are missing. What? Tang Schwanner was shocked. They must have used this rope to go downstairs and then run out. Yen said with a pale face. Tang Schwanner, still trying to remain calm, said, do they have their phones with them? Quickly call them. Yen's eyes lit up. Yes. She quickly took out her phone and dialed the number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. When this sound came from the phone, Yen felt her hands and feet go cold, her mind blank. What should we do? They're only 5.5 years old. What if they've been kidnapped by bad people outside? Yen was in turmoil, tears falling uncontrollably. Tang Schwanner was also in panic but managed to take a deep breath. Let's not panic first. I'll call the security at the gate and ask if they saw anything. Saying that, Tang Schwanner dialed the gatehouse's number. After a few questions, helplessly put the phone down, shaking her head lightly at Yen. The security said they didn't see the two little girls go out. Yen's vision went dark, her whole body weak, almost fainting. Tang Schwanner rushed forward to support her. Yen sobbed. It's all my fault. If I had gone upstairs earlier, this wouldn't have happened. No. I have to go and find them. She was a practitioner with profound abilities, but when facing the disappearance of her own flesh and blood, she was still at a loss. Tang Schwanner stopped her. North Zhong City is so big. How can you search alone? Then what should we do? Yen said despondently. Inform the Qin family. Tang Schwanner said solemnly. With the increasing power of the Qin group, Qin Yu, as the actual controller, was gaining more and more prestige. Sun even jokingly said that in North Zhong City, any problem the mayor couldn't handle, Qin Yu could solve with just a word. This indicated the formidable strength of the Qin family in North Zhong. At this moment, in the top floor office of the Qin Group building, Qin Yu was busy working. Suddenly, a phone rang, breaking the silence in the office. All the young secretaries turned pale. Who didn't know that Qin Yu hated interruptions when working? The person calling this time would probably get scolded. While these secretaries were thinking about this, they saw Qin Yu pause for a moment, then picked up the phone with a smile. Hello, little sister Schwanner, what made you call me today? The gentle tone surprised the young secretaries. When did their chairman become so kind? On the other end of the phone, Tang Schwanner didn't have time to think about it and said directly, Zhu Xiang and Zhu Nyanyan are missing in North Zhong. Initially not reacting, Qin Yu asked, who's missing? Tang Schwanner took a deep breath. These past days, Sister Yen took Xiang and Nyanyan to North Zhong. But this afternoon, Xiang and Nyanyan disappeared. What? Qin Yu exclaimed and stood up suddenly. The loudness startled the young secretaries. They had never seen Qin Yu lose her composure like this before. Regardless of any big issues in the past, the chairman always had a calm demeanor. But what was happening today? With a serious expression, Qin Yu listened and said, Okay, I understand. I will send people to search now. Tell Sister Yen not to worry. I believe we will find them soon. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yu's face turned grim. Tell He Wan to come see me immediately. Yes. A few minutes later, He Wan rushed over. Chairman, what's going on? Qin Yu said, in a serious tone. Mr. Zhu's two daughters are missing in North Zhong. What? He Wan almost jumped up. I just found out as well. You must lead everyone to search, no matter where, no matter who. Make sure to find the two little girls safe and sound from me. Understand? Yes. Knowing this was not a joke, He Wan immediately nodded and ran out almost frantically. Qin Yu didn't waste any time, starting to make frantic phone calls. With her current position, One call could mobilize countless people for action. Soon, an invisible net gradually formed, covering the entire North Zhang area. Yet, even so, Qinyu was still worried. After a moment of contemplation, she called Du Fan. In a club on the outskirts of the city, Du Fan was drinking and playing cards with some underworld figures. His life was quite comfortable now, leaning on the Qin group's support, giving him a certain amount of dignity. Of course, Du Fan understood why the Qin group supported him so much. It was all because he had rendered services by informing them about Zuan, leading to his current good days. Thinking about this, Du Fan couldn't help but feel emotional. If he could get closer to Mr. Zhu, how great would that be? Just then, Qinyu called. Seeing the caller ID, Du Fan hurriedly answered, "Chairman Qin, what can I do for you?" Deliberately speaking loudly, all the underworld figures looked at Du Fan with envy, making him feel very proud. Hang up the phone. Several prominent figures in the martial arts world smiled and said, "What's going on? Does Chairman Qin have some business to take care of for Brother Du again?" The laughter gradually faded, because the look on Du Fan's face was almost menacing. "Make a phone call. Gather all the men." Du Fan coldly ordered his subordinates. Yes. Du Fan's subordinates obeyed and left. These martial arts big brothers all started to look somewhat uneasy. The oldest one among them asked, "Du boss, what are you planning to do?" Du Fan slowly stood up, sneered at these big brothers a few times, and said, "I advise you to quickly go back and check if any of your subordinates have abducted 2 young girls. If so, hand them over quickly, otherwise, not even the gods can save you." With that, Du Fan turned and left. The martial arts big brothers looked at each other, not understanding what Du Fan meant, but such a big matter cannot be kept secret. Soon, these big brothers received notifications one after another. When they heard about the seriousness of the situation, their faces became even more unpleasant than Du Fan's just now, and they quickly ran back to their respective bases to investigate. After returning to his base, some of Du Fan's subordinates quickly approached him and said, "Boss, we just checked. None of our men have done such a thing. Can you be sure? Several of those who have done such things before have already been disabled. They dare not lie. It's absolutely certain." Du Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, things hadn't turned too bad yet. If it was his men who had taken them, the consequences. Du Fan shuddered and dared not think any further, then said solemnly, "Release all the hooligans for me, whether it's a KTV or a bar. Even a mouse hole, you must find them. Make sure to find these 2 girls before anyone else. Do you understand?" "Yes." The entire North River region began to boil. Both black and white factions, big and small forces, all reacted to the news, especially since Chairman Qin had offered a reward of 1 million to anyone who found the 2 girls. Even if they provided a clue, they would receive 500,000. At the same time, Du Fan also issued a chase order. Anyone who dares to withhold information, courting death. In short, the entire North River was on the verge of being turned upside down. In the living room of Villa 1 in the Sky Estate, Yan leaned on the sofa, looking listless. Qinyu and Qinyuan, the grandfather-grandson duo, sat on the other side in silence. By now, it was already dark outside. The 2 little girls still hadn't returned. The hope that they would come back on their own had faded. It was certain that the 2 little girls were in trouble. This fact was like a heavy blow, breaking in Yan's heart. Qinyuan and Qinyu were as pale as paper at this moment, because this matter was too big. It was something that even the 2 leaders of the Qin group couldn't bear. Thinking about Mr. Zhu finding out that his daughters were missing when he returned, Qinyuan and Qinyu felt a chill. Yes, Mr. Zhu had treated them well before, but the duo knew very well that it was because they hadn't crossed Mr. Zhu's bottom line. If they did, no matter who you were, Mr. Zhu would unhesitatingly eliminate you. And without a doubt, these 2 little girls were the high-voltage line that Mr. Zhu could not afford to touch. If these 2 little girls were really harmed on their turf, I'm afraid the entire North River would be buried under Mr. Zhu's rage. The more Qinyu thought about it, the more afraid he became. At that moment, the phone on the coffee table rang. Qinyu immediately answered and put it on speakerphone. "Say, Chairman, just got the message from Du Fan's side. He has questioned all the big and small gangs in the North River one by one, and confirmed that no one has abducted the 2 young ladies." This news made everyone in the room look even more troubled. If that was indeed the case, then it would be much more difficult to find the 2 young ladies among the vast population. However, through reviewing the surveillance cameras around the Yunnan Manor, it can be confirmed that the two young ladies appeared on the road around noon and were taken away by a ride-hailing car. We have found the driver of this ride-hailing car, who said that the two young ladies got off at the final destination, a newly opened oceanarium. Oceanarium? The eyes of everyone in the room lit up. It made sense that the two girls ran away to play at the oceanarium. And then, Chin Yu asked in a deep voice. We have searched the oceanarium 3 times already, even kicking open all the stairwells, but we did not find any trace of the two young ladies. However, through interviews, many people have seen the two young ladies and provided clues that they left with a young woman in the end. Once again, everyone's hearts tightened. They left with a young woman. Could they have been abducted by human traffickers from out of town? Continue the investigation, Chin Yu said sternly. The response came quickly this time. Chairman, we have found that this woman took the two young ladies into a silver gray sedan, but the license plate was not clear. After that, they disappeared. We are retrieving surveillance footage from various intersections. Meanwhile, all our people are starting a wide search for this car. Good. Although they hadn't found them yet, at least they had a valuable lead. Therefore, the expressions of everyone in the room became more lively. Even Yan, who had looked despondent, had a glint of hope in her eyes. But what no one expected was that just when everyone thought victory was in sight, the silver gray sedan seemed to have vanished into thin air and was nowhere to be found. Chin Yu was on the verge of losing his mind and shouted into the phone, I don't care how difficult it is, even if we have to go through every single silver gray sedan in the North River one by one. We must find this car tonight. Chin Yu gave the order. Countless people took to the streets to search. Many of them were holding a picture of the two girls, combing through the vast city of the North River over and over again. Just when everyone was losing sleep over the missing girls, in an abandoned factory in the outskirts of North River City, a vehicle slowly came to a stop. To beautiful young ladies, you've arrived home. Please get off the car, Su Zhao Jiao said with a smiling face. Zhu Xiang and Zunan woke up from their drowsiness and habitually said, Thank you, Auntie. Then they opened the car door to get out. What do you want to do? Zhu asked with a guarded expression. Don't worry, to little beauties. I couldn't bear to hurt you. I just like you so much and wanted to invite you to stay here for a few days, Su Zhao Jiao said with a smile. Thinking, feeling somewhat scared, stood behind Nan said, We don't want to stay here. We want to go home. Go home? Ha ha. Didn't I tell you this is your home now? Su Zhao Jiao said leisurely. Thinking held Nan's hand, gently squeezed her palm, and then shared a look that only the two sisters would understand. Run, Zhu shouted, suddenly pushed open the car door, pulled Nan, jumped off the car, and ran away. Su Zhao Jiao didn't chase them but held her arms, watching with a playful look. This factory building seemed abandoned for a long time, with tall weeds everywhere. The two young girls stumbled and ran inside, quickly losing their way. Sister, what should we do? Nan asked, her face pale with fear. Thinking raised her head to look at the moon, took a deep breath. Don't be afraid. Mom must have realized we're missing and is probably looking for us. Let's find a way to get out of here. But where is the way out? Nan asked softly. Here. Thinking suddenly pointed ahead, then pulled Nan and started running forward. Soon, they saw a wall. Sister, how did you know this was the right direction? Nan asked, panting. Just guessed. But as the two girls were about to hit the wall, the scenery in front suddenly changed. The wall had once again turned into overgrown weeds. The two girls were stunned. Su Zhao Jiao walked over slowly, with a mocking smile on her face. You run fast. Let me tell you, this place has been modified by our sect. Outsiders cannot enter or leave. Who are you? And why are you trying to capture us? Thinking protected her sister and took a step back, asking. Su Zhao Jiao looked at Thinking with some surprise, then praised. Truly a child with spiritual charm. At the age of 5 or 6, with such clear thinking. As for who I am, I might as well tell you. I am a disciple of the voodoo sect. Capturing you is naturally to offer you to the elders of the sect. Su Zhao Jiao said with a smile. You big villain, deceiving children. Nan peeped out from behind Thinking, frowned, and said angrily, but with her cute and innocent face, even her angry expression lacked any real threat. Su Zhao Jiao chuckled. You're truly cute. If circumstances were different, I would want to be friends with you too. We don't want to be friends with you. Thinking's face turned cold. Exactly. You're a big villain. Let us go now, or we won't be polite. Naan added. Sujiao shrugged off their statements and was about to speak, when suddenly, there was a rustling sound, followed by several figures landing in the courtyard. 7 or 8 people arrived, of varying ages and genders. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a goatee. When Sujiao saw these people, she shuddered, quickly walked up to them, and bowed. Greetings to the voodoo elder and all the esteemed guests. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, then gazed at Thinking and Nyan with fervent eyes. Are these the twins you mentioned? Yes, elder, Sujiao replied. The voodoo elder seemed increasingly satisfied, nodding, very good. Indeed fine specimens of spiritual charm. Encouraged by the voodoo elder's praise, Sujiao's face turned red with excitement. The other followers who came along also approached. A woman in her 30s, still charming, smiled and said, "Oh, these 2 little beauties are like works of art. It's a bit of a waste to use them as sacrifices." The voodoo elder's face turned stern. Why speak in such a manner? Sacrifices are meant to welcome the arrival of our ancestral spirits. How can you talk of waste? The woman turned pale and quickly apologized. I apologize for the offensive words. Please forgive me, elder. The voodoo elder coldly smiled, ignored her, and turned to the 2 young girls. Both of you possess excellent spiritual charms. Being chosen as offerings for our sect is your honor. The voodoo elder's voice became ethereal and persuasive, invoking a kind of spell that aimed to sway the minds of others and turn them into fervent believers of the voodoo sect. This spell was usually used for evangelizing but was now directed at the 2 young girls, and it seemed to have no effect. That's such an honor, so why don't you offer yourself? Thinking said, in irritation. Yes. What my sister said. Nyan echoed. Also, we are not easily bullied. You better release us now, or we won't be nice. Yes. Sister is right. Release us, or you'll regret it. The voodoo elder, surprised that his spell had no effect on the girls, couldn't hold back his laughter after hearing their bold words. His companions followed suit, laughing heartily. Girls, how are you going to show us you're not nice? Planning to be cute and melt our hearts? The woman chuckled. The 2 girls ignored them, looked at each other, then simultaneously took out the small frying pans they wore around their necks, transformed into beautiful girls. These people found it even more amusing. It's interesting, they are performing the transformation too. I'll go. But before she could finish her sentence, the small frying pans in the girl's hand suddenly enlarged. Then, to the astonishment of the onlookers, Thinking and Nyan threw the frying pans, shouting, "Ultraman attack!" The frying pans, carrying a fierce wind, rushed towards their targets. The first one to be knocked down was the voodoo elder standing at the front. He never imagined that he, one day, would be brought down by 2 cute little girls aged 5 or 6. He had considered dodging, but the frying pan seemed to have a will of their own. No matter how he evaded, they followed closely behind. The others, men and women of varying ages, also stood no chance against the frying pans crafted by Zuan. In the blink of an eye, they were all down on the ground. Thinking and Nyan raised their faces triumphantly. See? We told you so. However, at that moment, as the voodoo elder lay on the ground, his hands shaking, he formed a complex seal, and a gray light carrying a sense of wildness and desolation shot towards the 2 young girls. A smug smile formed on the voodoo elder's face. This was his ultimate move, a powerful spell. But just as the gray light was about to reach the girls, a radiant white light soared up, shattering all the gray lights. There was a crisp sound as the illusion that had enveloped the factory also shattered. In charge of searching the outskirts of the city is Dufan's subordinate, Lu Kun. He is the same guy who was disciplined by Zhu, and once before. However, Lu Kun doesn't consider it shameful at all now. Instead, he often boasts about being personally beaten by Mr. Zhu. It seems like something to be proud of. However, Lu Kun's face was extremely ugly right now, because Du Boss told him, it's imperative to find the 2 young ladies and ensure their safety, or else. Dufan didn't finish the sentence, but Lu Kun understood more than anyone else what it meant. Thinking about Mr. Zhu's methods, Lu Kun felt a chill running through his body. If anything happened to the 2 young ladies on his turf, Lu Kun felt it would be better to just hand himself, at least without pain. That's why Lu Kun has now gone all out. With red eyes, he led his men to search repeatedly. Not even a single corner was left unturned, but they found nothing. As the moon reached its peak, Lu Kun wanted to cry but couldn't. Trembling, he lit a cigarette and stood under a street lamp, slowly smoking. His subordinates stood far away, silent and watching. No one dared to speak. The surroundings were quiet, not even a bird chirping. "Oh God, are you playing games with me like this? Please let the two young ladies appear soon. If the two young ladies can appear safely in front of me, I'd rather never touch a woman in my life." In despair, Lu Kun began to pray softly. This was just human nature. Lu Kun didn't have much hope, but just as he finished speaking, a white light suddenly shot up from the empty space in front of him. Then, with some cracking sounds, an abandoned factory suddenly appeared. After the factory's walls shook a few times, they collapsed with a bang, revealing a courtyard overgrown with weeds inside. And in the courtyard, two delicate young girls stood together, while many people lay scattered on the ground. Lu Kun's mouth fell open. He even dropped a cigarette from his mouth, staring dumbfounded at everything in front of him. Aren't these two little girls Mr. Zhu's daughters? At that moment, Lu Kun could only think of two words in his mind. Holy shit. Just then, one of the girls turned to look at Lu Kun. "Uncle, are you here to find us?" Lu Kun nodded hastily, feeling both joy and worrying in his heart. Joyful that he found Mr. Zhu's daughters, achieving a great feat. However, he worried because the heavens had truly shown their power, and he could no longer touch a woman in the future. It seemed he had to find a way to like men. Lu Kun pondered quietly in his mind. "All right, please take us home," the girl said. "Oh, and these bad guys, they deceived us and brought us here." She pointed to the people lying on the ground. Lu Kun's eyes turned red. Damn it, these scoundrels were the ones who kidnapped the two young ladies. Almost got himself killed. He grinned menacingly and nodded. "Don't worry, young ladies. I will arrest them and take them back for punishment." With a wave of his hand, his men behind him moved forward to take action. The chief priest, who had recovered from the shock of the white light, sneered, "A bunch of mortals, trying to capture us." Saying this, a gray aura rose from these people, enveloping Lu Kun and his men with immense pressure. Lu Kun turned pale, frozen in place. The chief priest smirked and said to the girls, "I underestimated you two little girls, but that's about it. Now I'll take you back and make you the best offerings to the ancestral gods." He was about to pounce on them. Seeing him approaching, the girl suddenly stamped her foot. "Catch him." The chief priest sneered. "Little girl, don't play tricks on me, you." Before he could finish his sentence, the wild grass in the courtyard began to grow wildly, and the plants swirled like waves, swallowing up everyone, including Lu Kun, lying on the ground. Countless strands of wild grass then followed, directly grabbing the chief priest, who was suspended in midair. "How is this possible? How can you possess such powerful natural forces?" The chief priest panicked. Despite his fear, his cultivation was the highest among them, so his body emitted a gray light that shattered all the entwining grass and began to move forward with difficulty, trying to seize the two little girls. At that moment, a radiant image of a goddess emerged from behind the girls. It was the mother goddess Chloris, the guardian bestowed upon the two young girls. Chloris first nodded slightly at the girls, then looked at the chief priest. His eyes widened in disbelief. "How is this possible? How can there still be true gods in this world?" Chloris, with a serious expression, ignored his exclamation and gently pointed her index finger. The wild grass went completely crazy, becoming even more powerful than before. In an instant, it completely engulfed the chief priest. Amidst the swirling branches and leaves, the chief priest, terrified, shouted, "Who are you two? Why do you have these powerful protective spells?" At this point, even a fool could understand that these two little girls were no ordinary people. "HMPH, we won't tell you, you big villain," said one of the girls. The wild grass then formed a huge cocoon, trapping the chief priest inside. Not just him, but all his henchmen, including the people lying on the ground, were bound in cocoons of grass. Chloris smiled faintly at the girls, then the light disappeared, vanishing before everyone's eyes. The two girls turned to look at Lu Kun. "Uncle, please help us take these bad guys back, okay?" Lu Kun and his dumbfounded men suddenly came to their senses. Okay, no problem." Soon, a truck arrived to pick up the grass eggs and the bad guys. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Kun quickly called Du Fan. When the call connected, Lu Kun couldn't wait to say, "Boss, I found them." At that moment, Du Fan, with a fierce look on his face, was watching his men beat up a human trafficker, trying to get some information from him. Will you talk? Huh? Talk or not? You scum! Despicable! Human traffickers were despised even by the underworld, so they were shown no mercy. The trafficker, spitting blood, appeared to be on the verge of death. When Du Fen heard that Lu Kun had found the people, he was first puzzled, then overjoyed. Really? Are the two young ladies okay? They're safe. Du Fen breathed a sigh of relief, feeling like a weight had been lifted off his chest. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, have the bastards who kidnapped the two young girls been captured? Lu Kun looked at the truck full of grass eggs, coughed, and said, the two young ladies caught them, not one of them got away. After a moment of realization, Du Fen burst into laughter. Mr. Zhu's daughters, could they be ordinary people? These guys who kidnapped them deserved their misfortunes. Du Fen laughed heartily, then left the room with his men, leaving only the trafficker hanging in the air, still spitting blood and groaning. You kept asking me to talk. Why didn't you ask them? What should I say? As he was grumbling, one of his men came back. The trafficker hurriedly put on a flattering smile. Big brother, the people have been found. Please let me down. When Xiang and Nan Nan were escorted back home by Du Fen and Lu Kun, the entire Tianzi No. 1. Villa was bowling with excitement, and Yen rushed out, embraced her two daughters, tears streaming down her face. Xiang, Nan, you scared Mom to death. And Yen choked up. Mom, don't cry. Xiang and Nan obediently wiped away Yan's tears. Qin Yuan, and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, the two little girls returned safely, which was the best news. At this moment, Lu Kun ordered the men to carry down those grass eggs one by one. What is this? Tang Zuner curiously asked. Du Fen quickly apologized with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the scoundrels who kidnapped the two young ladies, but they ended up being tied up by the two young ladies. Yes, and the means of the two young ladies were like those of gods, just stomping their foot and shouting to catch them. Those vegetation obediently captured those scoundrels, Lu Kun added quickly. And Yen looked down at her two daughters. Is that so? Xiang and Nan nodded. Yes. These big bad guys deceived us and said they wanted to use us as sacrifices. Then we used the frying pan Dad gave us to knock them down and ordered the courtyard full of weeds to bind them up. Everyone looked at each other in astonishment. Truly worthy of Mr. Zhu's daughters, only 5 or 6 years old and already so formidable. Are these people still alive? Tang Zuner curiously poked one of the grass balls with her finger. The grass ball, like a living creature, suddenly began to wriggle. Startled, Tang Zuner took several steps back. They're alive. A head emerged from the grass ball. It was Zijiao, who had deceived the two little girls at the aquarium. Already frightened, seeing so many people around, she was even more petrified. Spare me. These are all people from the sect forcing me to do this. It's none of my business. However, Xiang pointed at her. Mom, this is the person who tricked us. Nan nodded. Yes, she even deceived children. Truly the worst big bad guy. People frowned and glared at Zijiao, but Yan was the biological mother of the two little girls, so everyone's gaze turned to her. At this moment, Yan's face gradually darkened. She was gentle and kind, but that didn't mean she would tolerate such a thing. If her two daughters didn't have powerful protections, if they were ordinary children, they would probably have been turned into bloody corpses by now. Take her down the mountain and bury her somewhere. Yan said nonchalantly. Hearing Yan's command, Du Fen and Lu Kun gasped. They thought, Madame Zhu looked gentle and weak, but she was unexpectedly fierce when it came down to it. Seems like there's not a good person around Mr. Zhu. Zijiao cried and pleaded, saying she was wrong, that she wouldn't do it again. Annoyed, Lu Kun took off his sock and stuffed it into her mouth. Then, with a few men, they carried the grass ball down the mountain. What about the rest of them? Qin Yu asked. Yan shook her head. I'll let my husband handle them when he returns. Xiang and Nan said they wanted to sacrifice something, probably some needle sex. Qin Yu nodded. When will Mr. Zhu be back? I estimate he should be back soon. Just as they spoke, faint sounds of thunder and wind came from the sky. A streak of light swiftly flew over and landed in front of the villa, revealing Mr. Zhu. Who dares to take my two daughters? A voice filled with infinite anger resounded. The streak of light landed, revealing Zhu. Dad. The two daughters cheered and ran up to him. Zhu, and quickly squatted down, carefully checking with his divine sense, and only then heaved a sigh of relief upon finding his two daughters unharmed. He had just returned from the Yao clan's secret realm, and fearing Aunt Pang and Brother Z would be worried, he had little Sha send Wei Ryan back to the central capital, while he sent Zi Jingjing back first. However, because Zuan could sense the presence of his two daughters An and Yan, believing they were unharmed, he had acted accordingly. But upon arriving at Brother Z's restaurant, he found the gate tightly locked. Upon inquiring with neighbors, he learned about the news of the ferry accident. Brother Z and Aunt Pang couldn't bear such a heavy blow and had fallen ill. Upon hearing this, Zi Jingjing immediately burst into tears. Zuan promptly took Zi Jingjing to the hospital. As the neighbors said, the two elders were now lying in isolation beds, no longer able to get up. Especially Aunt Pang, who had drastically lost weight in a matter of days. When Zuan brought Zi Jingjing into the ward, the two elders thought they were dreaming. But when they realized it was real, they leapt out of bed, embracing Zi Jingjing in tears and laughter. After Zi Jingjing roughly recounted what happened, and upon hearing that Zuan had rescued the girls, Brother Zi and Aunt Pang knelt down, Zhu, and quickly helped them up and smiled. We're all family. Jingjing is like my sister, no need to be so polite. In reality, Brother Zi and Aunt Pang were not actually ill, they were just deeply affected by the pain of losing a child. Now, seeing Zi Jingjing safe and sound, they recovered instantly. However, Brother Zi hesitated for a moment. Zian, have you just returned? Yes. What's the matter, Zhu? An asked. After exchanging a glance, Brother Zi and Aunt Pang said, we heard rumors even though we were in the hospital, that Xiang and Nan, the two girls, went missing. They are being searched for. We don't know if they have been found yet. Before the words finished, a gust of wind swept through the ward, compressing all the equipment into a ball. Zuan's face was full of killing intent. He truly had no knowledge of this matter. In his divine sense, his two daughters were perfectly fine, so he had never even considered that they were missing. I'll go take a look, Zuan said, breaking through the hospital window and heading straight for the Tianzi No. 1 villa. This was his journey to this point. Now, seeing that his two daughters were indeed safe and sound, he finally let go of all his worries. And Yan walked over at this moment, like a child who had done wrong, lowering her head and hesitantly said, Husband, I. Zuan waved his hand, smiled slightly. It's okay, no need to say anything. I already know. It's not your fault. And Yan teared up, knowing that Zuan wouldn't blame her, but still feeling extremely guilty. After all, the two daughters were lost while under her care. At this time, Qin Yuan, Du Fei, and others approached Zuan upon his return, paying their respects. Zuan nodded slightly, but his gaze fell on the grass balls in front of the villa. And Yan understood what Zuan wanted to do, so she bent down and said to the two little maids, Come, let Mama get you some ice cream. I want to eat vanilla. Nan said, I want to eat strawberry. Vanilla is the best. Strawberry is better. The two little maids started their daily bickering again. Zuan smiled as he watched. It wasn't until Yan and Tanjuaner led the two little maids and disappeared behind the door that his expression gradually turned cold. He asked in a chilling tone, What exactly is going on? Qin Yu and the others shivered, quickly recounting the detailed events. Just then, Lu Kun returned and added some details. After listening, Zuan nodded slightly and said to Du Fei and Lu Kun, You did well. The two looked pleased and quickly bowed, saying, Sir, it's what we should do. Zuan remained non-committal, glancing at the grass balls on the ground and casually waving his hand. The grass withered instantly, revealing the people trapped inside. These people could hear the commotion outside while they were trapped. So once free, they all scattered to escape. These people were not fools. The killing intent emanating from Zuan was almost tangible. Such a menacing aura was evidently not that of an ordinary person. Therefore, it was only natural for them to focus on escaping. But just as they were about to rush out of the clearing in front of the villa, several sword lights swept by. The leading individuals had their legs directly severed, falling to the ground holding their severed limbs and screaming in pain. Wu Ju, the elder, had been hiding in the crowd all along. He was a cunning man who never put himself at the forefront. This saved his life. However, witnessing the miserable state of these same sect members, he couldn't help but feel a chill. His cultivation was among the highest in this group. The higher his cultivation, the more he could appreciate the terrifying aura emanating from Xuan. It was like an unfathomable ocean, sending shivers down one's spine. Thus, at this moment, he gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and suddenly soared into the air, wanting to flee from above. Xuan had noticed him long ago. Seeing his attempt to flee, he couldn't help but smile coldly. Several strands of sword lights flew across, directly barring his way. Wu Ju tried to dodge, but these sword lights transformed into flexible ropes, binding him and throwing him to the ground. Wu Ju struggled vigorously, trying to break free. "Are you still trying to run at this point, Zhu?" and said calmly as he slowly approached. With each step, several remaining individuals had their throats directly slashed by the sword lights, falling to the ground lifeless. By the time Xuan reached Wu Ju, all these people were already dead. The thick scent of blood permeated the air, even making Wu Ju, who was accustomed to blood and death, fearful. Xuan stood in front of Wu Ju, looking down at him. After a while, he calmly said, "Wu sect." Wu Ju trembled. "Yes, yes. Who are you? Killing disciples of my sect. Aren't you afraid of our sect's retaliation, Zhu?" and raised the corner of his mouth, showing a cold smile. "I am Xuan." Wu Ju's body trembled violently, his face turning pale. You are Xuan? How is that possible? Weren't you in the capital? Those two little girls are my daughters." Wu Ju's heart turned cold. Xuan's current prestige was at its peak. As an elder of the witchcraft sect, he naturally knew it. Thinking of the notorious deeds of wiping out sects without leaving anyone behind, he trembled all over. "Sir, we truly did not know they were your daughters. And the instigator has already been dealt with by Lady Ling and planted in the ground. Please spare my life, please." Xuan quietly watched Wu Ju's tearful plea. "Do you know why I didn't kill you directly?" Wu Ju was puzzled. "Because I wanted to see if people like you would fear death in their final moments." Wu Ju yelled. "Sir, I can tell you the location of the witchcraft sect's main gate. I can even take you there. Just spare my life, and I will do anything." Xuan shook his head. "Too troublesome. It's better to search directly from your soul." "No." The screams abruptly stopped. Xuan directly pulled Wu Ju's soul out of his body. A miniature version of Wu Ju knelt in Xuan's palm, begging for mercy. Xuan suddenly squeezed. Crack! Wu Ju's soul was directly crushed. After seeing the scenes of using children as sacrifices in Wu Ju's memories, Xuan couldn't help but snort, waving his hand. The bodies lit up with boiling flames. Their bodies burned, their souls destroyed. After a moment, these individuals were completely wiped from existence. Qin Yu, Du Fei, and the others all had pale faces. They knew Xuan wouldn't spare these villains, but they didn't expect Xuan's actions to be so harsh. "Sir," Qin Yu took a step forward, trying to say something, Zhu, and waved his hand. "Wait here. I'll be back soon." With that, he soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Lu Kun witnessed such a divine scene for the first time, and couldn't help but swallow nervously. "Boss, what is Mr. Zhu going to do now?" Tu Fei smiled. "Mr. Zhu probably intends to uproot these people's sect as well, huh?" Lu Kun seemed a bit confused. "But aren't they all dead already?" Tu Fei shook his head, admiringly looking in the direction Xuan had gone. "You don't understand. These people have clearly done this kind of thing before. Mr. Zhu is also cleansing the land of evil." At this moment, following the directions in Wu Ju's memory, Xuan soon arrived at a valley located in the northwest mountain range. This place was remote, surrounded by desolate mountains and waters, devoid of any signs of life. Truly a forbidden land. Xuan didn't bother about any formations and simply stamped his foot. A light curtain suddenly appeared above the valley. However, under Xuan's foot, it didn't last a second before shattering. The real scene was revealed underneath. In the center of the valley stood a huge altar stained with blood, next to which was a village built of black stone. In the middle of the village was a giant black flag with 3 ancient characters of the witchcraft sect inscribed on it. At this moment, the members of the witchcraft sect also saw the sudden appearance of Xuan and began to swarm out. "Who are you? And why do you suddenly intrude into my witchcraft sect?" A man, naked and covered in various strange patterns, demanded in a deep voice. Xuan had been appraising the altar all along and didn't pay heed to the man's question. This visibly angered him, and he roared, "You dare to disregard me? Brat, die." With that, he transformed into a colorful tiger and pounced towards Xuan. The disciples of the voodoo sect were in an uproar. "Oh no! Elder Menghu has been killed. The screams were heard one after another. Zuan withdrew his gaze from the altar above, his expression becoming colder. He saw numerous souls of children attached to the altar, indicating they had been sacrificed more than once. This sight fueled Zuan's murderous intent, and he no longer bothered with idle talk. With a wave of his hand, numerous sword energies emerged. Kill. The sword energy surged like a sea, directly devouring all the disciples below. Stop. Someone yelled and rushed over, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, these people turned into blood. 4 or 5 individuals rushed out from the village. Seeing the scene before them, their faces turned pale. Witnessing Zuan's displayed strength made them quite alarmed. They tried to suppress their anger and asked, "Senior, why did you wantonly slaughter the disciples of our voodoo sect?" Zuan looked at the speaking person with a hint of amusement. "You are?" "I am the master of the voodoo sect, Wuche." "Very well," Zu, and nodded, then pointed at the altar. "Sacrificing children. This is the reason for exterminating your voodoo sect." With that said, Zuan was about to make a move. Wuche was taken aback, hastily shouting, "Senior, wait. We are all practitioners, mere ordinary youths. Why escalate matters to this extent?" "Ordinary youths." Zuan's gaze turned colder. Wuche smiled. "Senior, practitioners go against the heavens, not bothering with the lives of mortals. The lives of ordinary people are meant to assist us in our cultivation. Is there anything wrong with that?" Zuan looked silently at the brazen Wuche. Suddenly, he understood why the once powerful voodoo sect had declined. It was because these practitioners of dark arts, whom even other evil cultivation sects found shocking, saw such principles as ordinary and justifiable. Just look at the cruel historical events, such as the sacrifice of living people by ancient practitioners, to see the nature of the voodoo sect. In essence, these individuals in the voodoo sect were completely selfish. But Zuan's silence made Wuche mistakenly think he had been swayed. He couldn't help but say, "Senior, let's overlook the matter of killing our sect members, and we are willing to be friends with you." "Friends?" A cold smile appeared on Zuan's lips. "Can individuals of the voodoo sect have friends too?" Wuche grinned. "Friends are meant to be used. Senior, although your cultivation is high, we are not inferior. Being friends will naturally benefit both sides." Zuan just smiled at the words, "benefits." Haughtily, Wuche said, "Exactly. If you are willing to form an alliance with us, I might even reveal some ancient secrets passed down. Remember, in terms of history, no sect is more ancient than our voodoo sect." Zuan shook his head. "To troublesome." "Troublesome?" Wuche was puzzled. "If I want to know something, killing you is the way. Why bother asking you further?" Zuan said, indifferently. Wuche's expression turned cold upon hearing this, sneering, "Senior, do you really think we are afraid of you? You have misunderstood one thing." Zuan spoke calmly. "That is, you are not qualified to negotiate terms with me." With that, Zuan disappeared from the spot, reappearing directly in front of Wuche, and launched a punch. "You don't know what's good for you." Wuche retaliated with a punch as well. Dang. Wuche was sent flying, exploding into pieces before even hitting the ground. The remaining elders were shaken. Just as they were about to act, Zuan's palm came down heavily, smashing them into pieces of flesh. However, at that moment, black light flickered on the altar, and the shattered Wuche emerged from it with a look of disdain. "Useless. This is my domain. You can't kill me." Zuan looked at him, speaking in a deep voice, "Rebirth through borrowed souls." Wuche was taken aback. "How did you know about this?" The killing intent in Zuan's eyes intensified. He had just noticed that many of the child souls attached to the altar had disappeared, reminding him of a brutal voodoo sect secret. By using the altar as a seal and souls as a guide, one could be reborn. That the price was the complete dissipation of those child souls. "Very well. It seems you deserve death." With those words from Zuan, countless sword energies surrounded Wuche. Despite being surrounded, Wuche remained composed and said, "Hey, can't stand you self-righteous cultivators. If you have the ability, kill me now. Even if you do, I will come back using those souls." Ha ha ha. Wuche's laughter abruptly stopped as the sword energies devoured him like a sea. "Aren't you afraid of the souls dissipating?" Wuche shouted in surprise and anger. Zuan coldly stated, "Are you trying to threaten me with this alone?" With that, Wuche was cut into pieces by the sword energies. Meanwhile, Zuan's majestic divine sense expanded. A gray light rose from the corpse and headed towards the altar. With a cold snort, Zuan intercepted the gray light with his divine sense. At that moment, Wuche realized fear. "Ancestor, save me." Zuan didn't give him a chance to plead for mercy and strangled him directly. But just then, a voice suddenly came from the altar. "Who dares to annihilate my successor?" With the words, a powerful divine sense gradually rose. This divine sense seemed to come from ancient times, filled with a desolate and ancient air. Zu and calmly watched until the divine sense fully formed, then calmly said, "Just a mere ancestor dares to be presumptuous in front of me." Saying this, he took a step, and the sword energies transformed into a huge sword in his hand. "Today, I will avenge those innocent children who died in vain. Sir, please spare me." The ancestor felt Zuan's overwhelming aura and immediately began to beg for mercy. However, Zuan didn't give him the chance and swung his sword. A heaven-defying sword energy fell, shattering the ancestor's divine sense. With the remaining momentum, the altar was also split in half. The ancestor was unlucky. Originally, hearing his successor's call, he intended to show off a bit, but encountering the ruthless Zuan, he had no chance to resist and was crushed by this sword intent. After the altar was destroyed, the souls of the children drifted out, standing densely in the sky, all looking at Zuan with blank expressions. Zuan sighed softly. Perhaps it was because of having a daughter. Whenever he saw the souls of these children, he couldn't help but suppress his murderous intent. Dust returns to dust, earth to earth. I have killed those who harmed you. Now, I will assist you in finding justice and guiding you to reincarnation. With those words, Zuan drew a complex symbol in the air, then shouted loudly, "Karmic ties had ended. Return to reincarnation. Go now." Doom. The symbol emitted a gentle light, and the souls gradually showed excitement and gratitude on their faces, nodding in thanks towards Zuan. Their figures became increasingly faint and eventually disappeared between heaven and earth. Zu and felt a sense of relief. It might be due to having a daughter, but whenever he saw the souls of these children, he couldn't help but feel his own urge to kill. At this time, within the altar that had been burned down, there was a lingering glow. This is," Zuan lightly exclaimed, raising his hand, and the glow flew into his hand. It turned out to be a huge turtle shell. On the turtle shell were engraved with mysterious and ancient runes, exuding an aura of ancient times. Zuan became interested. This was obviously a turtle shell used to record events in ancient times. Unlike the current practitioners who commonly use jade slips, in ancient times, important events were all recorded on these spirit turtle shells. And when Zuan just slew Wu 7, he obtained many vague pieces of information from his memory. Among them was a sentence, "Heaven and earth are cut off, the gods descend." Could it be related to this turtle shell? However, Wu 7 obviously didn't know how to use this turtle shell, and had only come up with a vague statement through guessing. Thinking of this, Zuan controlled his divine consciousness, slowly filling the runes on the turtle shell, as if filling in with a pen. The runes gradually lit up. When the last rune was also lit up, Zuan felt a tremor throughout his body. Scenes appeared before him. First, when the world was first formed, the primordial chaos emerged. The first human ancestors appeared on the earth and fought with various powerful beasts. Then there was the disturbance caused by the golden crow, with a giant standing atop a mountain peak, shooting down 8 golden crows with a single arrow. There was also a person with a snake head drawing the Bagua symbol on the turtle shell, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, and ghosts and gods to wail. There were also soaring giant waves overturning the divine land, a tall and formidable human leader leading the ancestors to break mountains and rivers and manage the waters in all directions. These scenes were filled with grandeur and desolation from ancient times. Zuan knew that these were carved on the turtle shell by the ancient powers, using their divine abilities to be viewed by later generations. In these scenes, Zuan had discovered many legendary gods and demons more than once. The primordial ancestors of the Chinese clan at that time were also very powerful. It can be seen that at that time, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was abundant, not like the desolation of today. At this time, these images gradually dissipated, revealing an incomparably huge image. In this image, a giant tree stood in the heavens and earth. Gods and demons could come and go along with this giant tree. Zuan's gaze focused. This was the Jianmu tree. It was said that the Jianmu tree was a bridge between heaven and earth and the realm of gods and men in ancient times. At this moment, the image suddenly changed, as a shocking sword light flashed, cutting the Jianmu tree in half. Then the heavens and earth shook violently, the path between humans and gods was severed, and the spiritual energy began to wither. The image shattered with a bang. Zuan stood in place and sighed slightly after a moment. The connection between heaven and earth was severed. I didn't expect the legends to be true. Just then, tiny cracks appeared on the turtle's shell. Following this, an ancient voice was heard. When the connection between heaven and earth is severed, it can protect the human race for 10,000 years. But after 10,000 years, when heaven and earth are cut off, the gods will descend. At that time, may the descendants step forward to protect our Chinese clan. With those words spoken, the turtle's shell shattered, turned into powder, and dissipated into the heavens and earth. Zhu and fell silent. He knew that the ancestor who had cut the Janmu tree was the one who had transmitted that message just now. As the turtle shell dispersed, the last trace of this person in the world also disappeared. Ancestor, rest assured, Zuan will protect this world. When Zuan returned to Beijing, Qin Yu, Qin Yuan, Du Fei, and others were all waiting in the living room. When they saw Zuan coming in, they all stood up. Sir, Zhu, and nodded. The witchcraft sect has been destroyed. You can all go back now. Everyone felt a chill. From the time Zhu and left until now, it had been no more than 3 hours. It was unexpected that an entire sect had already been eliminated. They bid farewell and left one by one. Zuan walked upstairs. Xiao Sha and Zhang Xiaoyu had also returned from the city and were watching TV in the second-floor living room. When Xiao Sha saw Zuan, she quickly stood up. With a hint of regret in her voice, she asked, "Boss, why didn't you wait for me? I would have gone with you to destroy that damn sect." Zuan shook his head and smiled. "It's just a small sect. No need to make a big fuss." Enian and Tang Zhuan were also present. Zuan looked at them and asked softly, "What about Xiang and Nan? They are already asleep." Tang Zhuan said, "They were exhausted by today's events and fell asleep without even eating dinner." Enian added. Zuan smiled faintly. "All right, all of you go rest now." Tang Zhuan nodded, turned around, and went back to her room. Zhang Xiaoyu still wanted to watch TV but was picked up from the sofa by Xiao Sha and told, "Come, you'll sleep with me." Zhang Xiaoyu blushed and said coldly, "Master, please be merciful." Xiao Sha didn't understand what she meant at all and was taken aback. "What did you say?" Enian couldn't hold back her laughter, and Xiao Sha, seeing the lady of the house laughing, knew it wasn't something good. Her expression turned cold. "It seems like you're living too comfortably," she said, and then grabbed Zhang Xiaoyu and left. In the living room, only Zuan and Enian remained. Zuan silently watched Enian without saying a word. The smile on Enian's face gradually disappeared, her head lowered, and her eyes began to redden. "Husband, I'm sorry. Please don't be mad, okay?" Enian said softly. Zuan still didn't say anything. Enian's tears fell. "It's all my fault. I didn't take care of Xiang and Nan. You can scold me, even hit me. Just don't ignore me, okay?" Zuan's lips curled up, showing a faint mocking smile. "Oh. How do you plan to apologize?" "Husband, I will do anything you say." Enian raised her head, tears streaming down her face. Zuan was shaken. He had just wanted to tease Enian, but he didn't expect this foolish girl to take it seriously. Zhu, and felt so sorry that he wanted to slap himself, and quickly stepped forward to embrace Enian. "Silly girl. Why would I be angry? If something happened to Xiang and Nan, the person who would be most sad is you. I'm feeling sorry for you. How could I be angry with you?" Enian lay in Zuan's arms, and the fright and grievance of the day spilled out with Zuan's words, causing her to burst into tears. "Husband, I really didn't mean to. I was so scared. I thought if something happened to Xiang and Nan, I wouldn't be able to live." Zuan gently stroked her back, comforting her with a soft voice. "It's okay. Don't cry. Xiang and Nan are fine. And all the bad guys have been killed by me, completely obliterated. But I'm still afraid. What if something happens?" Enian raised her head, her eyes misty with tears. Zuan smiled faintly. "I, Zuan's daughter, will absolutely be fine. Even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, he will have to retreat obediently. Do you understand? Then, are you not angry anymore?" "Hehe. I was just trying to tease you. I didn't expect you to cry so much. You're mean. Big bully. I'm going to bite you." Enian nestled in Zuan's embrace, pouting playfully, and hugged her tightly, laughing. "Okay. It's all over. Don't be foolish in the future. Even if you really make a mistake, even if you go against the heavens and earth, remember, your husband will always stand by your side. Do you understand?" Fanjing Mountain, Lingying Palace. Once a thriving place of incense and worship, now it is unusually desolate. Even the roof of the main hall has a big hole, covered haphazardly with plastic sheeting, giving it a bleak appearance. Creak. The temple door emits a harsh scraping sound, as Shizuking slowly walks in and begins the customary ritual of offering incense. Lighting a stick of incense every day is an unchanging task as long as Shizuking is in the Lingying Palace. However, today Shizuking, with a hint of worrying on her face, mutters softly while offering incense, "Ancestral Master, please show some miracles. If you don't show any miracles soon, I might starve to death. You must know that I am the only one left in the Lingying Palace now. The disciples from the Golden Wine Courtyard below the mountain have come again, claiming that our Lingying Palace belongs to them. It's simply preposterous. But who can blame them for being experts at the heavenly realm now? In the past year, numerous cultivators have made breakthroughs one after another. Previously, it was rare to reach the heavenly realm, but now it's no longer uncommon. Everyone has progressed, except for me. Not only have I not made any progress in my cultivation, but I have regressed. If you don't show some miracles soon, I'm afraid even this grand hall of yours won't be able to be preserved. You might end up being thrown into a latrine pit. Don't blame me then." Shizuking grumbles, lighting a stick of incense and inserting it into the censer. Looking up at the slightly dim statue. It is a statue of a fox fairy, exquisitely carved by some skilled craftsman. Shizuking quietly gazes at the silent statue and sighs softly. "I've been talking to a clay statue. What am I doing?" She shakes her head and leaves. But just as she turns around, a glint of light flashes in the eyes of the fox fairy statue. As Shizuking said, the once vast Lingying Palace now only has her left. Even the turtle that Shizuking kept out of boredom starved to death last month. After a simple meal, Shizuking moves a stool to the courtyard, sitting there in a daze. The once bustling courtyard is now in ruins, making Shizuking's presence seem out of place. With her looks and temperament, she could easily find something better to do outside the mountain. The Yu family even once extended a warm invitation for Shizuking to stay in Lingnan, but Shizuking still returned because she felt that this was her roots. While lost in her thoughts, the door of the Lingying Palace is kicked open by a group of burly men who enter, followed by a middle-aged man with a sullen expression. Upon seeing Shizuking sitting in the courtyard, the man's eyes light up with a barely perceptible glee, and he smiles faintly. "Shizuking, have you made up your mind?" Shizuking's expression darkens. "Fan Jinfeng, are you really taking advantage of the fact that no one is in the Lingying Palace? Your Golden Wine Courtyard has only been here for a few years, while my Lingying Palace has been here for thousands of years. How dare you claim it as your property?" Fan Jinfeng chuckles. "Shizuking, in this day and age, might makes right. Your cultivation is inferior to mine, and so is your influence. What can you do about it if I say this is my territory? And it's not just this Lingying Palace. Even you, I also want to possess for a while. After all, isn't the one you worship a fox fairy? And a fox fairy is nothing but a fox spirit, right?" Fan Jinfeng sneers, full of sarcasm. His words elicit laughter from his companions. Shizuking's expression becomes increasingly grim as she grits her teeth. "Fan Jinfeng, you are asking for trouble." With that, she gathers her energy, ready to charge. Yet before she can even touch Fan Jinfeng's clothes, she is pushed back by his aura. "Ha ha! In the face of my heavenly realm power, you are no different from a child." Fan Jinfeng boasts arrogantly. "Upset? What can you do since your fox fairy is useless? Everyone's cultivation has improved, but you have regressed. It's not anyone's fault but yours. You can only blame the fox fairy you worship for being useless." Ha ha ha. As Fan Jinfeng bursts into laughter, a black light suddenly flies towards him, slapping directly on his face. Fan Jinfeng is sent flying meters away and lands with a swollen face. The black light turns out to be a piece of broken brick. This scene shocks everyone, especially Fan Jinfeng, who roars, Who dared to hit me?" A soft sigh is heard from the main hall. "I didn't expect that after just 1,000 years, this Taoist temple would have degraded to such a state." Following the voice, a man emerges slowly from the main hall. Everyone is stunned upon seeing him because he can only be described as enchanting. Both his features and demeanor are impeccable, especially his perpetually smiling eyes, enough to make many women feel inferior. Fan Jinfeng is first surprised, then sneers. "No wonder you refuse to leave, keeping a man hidden here. Shizuking remained silent while staring at the man, feeling an inexplicable closeness to him. But what's more important is that the man is wearing. Isn't it the same attire as the fox fairy statue? Shizuking's eyes widen gradually. Upon hearing Fang Jinfeng's words, the man continues to smile. So you want to take over my Taoist temple? Fang Jinfeng's face turns ferocious. Kid, was it you who hit me just now? The man nods. All right. Since you meddled, you'll pay with your life. Fang Jinfeng prepares to charge, but the man raises his hand, summoning another black light that smacks Fang Jinfeng on the other side of his face. Thump! Fang Jinfeng is sent flying again, his other cheek now swollen. Now it's symmetrical. You don't know, but I have a serious case of OCD. The man grins. This time, Fang Jinfeng dares not be arrogant. Having been hit twice, even a fool would know not to mess with this man. HMPH. Kid, just you wait. Fang Jinfeng turns to leave, but the man lightly remarks, are you planning to leave just like that? How so? Leave something behind. Then you can go. What? Your heads. Fang Jinfeng and his men flare up in anger, ready to attack. With a wave of his hand, the men's heads fly off and fall to the ground. The man sighs softly to himself and silently curses, wondering why his style of doing things is starting to resemble that of Zuan. Time to make some changes. Turning back to the astonished Shizuking, the man smiles faintly. You are my disciple in this Taoist temple, right? Shizuking quivers slightly and nods quickly. You are. Nice to meet you. I am Huyi. The man smiles and points to the main hall. The statue you worship in there. That's me. Shizuking incredulously looked at the man in front of her. You are the ancestral master. Huyi nodded. You could say that. By the way, do you have any money on you? Shizuking blankly nodded. I have over $100. Enough. Enough for what? Enough for food. But aren't you a deity? Of course. Don't deities need to eat as well? But with so many corpses, Shizuking looked at the bodies filling the courtyard, struggling to speak. Huyi raised his hand, and a wisp of white flame flew over, turning all the bodies into ashes, disappearing from sight. TSK. This business Huo given by Zuan is really good. Truly a necessary elixir for dealing with murders and erasing all traces. Huyi praised a few times. All right, follow the ancestral master down the mountain. There was a small town at the foot of Fanjing Mountain. Shizuking often came here to purchase daily necessities, because it was adjacent to a tourist attraction. The small town shop was also thriving. Huyi walked along the street, constantly praising. It's been 1,000 years, and a once desolate village has become so prosperous. Oh, that girl is not bad. Huyi looked at a young lady in shorts showing off her long legs, eyes shining. Shizuking followed behind, with a few black lines appearing on her forehead. Is this really her ancestral master? Why does he seem like a disrespectful old rogue? I never expected that after 1,000 years, the world would have become like this. Pretty girls flaunting their shoulders and legs, truly a decline in moral values, though it is a delight. Huyi sighed heavily, causing the surrounding pedestrians to think he was mentally ill and distanced themselves. Huyi had now transformed into the appearance of an ordinary man of the world. Otherwise, if he had gone out in his true form, it would likely have caused a sensation. Ancestral master, what do you plan to eat? I remember last time it was go, when I visited, the abalone, lobster, and crab prepared for me by the main guardian at Lingyan Palace were delicious, so this time, I will just eat whatever is available, Huyi said casually. Shizuking was silent for a moment, then whispered, Ancestral master, are you able to manage a fight? Huh? What do you mean? If you're able to manage a fight, then we can eat. If you can't pay, I am a girl and probably won't be beaten, but you might have to endure some physical pain. Ahem. Suddenly I feel that the sifu I had last time was just so-so, and it was hard to chew. Let's eat something easier to digest. Huyi coughed softly. This was a beef noodle restaurant in the small town because the food was good and cheap. Shizuking would often come here to eat, while purchasing goods when coming down the mountain. She was also quite familiar with the female boss. At this moment, Shizuking stared blankly as Huyi slurped down the beef noodles, feeling like she couldn't keep up with his thoughts. Ah, it's so delicious, boss. Another bowl. Huyi pushed the empty bowl aside. There were already a stack of empty bowls on the table. This drew many surprised glances. The female boss brought over another bowl of beef noodles, then looked at Shizuking and leered. What? Is he your boyfriend? Shizuking shook her head anxiously. No. No. This boy looks good. Although he eats a lot, he must be capable, the female boss said with a smile and then walked away. Shizuking's face turned red with embarrassment. Huyi chuckled, with his mouth full of noodles, saying indistinctly, "Don't listen to her nonsense, I am your ancestral master." Shizuking nodded, about to speak when she was rendered speechless by Huyi's next words. "Besides, I'm not interested in you. Ancestral master, why have you suddenly appeared in this world, for what purpose?" Shizuking pondered for a long time before asking this question. She really didn't expect the fox spirit worshipped by generations at the Lingyan Palace to be a man, and to suddenly appear. She had hoped for her ancestral master to reveal himself while she prayed, but now that he truly had, Shizuking felt hesitant. Huyi lifted the bowl and downed the soup, wiped his mouth, then regained his gentle and refined demeanor. "You think I wanted to come, but the human world is the foundation of all worlds. A great change is coming, and I had to come." "A great change?" Shizuking hesitantly spoke. "Oh, forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Pay the bill," Huyi said, and got up, hands behind his back, leaving leisurely. In the end, Huyi ate 18 bowls of beef noodles. Although the female boss had rounded down the price, Shizuking was left bankrupt. Watching Huyi ahead, shaking his head and ogling at the girl with his eyes gleaming, Shizuking muttered to herself, "Could he be a fraud? What are you thinking? Your ancestral master is a noble fox spirit, a grand figure respected in all realms. How could I be a fraud? Come here and pay the bill. I want to eat an ice cream." Huyi's voice directly resounded in Shizuking's mind. Then he picked up an ice cream from the roadside and walked away confidently. Shizuking reluctantly went to settle the bill. "How much?" 10 yuan. "Why is it so expensive?" Shizuking exclaimed. "Miss, your boyfriend just had the most expensive one, and he already finished one just now." The female boss grumbled a bit. In the end, Shizuking had to rummage through all her pockets to come up with 10 yuan. After paying for the ice cream, Shizuking looked ruefully at the situation, realizing that she was now broke. In fact, Shizuking didn't have to end up in such a pitiful state. But since the Hidden World Immortal Sect Congress, she had stayed at the Yu family's place for a while before returning to the Lingyan Palace. Zuan's astonishing performance at the Sect Congress made Shizuking wake up, no longer yearning for competition and victory. Additionally, the Night Demon Palace's opponent who had an enmity with her had died, so Shizuking spent her days quietly cultivating at the Lingyan Palace. However, the more she meditated, the more her cultivation regressed. Reluctant to leave the mountain, Shizuking ended up in this sorry state. Upon returning to the Lingyan Palace, Shizuking found Huyi already sound asleep in her bed. Helpless, she could only nap leaning against the grand hall's door. Just as she was dozing off, the phone suddenly rang, startling Shizuking awake. Checking her phone, she found it was a call from Yuren. When she was in Lingnan, she got along quite well with Yuren. "Hello. Yuren, what's the matter?" "Sister Zuking, my brother is getting engaged. His engagement banquet is in a couple of days. Will you come?" Yuren said cheerfully. Yuming was getting engaged. Shizuking was briefly stunned, then smiled and said, "Congratulations, I wonder which lucky girl is this fortunate." "It's Yuan Yongsan from the Yuan family in the northwest." "Yuan Yongsan, the incredible talented lady. What a perfect match. Congratulations. Sister Zuking, please come quickly. Lingnan is bustling these days, and I miss you," Yuren said. Shizuking hesitated. At that moment, Huyi, who should have been sound asleep, appeared behind Shizuking. "An engagement banquet? Don't miss out on free food. Quickly agree." "Huh? Who's talking?" Yuren asked in confusion. Shizuking suddenly felt her cheeks flush. "Ah, it's nothing. You probably misheard. I'll be leaving tomorrow." "Okay. I'll be waiting for you, Sister Zuking." After hanging up the phone, Huyi's face was full of excitement. "Let's go. Hurry up. It's been a long time since I attended a worldly wedding. It should be lively." "How are we getting there?" Shizuking sat still. "Hey. Didn't they have horse carriages 1,000 years ago? And I saw a lot of metal cars on the road. Can't we take a car?" "What about money?" Shizuking extended her hand, asking helplessly. "Without money, how are we going to take a car?" "Odd. The stars are beautiful tonight." "Ancestor, stop changing the subject. With your great powers, can't you just produce some money for the lady to use first?" Huyi smiled wryly. "You don't understand. My avatar is a deception of the world's laws using secret techniques. I can't use too much of my cultivation power, or else if heaven discovers it, all my previous efforts would be in vain. Wouldn't they? Shizuking looked incredulous. So killing people is okay. Killing people is different. Those scoundrels deserve to die. And I am a noble fox fairy. Stealing and thievery is not something I do. This won't work, that won't work. Now I have no money at all. And besides, when going to someone's engagement banquet, don't we have to bring gifts? What do we give then? Should we just wait to starve to death? Shizuking grumbled helplessly. Hui, however, looked around the Grand Lingian Palace, deep in thought. How about selling this? It should fetch a good price. Shizuking, meanwhile, at that moment, Zuin in the North John also received a call. It was personally made by Yu Ming. Sir, I'm getting engaged in 3 days. If you are available, would you please grace us with your presence? Yu Ming earnestly said. Oh, congratulations. Who is the lady? Sir, you should be familiar with her. She's Yuan Yongsan of the Yuan family. Zhu, and paused slightly, then smiled. Good. That girl's cultivation might not be outstanding, but her knowledge is good. Upon hearing Zuan's assessment, Yu Ming finally relaxed. The reason he made the call was not only to invite Zuan to his engagement banquet, but more importantly to see Zuan's attitude. After all, the Yuan family had offended Zuan in the past, although they were later partially eradicated as a warning. It didn't look good, but from Zuan's current tone, it seemed he didn't mind. Will you be able to come, sir? Zuan also understood Yu Ming's intent, so he smiled and said, all right, I don't have much on my plate these days. I'll bring my family over for the occasion. Yu Ming was overjoyed and repeatedly thanked him. Thank you, sir. Shall I send someone to pick you and your wife up now? No need. We'll make our own way over when the time comes. After hanging up the phone, Yu Ming let out a sigh of relief, feeling sweat on his forehead. Yuan Yongsan sat across the table, looking at him with some concern. How did he respond? Yu Ming said excitedly. He said he would personally attend our engagement banquet. It shows that he no longer harbors ill feelings towards us for what happened in the past. Yuan Yongsan simply murmured softly. Yuan Yongsan's feelings were very complex at this moment. When Zuan had cut down half of the Yuan family with one sword, her father and brother died by his hands. Logically, Yuan Yongsan should have harbored intense hatred towards Zuan, but she found that she didn't even have the qualification to hate. Not to mention, the various incidents in the past were all instigated by manipulations and schemes between the Yuan and Ming families. Simply based on the shocking actions Zuan had taken afterwards, Yuan Yongsan understood that she had no means for revenge. After letting go of her vengeful thoughts, Yuan Yongsan divided the once prominent Northwest Yuan family. Since those uncles and elder relatives would not accept her leadership as a young lady, it was better for them to split. Yuan Yongsan then immersed herself in studying formations and geomancy. It wasn't until later, in a chance encounter, she met Yu Ming. Perhaps it was fate. Yu Ming, who had thought to serve the sword all his life, unexpectedly felt a strong attraction upon seeing Yuan Yongsan, which led to a powerful courtship, and he successfully won over Yuan Yongsan. However, Yuan Yongsan was always worried that their union would provoke Zuan's disapproval or resentment. Until today, when Yu Ming personally called Zuan in front of her, Yuan Yongsan finally let out a sigh of relief. Yu Ming noticed Yuan Yongsan's worrying and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. All right. Stop overthinking it. When it comes to resentment, wasn't our ancestor from the Yu family also defeated by Sir Sword at the time? Back then, I was also unwilling and harbored thoughts of revenge. But now I no longer think that way. Sir defeated our ancestor with dignity and respect using his sword. This in itself was the greatest form of respect for our ancestor. My father once said that Sir is a true dragon among men. As long as you don't provoke him, he won't target you. In Sir's eyes, we are probably just ants. Yu Ming's sigh made Yuan Yongsan tremble all over, and then she gently leaned her head on Yu Ming's shoulder, softly murmuring in agreement. Sir, maybe you don't need to buy plane tickets. Have you forgotten that during the grand wedding, you bought several private planes? Qin Yu reminded him. Zuan, who had been planning to book plane tickets to Lingnan, suddenly realized. That's right. I completely forgot about that. Where are these private planes now? They are currently parked at the airport specially built for you by the Qing Group. When Zuan led his family to the airport, a converted factory building that had been abandoned by the Qing Group, the randomly assigned flight attendants were lazily watching TV in the employee dormitories. Surprisingly, after watching TV for half a year, these foreign girls had become quite proficient in speaking Mandarin. Oh my god, if it weren't for the generous salary every month, I would have quit long ago, lamented a blonde flight attendant. Her words resonated with many of the others. Yeah, I wonder if our boss has forgotten about us, keeping us here for half a year. The key is, we get pay even when resting. Our boss must be very wealthy. And handsome too, someone added. The flight attendants fell silent, then collectively sighed. Being handsome and wealthy. So what? We can't even see his face. Heh, I don't believe there's a cat that doesn't steal fish. Although our boss has married a woman as beautiful as a celestial being, we can't give up, can we? One flight attendant said, while applying makeup in front of a mirror without turning her head. Just then, there was a commotion of footsteps outside, and the female administrator responsible for overseeing the employee dormitories rushed in. Girls, your boss is here. Get ready to receive. Prepare to welcome them. In the employee dormitory, there was a lively scene. Shortly after, these flight attendants all came downstairs in high spirits, standing in formation ready to welcome Zuan's arrival. It must be said that the quality of these foreign flight attendants is indeed quite good, especially when they are dressed in brand new flight attendant uniforms with a polite smile on their faces. Without saying a word, just standing there is particularly pleasing to the eyes. When Zuan and his family arrived at the airport and saw the scene, he couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. What is this? Qin Yu hurriedly explained. Sir, these are the flight attendants that were randomly gifted. They have been waiting for your arrival. The flight attendants also saw Zuan, and they found that their boss seemed even more handsome. Their hearts couldn't help but feel a burst of warmth, all bowing their heads in unison. Boss. Zuan was a bit amused and bewildered. Let them disperse. It's just a trip to Lingnan. No need to make such a big fuss. The flight attendants all showed disappointment on their faces. It was rare to have a chance to interact with the boss, but it turned out like this. At this moment, Yan suddenly said, since they are all ready, let them accompany us, Zhu, and glanced at Yan, seeing her smirk. Then she whispered in Zuan's ear, these flight attendants get paid monthly. They should do some work. With a calculating expression like a landlady, she was quite persuasive, Zhu, and chuckled helplessly. All right, they can come with us. The flight attendants were ecstatic, serving Zuan and his family onto the plane, which then took off towards Lingnan. At the same time, Shizuking was driving a terribly beat-up DRIZZLE on the highway, feeling anxious, because the car was in such poor condition. Shizuking's foot was almost in the engine, and the top speed was only 60 miles per hour. Moreover, there was a significant gap in the steering wheel, so Shizuking had to constantly adjust the wheel while driving. This car was bought by Huyi and Shizuking for $500 at a used car market. Shizuking was silently criticizing her miserly master, not daring to take her eyes off the road because a single misstep could break the car apart. Meanwhile, Huyi was reclining comfortably in the passenger seat, exclaiming, I never imagined after 1,000 years, the human race would develop such a novel tool. No need for talismans or spirit stones. Just step on the gas pedal and it runs. How amusing and practical. Saying this, Huyi curiously began pressing buttons on the center console. Since the DRIZZLE was extremely old, most of the buttons were broken. Only the radio worked, which Huyi coincidentally turned on. An advertisement was blaring inside. Are you worried about accidental pregnancies? Now the chief surgeon of Dadianwan Hospital personally performs the surgery for you, solving all your worries. Huyi listened with interest, while Shizuking felt embarrassed. Master, can you switch to another station? I haven't gotten married yet. Huyi nodded. Okay, and change to another station. Suffering from prostatitis, frequent urination, urgency, waiting. What to do? Rest assured, our hospital has introduced the M-Country and MLGB treatment device, which can solve all your problems at once. The atmosphere became awkward. Huyi raised her head puzzled. What's prostatitis? Shizuking shivered, almost driving the car into a ditch. I don't know. When Shizuking said this, her face turned red. Huyi nodded. Oh, I see. See what? You turned red, It must not be something good. Shizuking remained silent. Fantai Mountain was over 1,000 kilometers away from Lingnan. Driving this DRIZZLE, it would take at least a whole day to get there. Although Shizuking's cultivation had regressed, she still had some skills, so she didn't feel tired after driving all morning. However, she had to stop at a service area to rest because the DRIZZLE started emitting smoke from the front. In this service area, there was also a group of luxury cars resting. The drivers were wealthy young people. When they saw the DRIZZLE billowing smoke and clattering noise as it arrived, they were first surprised, then burst into laughter. Damn, can this kind of car still run? And on the highway, just as they were talking, the DRIZZLE stopped, and Shizuking and Hui got out of the car. When the rich young people saw Shizuking, they were dumbfounded. But Shizuking clearly had no time to pay attention to them. She opened the hood to cool down the engine quickly. Then Shizuking and Hui squatted under a nearby wall, watching quietly. Hey, this girl is really something. She's so beautiful. It's breathtaking. Yes, such a beautiful girl actually drives such a broken car. It's a waste of beauty. These people's comments naturally reached Shizuking and Hui's ears. Disciple, it looks like these guys really like you. Well, my disciple is so beautiful, it's inevitable that men would be attracted, Hui said with a grin. Shizuking didn't even lift her head, emphasizing, Master, with stress on the word. Hui chuckled, silly disciple, haven't you noticed that your charm has increased significantly compared to before? Shizuking was taken aback. Turning to look at Hui, Hui shrugged, I descended here, so as my disciple, even your cultivation technique will be influenced by me, and your charm will naturally increase over time. At this moment, one of the brave rich young men walked over. Miss, nice to meet you. Is it? Well, I'm not pleased, Shizuking said coldly. What is a deadly remark? This is it. The young man was a bit embarrassed, but the closer he got, the more he realized the girl's beauty and elegance. Her natural charm made him dizzy. Compared to Shizuking, the women he had known before became ordinary in his eyes, so he was unwilling to give up. Miss, where are you going? Is your car broken? Let me give you a ride. Besides, it's not safe to travel in this broken car. Whoever bought you this car to drive is an idiot. How could they let a delicate girl like you drive this? He didn't finish his sentence because Hui stood up, smiling mischievously. Who are you calling an idiot? Huh. The young man was slightly stunned. Then he looked at Hui carefully. At this point, Hui did not reveal her true appearance, still in the guise of an ordinary man. So after a few glances, the young man sneered disdainfully. When did I call you that? And even if I did, what can you do about it? Hui smiled slightly. I'm not looking for trouble. I'm just telling you all, this car of mine is not a piece of junk. With that, Hui affectionately patted the front hood of his DRIZZLE. I spent 500 yuan on this, which is the price of 60 bowls of beef noodles. Who dares to say it's garbage? The rich second-generation individuals glanced at each other and burst into laughter. Oh my goodness, is this person crazy? Girl, why don't you ride in the brother's car instead? This guy definitely has issues. Exactly, our buddy drives the latest McLaren. A single screw is worth more than this clunker. Amidst these mocking remarks, Shizuking looked worriedly at Hui, afraid that their ancestor might get angry and end up killing this group of people. But Hui remained smiling throughout, then casually said, Since you all keep saying my car is junk, are you interested in a race? A race? How do we race? See who's slower? The rich second-generation individuals burst into mocking laughter. Hui shook his head. Of course, we'll see who's faster. Let's see who gets to the next service area first. If I lose, then I'll let her go with you. Hui pointed at Shizuking. These rich second-generation individuals' eyes lit up. Shizuking's face turned pale, and cest ... Hui winked at Shizuking, gesturing for her not to speak. Helpless, Shizuking closed her mouth, feeling somewhat resentful inside. Is this ancestor purposely trying to trick me? Is this for real? A man asked. Absolutely real. All right. Girl, wait for the brothers to take you out for a spin in a little while. These rich second-generation individuals arrogantly laughed. Hui, however, calmly said, And what if you lose? Ridiculous. How could we possibly lose? Let me tell you, even if we give you a 1-minute head start, you won't even see our taillights. Hui smiled slightly. Tell me then, what happens if you lose? The men looked at each other, pointing at their own car. See, if we lose, this car is yours for free. It's a deal. Hu Yi immediately nodded, looking as if he feared they might back out. The bet was set. This group of rich second-generation individuals returned to their cars. Shizuking hurriedly approached. Ancestor, are you out of your mind? Those cars are all sports cars. Even if we drive DRIZZLE at full speed, we won't be able to catch up. Are you trying to get rid of me? Hu Yi chuckled. My disciple is so lovely. How could I bear to let her go? Others can't catch up because they lack the ability, but who am I? I am the mighty Lord Hu Yi. Get in the car. This time I'll drive. Shizuking, feeling helpless, got into the car. As Hu Yi turned around, he nonchalantly inscribed a talisman onto the front hood of the DRIZZLE. The 100-mile divine travel talisman, a talisman used for expedited travel. However, Hu Yi had created this himself and could empower the DRIZZLE with it. Meanwhile, the rich second-generation individuals drove their luxury cars back over. Kid, don't accuse us of bullying you. How about we give you a 10-second head start and then chase after you? Okay. Hu Yi smiled and started the car, using the driving techniques he had just learned from Shizuking to smoothly shift gears and accelerate. Vroom. The DRIZZLE surged forward, then sputtered out. The scene was quite awkward. To rich second-generation individuals stare in disbelief. One of them couldn't help but say, Dude, are you kidding? You guessed right. Hu Yi chuckled, not feeling embarrassed at all, restarted the car and glanced confidently at them. I'm off. Vroom. This time, the DRIZZLE successfully zoomed out. However, being an old car at its limit, even with the pedal to the metal, it moved forward slowly like an old ox. The rich second-generation individuals burst into laughter. At this speed, I could take a nap and still not lose to you. But then, Hu Yi's lips curved into a smile, a glint in his eyes, and the 100-mile divine travel talisman activated. The small DRIZZLE roared, and its speed increased drastically, surpassing 10 times its previous velocity, darting out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the sight of the onlookers. What the heck? Did I see that right? Is that a DRIZZLE? It's almost as fast as a rocket. Chase after it. The group of individuals, now wide awake from their dream, quickly stepped on the gas to pursue. However, with the 100-mile divine travel talisman's boost, the DRIZZLE speed kept increasing, leaving them far behind. These rich second-generation individuals could only watch in despair as the distance grew larger. Hu Yi laughed heartily. A bunch of idiots, wanting to compete with me. I still have a conscience. If it were that guy, you would probably lose your pants. Shizuking, with a terrified expression, clutched the handle tightly, her face drained of color. Ancestor, look ahead. There's a car. Don't worry, your ancestor has sailed starships in the past. This is a piece of cake. Hu Yi said casually, skillfully navigating through the traffic. It was quite lively on the highway that day. A DRIZZLE was racing at an unbelievable speed, followed closely by a dozen sports cars, yet unable to catch up. Onlookers couldn't believe their eyes. Soon, the next service area was approaching. Hu Yi calmly said, Buckle up. It's time to showcase some real skills. Shizuking immediately closed her eyes in fear. Hu Yi didn't slow down but drove straight towards the service area, leaving the following sports cars astonished. Is this guy trying to kill himself? Hu Yi then taught them a lesson. He suddenly turned the steering wheel violently, pulled the handbrake, lifted his left foot quickly. The car went into an uncontrollable state. However, Hu Yi, with his cultivation level, was in full control of the DRIZZLE, beginning a wild drift and spin.